Why fall in love if you can attend Tsinghua University Chapter 1 to Chapter 43? Half a day had passed, but Xiaojiao was still in a daze. Although she was known as a bookworm, her IQ was really above the passing line. When she woke up, not only did she become another person, but she also had this person's memories and the contents of a book in her head. So she had transmigrated, or was she possessed by a book? At this moment, Xiaojiao wasn't thinking about herself becoming a supporting female lead, nor was she thinking about the tragic end of this supporting female lead's corpse in the wilderness. Instead, she was thinking about how she died before she even saw the college entrance exam results. After working hard for 18 years, she finally finished the exam. How did she die before she even saw the results? Xiaojiao, 18 years old, just finished the college entrance exam. She had no parents. Gu Xiaojiao, 16 years old, about to be in her second year of high school. Her parents divorced, and her mother, Li Sidong, remarried to the Qing family. Now, Xiaojiao had become Gu Xiaojiao. Gu Xiaojiao. She was in a daze when a woman walked in angrily. It was the original body's mother, Li Sidong. Xiaojiao thought about it, but her eyes were still unfamiliar. Li Sidong saw her sitting on the bed in a daze and became angry. She raised her hand and slapped her face. Slap, the loud sound was accompanied by pain. Xiaojiao was still in a daze, but now she was completely stunned. This was the original body's mother, her biological mother. After she woke up, not only did she have her own memories, but she also had the memories of the book, so she knew that the mother and daughter didn't have a good relationship. However, she didn't expect Li Sidong to hit her directly. She was stunned for a moment and couldn't dodge. Li Sidong was also stunned after hitting her. She looked at her hand and then looked at Xiaojiao, who was blushing in front of her. She opened her mouth and finally said, "You'll start school the day after tomorrow. Tonight, the old mansion will send you off. Gu Xiaojiao, you have to apologize to Ming Jiao tonight." After a pause, she said, "I'm going to the old residence first. I'll pick you up at 5 o'clock and wash off the mess on your face." After Li Sidong finished speaking, he turned around and walked out. Xiaojiao raised her hand and touched her face. Her expression was blank for a moment. Was she really his biological mother? In her own world, Xiaojiao had nothing to miss except for the college entrance examination results. Gu Xiaojiao was 2 years away from the college entrance examination, and she had 2 more years. She must be able to do better than herself, who had to work and study, right? Thinking of this, she felt that her face no longer hurt, her mood was no longer complicated, and she was no longer hesitant. She just couldn't wait to immediately take out the 53-3 that she only had time to refresh once and try it again. No, there were still 2 years left. She could do it 5 more times. Xiaojiao stood up from the bed and walked into the bathroom. As soon as she entered, she was stunned. She had bright red hair with 2 large rings hanging by her ears. Her eyes were dark from top to bottom, and her face was covered in 3 layers of powder. Her red lips made it impossible to see her original appearance. Ghosts. Xiaojiao washed her face for a while before it was clean. The face in the mirror was 80% similar to hers, and the other 2 parts were more exquisite. Her facial features were too delicate, and with a little baby fat and big watery eyes, she looked very young. It was just that her head of red hair was a little painful to the eyes. She used a rubber band to tie her hair into a bun. Her hair was a little long, but the volume was not exaggerated. Her red bangs were pinned up. For a good girl like her, although it was still painful to the eyes, it was much more normal. It was already 4:30 in the afternoon, and there was still half an hour before she went to the Qing family's old residence. The slap from her mother today was very painful. If she didn't know the content of the book, she would be very angry. But knowing what was going to happen tonight, she couldn't get angry. Gu Xiaojiao's biological father cheated on her. When she was 10 years old, her mother divorced and took her to remarry the eldest son of the Qing family, Xianxia. Under the instigation of her father, Gu Jingxiu, and stepmother, she thought that her mother remarried to climb the social ladder. In addition, over the years in the Qing family, Li Sidong doted on his stepson, Qing Mingzi, and his cousin, Qing Mingjiao, provoked her from time to time. The relationship between mother and daughter got worse and worse. Li Sidong was very strict with her. In order to not follow her wishes and attract attention, Gu Xiaojiao, who was in her rebellious phase, stopped studying and got into fights. She dressed up as a delinquent to provoke her all day long. Xiaojiao was a little speechless. Gu Xiaojiao had been spoiled since she was young. She put her mind on these inexplicable things and was easily provoked by others, just like today's incident. Li Sidong was discussing with the Qing family's old man to send her to the elite class, but she and Qing Mingjiao quarreled. The other party fell on the stairs and framed her. Gu Xiaojiao exploded with anger. She didn't have the intelligence to prove her innocence. In a fit of anger, she threatened the Qing family's old mansion and ran back. Then, Xiaojiao came. In the original story, Li Sidong also came back. Gu Xiaojiao had a big fight with her and ran away from home. In order to find Gu Xiaojiao, Li Sidong was too anxious. She overturned her car at the foot of the mountain and died on the spot. Xiaojiao closed her eyes slightly. She didn't know if it was because she inherited Xiaojiao's memory, but she had mixed feelings about Li Sidong. But even if she had mixed feelings, she didn't want her to die. So, she had to go to the old mansion for dinner tonight. 5 o'clock. Xiaojiao went downstairs and the Qing family chauffeur drove her to the old mansion. Qing family's old mansion. Qing Mingjiao's mother, Lu Yazhen, said meaningfully, "Sister-in-law, you must take good care of your child. You can't spoil her too much. Otherwise, not only will she embarrass herself, but she will also hurt others." Li Sidong was prettier than her, and her husband, Qing Mingjiao, liked her a lot. But when it came to children, she was 1,000 times better than Li Sidong. She had an outstanding eldest daughter and youngest son. Li Sidong's daughter was a good-for-nothing and a disgrace. Her son was not her biological son. Thinking of this, Lu Yazhen raised her chin proudly. Li Sidong's face turned red. Qing Mingjiao, who was talking to Qing Kai not far away, saw her and waved at her. "Sidong, come here for a moment." She looked at Qing Mingjiao gratefully and walked over quickly. Lu Yazhen pursed her lips and looked at Qing Mingzi, who was being pulled aside by grandfather Qing. She said to Qing Mingjiao, "The Qing family's genes are good. But no matter how good they are not her biological children. Why don't they take a look at what kind of person her biological children are?" Qing Mingjiao nodded and pursed his lips. The Qing family really can't give birth to someone like Gu Xiaojiao. This child from a previous marriage is really an embarrassment to the Qing family. When Xiaojiao stepped into the Qing family's front door, the housekeeper was already serving the dishes. The rest of the Qing family was still sitting on the sofa. This family wasn't big. The two elders only had 2 sons. The eldest, Qing Mingjiao, and his son, Qing Mingzi. The second, Qing Kai, and Lu Yazhen's daughter, Qing Mingjiao, and son, Qing Mingyu. The first person Xiaojiao noticed was Qing Mingzi, the male lead of this novel. Qing Mingzi wasn't dressed formally for the family dinner. He was wearing a white shirt and jeans. He was a 17-year-old youth, but he was already about 1.8 meters tall. He was handsome and clean from head to toe. Just by sitting there, he gave off a different aura. She was stunned and slowly walked over. Grandpa, Grandma, Uncle Qing, Mom, second uncle, second aunt, big brother, Mingjiao, Mingyu. This time it was the Qing family who were stunned. The young girl in front of them had a clean and delicate face. She was wearing a t-shirt and jeans. She lowered her head slightly and obediently greeted them. If it wasn't for the red bun on her head, they probably wouldn't have associated this girl with Gu Xiaojiao. But this girl had always been unruly. They didn't know what she was up to this time. Ahem, Grandfather Qing coughed and stood up. "Since everyone is here, let's eat." Yes. Let's eat." Qing Shua and the second son of the Qing family helped the 2 elders of the Qing family to the table. Li Sidong approached Gu Xiaojiao and breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at her clean appearance and opened his mouth. In the end, he only said stiffly, "Don't cause trouble tonight." After saying that, he followed the others to the table. No wonder the relationship between mother and daughter was so stiff. It seemed that Li Sidong was part of the reason. Xiaojiao shrugged slightly and didn't mind. She followed behind them. The housekeeper in the old mansion was very good at cooking. Xue Jiao didn't eat lunch, but she ate with relish. The others were a little absent-minded. They kept looking at her from time to time. The Qing family didn't have the habit of not talking while eating, so Lu Yajin couldn't help but say, Xue Jiao is more normal today. She's not dressed like a ghost anymore. Xue Jiao stopped eating. She raised her head slightly and revealed a clean smile. Her small face and baby fat were already small, so when she smiled, her eyes curved into crescents. It was especially charming. Yes, I was immature before. I won't do it again. Qing Mingjiao's grip on her chopsticks tightened. She didn't expect Gu Xuejiao to look so good after washing her face clean. If it was anyone else, it wouldn't matter. But it had to be this annoying burden. She didn't know what to think, but her face became worried. That's right. Cousin, although your grades are a little far from the experimental class, you can't give up on yourself. Are you really not going to the experimental class? A little far. She really thought too highly of Gu Xuejiao. There were more than 1,000 students in the grade, and there were only 2 experimental classes. Her grades were at the bottom of the grade, and she was 1 grade away from the experimental class. If the original Gu Xuejiao heard this, she would definitely explode. But now, she was Xuejiao, a nerd who loved to study. Her eyes lit up as she looked at Qing Mingjiao. It was as if Qing Mingjiao was the person she liked the most. Yes. Mingjiao is right. She nodded heavily. She said sincerely, seriously, and firmly, I can't give up on myself. It's my honor to be able to enter the experimental class. Gu Xuejiao, Qing Mingjiao, and Qing Mingze were all in number 7 high school. It was a famous high school in the country, and their experimental class teachers were definitely much better than Gu Xuejiao's school in her previous life. In her previous life, her grades were not particularly outstanding. If she was lucky, she could squeeze into the top 10 schools. In this life, Gu Xuejiao came from a good family. She didn't have to work, and she even had 2 more years to study. Wouldn't she be able to count on the university she wanted to go to the most? Thinking of this, the light in her eyes was almost blinding. Ming Jiao. What you said is really good. There was a moment of silence at the dining table. Almost everyone opened their mouths slightly and looked at her in a daze. After a while, Qing Mingjiao coughed. Cough, cough. Yes, study hard. Jiao Jiao, don't worry. I've already arranged it. The 10-year-old Qing Mingyu took a mouthful of rice and said coldly, the experimental class kicks people out every semester. You'll be kicked out even if you stay for a semester. Mingyu. Qing Kai glared at him. Qing Mingyu pursed his lips and looked at Xuejiao with disdain. The juniors of the Qing family all despised her to the extreme. Old Madame Qing also frowned. She didn't like this child who didn't have the blood of the Qing family, but Qing Mingjiao protected her, so she reluctantly treated her as part of the family. However, Gu Xuejiao was too unreliable and disappointed the Qing family. She glanced at old Master Qing and he put down his chopsticks. Xuejiao, we sent you to the experimental class because we want you to study hard. If you don't do well on the exam at the end of the semester, we won't care if you're kicked out. As soon as he finished speaking, Qing Mingjiao raised his eyebrows and looked at her mockingly, rejoicing in her misfortune. Xuejiao nodded and said seriously, of course. The dining table was quiet again. Apart from Xuejiao who ate seriously, everyone else was absent-minded. After dinner, Qing Mingjiao, Qing Kai, and old Master Qing went to the study to talk about company matters. The 2 daughters-in-law accompanied old Madame Qing for a walk, leaving the 4 of them standing in the middle of the living room. Qing Mingjiao lifted her chin and pulled Qing Mingze and Qing Mingyu to sit to the side. Mingze ji, Mingyu said he has some questions to ask you. Let's sit here and talk for a while. As she spoke, she looked at Xuejiao as if to demonstrate her power. Unlike the expected rage, Xuejiao sat down on the sofa on the other side and stared blankly at a corner. Qing Mingjiao's punch seemed to have landed on cotton, and he became angry instead. Until everyone went downstairs, Xuejiao kept looking in one direction and didn't move. Not to mention Qing Mingjiao and Qing Mingyu, even Qing Mingze looked at her in surprise. Li Sidong saw Xuejiao sitting far away from them and his heart skipped a beat. He was afraid that she would cause trouble again. Jiao Jiao? No response. he was even more flustered. He was afraid that this troublemaker was about to explode again. He walked to Xiaojiao's side and raised his hand. Only then did he hear a low voice. Looking up at the vastness of the universe, overlooking the richness of all kinds of things, so it's enough to swim in one's arms, Li Sidong. Mom? Xiaojiao looked at the hand on her shoulder and widened her eyes in shock. Li Sidong was stunned. He was in a trance for a moment before he stiffly turned around and said, "Let's get ready to go, okay." Xiaojiao stood up obediently. Old Madame Yang looked at the children who were sitting in a clear line and suddenly asked, "Jiao Jiao and Ming Jiao, why did you quarrel this morning?" Li Sidong glared at Xiaojiao. "You haven't apologized to your sister." Xiaojiao was very obedient and said, "I'm sorry." Qing Mingjiao's eyes twitched. This decisive apology did not make her feel better. Instead, it made her even angrier. She said anxiously, "It's like this. Cousin said that she likes brother Mingzi." Xiaojiao frowned and looked at her. She remembered that they quarreled in the morning because Qing Mingjiao complained that she was not good at her studies and that it was embarrassing for her to enter the experimental class. She even said that she did not deserve to like Qing Mingzi. When Gu Xiaojiao heard this, she got angry and wanted to fight with her. She fell down herself and shifted the blame to the original owner. This Qing Mingjiao was so scheming that even the too straightforward Gu Xiaojiao couldn't beat her. The Qing family looked at Xiaojiao in an instant. Qing Mingzi frowned, and there was a flash of disgust in his eyes. What? Li Sidong and Qing Shua turned their heads in shock and looked at Xiaojiao. No one would believe her if she denied it now. Not to mention that Gu Xiaojiao really liked Qing Mingzi, her credibility was far inferior to Qing Mingjiao's. After thinking about it, she suddenly looked up and blinked her big eyes. She nodded seriously. "Yes, I said that I like brother." Li Sidong raised his finger and pointed at her. He was so angry that he was trembling. The faces of the two elders of the Qing family also turned cold. They narrowed their eyes and stared at her. Just when the atmosphere in the family was strange, Xiaojiao spoke again. "Not only do I like my brother, but I also like my grandparents and Uncle Qing." She blinked her eyes and spoke very seriously. Qing Mingzi was indeed very outstanding, and Gu Xiaojiao really liked him, but he had never looked at her directly from beginning to end. Therefore, she had dressed herself up to be different from the rest, anticipating a glance from him. The more she acted like this, the more disgusting she was. In the book, after Li Sitong's death, Gu Xiaojiao regarded him as her religion. It was also because of Li Sitong's death that she changed her appearance. She followed Qing Mingzi all day long. Wherever he went, she would go. He was the only one in her eyes. Qing Shua missed Li Sidong, and because Gu Xiaojiao had lost her mother, he indulged her even more and planned to take care of her for his wife. As a result, Gu Xiaojiao became even more spoiled and willful. She hated every woman who wanted to steal Qing Mingzi away. In the end, she went against the female lead, Gu Shiyun, many times and ended up dead in the wilderness. Xiaojiao didn't understand this kind of feeling. Although Gu Xiaojiao had a lot of malicious people in her life, she was the one who ruined a good hand. It was normal for a teenager to yearn, but once this kind of yearning fell into the abyss, it would be beyond redemption. Nonsense. Your love is clearly the love between a man and a woman. Qing Mingjiao jumped up and almost lost her composure. Xiaojiao's eyes widened and she warned, "Mingjiao. Puppy love is not good. It's even worse for me to be with my brother. You must not have such unrealistic thoughts in the future." You, Qing Mingjiao was so anxious that she couldn't speak. Xiaojiao still had a serious attitude. "Mingjiao, we're going to be in our second year of high school. We should study hard and try to get into a good university. You must not fall in love early. If there are signs of it, don't be afraid. In the past, I was also insensible and disobedient. After listening to my mother's lecture today, I have already made up my mind to change. In the future, we will supervise each other. Whoever fails to do so will be punished." Puppy love my ass, what the f***ck are you talking about? Qing Mingjiao was so angry that he almost fainted. He could not say a word. Li Sidong absent-mindedly pulled Xiaojiao and followed Qing Shua and Qing Mingzi, who were also absent-minded, out of the Qing family's old residence. Qing Mingjiao sat in the car for a long time before he regained his composure. He was on the verge of exploding with rage. Gu Xiujiao, that bitch. Just as she finished scolding, her mother, Lu Yazhen, tugged at her and asked tentatively, Mingjiao, you're not really in love, are you? You're still young. Mom. That bitch is spouting nonsense. The breath that he had just managed to catch was once again lost. Mom, I'm going out for a bit, Xiujiao called out as she changed her shoes. Li Sidong walked out of the kitchen with a frown. As expected, he was furious. Where are you going? See, I said I would correct myself. It's only been a day and it's already sprouted. I'm going to do my hair. Li Sidong took a deep breath and tried his best to remain calm. What do you want to do with that lousy hair of yours? Gu Xiujiao, I'm telling you, school starts tomorrow. Don't even think about going out today. Xiujiao had already changed her shoes. She carried the pink school bag that Qing Mingzi had given her when she started high school and looked at her mother. I'm going to dye my hair back. Red really doesn't have a good influence. As soon as she finished speaking, Li Sidong was stunned. Xiujiao sighed slightly and said, I already said to Qing Mingzi that I would correct myself. Of course, I can't let her look down on me. Her mother didn't believe that she would change herself, so it was more realistic to have Qing Mingzi as an excuse. As expected, Li Sidong let out a sigh of relief after she said this, but his expression was still conflicted. Qing Mingzi, who was sitting on the sofa reading a newspaper, put down the newspaper and smiled. Okay, let Jiao go. Jiao, let the driver send you back. Don't stay outside for too long. Be careful. Okay, thank you, Uncle Qing. Xiujiao waved at Li Sidong and opened the door to leave. Qing Mingzi came downstairs and saw the scene. He furrowed his brows and didn't say anything. It was rare that the girl didn't show up in front of him all day with a funny face. He could rest well at home today. Do you think Jiao really wants to change? Li Sidong sat down with a worried expression. Qing Mingzi put his hand on her shoulder and said gently, the child is growing up. She will slowly become more sensible. This time, no matter if she has thought it through or if she is still angry with Mingjiao, as long as she is changing, you should praise her more. Don't scold her all day. Otherwise, what will happen if the child is rebellious? Li Sidong's worried expression didn't disappear. He sighed. I just hope she can hold on a little longer. Qing Mingzi patted her, then looked at Qing Mingzi who was drinking water. Mingzi, since Jiao wants to study hard, you should help her with it. Qing Mingzi shrugged and pursed his lips slightly. How could someone like Gu Xiujiao study hard? Who was he kidding? Perfect. Too perfect. The hairdresser touched Xiujiao's hair with a face full of amazement. He couldn't believe that this hair came from his own hands. When this girl first came in, she was a little beauty with red hair. Now that her hair was dyed back to its original color and her bangs were trimmed, she looked like a completely different person. Thank you. Xiujiao was also quite satisfied. As long as it wasn't an eyesore color, she was quite satisfied. As she paid, she smiled obediently at the hairdresser. Her eyebrows were curved, her fair skin had a tinge of red, and her jet black hair was slightly curled to her waist. She looked like a delicate porcelain doll standing in front of him. After she walked out, the hairdresser held the other hairdresser's hand with a look of intoxication. I must have a daughter in the future, just like this little angel. The other hairdresser looked at the hairdresser rubbing his arm and said with a trembling voice, I'm also a man. I can't give birth. After leaving the hairdresser, Xiujiao slowly walked down the street until she saw a bookstore. Her eyes lit up and she went in. This store was quite remote, but at this time, there were still a few people inside. Among them, there was a father and son pair that stood out. The man was wearing nouveau riche clothes that didn't fit in with this store. The boy he was holding next to him was tall and skinny. He wore a jersey and had a basketball under his arm. He looked impatient. Xiujiao only took a glance and then looked away. Her eyes lit up and she walked directly to Wang Hoxiong. Although this bookstore was small, it had all the essentials. Xiujiao couldn't take her eyes off of it. She couldn't help but take out some books to read. After a while, she felt like someone was staring at her. She looked up and was stunned. The father and son were standing next to her. The middle-aged man was grinning at her while the young boy looked impatient. His chin was slightly raised, and his face said, "Heaven is number 1, Earth is number 2, I am number 3. Little girl, you're also buying materials. I saw that you were reading the second-year guidance book. You'll be in the second year when school starts tomorrow?" Xiaojiao nodded her head in a daze. This is too much of a coincidence. My son is also in the second year. He's in the 7th high over there. Ah? They were classmates? The man rubbed his hands and smiled. That. My son's grades aren't good. I don't know much about this. Classmate, can you recommend some revision materials? As soon as he said that, the boy next to him looked impatient. Hey, old man, are you done? I won't look even if you buy it. Shut up. The man glared at him fiercely. He then turned his head and smiled gently, scratching his head. My son is Tianyu. Don't bother about him. Classmate, what are you going to buy? Dafa understood. He was going to buy whatever Xiaojiao bought for his son. Xiaojiao continued to smile awkwardly, then said, I've already self-studied the second-year content. I'm going to buy revision materials for the college entrance exam. This classmate is just in the second year of high school. It's not appropriate for him to read too many guidance books. The school will buy the appropriate materials. When the time comes, just let him do it properly. The main thing is the content in the textbook. All the questions are different, but they're all the same. The most fundamental thing is the content in the textbook. However, the unified materials are catered to all students. It's not very targeted. If you still have the energy, I suggest you read these books after class and on the weekends. This one. Xiaojiao spoke eloquently. Dafa nodded and quickly took out the book she pointed at. Tianyu looked at the little girl in front of him who only reached his chest and was stunned. 10 minutes later, Dafa was holding a stack of books. Tianyu, who was stunned, was grinding his teeth. Why didn't this girl move the entire bookstore to him? Was she trying to torment him to death? After Xiaojiao finished speaking, she pursed her lips and looked embarrassed. That. I just think it's a good combination. However, a person's energy is limited. I might not be able to finish all these books, Dafa said heroically. It's okay. It's okay. My family doesn't lack money. I'll buy them all for this brat. I'll be satisfied if he can learn even a little bit. In the end, when they left, Xiaojiao and Tianyu each carried a stack of books. Xiaojiao bought all the Dafa that she pointed at. She even took a set of the Type 53 Dafa that she bought. Just the Type 53 books alone was a thick stack. Tianyu's face was not just ugly. After Xiaojiao walked away with the books, Dafa looked at her back and nodded. This girl is so pretty and loves to study so much. She's so sensible. Whoever can raise this girl is so lucky. Tianyu pursed his lips. Whatever good feelings he had for the pretty girl just now were gone. He said disdainfully, Old man, I'll give you an idea. Hurry up and chase after her. Ask her which family she's from. Then bring me over to switch places and let her be your daughter. Dafa turned around and poked his head hard. You're so stupid. And your lousy grades. There are so many people in the entire grade, but you're the only one at the bottom. Tianyu ran with the basketball and books. His voice came from afar. Old man, with your lousy genes, how can I study well? This brat. Don't you dare run. Dafa took off his shoes, raised them, and chased after him. It was an honor to be able to study again. Xiaojiao couldn't help but buy more books. She had already asked the driver to go back while she was doing her hair. She was too lazy to call someone to pick her up, so Xiaojiao stood on the side of the road and waited for a taxi. August was a hot summer day. 2:00 in the afternoon was the scariest time of the day. She stood under a big tree by the side of the road, wiping her sweat as she stood on her tiptoes and looked both sides of the road. There were very few cars on this road at this time of the day. After waiting for a few minutes, 2 cars came from the right. The taxi was behind. Xiaojiao was delighted. She quickly picked up the books and walked to the road. Let's rent. Just as she shouted, the low-key black Maybach in front of the taxi sped towards her without slowing down. The person in the car saw her as well, but the car seemed to have a problem. The car didn't slow down at all and continued to charge toward her. Xiaojiao's eyes widened. Was she going to die again? There was a slope on the right side of the road. The car sped up as it went down the slope. Xiaojiao's mind went blank for a moment. Screech, the car made an emergency turn in front of her and crashed into the tree at a terrifying speed. Bang, the loud crash woke Xiaojiao up from her daze. The taxi that was coming towards Xiaojiao sped away. There weren't many cars on the road, and there was no one by the roadside. She looked around anxiously but couldn't find anyone to ask for help. She could only shout at the nearby shops, "Is anyone there? There's a car accident." After shouting, she hurriedly took out her phone and called 120. Then, she anxiously walked toward the car. Her nose twitched, and her pupils suddenly shrank. The smell of gasoline, the sun was hot, a car with a problem, and the smell of gasoline. In her previous life, she was in a car accident before she closed her eyes. The huge impact made her completely unconscious. The person in the car would also die. Xiaojiao gritted her teeth and approached. The front of the car was deformed, and all the glass was shattered. She opened the car door and saw a man in a suit lying on the steering wheel. The broken glass was everywhere. Blood gradually flowed down the steering wheel, and it looked particularly scary. The smell of gasoline in the air was also getting stronger. "Sir? Sir?" she shouted, but there was no response. Xiaojiao gritted her teeth and reached out to unbuckle the seatbelt and slowly pull him out. Sir. I'm sorry. Even if you're injured. I have to pull you out." She panted and used all her strength. He had just been in a car accident. His bones might be injured, and his head might be damaged. If he didn't move now, he could avoid further injuries. But in front of life, life was more important. This car could very well explode. Fortunately, the man seemed to have some consciousness. He slowly moved along with her movements. "Sir, don't be afraid. I'll save you." When she pulled him out of the car, she was already drenched in sweat. She put the man's hand on her shoulder and half supported and half carried him away from the car. His feet were moving with difficulty. Xiaojiao was delighted. "Sir, we walk further away. Hold on. I can't carry you." Xiaojiao panted heavily. She could feel the man's weight getting heavier and heavier, and it was getting harder and harder for her to move her feet. Boom! A loud sound came from behind, and the man collapsed. Ah! Xiaojiao couldn't support him and fell to the ground as well. The car caught fire. She lay paralyzed on the ground, panting in fear and relief. Her face was pale, her lips were trembling, and her heart was beating like thunder. This sound finally attracted the attention of the surrounding residents. Not long after, the fire engine and ambulance rushed over. Xiaojiao, who had just caught her breath, quietly left while everyone's attention was on the man. Damn, all the books were wasted. They were all burned beside the car. This was the first time Xiaojiao went out alone in this world, and she encountered such a dangerous situation. But at least she saved someone's life. She didn't risk her life in vain. "Jiao? What happened to you?" Li Sidong stared at Xiaojiao, who was drinking water, in horror. Her body was dirty and covered in sweat. The most important thing was that there were bloodstains. This really scared Li Sidong. Even Qing Mingzi frowned and looked at her. Xiaojiao waved her hand and continued to drink water. After a while, she seemed to come back to life. "There was a car accident." "What?" "It wasn't me who got into an accident. Someone else got into an accident. It was hot today, and his car smelled like gasoline. I helped him out, and then the car caught fire." Shuaishan said it casually. Only she knew how scared she was at that time. "Are you okay?" Li Sidong quickly pulled her over and looked around, touching here and there. Xiaojiao looked at Li Sidong's anxious face and felt a little emotional. She didn't know why Gu Xiaojiao felt that Li Sidong didn't love her at all. This woman's love for her was real, but she just didn't know how to express it. "I'm fine. I'm completely fine. Mom, don't worry. Li Sidong sighed in relief and said, don't do such dangerous things in the future. Okay. Xue Jiao quickly agreed. Qing Mingzi looked at her suspiciously. Was this girl someone who had the guts to save someone? Was she that kind? Xue Jiao didn't care what he thought. After drinking water, she went upstairs to take a shower and change clothes. As she took off her clothes, she touched her wrist and frowned. That's strange. Where's my watch? She looked around but couldn't find it. She didn't care and quickly took a shower. Then, she went downstairs to eat something and went back upstairs to read. School would start tomorrow and there were many things she had to prepare. Jihua. You're finally awake. You scared Mom and Dad to death. An elegant middle-aged woman sat by the bed and looked at the man on the bed with worry. Lin Jihua moved, and another man in a suit and leather shoes immediately came forward respectfully and helped him sit up. What do you mean? He only asked 3 words and his secretary, Chen Yan, seemed to understand everything. He immediately said, concussion. Left hand dislocated after moving a second time after impact. Multiple wounds. Lin Jihua nodded. His face was almost expressionless. Then, he looked at his father. Did you investigate clearly? No. I didn't have time to investigate. Father Lin was a little uncomfortable under the gaze of this young but domineering son. There's no need to investigate. They know that I went out secretly today and they can start with the car. The brakes are faulty and the airbag is broken. Regardless of whether I'm killed by a car or burned to death, it's equivalent to double insurance. Dad, can't you guess who it is? Father Lin's expression was ugly. Mother Lin stood up angrily. I'm going to find him to settle accounts. Lin Jihua didn't react. He didn't move at all. He only opened his mouth slightly. Chen Yan, second uncle isn't that smart. Who else could it be? He said it calmly, but his face was very heavy. This was his first time falling into the trap and he almost lost his life. Chen Yan glanced at the Lin couple and lowered his head slightly. His voice didn't fluctuate at all. Old Master is involved. The Lin couple's eyes widened. How is that possible? Lin Jihua seemed to have already known. His voice was still calm. My good grandfather and second uncle really can't wait. Mom, Dad, you don't have to worry about this. He tilted his head slightly and looked at Chen Yan. Old Master is sure that I'm going to die this time. He definitely hasn't cleaned up his tail yet. Send people to collect evidence and arrest second uncle. He'll be sentenced according to the law for attempted murder. Also, send people to watch over Old Master. Don't let anyone see him. Yes. Pay attention to the shareholders' movements. Don't alert them. Yes. Change the nanny and driver. Fire Assistant Wang for leaking business secrets. I don't want to see him in this industry anymore. Send all the company's documents to the hospital. Yes. He raised his hand. Chen Yan quickly supported him and put him down on the bed. Boss, I'll go out first. Okay. Chen Yan nodded to the Lin couple and walked out quickly. Mother Lin opened her mouth and finally said, Son, why don't you test tube a child? Let these people stay far away from you. The ward was silent for a moment. Lin Jihua took a deep breath and said, these people dared to cause trouble because Dad indulged them too much in the past. They left behind a mess. Whether or not I can have an heir is just an excuse. Mother Lin was a little embarrassed. She went forward and pulled the blanket over him. Then she said, okay then. Even if you can deal with them this time, Dad and Mom will get older and older. They also want to have grandchildren. You can have another one. A son. You brat, Dad and Mom are already so old. Father Lin also said, you brat, you have to, I want to rest. After Lin Jihua said this, Mother Lin quickly pulled Father Lin out. Rest well. If there's anything, call Mom. Mom and Dad will go back first to make soup for you. The two of them pulled each other out. As soon as the door closed, Father Lin said, why are you pulling me? Did I say anything wrong? No matter what method he uses, he has to hurry up and get me a grandson. Mother Lin pinched him hard and gritted her teeth. You old thing, if you have the ability, why don't you go and threaten our son? If you didn't cause such a ruckus back then, how could our son have become like this? That good brother and father of yours wouldn't have such thoughts. That's a ruckus? Father Lin was secretly hateful. Yes, the current boss of the Lin family, the handsome, young, and eligible bachelor, was incapacitated by his own father. After scolding, Mother Lin looked back at the ward with a worried expression and sighed. I don't even hope to have a daughter-in-law now. I only hope that our son can give birth to a child. Both boys and girls are fine, but he's not willing no matter what. It's really worrying me to death. The Lin couple left with worried expressions, but the person in the ward didn't rest. That handsome face was a little dazed. His fingers caressed a lady's wristwatch as he stared at it in a daze. Sir, I'm sorry. Even if you're injured. I have to pull you out, sir, it'll be fine. Sir, go further away. Hold on. I can't carry you. School started at number 7 high school. On this day, Xianxia and Li Sidong sent them to school. Xianxia drove, Li Sidong sat in the front passenger seat, and Mingze and Xiaojiao sat in the back. Mingze, you're in your 3rd year of high school. You have to work hard this year, do you hear me? Yes. The youth looked out the window and nodded absent-mindedly. Li Sidong couldn't help but say, Mingze is already working hard enough. Old Qing, don't keep lecturing him. How is that working hard? Don't think that you can play around just because you have a company. Don't be like those useless people who talk about going home to inherit the family business. The times are changing. Back then, many great companies couldn't keep up with the times and were still defeated. You have to learn more while you're young. Otherwise, the company will go bankrupt sooner or later. It's not as serious as you make it out to be. Li Sidong glared. Tsinghua continued his education philosophy. You have to believe me. Our province's Lin Group's current boss is a top student who graduated from Stanford. He's only been in charge of Lin Group for 3 years and he's already forced those old guys in the same industry to stomp their feet. This is the power of culture. Of course, I'm not saying that you can manage a company well if you study hard, but this is a kind of attitude. Study hard and pay attention to efficiency. It's suitable to be used anywhere in the future. He said leisurely, I don't expect Mingze to make my small company catch up to Lin Group. I'll be satisfied if it can expand a few times more than it is now. Li Sidong pursed her lips and smiled. Mingze is smart. He definitely will. Mingze turned his head away in embarrassment. He lost his mother when he was young. Li Sidong gave him a good feeling and he could accept it. It was just that the daughter she brought was annoying. However, Mingze looked at the quiet girl with her headphones on and suddenly felt that it would be great if this girl could always be so obedient. He just didn't know how long she could last. After Tsinghua lectured Mingze, he shifted his focus to Xiaojiao. He was much gentler to Xiaojiao. He almost always told her to study hard and ask the teacher or go home to ask her brother if she didn't understand. Xiaojiao agreed obediently. After the two of them went to school to register, Tsinghua put his arm around Li Sidong and watched with worry as Mingze and Xiaojiao left and walked to their classroom. Jiao. Will she not be able to hold on today? Li Sidong couldn't help but ask. Tsinghua was silent for a moment. He also felt that Gu Xiaojiao might not be able to hold on for much longer. He could only say, don't worry. Although Xiaojiao and Mingze walked side by side, there was at least a meter or two between them. Xiaojiao was in her 2nd year and the teaching building was in the middle. Mingze was in his 3rd year and was in the triangle closest to the cafeteria and dormitory. Therefore, when she reached the 2nd year of high school, Shuihan stopped. Brother, I'm leaving first. Bye. She smiled at Mingze, revealing 2 rows of snow-white teeth. Her eyes were curved into crescents and her hair was tied into a fluffy bun. 3 words flashed through his mind, porcelain doll. When Xiaojiao was far away, Mingze came back to his senses and walked back to his 3rd year with his backpack. She was in a good mood. Entering high school again was the beginning of chasing her dreams. Starting over again, she wanted to climb higher on this mountain road. This time, she must succeed. There were 2 experimental classes. One was in Class 1, and the other was in Class 2. The grades of the 2 classes were about the same. Xiaojiao was in Class 1 and Qingmingjiao was also in Class 1. There was another person in Class 2 who had a special relationship with Gu Xiaojiao. She was younger than her by a few months and was her half-sister from a different mother. She was also the female lead of this world, Gu Shiyun. Shaking her head, she didn't want Gu Xiaojiao's troubles to affect her mood at the beginning of school. Gu Xiaojiao, who was in a good mood, walked to the entrance of the experimental class. Before she entered, she bumped into someone. She covered her head and her foot was stepped on by the tall man in front of her. Before she could say anything, the man took the initiative and said, "Your foot touched mine." Xiaojiao was stunned. She raised her head and met the eyes of the boy in the jersey. Both of them were stunned. "It's you." Yi Tianyu. Xiaojiao was stunned for a few seconds. She had met this man and his father at the bookstore yesterday. They had bought a lot of books, although her books had been burned by the fire in the end. Yi Tianyu was obviously confused as well. After a while, he said, "What kind of fate is this? Are you also in the experimental class?" Xiaojiao nodded and walked around him. Yi Tianyu was stunned for a moment and curled his lips. This girl was really arrogant. No wonder she bought this and that at the bookstore yesterday. So she was a top student. He touched the ball in his hand. It was a little tasteless. The sun outside was very strong, and just looking at it made him feel irritated. He bounced the basketball twice and walked back to the classroom. The liberal arts and science classes had just been divided, and the experimental class was filled with the elites of each class. It was almost a new class, and many people did not know each other. Therefore, when Xiaojiao entered the door, although everyone peeked at this beautiful girl from time to time, no one associated her with Gu Xiaojiao. "Gu Xiaojiao!" Qingmingjiao shouted loudly. As soon as the name came out, several students in the class looked over in shock. They used to be in the same class as Gu Xiaojiao. She always played truant and asked for leave, so people from other classes didn't know her. However, she was still quite famous in her class. This delicate girl was the original delinquent girl? They were shocked. Xiaojiao didn't mind. She nodded and casually found a place to sit down. She didn't say anything. Other than whispering, no one else spoke to her. After Qingmingjiao pointed out her identity, she ignored her and only talked about Gu Xiaojiao with a few girls she just met. Xiaojiao was still wearing her earphones. She sat quietly in her seat and listened attentively to the listening training through the earphones. She sat there for a while before a female teacher in high heels walked in. Quiet. This female teacher, Yin Feng, had always been in charge of the experimental class. She was also a merit-oriented person. She had been in this nationally renowned high school for so many years and was used to seeing students who were given money to enter the experimental class. Her attitude was always cold and indifferent. Then, she would wait for the end of the semester to kick them out. She stood on the podium and scanned the students below. Her face was very cold. "Let me introduce myself. I'm Yin Feng. I'll be teaching your class from now on. I'll be teaching English." His sharp gaze swept over everyone. Everyone here is an elite of this grade. Everyone should know the situation of the experimental class. If you don't work hard, you can leave next semester. These words obviously scared the students. She was also very satisfied with the effect. After writing her name on the blackboard, she clapped her hands. "Alright, let's start arranging the seats." She took out a list and said, "This is the results list. The seats are arranged according to the results. First place, Xianxia Yuan." This person was tall. Yin Feng asked him to pick a seat in the middle of the 4th or 5th row. Xianxia Yuan obviously knew his height and chose the middle of the 5th row. Second place, Lu Jiaxue. Lu Jiaxue was of average height among girls, so Yin Feng let her choose her own seat in the first 4 rows. Until it was the 10th place, Qingmingjiao. When it was her turn, she looked at Xiaojiao who was standing at the back, as if to show off. Yi Tianyu slowly walked over and bumped into her. This sudden bump almost made Xiaojiao fall into the person next to her. It took her a lot of effort to regain her balance. "I'm sorry." She apologized to the person next to her and then looked at Yi Tianyu with a dark face. "What are you doing?" Yi Tianyu touched his nose. "I didn't use any strength at all." Xiaojiao couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him. Yi Tianyu continued to ask, "Hey, what's your rank?" Xiaojiao still ignored him. Yi Tianyu rolled his eyes and complained, "What's there to be proud of?" The seating arrangement was in full swing until there were only 4 seats left out of the 56 people. It was obvious that these 4 people had pulled strings to get in. There were not many students in 7th High who pulled strings because of the rule of being kicked out in one semester. Many students who did not do well would not pull strings. However, there were always parents who wanted their children to be successful. Now, there were only 2 seats near the trash can and 2 seats near the door left. This time, Yinfang did not let them choose their own seats. "Okay, Gu Xiaojiao, Yi Tianyu, sit over there. Qi Lei, Shi Junyang, sit over there." In the end, she saw that Xiaojiao was a girl, so she did not let her sit beside the trash can. Xiaojiao's face turned pale. She was not tall, so the tall person sitting in the last row almost blocked her view. In fact, in her previous life, she had always been the treasure in the teacher's heart. In this life, she had become an existence that the teacher did not want to see. Because of this, she was not in a good mood. She lowered her head slightly and did not notice her deskmate's shaking shoulders. "Okay, the seating arrangement is done for now. It might change at any time in the future. Next, let's choose the class committee." The class committee had nothing to do with Xiaojiao. She lowered her head in a bad mood. Yinfang was extremely efficient. Not only did she arrange the seats very quickly, but she also chose the class committee members very quickly. The class monitor was Shi Junyang, who had recommended himself. The class committee member was second place Lu Jiaxue. The literature and arts committee member was Qing Mingjiao, who had been recommended by someone else. The sports committee member was her deskmate, Yi Tianyu, who had been recommended by someone else. It was almost lunchtime after Yinfang had arranged everything. "Okay, everyone have a good rest at noon. At 2 in the afternoon, the class monitor and the sports committee member will bring some boys to move the books and distribute the books in our class." "Okay." Unlike Xiaojiao, who was in a bad mood, Yi Tianyu, who had been happy since the seats were arranged, responded loudly. As soon as Yinfang left, the classroom became lively. "Ha ha 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 ha." Almost as soon as she left, Yi Tianyu leaned on the table and laughed while pointing at Xiaojiao. Xiaojiao frowned. "Ha ha ha ha. So you're also a bad student." "Sigh, I thought you were some kind of top student. Did you self-study for the 2nd year of high school?" "Ha ha ha ha. Are you trying to make me laugh to death?" Boys in this age group were arrogant and confident. They didn't know how to restrain themselves. Xiaojiao glared at him and stood up. "Hello? Are you angry?" "No." She quickened her pace. Yi Tianyu's legs were long, so he wasn't left behind. He continued to catch up with her and looked down at her. "If you're not angry, why are you running?" Xiaojiao paused for a moment, steadied herself, and took a deep breath. "Yi Tianyu, because I'm going to eat." After that, she continued to walk quickly to the cafeteria. Yi Tianyu stopped in his tracks and pursed his lips. The voices of a few tall boys from the basketball court could be heard from afar. "Brother Yu. Do you play basketball?" "Coming." Others might not be able to recognize Gu Xiaojiao's clean face, but her sister, Gu Shiyun, recognized her at a glance. When Xiaojiao sat down at the table in front of them with the food, Gu Shiyun saw her. She didn't like the way Xiaojiao washed her face. Her delicate face reminded her of when she was young. She remembered that her mother only dared to pull her to secretly look at the family of 3. Her father hugged this little princess and smiled happily. She could only secretly look at them from behind. Fortunately, everything was hers now. Her father was hers. Miss Gu was hers. "Shiyun, what are you looking at?" the 2 girls next to her asked. Gu Shiyun smiled gently and shook her head. "Nothing." She put down her chopsticks, took out her phone, and sent a message. She looked at Gu Shuijiao's cold eyes and the corners of her mouth lifted slightly. She didn't want to see Gu Shuijiao. The first year of high school was great. This girl wore heavy makeup and didn't come to school often. The food in the cafeteria was much better than the food in Shuijiao's high school in her previous life. The Qing family wasn't short of money. In the morning, Tsinghua added 10,000 yuan to her meal card. He said that it was her living expenses for the semester. She couldn't eat it all no matter how much she ate. It was great to not have to worry about living expenses. Shuijiao smiled and picked up her chopsticks in satisfaction. After lunch, almost everyone returned to the classroom. Yi Tianyu brought a few boys to carry the books into the classroom. Yin Feng stood on the podium and directed everyone to distribute the books. Shuijiao's eyes were bright as she stared at the books. The second year of high school was the craziest year for learning. There were 6 science subjects and each subject had 2 reference books. The other classes only had 1 reference book. The experimental class was special. They had 2 reference books. All the books and notebooks were stacked together and piled up on the table. Shuijiao took the books and placed them neatly on the table. She wasn't in a hurry to put them in the drawer. Yi Tianyu, who was next to her, threw all the books into the drawer and made a dong sound. He put away his book and looked at his deskmate, who was sitting upright with his back straight. He saw his deskmate place the books neatly on the table and take out a stack of checkered covers of different sizes from the drawer. Then, in front of his stunned expression, he carefully and meticulously wrapped up the books. Yi Tianyu almost choked to death. Then, he burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha. Gu Shuijiao, are you an elementary school student? People still wrap up books these days? Ha ha ha, you're killing me. The person who interrupted Yi Tianyu's laughter wasn't Shuijiao, but Yin Feng. Quiet. Her sharp gaze swept across the two of them. She raised her voice. Yi Tianyu, Gu Shuijiao. Stand up. Shuijiao was stunned for a moment. She stood up blankly with the book in her hand. What are you talking about? Why are you so happy? Tell me about it. Shuijiao was completely stunned. She knew that she had been implicated. Because of her poor grades, she was seen as a thorn in the side of the teacher. She subconsciously thought that they were talking, which was why Yi Tianyu laughed. What? Can't say it? Yin Feng sneered. Everyone else is quiet. Only you two are laughing at the back. Can you not disturb others if you don't study? I don't care how well off your family is or how you got into this class. Since you're in, you have to follow the rules. I don't care if you don't study, but if you disturb others by laughing in class, then I can only ask you to leave. This is the first time, but I hope it's the last time. The other students too, do you hear me? Yes. More than 50 students said at the same time. Only then did Yin Feng say, all right, sit down. Shuijiao lowered her head and sat down sullenly. It was as if she could still feel the mocking gazes of others on her. This was an experience she had never experienced before, but it was humiliating and embarrassing. Shuijiao lowered her head and stiffly wrapped the book. Yi Tianyu looked at her a few times until Yin Feng went out to answer a call. Then he turned his head and said, hello? What's wrong? There was no response. The person next to him was still wrapping the book, as if she hadn't heard him. Hey! Yi Tianyu moved his head closer. Suddenly, he was stunned and asked foolishly, you're crying? Shuijiao still didn't raise her head. Only a transparent drop of water fell on the table with a plop. Yi Tianyu curled up like a quail and didn't make a sound. After wrapping all the books, Shuijiao calmed down. She wasn't a weak person. This time, she cried after being scolded by a teacher. It probably wasn't just because of the humiliation. More than that, it was because she was at a loss when facing a new world. No matter how calm she was, she had changed from one person to another. This person had a complicated family relationship and left her with a huge mess to clean up. These 2 drops of tears were more of an outlet for her to vent. Yin Feng walked in again and said with a straight face, the school has informed you that this afternoon and evening, you can go back to the dorm to clean up and tidy up your things. Those who don't attend school can go home. She paused for a moment. Class will officially start tomorrow morning. Everyone needs to hurry up. You'll be in your third year of high school next year. Don't think that the college entrance exam is far away. If you want to get good grades, you need to start working hard today. Lastly, especially those who don't attend school, pay attention to your safety. Do you hear me? Yes. After Yinfang finished speaking, she stomped away in her high heels. Xue Jiao looked at the black and white checkered covers in the drawer, exactly the same as in her previous life. They were neatly arranged in the drawer. She didn't even need to look at the names on the side to be familiar with which book was which. So what if she changed her body? She was still herself. She was still Xue Jiao. She was also Gu Xue Jiao. She could still sit in a high school classroom, work hard again, and achieve better grades than the last time. Gu Xue Jiao's eyes slowly lit up. She took out a math and physics book and put them in her bag. Then, she carried her bag and left the classroom. Yi Tianyu, who hadn't dared to make a sound, stared blankly at her back. He scratched his head and shifted his gaze to the drawer. It's quite nice. Just as she walked out of the school gate. Gu Xue Jiao. A familiar yet unfamiliar female voice called out. Xue Jiao took a deep breath. She knew that the mess Gu Xue Jiao left for her was here again. Even though she knew, she was still stunned when she looked up. There were 4 girls. They all looked similar to how Xue Jiao looked in the mirror when she first came here. They had heavy makeup on, wore super short shorts, and their tops were so short that their bellies were exposed. The corner of her mouth twitched. She stared blankly at the almost identical faces in front of her. Gu Xue Jiao. Why didn't you come and find us? Didn't we agree to go and play before school started? The girl in the lead, Li Wan, had a sharp gaze. She stared straight at her and her voice was very cold. I didn't have time. Xue Jiao touched the strap of her bag. Xue Jiao, who had read this book, clearly knew that these people in front of her were Gu Xue Jiao's best friends. They were girls from a vocational high school on another street. They were also the ones who tricked her into going to the wilderness. After she was raped, they recorded the video and blackmailed her. Hey! Gu Xue Jiao. Are you betraying us? One of the girls shouted. The people at the school gate looked over. Li Wan stepped forward. Gu Xue Jiao, we are best friends. Even if you don't want to talk to us, you should at least give us a reason, right? Are you such an ungrateful person? She approached Gu Xue Jiao and looked at her face. She couldn't hide the jealousy in her eyes. Xue Jiao was a little shorter than Li Wan. When she raised her head, her aura was no less imposing than hers. No, I'm not betraying you. I'm abandoning the darkness for the light. Li Wan froze for a moment, then said angrily, Gu Xue Jiao? Are you trying to go against us? Xue Jiao didn't say anything. She walked around them and walked forward. Li Wan reached out and wanted to grab her hair, but she was stopped in midair. Li Wan turned around and stammered, Qingmingzi. Xue Jiao knew that if she turned around and left, she would probably be bullied by these girls, but this was the best way she could think of. Of course, she had 100 ways to get away safely from these people, but Xue Jiao didn't want to wait. She wanted to use a way to get things done once and for all. A way to explain her past and future and completely distance herself from these people. Qingming's sudden appearance disrupted her plan. But Xue Jiao couldn't blame this person who came to stand up for her, so she moved slightly behind Qingmingzi and put the knife in her hand into her pocket. What are you doing? Qingmingzi shook off Li Wan's hand and asked coldly. Qingmingzi was the famous Prince Charming of 7th High School. He was good-looking, good at studying, and had a good family background. Li Wan and Qingmingzi were in the same school, and he was almost everyone's Prince Charming, including Li Wan. She stuttered, not knowing how to explain. Brother, Xue Jiao pulled on the corner of his shirt and said mischievously, they threatened me. Her eyes shrank, and she looked very afraid of these girls in front of her. Her hand that was pulling on the corner of his shirt was trembling, and she looked at him with teary eyes full of trust. Qingmingzi admitted that his heart softened at this moment. How did they threaten you? He didn't slap her hand away, and he even heard his own voice become unprecedentedly gentle. Xua Jiao bit her lip and said softly, I don't want to be friends with them, and I don't want to wear the same makeup and play truant with them. Qing Ming's eyes instantly became stormy. It turned out that this girl had learned how to draw herself strangely in the past from these people. It turned out that she had skipped school to hang out with these people. Now that she didn't want to run amok with them, these people threatened her? Beat her in public? What about before? Was Xua Jiao willing in the past? The more he thought about it, the angrier Qing Mingzi became. The darkness in his eyes was like a whirlpool. You go back with the driver first. I still have something to do. He patted Xua Jiao's hand and said. Xua Jiao nodded and walked slowly to the driver. This was the first time she had used this kind of scheme, but Xua Jiao did not regret it. These people had no enmity with Gu Xua Jiao, and they had led Gu Xua Jiao to the wrong path. She even had someone rape her and blackmail her multiple times by recording the video. Then, she released the video and it fell into Qing Mingjiao's hands, causing Xua Shan's reputation to be tarnished. In the end, her corpse was exposed in the wilderness. These people were his enemies. She didn't care how Qing Mingzi would treat them, nor did she want to know. But in the future, if they still harbored evil intentions, she would still think of a way to make them receive the punishment they deserved. Xua Jiao slowly got into the car and said to the driver, Uncle Xing, take me to buy some things. She was only free this afternoon. From tomorrow onwards, she would have to study at night every day, so she wouldn't have time to go shopping. Okay, what do you want to buy, miss? Books and a watch. They first went to Tsinghua bookstore and quickly bought all the materials they wanted. Then they got in the car and went to the mall to buy a watch. Gu Xua Jiao lost her original watch. This was very inconvenient for Xua Jiao, who often had to check the time. Also, she still had a few thousand yuan on her card, so she didn't need to buy anything else. She only had enough to buy a watch that was similar to her original one. Most importantly, she didn't want Qing Mingzi to spend money to buy it for her. Although this stepfather didn't interfere with her daily life, he never mistreated her in terms of supplies. Uncle Xing took her to the most prosperous shopping mall in the city. Xua Jiao wasn't familiar with this place, so after asking the security guard, she walked in the direction he pointed. It was a shop in a more remote location, but from the outside, she could tell that this shop was quite interesting. It wasn't the best, but it had a lot of personality. Xua Jiao originally didn't want to go in, but in the display window, she saw the exact same watch as Gu Xua Jiao's original one. The corner of her mouth lifted, and she walked in. At that moment, there were 3 people in the shop. They were dressed in suits and leather shoes, and from the back, they had the aura of elites. One of them looked very young, but he was trying hard to keep a straight face. The other looked to be in his 30s, and his face was even more serious than the other one. The last one was sitting with his back to her. Even though he was sitting, she could tell that he was very tall. His long legs were casually crossed, and he was dressed meticulously. Hearing someone come in, the person sitting turned around. Xua Jiao was instantly stunned. She suddenly thought of 8 words, peach blossoms are bright and dazzling. These 8 words shouldn't be used to describe men, but at that moment, these were the only words she could think of. This face was so good-looking that Xua Jiao had never seen it before. She thought that Qing Ming's face was already extremely handsome, but she didn't expect to meet someone who was even better looking. But the 2 of them were 2 completely different types. One was a handsome gentleman, and the other was a sullen Azura. He looked to be in his 20s, but his aura was shockingly strong. The other party's pupils shrank slightly, and Xua Jiao quickly came back to her senses. She coughed and asked a little embarrassedly, "May I ask who the boss is?" The man sitting down glanced at the man in his 30s, then raised his hand slightly and pointed at the younger one. "He's the boss." The man in his 30s didn't say anything and directly went into an invisible inner room. Only the 2 men were left outside. The boss was stunned for a moment, then he suddenly relaxed his face and smiled. "Yes, I'm the boss. May I ask what Miss needs?" Xua Jiao tried hard not to look at the man sitting down. She looked at the wristwatch in the display window and asked with a smile, "I want that wristwatch." There was a price tag on it, 5,888 yuan. Gu Xua Jiao had more than enough money in her card, plus the one she found in Gu Xua Jiao's room last night. She was now Gu Xua Jiao. Although she felt that it was a waste to spend more than 3,000 yuan on a wristwatch, it would really make the Qing family suspicious if she bought it for a few dozen yuan. She endured the heartache and decided to buy it. How could such a small wristwatch be so expensive? Okay. The boss was about to go up and take it when the man sitting down said, "I think this one suits you." Ah? Xue Jiao was stunned and looked in the direction he was pointing. It was placed on the counter in front of his seat, in the middle of the store. There were only 2 wristwatches in the cabinet, obviously men's and women's, and neither had a price tag. The man was pointing at the women's wristwatch. Xue Jiao unconsciously went forward. She had never seen such a beautiful wristwatch. The men's wristwatch was black with a faintly discernible gold rim. The women's wristwatch was silver white with a faintly discernible light pink edge. It was very light, but it was very beautiful. She liked it. She liked it very much. But obviously, although there was no price tag, the degree of delicacy and the expensive decoration that supported the wristwatch indicated that this wristwatch was definitely much more expensive than the one she bought. Her ordinary one cost more than 5,000 yuan. This one cost at least 10,000 yuan, she hurriedly shook her head. No, I'll buy that one. The man sitting down smiled faintly, reached out, opened the cabinet, and took out the women's wristwatch. I highly recommend you buy this one. This store is selling it at cost price. It's more cost-effective if you buy a good one. It was hard to imagine that such an imposing man would say the word cost-effective so casually, just like an ordinary person. His voice was very magnetic. Xue Jiao unconsciously listened attentively. She even reached out her hand when the man gestured for her to reach out. His face was magical, and his voice was even more so. When the cold touch touched her wrist, Xue Jiao only wanted to scream like a groundhog in her heart. Her ears were about to get pregnant, the other party's slender fingers accidentally touched her wrist, and both of them froze at the same time. His reaction was even greater than hers. His fingers even trembled slightly before he quickly retracted his hand. Something flashed past his face, and his eyes were filled with a thick, drowning darkness. Xue Jiao's eyes met his for a moment, and it was as if she was about to be sucked in by the thick, dark ink. She shivered, and her gaze quickly shifted to her wrist. The other party's voice was low and hoarse. Does it look good? Yes. Yes, it was really beautiful. This wristwatch was already extremely beautiful before she even wore it. Now that she was wearing it, it attracted all of her attention. On her fair, slender wrist, there was a small and exquisite silver-white wristwatch. It sparkled under the light, and there was a hint of pink youthfulness to it. It was extremely beautiful. Xue Jiao could not help but shift her gaze to the shop owner. How much is this? Ah? The shop owner was stunned for a moment as he shifted his gaze to her. However, he was looking at the man sitting down from the corner of his eyes. Xue Jiao really liked it. If she could resist the temptation earlier on, she would really be tempted to wear it on her wrist now. Thus, she pleaded slightly, "Boss, since you're selling it at cost price, sell it to me at a cheaper price." The shop owner's mouth twitched, and he asked tentatively, 10,000? Xue Jiao's eyebrows drooped down visibly. The man sitting down squinted his eyes. "Boss, your price is a little high." His voice was very soft, very pleasant to the ears, and very imposing. Then 1000, 1000, then the diamonds in the watch were rhinestones? Was the silver-white color painted? Wouldn't this wristwatch fade after a period of use? She was stunned for a moment. But of course, she was more willing to buy the 1,000 yuan one than the 5,000 yuan one. Xue Jiao took out her wallet hurriedly. While paying, she asked blankly, "Wristwatches, are there such profiteering industries?" Of course. Any industry that operates well will have profiteering. The man stood up with an imposing manner. Xue Jiao's height only reached his chest. She needed to raise her head to look at his face. This action made her a little depressed. She was not tall in her previous life. In this life, she changed her body, but she was still not tall. Fortunately, she was only 16 years old now. She could still grow taller. At this moment, Xue Jiao made up her mind to drink a glass of milk every morning from now on. Her expression was very rich. He could tell what she was thinking at a glance from her face. the man chuckled. Then, he bent down and was at the same level as her. He reached out his hand and said, "Hello, I'm Lin Jihua." Xue Jiao straightened her back subconsciously and looked at him in surprise. Lin Jihua, was really a peach blossom, a dazzling brilliance. The other party's hand was still raised. Xue Jiao's cheeks were slightly red. She slowly reached out her hand and said, "Xue Jiao, gu Xue Jiao." The two hands, one big and one small, shook in the air. Xue Jiao's cheeks were even redder. Lin Jihua's bottomless eyes flashed with a smile. She quickly withdrew her hand. Then, she tiptoed and said in a low voice, "Thank you, sir, for helping me bargain. I'll be leaving first." Then, she immediately turned and ran out. Her childish schoolbag swayed on her back. Lin Jihua rubbed his fingers. The smile in his eyes deepened. The boss, who was the new assistant, Tan Qi, shrank to the side. He looked as if he had seen a ghost. At this moment, a fatty rushed out and shouted, "Ah ah 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 ah. Why did you get someone to cover my mouth and detain me inside? And why did you sell my store's treasure for 1,000 yuan?" The fatty jumped up. His face was red and he was very angry. "I want to sue you. I want to call the police. The store's treasure. This is the most precious treasure of my store. 1,000 yuan. It's not even enough to touch. It's a famous master. How much? I'll buy it." Lin Jihua's expression was calm. "The lady's watch is 650,000 yuan. The fatty's voice lowered and then raised again. "But this is a couple's watch. Even if you bought the lady's watch, this man's watch." Tan Qi rolled his eyes. Only a small store like this would treat a watch that cost hundreds of thousands as its store's treasure. "I'll buy both." Lin Jihua's voice was still calm. "It'll affect, what? You'll buy both?" The fatty seemed to be choked by something. His eyes were wide open and his face was red. Yes, that's what I understood. I'll bought both?" "You bought both pairs of watches?" Lin Jihua ignored him. She took out the man's watch and put it on her hand. Then, she rubbed it. Lin Jihua put down his hand and looked at Chen Yan. "Did you fix it?" "Yes, he fixed it." Chen Yan respectfully handed him an old lady's wristwatch. Lin Jihua put it away and walked out quickly. "Chen Yan, pay up." After everyone left, Fatty sat there blankly with the check in his hand. His face was full of confusion. What was going on today? Did he just sell that pair of treasures in one go? He thought about how he was bored sitting in the shop when three men suddenly came in. They took out an old lady's wristwatch and asked him if he sold it here. Could he fix it? That lady's wristwatch was indeed from his shop, so he helped them fix it. At that time, he sighed. That man had such a strong aura, but he didn't expect him to be so thrifty. A broken lady's wristwatch actually needed to be fixed. There was something in the wristwatch that needed to be changed, so he went inside to get it. He didn't expect that after a while, the man in his 30s came in. Without saying anything, he covered his mouth and pressed him inside. He thought that he was being robbed, and then he heard voices. Then, he heard that his shop's treasures were sold for 1,000 yuan. At that moment, he was mad. When the man let go of him, he immediately ran out to question him. And then, they were all sold. Fatty thought hard but to no avail. He shook his head, raised the check, and kissed it. Forget it. Who cares what the rich people like? I'm making money anyway. Ha ha ha. The car drove steadily to the Lin family's house. The assistant peeked at Lin Jihua from the rearview mirror. Today's incident really scared him. He was very curious, but he didn't dare to ask, let alone speak. Lin Jihua obviously ignored him. When the car drove into the Lin family's house, he said, "Let's go back." Then he strode into the house. Tan Qi exhaled and patted his chest. The boss's aura was too scary. He turned his head and smiled flatteringly at Secretary Chen Yan. "That. Secretary Chen, you know, I don't know. Aren't you curious?" "I'm not curious." Tan Qi looked at his cold face, which was comparable to the boss's, and could only sigh. No wonder Secretary Chen was the only one who had persevered for so many years by the boss's side. and had become the most trusted person by the boss. This was a machine, his expression was rich. Qin finally looked at him and said, "Do you know why your former assistant left?" "Why? You talk too much." Tanqi, Qin turned around and got into the car. Tanqi shuddered and quickly followed. As soon as Lin Jihua entered the house, he knew that there were people inside. He frowned slightly. Sure enough, his parents walked out of the kitchen. Lin Jihua loosened his tie and asked coldly, "Why are you here?" "What? We can't come?" Father Lin's expression suddenly became ugly. Lin Jihua ignored him and poured himself a glass of water. Mother Lin pinched Father Lin and smiled. "That. Your hand hasn't recovered yet. Why are you going to work? Mom and Dad are worried about you." Lin Jihua sat down and raised his head slightly to glance at them. "The mess you left behind hasn't been cleaned up. How can I not go to work?" "You little brat, how can you say that?" Mother Lin pulled Father Lin and smiled awkwardly. Her gaze swept over his wrist. "You're wearing a wristwatch?" She couldn't be blamed for being so surprised, nor could she be blamed for noticing this detail. Lin Jihua was a strange person. Fine, if she wasn't his mother, she would use the word pervert to describe him. He didn't like wearing a wristwatch because ever since he was in junior high, he strictly followed the time and could accurately estimate the time without a wristwatch. He would only wear a wristwatch if he attended an event and needed to match his clothes. Thus, Mother Lin had never seen Lin Jihua wear a wristwatch. This was really a big deal. Lin Jihua only nodded and didn't explain anything. Alright, his matter-of-fact attitude left the Lin family's parents speechless. "What exactly are you here for today?" Mother Lin smiled and pulled Father Lin to sit beside him. "I heard that you changed your assistant." "Huh? It's a very young and handsome man?" Mother Lin's voice tightened. "Lin Jihua, so?" Mother Lin almost couldn't keep the smile on her face. In the end, she only stuttered, "You." "As long as you're happy." Father Lin waved her hand away and stood up, glaring at Lin Jihua. His eyes were filled with anger and his expression was very serious. His aura was very frightening, as if he was about to start scolding. Lin Jihua also stood up. Father Lin instantly took 2 steps back, his aura completely gone. "I don't like men." After saying that, he threw down his tie and walked into the bathroom. Father Lin's and Mother Lin's expressions suddenly relaxed. Father Lin directly smiled. Thank goodness, thank goodness. I told you not to listen to rumors." Mother Lin glared at him. "You're blaming me now? Weren't you just as anxious when you first found out?" She suddenly sighed and frowned. "Our son doesn't interact with women now, and he doesn't like men. Sigh, is he really going to be alone for the rest of his life? That's why you let him test tube a child." Mother Lin rolled her eyes. "Do you want him to be willing? If you didn't blow up our son's impotence back then, how could he have been mocked by others? In the end, he went abroad to study and then stopped interacting with women." Father Lin also lowered his head slightly with some guilt. This matter was his fault. "Let's go. Our son doesn't like other people in the house." "Is it his father or someone else?" The couple muttered as they left. In the bathroom, Lin Jihua stroked his chin with both hands and flipped his hair. He blinked and stared blankly in one direction. He really didn't like women, nor did he like men. All these years, he also thought the same. So much so that he bluntly told his father, who wanted to matchmake him, that he didn't like women. But obviously, the recent events had broken his understanding, and this made him a little flustered. "Sir, don't be afraid, I'll save you." "Sir, we, go further away." "Hold on. I can't carry you." "Shuajiao, gu Shuajiao." "Sir." "Shuajiao, don't be afraid, sir, sir," this voice kept echoing in his mind. Lin Jihua didn't like to owe people. Was it because she saved his life that he kept thinking about her voice and her face? Why are you back at this time?" Li Sidong was holding a fruit plate. When he saw her, his face subconsciously became serious. Her expression was a little fierce, but it was also a little enlightened. "Well, she thinks I'm playing hooky again." Xiaojiao was helpless and speechless. She changed her shoes and said, "I'll clean the dormitory this afternoon and evening. The day students can go home, and my brother will be back later." "Oh." Li Sidong responded blankly. "So, she wasn't playing hooky?" "Mom, I'm going up to read first." "Ah?" Li Sidong was still doubting his ears when Xiaojiao carried a bunch of things she bought upstairs. Yesterday, she simply tidied up her room and threw away all the messy clothes and makeup. Now, the room was a lot cleaner. She put the books she bought into the empty bookcase one by one. Almost all of them were tutorials, and there were 2 sets of general subjects. Then, she tore up all the posters on the wall. After the wall was restored to its original white color, she hung up the small blackboard she bought. It was right across from her bed. She could see it every day when she opened her eyes. Then, she took out a piece of chalk and wrote on it. 646 days until the college entrance exam. She put the chalk in the slot under the small blackboard, clapped her hands, and opened the curtains. The Qing family treated Gu Xiaojiao well. The room was well structured. Li Sitong's desk was placed next to the window, and the setting sun shone on it. Xiaojiao took out the mathematics and biology books she brought home. In her previous life, she was most lacking in biology and English. In this life, she focused on breaking through in these 2 subjects. Mathematics was her favorite subject. Back then, her greatest strength was her mathematical calculation ability. She could do calculations verbally, and she could even do many extremely difficult calculations. She had a good grasp of mathematics and physics, but her biology and English were a bit of a hindrance. She always knew she wasn't a genius, but it didn't matter. She could rely on hard work to reach her dreams. Xiaojiao opened the book. Qing Mingze and Tsinghua downstairs had also returned. "You're back?" Li Sidong smiled and took Tsinghua's bag. He smiled at Qing Mingze. "Where's Jiao Jiao?" Mingze said she came back first. "She's upstairs." She went upstairs as soon as she came back. Then, she lowered her voice and said with confusion, "I saw that she bought a lot of books back." Tsinghua smiled. "It seems that being angry with Mingjiao is quite influential." Qing Mingze suddenly frowned. "Dad, Auntie Li, I found out something today. I think it's necessary to tell you." "What?" Qing Mingze told them what he saw today. Li Sidong stood up angrily. "Jiao Jiao was very obedient when she was young. I thought she became like this because she couldn't adapt to the new environment. It turns out that there's a human influence." Qing Mingze nodded. "I asked about it today. Gu Xiaojiao became friends with them the year she came to the Qing family." Li Sidong gasped and trembled. Tsinghua kept patting her. "It's okay. Jiao Jiao wants to change now. It's not too late. Those people, I've threatened them today. They're almost all underage. I'm afraid that they'll hurt Gu Xiaojiao if I push them too hard." Tsinghua nodded and looked at him. "You should be more careful in the future. Bring your sister home every night. If they contact your sister again, tell me immediately." "Okay." He still didn't like Gu Xiaojiao, but for Li Sitong's sake, he wouldn't sit back and do nothing. Tsinghua sighed. "Fortunately, Jiao Jiao is angry with Mingjiao. I hope she can hold on longer this time. This way, she can slowly change her character. Sidong, if she does well, you should praise her. Your attitude is very important to her." "Okay. Mingze, don't pull a long face in front of your sister anymore." "Okay." Tsinghua stood up. "Let's eat. Sidong, go call Jiao Jiao." Li Sidong stood up and walked upstairs. When she opened the door to Shuashan's room, she was stunned for a moment. The sky outside was already a little dark. The young girl was sitting by the window with her hair tied up in a bun. She was holding a pen properly, reading and writing at the same time. The other unnecessary things in the room were gone. The messy posters on the wall were also gone. There was only a small blackboard with words written on it. Li Sidong blinked. She felt that the way she opened the door was not right, so she closed the door and opened it again. However, it was still the same scene. The girl turned around and tilted her head in confusion. "What's wrong?" "It's time to eat." she stuttered. Okay. Xue Jiao cleaned up the table, turned off the lights, and followed her downstairs. When the two of them reached the bottom of the stairs, Li Sidong seemed to have thought of something and said stiffly, Jiao Jiao. You did very well. Mom. Mom believes that you can persevere. She said that she believed her, but her eyes were filled with impossible. She definitely wouldn't be able to persevere for more than a few days. Xue Jiao's mouth twitched. Even though she could tell that the other party didn't believe her, she still pretended not to see it. She even had to put on a proud expression like Gu Xuejiao, who was touched and greatly encouraged. Her fighting spirit was reignited, and she said, that's for sure. I'm going to defeat Qingming Jiao. At night, Li Sidong lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. Sidong. Go to sleep, stop tossing and turning. She suddenly sat up and looked at Xianxia. Old Qing, I think you're right. I have to encourage her at all times and show that I believe in her so that she can persevere. She firmly believed that Xue Jiao's big change this time was because she was angry with Qingming Jiao, although she might not be able to persevere for a few days. But as long as she praised her at all times and showed her trust in her to encourage her, she could prolong Xue Jiao's perseverance. That's right. That's it, that must be it. Yi Tianyu's basketball was confiscated by his father. Since classes officially started on the 1st of September, the morning self-study session started at 7 a.m. Even though his family had moved to a nearby campus, his waking time was still 6:30 a.m. His eyes were bloodshot, and there was a patch of greenish-black under his eyes. Playing games until the wee hours of the morning, he had to get up before he even slept. He only stepped into the classroom when the bell rang. Damn, how long has this teacher been standing here? He looked up at Yin Fong, who was blocking the entrance, and revealed a speechless expression. The boy sitting in front of him turned around. She's been standing there since 6:50 a.m. Yi Tianyu's mouth opened slightly as he whispered, what kind of pervert is this? His gaze shifted to the girl beside him. Her face was filled with fighting spirit. Her back was ramrod straight, and her eyes were fixed on the English book on the table. The words on the page were densely written, and upon closer inspection, they were all related phrases. His gaze moved up the English book, and there was a class schedule in the upper right corner. Yi Tianyu knocked her arm with a wooden face. Xue Jiao frowned and looked over. Hey, bookworm, you remind me of a song. The sun shines in the sky, the flowers smile at me, the little bird says, good morning, why are you carrying a small backpack? Yi Tianyu pointed at the class schedule. You really look like a primary school student. This time, without the pressure of daily life, Xue Jiao strictly followed the 3 steps of preparation, study, and review. Because she had already memorized the knowledge beforehand, it wasn't hard for her to learn. She spent more time on the depth of the knowledge. 7th High was famous, and the quality of the teaching was also true to its name. Taking Fong for example. Even though everyone in class called her teacher, her accent was very good. However, her accent was very standard, and the lessons were interesting, so she was still as serious as the first time. Even though she had already experienced it once, Xue Jiao still felt that she was still terrible. This made Xue Jiao feel a sense of urgency. Fortunately, she was only in her 2nd year of high school, so she could still work hard. Cousin. Qingming Jiao walked over with a smile and sat down in front of Xue Jiao. Xue Jiao closed her eyes slightly and frowned in annoyance. The girl in front of him was smiling like a flower. Her hair was braided into a beautiful braid, and upon closer inspection, there was even some lip gloss on her face. Her eyebrows were also in an exquisite shape. She looked very cute and was a little beauty, but the evil intention in her eyes made Xue Jiao have no good impression of her. Cousin, if there's anything you don't understand, just ask me. Uncle told me to take care of you. Here he was again. He had said this several times already. No need. Cousin, are you still angry? Qingming Jiao instantly put on a pitiful face, looking at her. Xue Jiao didn't feel sorry for her, but someone else did. Ming Jiao, is she your cousin? That's right. Cousin's mother married my uncle a few years ago, so she's now part of my Qing family. You're not allowed to bully her. If you bully her, you're bullying me. Qing Mingjiao explained, then covered his mouth as if he had said something wrong and looked at her apologetically. Xue Jiao took a deep breath. Ah, isn't that? Someone stopped mid-sentence. Are you done? Xue Jiao's face turned cold. Why are you so fierce? Ming Jiao is speaking nicely to you, but you're treating her like this. That's right. Isn't she just relying on her good looks? What's so high and mighty about it? Qing Mingjiao's friends quickly spoke up for Qing Mingjiao. The smile on Qing Mingjiao's face froze, and she quickly stammered, "Cousin, when my dad left today, he told us to get along well with each other. You don't have to be angry with me for so long over such a small matter. Look, didn't Grandpa send you to the experimental class too?" Her words didn't sound wrong, but when put together, it sounded like Xue Jiao was angry because she wanted to be in the experimental class. Damn, even if she's in, won't she still be kicked out after a semester? Why? A bystander rolled his eyes. The pride of the elite class always felt that people with such bad grades would be a serious hindrance if they entered the experimental class. As for students who were serious hindrances, no one liked them, from the teachers to the students. So when they heard this, some people were angry. If it was the Gu Xue Jiao of the past, she might have exploded and run out in anger, swearing never to come to the experimental class again. Qing Mingjiao probably calculated this. They all felt that her temper was still the same as before. But Xue Jiao wouldn't. With her ability, she didn't feel guilty at all. Are you done? If you're done, can you leave? I'm going to study. Xue Jiao looked at Qing Mingjiao. The other party was stunned for a moment, and anger flashed in her eyes. Cousin. Let me tutor you. Otherwise, if you're kicked out at the end of this semester. Even if someone is kicked out, it won't be me. She looked into Qing Mingjiao's eyes. Hey, Gu Xue Jiao, what are you pretending for? Others might not know, but do you think I don't know? You want to stay in the experimental class with a score of 9 in the math exam? This was Yu Fangfang, who was in the same class as Xue Jiao in the first year of high school. When school had just started, she had become friends with Qing Mingjiao, although Xue Jiao didn't know how Gu Xue Jiao had offended her. 9? It's more than that, ha 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 ha. Someone laughed. Xue Jiao was very calm. I used to do badly, but that doesn't mean I'll do badly in the future. On the contrary, I think that as long as I work hard, I'll at least do better than those who come out to sow discord. Who are you calling a sow discord? Qing Mingjiao couldn't pretend anymore. Who should be talking about? Gu Xue Jiao, you actually think you can beat Mingjiao? Are you kidding me? Yu Fangfang sneered. Let's wait and see. Xue Jiao looked up slightly. Her face was very beautiful. Today, she only had a ponytail and wore her school uniform. With such a simple outfit, she could attract almost everyone's attention. Qing Mingjiao looked at her face and was going crazy with jealousy, but desperately suppressed it. Then cousin, work hard. I'll wait for you to surpass me. If cousin can't surpass me, I'll punish you. She said it with a smile. It looked like she was joking, but her eyes were rolling and calculating. Okay, if I surpass you, cousin, will you also be punished? Of course. Qing Mingjiao didn't believe that he would lose at all. Okay, let's compare the final results. Qing Mingjiao stood up and his eyes were bright. The loser has to agree to one request of the other party. Xue Jiao also stood up and calmly replied, okay. Then, within a day, not only Class 1, but even Class 2 knew that Gu Xue Jiao, who had a record of 9 points in math, had challenged Qing Mingjiao, who was in the top 20 of the grade. The two of them had a bet. Class 2. Shiryun, don't you think it's funny? Gu Xue Jiao actually dared to challenge Qing Mingjiao? Gu Shiryun slowly ate her food while listening to the person opposite her. That's right. Although Qing Mingjiao can't compare to Shiryun, he still entered the experimental class with his own strength. With Gu Xue Jiao's results. TSK. I don't like Qing Mingjiao. She's better than Shiryun in every aspect. However, she always wants to compete with Shiryun. Shiryun is in the top 3 of the grade. She's only in the top 20. I don't like her either. However, I dislike Gu Xue Jiao even more. She doesn't look like a good student. Do you still remember her? She's like a ghost. Ha ha ha, Gu Shiyun put down her chopsticks and said softly, let's not gossip about others. What about them has nothing to do with us. Let's go back to the classroom and do our homework. Her voice was very gentle and she was very good-looking. She had a halo around her. Sure enough, as soon as she said this, the boys who were sitting very close to her liked her even more. Even the girls who were close to her said, Shiyun, you're too kind-hearted. Forget it. We'll listen to you. Let's go. Gu Shiyun smiled gently as if she hadn't heard anything at noon. When they entered the bathroom and closed the door, their faces completely darkened. Was Qingmingjiao a fool? Since she didn't like Gu Shuijiao, couldn't she use a better strategy? A bet? Wasn't she encouraging Gu Shuijiao to study hard? Even if Gu Shiyun didn't believe that Gu Shuijiao could learn anything, she didn't want her to change for the better. Gu Shuijiao should be getting worse and worse. She shouldn't shine at all. Everyone should be ashamed to talk about her. She exhaled and took out her spare phone. Then, she made a call. Hello, Dad. I miss you. Tomorrow is Friday. Can you come and pick me up? Hey, are you an idiot? Yi Tianyu bumped into the girl who was studying hard next to him. What? Shuijiao frowned. She looked confused. The bet. Why are you involved in this kind of thing? Do you know what people are saying about you? I know. You don't have to worry about it. Shuijiao finished speaking and turned to continue studying. Yi Tianyu widened his eyes and continued to bump into her. No, can you compare to Qingmingjiao? Also, don't you care what people say about you? They're so mean. Shuijiao closed her eyes and exhaled. She turned around and glared at him. If a dog bites you, will you bite it back? What? Yi Tianyu was stunned. He looked at her in a daze. Shuijiao smiled. Just like how you bump into me for no reason. Have you seen me bump into it back? There was a moment of silence. Then, there was a roar of anger. Gu Shuijiao. How dare you call me a dog? You said it yourself. The second year of high school wasn't the worst period. Although 7 high school was busy, they strictly followed the national standards for the holidays. Every Friday afternoon, after the 3 classes, the students who didn't attend school could go home with a bag full of homework that could fill the entire holiday. Shuijiao packed her things slowly. She usually packed very quickly on Fridays, but today was especially slow. Because of Gu Jingshu's call last night, the driver wouldn't pick her up today. He would wait for Qingmingzi, who would pick her up at night. Yes, last night, Gu Jingshu called Li Sidong and said that he would pick her up for dinner today. Li Sidong thought that she still missed Gu Jingshu like before and longed for a father's love, so he reluctantly agreed. Hey, bookworm, can you lend me your homework this weekend? Yi Tianyu blinked his eyes and asked. Shuishan carried her backpack, turned her head, and blinked her eyes as well. In your dreams. She finished speaking and left. Yi Tianyu was stunned and touched his chest. If you don't want to lend it, then don't lend it. Why are you blinking? You're making my heart beat so fast. Shuijiao put on her headphones and walked very slowly to the school gate. Other than the third-year students who were still in class, the first and second-year students basically ran out of school. Those who stayed in school also went back to the dormitory. When she reached the school gate, she saw the familiar Audi A8L. Jiao Jiao. An intellectual woman in the middle waved at her with a happy smile. Shuijiao didn't understand. Why did Gu Shuijiao feel that she could feel motherly love from this woman? Was it because she wasn't strict and indulgent, but her indulgence was based on the fact that you weren't her daughter? Her indulgence was harmful. Otherwise, why would she be so strict with her own daughter, even if she didn't know what would happen in the future? Shuijiao couldn't like the 2 people in front of her. One was a man whose wife cheated on him while pregnant. After his father-in-law died, his wife lost her backing and divorced. The other was a mistress who had been a mistress for 10 years and spoiled his wife. She didn't show anything on her face. She slowly approached the 2 people and then noticed Gu Shiyun sitting in the car with a gentle smile. She was the female lead of this book. Gu Shiyun did have the qualifications to be the female lead. why didn't you greet me? Your Aunt Wanjun brought you a gift. Gu Jingxiu smiled and reached out to touch her hair. However, Xue Jiao dodged and the smile on his face immediately stiffened. Oh? What gift? Xue Jiao raised her eyebrows with a faint smile. Wu Wanjun quickly took out 2 boxes from her bag. Xue Jiao opened the first one. It was a jeweled necklace. It was extremely exaggerated. If she went out with this, tsk. She closed the box and opened the second one. When she saw what was inside, Xue Jiao was so angry that she laughed. It was a mobile phone, the latest version, rose gold in color, with a large screen and a novel design. She didn't need to open it to know that it must have downloaded many social media apps, shopping apps, and games. After all, Gu Xiujiao used to receive such gifts every year. Xiujiao raised her head and looked at the couple in front of her. What's wrong? Gu Jingxi was stunned. Are you too happy to see Auntie Wanjuan's gift? You used to like Auntie Wanjuan's gifts the most. Xiujiao still looked at them and smiled. Dad, do you think I'm happy? Didn't you like Auntie Wanjuan's gifts the most? Xue Jiao closed the lid of the box and said with a smile, Dad, Uncle Qing bought me a phone. I don't lack these things. Gu Jingxiu's eyes widened. Uncle Qing? You have Dad. What do you need? Dad will buy it for you. Xue Jiao blinked. I didn't know anything before. Recently, I made a bet with Qing Mingjiao. I must beat her in school. School? Gu Jingxiu was stunned again and looked at the girl in front of him suspiciously. With Gu Shiyun as a comparison, even if he didn't care about this child's studies, he knew that this girl in front of him had always been at the bottom of the list. Yes, I must beat her. I can't be looked down upon by her. Dad, will you really give me any gift I want? Of course. I didn't know anything before. I only wanted things that had nothing to do with school. Now I have to work hard, so. She returned the 2 boxes to Wu Wanjun and then looked at Gu Shiyun. I want the same gift as Gu Shiyun. The house next to our school. What? Impossible. Wu Wanjun's eyes widened and suddenly raised her voice. 7 High School was a well-known high school. The housing prices in the neighborhood next to 7 High School were comparable to the city center. Gu Jingxiu and Wu Wanjun couldn't afford to buy a house like Gu Shiyun's. Jiao Jiao, what do you want a house for? Gu Jingxiu's face darkened slightly. The same as Gu Shiyun's. It's for lunch. Wu Wanjun couldn't help but say, Jiao Jiao, you don't need to buy a house to rest at noon, but didn't Gu Shiyun buy a set just to have a better rest at noon? Didn't Dad say that he would buy me anything I wanted? Xue Jiao lowered her head slightly, looking a little sad. Wu Wanjun's heart choked up. She wanted to say, what kind of results do you have? Other people are resting well for the college entrance examination. What about you? In the end, these words were stuck in his throat. It's not easy to buy a house in that community. If you want to live there, you can go to Shiyun's place to rest at noon. Gu Jingxiu could only say this. He didn't have the money to casually give away a house. No. This time, the one who retorted was the gentle girl in the car. Her face turned ugly for a moment, but she immediately restrained herself. She looked as gentle as ever. Sister, you might not be used to living with me. I don't rest at noon sometimes. I'll memorize books. Sister, you might as well rest in the classroom instead of staying with me. She was crazy to let Gu Xiujiao live with her? Yes, and staying there at noon is for a good rest. It's for the college entrance examination in the future. Sometimes, Shiyun will bring her friends back to play, which may affect Jiao Jiao. Wu Wanjun also said with a smile. She looked at Gu Jingxiu. She said that Gu Xiujiao would affect Gu Shiyun, but in fact, sure enough, Gu Jingxiu almost immediately thought of Gu Xiujiao's group of delinquent friends. Shiyun's grades were so good. If she was affected, that's true. It's better for the 2 children not to live together. Xue Jiao suddenly looked up. Then, Dad, are you going to buy me a set? This? Gu Jingxiu's face turned ugly again. After a few seconds, he immediately put on a straight face. Jiao Jiao, why are you so disobedient? You said that you would buy me whatever I wanted, didn't you? Dad, you're not good to me at all. You only buy me things that affect my studies. You're much better to Gu Shiryun than you are to me. I just want the same treatment as Gu Shiryun, but you don't want it. Dad, don't come to me in the future. Xue Jiao said bitterly and immediately turned to run away. Jiao Jiao, Gu Jingxiu was about to chase after her when Wu Wanjun stopped him. Jingxiu, Jiao Jiao is angry now. If you don't satisfy her, you'll only quarrel with her. Gu Jingxiu stopped and pondered for a while. Suddenly, he said, Jiao Jiao said that we will only buy her things that affect her studies. There was a trace of suspicion in his eyes. Wu Wanjun's heart thumped. She immediately took his hand and said with a bitter face, it's not easy to be a stepmother, especially now that Jiao Jiao has followed her biological mother to her stepfather's house. I don't dare to control her at all. I can only give her gifts that she likes. Seeing Gu Jingxiu's gaze soften, Wu Wanjun continued, why don't I go and see if there are any houses in the neighborhood for sale or rent? No, she's just taking a nap at noon. She doesn't need to buy a house. Wu Wanjun's eyes lit up. Gu Jingxiu looked in the direction Gu Shiujiao left and suddenly said, give Jiao Jiao the key to Shiryun's house. She'll only go over at noon. Shiryun, you can close the door. She won't affect you. Anger flashed through Gu Shiryun's eyes. In the end, she smiled and said, okay, Jiao Jiao's grades aren't good. She also made a bet with Qingming Jiao. I can tutor her at noon. Gu Jingxiu smiled and patted Gu Shiryun's head. You're really my good daughter. If she affects you, tell me. Okay. This meeting ended with Wu Wanjun and Gu Shiryun's faces darkening. Live with Gu Shiujiao? What if her identity was exposed? Gu Shiryun regretted calling Gu Jingxiu. She really went for wool and came home shorn. Shiujiao didn't want to live with Gu Shiryun. She just didn't want to see these annoying people again. It also gave her an excuse to refuse to see them in the future. She was in a good mood now that she didn't have to eat with these three unpleasant people. She didn't want to go back to that familiar yet strange home. Her footsteps were light as she walked on the street with headphones. Huh? Shiujiao's eyes widened as she looked at the claw machine inside. There was a row of claw machines. The second machine on the right was filled with cute panda dolls. One of them was holding a bamboo and was facing Shiujiao. After hesitating for a few seconds, Shiujiao ran in and exchanged 10 coins. Anyone who had played with a claw machine before knew that it wasn't easy to catch a claw machine in a shopping mall, especially in the evening. Shiujiao didn't catch it the first time, so she tried again. Shiujiao's excited face instantly drooped as she watched the panda's head fall. The clamp inside is very loose. You didn't aim properly. You definitely didn't catch it. A voice came from the side. Shiujiao looked up and froze. No one could forget this face after seeing it. Not only did she remember this face, but she also remembered this person's name. Lin Jihua, Peach Blossom, Dazzling Brilliance. It's you, hello, we meet again? Lin Jihua opened his mouth slightly. He was wearing a custom-made suit and looked very serious. He also didn't fit in with the environment here. Shiujiao realized that this man had very little expression. Even when he was talking to her, his face was serious and he didn't move at all. Hello, Lin Jihua moved his feet and leaned down slightly. Continue. Oh. Shiujiao was a little confused as she threw in a few coins. She took a deep breath, aimed, and pressed. Failure. She glanced at the man beside her from the corner of her eye and threw in another 2 tokens. One more time. I'll aim a little more this time. She moved, aimed, and pressed. Failure. Shiujiao's ears turned slightly red. She gritted her teeth at the panda that was still looking at her. You were 3 centimeters to the right just now. Lin Jihua still looked serious and frowned slightly as he looked inside. 3 centimeters, Shiujiao was surprised. How accurate could his eyes be? Looking at his calm face, Shiujiao said tentatively, Sir, why don't you try? He was silent for 3 seconds. Okay. Shiujiao threw in 2 coins and immediately moved to the side, looking at Lin Jihua eagerly. Lin Jihua raised his hand and unbuttoned his cuffs. A handsome man in a suit stood in front of the pink claw machine. People coming and going couldn't help but look at them. Lin Jihua acted as if there was no one around. He reached out and held the handle. His two slender hands were probably the best-looking hands Xiaojiao had ever seen. She watched as the man moved the handle quickly and stopped at a position almost firmly, right above the panda's head. Then he pressed. The claws went straight to the panda. It was indeed right above it. He immediately grabbed the panda. The loose claws moved the panda upwards and slowly separated from the panda. Lin Jihua's fingers that were buttoning his cufflinks froze for a moment, and his expression was a little stunned. Ha 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 ha, Xiaojiao laughed out loud. Lin Jihua's stiff face became even stiffer. He didn't dare to look over. After a while, he said in a hoarse voice, again. Xiaojiao wiped the tears from her laughter. Forget it. I can see that this machine can't be grasped at all. No matter what, it can't be grasped at all. Lin Jihua was silent. Xiaojiao looked at her watch. I should go back, sir. See you later. She turned around and walked 2 steps, then suddenly stopped. Can I add you as a friend? Yes, sure. The other party didn't hesitate at all. He immediately answered and took out his phone. His slender finger slid on the phone, and a QR code appeared. Xiaojiao scanned it, smiled, and waved her hand to leave. As soon as she sent out the friend request, the other party immediately accepted it. The speed was so fast that it was surprising. Xiaojiao smiled and put away her phone. It seemed that because of this person, her mood became better. Thinking of the books in her bag, Xiaojiao quickened her steps. Almost as soon as she walked out of the mall, Chen Yan and Tan Qi quickly walked to Lin Jihua, who was watching her back. Boss. Xiaojiao's back was already out of sight. Lin Jihua turned around and looked at the pink claw machine. Who's in charge of this mall? The branch manager, Wang Chuanguang. Ask him to come to the headquarters on Monday to explain. What kind of sales concept is completely not satisfying the consumer's desires? Yes? Chen Yan was stunned for a moment, then immediately replied, yes. Lin Jihua turned around and took a step forward. Move it back. Yes. Lin Jihua left quickly. Assistant Tan Qi pulled Chen Yan. Secretary Chen, did the boss say to move the claw machine? Where to? Yes. At home. After saying that, he quickly followed the boss. Tan Qi's mouth was wide open. He was stunned. As soon as Xiaojiao entered the door, she saw Li Sidong sitting on the sofa with a sullen face, as if a heavy rain was about to come. There was a low pressure and a touch of sadness around her. When she walked in the door, Li Sidong suddenly turned around, obviously surprised. You're back so early? In the past, every time she went to the Gu family, she would stay for a few days before she was urged to come back. Xiaojiao understood why she was sad. No mother would like her daughter to be close to the 2 people who had deeply hurt her. However, Gu Xiaojiao was like this in the past. Every time she came back from the Gu family, she would quarrel with Li Sidong for a while. So Xiaojiao nodded, put down her school bag, walked to Li Sidong, squatted down, and looked into her eyes. Mom, I don't like Dad. She said it very seriously, looking straight at the woman on the sofa. Li Sidong was stunned, and then slowly opened her mouth. Why? Her voice was very hoarse and soft. Because they let you down, and they are not people who are sincerely good to me. A face somewhat similar to Li Sitong's was especially sincere at this moment. Her big eyes were looking straight at her, with warmth and apology. Li Sidong sat there in a daze, as if she had been petrified, motionless. Woo, she hugged Xiaojiao, pressed her head in her arms, and wailed. What's wrong? What's wrong? Xianxia rushed out of the room in a panic, and Mingzi came downstairs in a moment. Sidong, what's wrong with you? Xianxia looked at Li Sidong, who was crying loudly, worriedly, and anxiously. Mingzi narrowed his eyes. Gu Xiaojiao, did you make your mother angry again? Xiaojiao, she patted Li Sitong's back. Mom, don't cry. Jiao, you're sensible, Mom's daughter. Li Sidong continued to cry. Xianxia, Mingzi, could it be that Gu Xiaojiao had caused trouble again? Xiaojiao and Xianxia finally managed to appease Li Sidong. She was so pleased that when she found out that Xiaojiao hadn't eaten yet, she immediately cooked a table full of dishes and insisted on watching Xiaojiao eat. Xiaojiao looked at the two dishes in front of her that didn't look very good. There was also a bowl of white rice. If she remembered correctly, Li Sidong was a kitchen killer. She swallowed her saliva and said, "Well, Mom, you should eat too." "No, I just want to watch you eat," she said as she desperately picked up more food. "Uncle Qing and Big Brother, do you want some supper?" Xiaojiao was still struggling. "No need. At my age, it's not good for me to eat too much at night," Xianxia said and walked away. Qing Mingzi saw that something was wrong and immediately wanted to go upstairs. However, he was stopped by Li Sidong, who was in a good mood. "Mingzi, you're still growing. Come and eat." Li Sidong pressed him down on the dining table and went to get a bowl of white rice. Eat more." Li Sidong smiled and kept picking up food for her and Qing Mingzi. The two of them looked at each other seriously for the first time and saw sympathy in each other's eyes. After dinner, Xiaojiao went back to her room and did her homework seriously. There was a lot of homework for the weekend, but most of it was exercises and workbooks after class. She finished the exercises early between classes. This was Xiaojiao's habit all along. After the teacher finished teaching, she would seize the time to do the exercises. One reason was to strike while the iron was hot and consolidate the knowledge she had just learned. The other reason was to save more time after class to complete more exercises. The knowledge wasn't difficult. Xiaojiao had already grasped it and consolidated it when she relearned it. Therefore, she spent more than an hour to finish all the math exercises and most of the physics exercises before going to bed. She laid in bed and made a plan for her studies during the holidays. Then, she closed her eyes. Ding, at this moment, her phone rang. Xiaojiao casually glanced at Lin Jihua. Xiaojiao, who didn't want to look at it, took it and opened it. It was a picture of a panda hugging a bamboo. Her eyes lit up when she thought of the image of a proper man standing in front of a claw machine. The corners of her mouth unconsciously curled into a smile. She replied, "Wow. You caught it. That's awesome/awesome." Almost instantly, he replied, "Yeah." Xiaojiao, how could she continue with such a cold tone? She could only send, "Good night." JPG, there was no response from the other side for a long time. Xiaojiao put down her phone, lay down, and closed her eyes. On the other end of the phone, Chen Yan, "Send me some trending emojis." Chen Yan hung up the phone with a dumbfounded expression. Then, he looked at his empty phone. He usually spoke in the same tone as his boss and didn't even use punctuation. As for the emojis, almost immediately, he called Tanqi again. Tanqi hung up the phone with a dumbfounded expression. However, Secretary Chen told him to send it over in 3 minutes. Tanqi could only quickly send over the emojis he had collected on his phone. Thus, Lin Jihua received the following emojis: "Retard JPG, I'll break up with you for 3 seconds, you submiss." JPG, "I'll let you show off." JPG, Lin Jihua. When Xiaojiao was about to fall asleep, her phone rang again. She reached for it and glanced at it. "Good night." JPG, the latest version of the elderly emojis. It was a huge rectangle with a huge shining moon in the colorful background. There were also 2 huge sparkling words, "Good night." Xiaojiao. On Sunday night, Xiaojiao was sitting on the balcony memorizing words when Li Sidong walked in, looking as if he had lost his soul. Shuaishan tilted her head and looked at her in confusion. She thought for a moment and asked with concern, "Mom? What's wrong?" Li Sidong walked in front of her and looked at her. Compared to half a month ago, Xiaojiao's appearance seemed to have changed. She was no longer the exaggerated and horrifying person she used to be. Instead, she looked clean and pure. Her face was 30% similar to Lin Jihua's, and 70% more exquisite. She looked up at Lin Jihua with a pair of big eyes. She was obedient and sensible, delicate and weak. It made Lin Jihua's heart ache. Li Sidong hugged her head and pressed it against his chest. "Jiao Jiao. Will you be so sensible in the future? Okay?" Her voice was soft and sorrowful. Xue Jiao slowly opened her mouth and said, "Okay." She reached out and patted the woman in front of her. "Mom, what's wrong?" Li Sidong never showed her weak side in front of her child, so she just shook her head gently. She had gone shopping with a friend today. She wanted to buy some suitable clothes for Xue Jiao, who had been obedient and sensible recently. She happened to meet Wu Wanjun in a socialite women's clothing store. The clothes hanging in the window were beautiful. The salesperson was holding it up for Wu Wanjun to see. The ladies around her all said that Wu Wanjun would definitely be suitable. Li Sidong didn't know where she got angry at that time. She rushed over and asked Wu Wanjun why she bought clothes for Jiao Jiao when she knew how to buy clothes for her own daughter. What did Wu Wanjun say at that time? She probably said that she was still smiling gently and then said something that was okay on the surface. However, if one listened carefully, they were all words that were disdainful of Xue Jiao. She was furious at that time. The middle-aged woman next to Wu Wanjun said something again. Every word pierced her heart. "Li Sidong, you are a failure. Men don't want you and abandon you. You can't even teach your only child well." She really didn't teach Xue Jiao well. She also knew that she was a joke in this circle. Even if she married Tsinghua, everyone was still waiting to see her make a fool of herself. She tried her best to live in the Qing family and tried her best to be good to everyone. However, the old men still liked Lu Yazhen more than her. It was not only because she was a divorcee, but also because she didn't know how to teach children. "Jiao Jiao, be good. Don't be like before. I don't ask you to be outstanding. As long as you don't mess around, it's fine." She said it very softly. Xue Jiao could roughly understand why she was upset. She still remembered a lot of the content of that book. Li Sidong was ridiculed because of Gu Xue Jiao, her daughter. She was ridiculed. When she came back and saw Gu Xue Jiao's messy appearance, she got angry. The two of them quarreled. Xue Jiao sighed slightly. "Mom, not only can I not mess around, I can also be your glory." In her previous life, she wanted to be someone else's glory, but she couldn't. In this life, she had to continue to work hard, for herself, for this woman who loved her but didn't know how to say it. Li Sidong suddenly let go of her and quickly walked back to the room. Xue Jiao knew that she was crying. "Hey," Li Sidong closed the door. Another voice sounded. Xue Jiao looked up. Qing Mingzi put his hands in his pockets and said coldly, "I don't expect you to be a glory. Just don't make your mom angry in the future." With that, he turned around. "Xue Jiao, so just how infuriated was Gu Xue Jiao?" On Monday morning, Xue Jiao came to the morning self-study session on time. She sat down, took out her book, flipped open her textbook, and began to recite. "Hey, bookworm." Yi Tianyu sat down beside her. He slumped his face on the table and looked at her speechlessly. Xue Jiao didn't even raise her head. It was as if she didn't hear him. "Bookworm, you're so serious. Why are your grades so bad?" Yi Tianyu mumbled. As Gu Xue Jiao's deskmate, he knew exactly how serious she was. Yi Tianyu felt that even the top student in his class couldn't compare to her. He heard that she scored single digits in her math exam. This was too illogical. Seeing that Xue Jiao was still ignoring him, he decided to lie down and sleep. "Students, I have good news for you." Teacher Fatty raised his eyebrows and said. "What?" Hearing the good news, everyone looked at him anxiously. Teacher Fatty was always smiling, but he didn't hold back at all. Hence, people gave him the nickname of Smiling Tiger. He smiled like a Maitreya Buddha. "There's no class on Thursday and Friday this week." Many students' eyes lit up. Smiling Tiger added, "So, good luck for the monthly exams on Thursday and Friday." "Ah," the students wailed. Xue Jiao didn't feel much. Exams didn't make a difference to her, but some people didn't think so. "Cousin, good luck for the monthly exams. I still remember what you said about surpassing me," Qing Mingjiao said with a smile. A few girls who were close to her suddenly sneered. Qing Mingjiao's eyes flashed with pride. Her gaze shifted to Yi Tianyu. Looking at his handsome face, her cheeks blushed. "That. Yi Tianyu, good luck to you too." Yi Tianyu looked at her in horror. "Why are you mocking me? I didn't make a bet with you." Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed. They didn't think much of it, but after Yi Tianyu said that, everyone felt that Qing Mingjiao's words were sarcastic. Qing Mingjiao's face was completely red. She ran out with anger and embarrassment. Yi Tianyu lowered his head slightly and stretched his head over. His eyes were half closed and there was a mischievous smile on his handsome face. How was it? I did a good job, didn't I? Xue Jiao raised her head and looked at him seriously. Their eyes met in the air. After a few seconds, Yi Tianyu awkwardly looked away. His ears were slightly red and he stuttered slightly. What are you looking at? Xue Jiao touched her chin and half closed her eyes. I'm looking, when did my mom give birth to a brother for me? Yi Tianyu, he paused for a moment and his eyes widened. You gave birth today. Hurry up and call me brother. In your dreams. Xue Jiao rolled her eyes. Yi Tianyu continued to move his head closer. Hey, don't you think that Qing Mingjiao is against you? Yes, I know. You don't hate her? I hate her very much. Then why didn't you say anything when she mocked you? Are you so timid? Yi Tianyu was puzzled. Xue Jiao sighed slightly. Qing Mingjiao used her studies to diss her. If she retorted now, she would be bragging. After I beat her, I'll thank her. After she finished speaking, she packed her things and walked to the cafeteria. Yi Tianyu widened his eyes. Damn, isn't that too mean? When Qing Mingjiao's grades were better than hers, she did not say anything and let her be arrogant. When she beat her, Qing Mingjiao's arrogance was all a joke. At this time, Gu Xiujiao would probably vomit blood if she thanked her now. Sure enough, women are the most vicious. Yi Tianyu was stunned. That's not right. Why do I feel that Gu Xiujiao can beat Qing Mingjiao? She's in grade 20. He raised his hand and slapped his head. Yi Tianyu, is your brain damaged? Otherwise, how could he be so confident in Gu Xiujiao? The monthly exam was similar to the college entrance exam. On Thursday morning, there would be a Chinese exam, followed by a mathematics exam in the afternoon. The next day, there would be English and science exams. In order to be consistent with the college entrance examination, the grading of several subjects was also based on the college entrance examination. Language, mathematics, and English were 150 points each, and science was 300 points. The total was 750 points. Xue Jiao had not received any results in her previous life, but her estimated score was around 640 points. In their province, she could get into a good university and major, but if she wanted to get into the top 10, she might be far from it. If it was possible in this lifetime, she wanted to aim for more than 700 points. Xue Jiao knew that it was not easy, but she still had 2 years. She had stolen 2 more years than others. Thinking of this, his eyes became firm. The Chinese question was not difficult. She quickly finished all the multiple-choice questions on the paper. When she was filling in the answer sheet, she paused for a moment. She erased 3 correct answers and filled in 3 wrong answers. Of course, Xue Jiao knew her own ability, but Gu Xiujiao should not be at this level. She had worked hard and improved a lot since school started, but it was definitely not the result of her serious work. Xue Jiao thought about it and decided that this time, she would take the exam based on passing all the subjects. For someone like Gu Xiujiao who had not studied for many years, this was already a terrifying improvement. This time, she would take it slow. Next time, she would not have to hide it anymore. Looking at the paper, Xue Jiao was worried. After all, it was quite difficult to pass every subject. It was impossible without some ability. After all, she had to be able to get all the correct answers. How did you do? Shi Junyang felt that his peers in this class were Gu Xiujiao, Yi Tianyu, and Qi Lei. In addition to Xue Jiao's good looks, he would come over from time to say a few words. None of your business. Yi Tianyu rolled his eyes at him. Shi Junyang rolled his eyes too. I'm not asking you. I'm asking about Jiao Jiao. What are you asking about? Let's go play basketball. Yi Tianyu suddenly raised his voice provocatively. I'm not going. Shi Junyang ignored him and looked at Xue Jiao with a smile. Seeing how serious you are, you'll definitely improve this time. Xue Jiao shrugged. I just passed. Xianxia was unhappy when he saw the two of them chatting. Shi Junyang smiled at everyone he saw. Why did girls like this style? Gu Xiaojiao was actually smiling when he was talking to her. He suddenly mocked, passed. The results haven't even been released and you're already so confident? Xiaojiao was speechless. Passing was confidence, so how bad were Gu Xiaojiao and Xianxia's results? Wow. I told you Jiao Jiao is working so hard. You'll definitely get something out of it. Shi Junyang smiled. Although he was very tall, he had a baby face. Xiaojiao's real age was almost 19, so when she looked at this young man, she felt like she was looking at her younger brother. Thus, she returned a smile. I'll still work hard. You can do it too. Do it my ass. Xianxia stood up and dragged Shi Junyang away. School's over. Let's play basketball. Ah. Slow down, slow down. Shi Junyang shouted as he was dragged out. Xiaojiao also packed up her bag and walked out with it. Xiaojiao? Just as she reached the school gate, a car stopped in front of her. The car window rolled down and a familiar voice sounded. Eh? Mr. Lin? Xiaojiao was slightly surprised. Lin Jihua nodded and looked at her with his dark eyes. Do you want to get in the car? Xiaojiao quickly waved her hand. No, no, the car is waiting for me. By the way, why are you here, Mr. Lin? My younger brother is studying here. I just picked him up. He lifted his chin slightly at the front passenger seat. Xiaojiao looked over and saw a boy in a school uniform. She smiled at the boy and looked at Lin Jihua. Then, Mr. Lin, I'll take my leave first. Okay, bye. Xiaojiao waved her hand and walked toward Uncle Xing's car. Lin Jihua rolled up the car window and started the car. He said to the trembling boy beside him, I'll pick you up on Friday on behalf of Auntie Chen. The boy in the front passenger seat was about to cry, but he could only nod. Okay. He was only the child of the Lin family's nanny. Mr. Lin was going to pick him up on Friday? He just wanted to cry. He could have gone out with his friends to have fun, but in the future, he could only wear his school uniform and go home obediently. At night, Xiaojiao was lying in bed when her phone rang. Gu Xiaojiao had added some strange people in the past, but she removed all of them. Now, there was only one person she added on the list, Lin Jihua. How was your monthly exam today? Xiaojiao replied. I just passed. What's wrong? The reply came quickly. My younger brother said he didn't do well. Were the questions difficult? It's okay. There are 2 math questions that are beyond the syllabus, so he didn't learn them. After sending this message, she sighed. Lin Jihua was such a good brother. He even asked about the questions in a roundabout way. Then, she thought about Qingmingza next door, who still didn't like her. She was slightly speechless. Oh. I understand. Xiaojiao looked at the time and replied. Good night. Dance. JPG, the reply came instantly. Good night. After a few seconds, there was an emoticon, cute. JPG. Thinking about Lin Jihua's cold face and looking at the emoticon, she almost laughed out loud. She didn't reply. She put down her phone, turned off the lights, and went to sleep. It seemed to be a habit. Many people would take a break after an exam, and the teachers wouldn't give too much homework. Therefore, after the monthly exam, people would relax for a few days. In addition, it was National Day, so Qingmingza went out to play with a few childhood friends for a few days. When he came back, he saw a girl in cute pajamas sitting in front of the desk in the half-open door next door. She was a little absent-minded as she did the questions seriously. He leaned against the doorframe and quietly looked at the girl. Probably because he looked at her for too long, Xiaojiao turned around. What's wrong? She sounded surprised. Qingmingza looked at her meaningfully and said, It'll be very difficult for you to beat Ming Jiao. So? Xiaojiao's voice turned cold. In fact, she didn't want to have too much contact with the original male lead. No one liked someone who looked at them with disdain all day long. The only reason she was friendly was because she didn't want to make things difficult for Li Sidong. Probably because he felt her cold attitude, Qingmingzi stood up straight and felt slightly uncomfortable. If you keep working hard, you can ask me if you don't understand anything. Even if you lose to Ming Jiao at the end of the semester, as long as you're in the top 100, you'll still be in class 1. Xue Jiao said calmly, thank you, but there's no need. Qingmingzi frowned. Studying is your own business. Don't let your emotions affect your decisions. After he finished speaking, he didn't give Xue Jiao any time to speak and turned around to leave unhappily. Xue Jiao exhaled and was a little angry. She was an orphan in her previous life and had to rely on herself for everything. In this life, she finally had someone to rely on during the most important period of her life. She didn't have to worry about tuition fees, information fees, and living expenses at the most important time. She should be grateful, but when she felt the mess and bad impression Gu Xuejiao left behind, she still felt bad. She looked at the time. It was 10 o'clock. It was time for her to go to bed. Xuejiao tossed and turned in bed, unable to fall asleep. She suddenly opened her eyes, took out her phone, and wrote a post on her WeChat moments. How long does it take for a person to erase the bad impression they leave behind? When will the bad things stop? After she sent it out, she felt like she had thrown out a piece of trash. Her mood finally improved. Just as she put down her phone, she received a comment from her only friend. Translator, Lawn Editor, Ephidacia. The comment went like this: frowny face Lin, humans are advanced animals that seek advantages and avoid disadvantages. It's easier to remember a person's bad points than their good points. Instead of worrying about how to leave a good impression on others, it's better to be yourself. There's always a lot of trouble. The more you care, the worse the things you see. If you don't care, there won't be any trouble. Xue Jiao took a deep breath and exhaled. She had never felt so calm before. Then she smiled. I didn't expect you to be such a chicken soup master. She put down her phone and fell into a dream a few minutes later. On Monday, Uncle Xing drove them to school. Xue Jiao sat on the left side of the back seat while Qingmingzi sat on the right side. One looked out of the window while the other looked out of the window silently. Today's the day the results of the monthly test come out, right? Uncle Xing suddenly asked. Yes, Xue Jiao and Qingmingzi spoke at the same time. They were stunned for a moment and then fell silent again. Qingmingzi looked at the scenery outside and was slightly lost in thought. He didn't understand. Gu Xuejiao didn't like to study in the past and the textbooks given by the school were still brand new. She would dress up all over the place and either go out or quarrel with Li Sidong at home. At that time, Qingmingzi only thought that there could be such an annoying person in the world. He felt uncomfortable just by looking at her. Ever since she said she wanted to change at the Qing family mansion, she seemed to have become a different person. She went to and from school seriously and even spent most of her time at home studying at her desk. He was lost in thought and his gaze unconsciously moved to Gu Xuejiao. He didn't know why, but looking at her obedient appearance, an inexplicable feeling arose in his heart. Of course it was uncomfortable to be stared at, especially when the other party's eyes were filled with suspicion and suspicion. What's the matter? Xue Jiao tilted her head and took off one of her earphones. She was reading the textbook with the other one. Hearing the coldness in her voice, Qingmingzi felt a wave of irritation and said almost instinctively, Gu Xue Jiao, aren't you tired of pretending for so long? What are you planning? Xue Jiao was stunned. She raised her head and looked at him. What? Qingmingzi was a bit impatient, especially when he was being stared at by her big bright eyes. This inexplicable feeling rose in his heart, making his voice even more irritated and impatient. I say, why have you been pretending to be obedient for so long? Xue Jiao laughed angrily. Then why do you think I'm doing this? You'd better not have any bad ideas. The car slowly drove to the school gate. Xue Jiao opened the car door and got off. Qingmingzi was stunned for a moment and also opened the car door. He wanted to stop Xue Jiao, but a voice came from the side. Sister, brother Mingzi. Xue Jiao and Qingmingzi looked over at the same time. It was Gu Shiyun. Both of them were surprised. It's you. Qingmingzi's voice was familiar. Xue Jiao thought, sure enough, even if Li Sitong's car accident didn't happen, the male lead and female lead would still come together. Gu Shiyun smiled. Her smile looked very gentle. Her eyes moved to Xiaojiao. Sister. Don't call me sister. Xiaojiao didn't give face at all. Gu Shiyun's eyes flashed with embarrassment, but she pulled a forced smile on her face. The things of the previous generation. I don't think it has anything to do with us. I've always treated you as my sister. She was as gentle as usual, and even her voice was forced. Qingmingzi subconsciously spoke up for her. Gu Xiaojiao, don't, Qingmingzi. Xiaojiao called out this name seriously. Her eyes swept over the two people seriously. The things of the previous generation have nothing to do with her, but her mother was a mistress for so many years. She did hurt my mother. I don't hate her, but if I were to be good sisters with her, then what about my mother? Do you think she wouldn't be sad because of this? When Shui Han said the word mistress, Gu Shiyun's face visibly turned ugly. Qingmingzi, on the other hand, was slightly stunned and began to ponder. Xiaojiao looked at him and continued. Also, you just asked me why, but I want to ask you, what are you thinking? When I'm not good, you think I'm an eyesore and want me to disappear. When I start to reflect and correct myself, you think I have other intentions. So, what should I do? After she finished speaking, she turned around and left. Qingmingzi stood in the same place, staring at her back in a daze. Gu Shiyun took a deep breath and pulled Qingmingzi's sleeve. She couldn't let him think too much at this time. Brother Mingzi, have you been busy with your studies recently? Gu Shiyun blinked. Qingmingzi came back to his senses and forced a smile. Yes, it's fine. Class is about to start. Let's go to class. After he finished speaking, he walked away first. His footsteps were a little fast, as if he was chasing after something. Gu Shiyun's face became even uglier. Gu Xiaojiao had changed. The Gu Xiaojiao who used to be played in the palm of others' hands was gone. The Gu Xiaojiao in front of her, she had actually lost twice. This time, she had asked Gu Jingxiu and Wu Wanjun to take action. Not only did they not let her return to her former self, but they also almost lost their house. This time, she had lost face in front of Qingmingzi. Gu Shiyun took a deep breath. When she remembered that today was the day of the release of the results, her expression finally improved. No matter how good Gu Xiaojiao had become, the difference between the two of them was like heaven and earth in terms of grades. When Xiaojiao walked into the classroom, she felt that the atmosphere today was a little strange. She had just sat down when Shi Junyang ran in front of her and sat down. He leaned on her desk and whispered, "Hey, did you know? This time our class's overall score was lower than the next door. The first place was taken by that guy called Chu Qing. The second place was taken by our neighbor, Gu Shiyun. Our class's Shang Ziyuan was third." So? Xiaojiao was at a loss. Suddenly, someone pulled out a stool and sat down. He crossed his legs and curled his lips. "So, the few of us who are dragging you down have to suffer the teacher's anger today." Xiaojiao? She looked at Yi Tianyu and Shi Junyang blankly. At this time, someone walked in quickly from the front door and shouted, "What's going on? Go back to your seats." It was Yin Fang, a woman whose anger was written all over her face. Yi Tianyu tilted his head slightly. "Bookworm, are you afraid? Are you afraid? Brother, what's there to be afraid of? What can she do to me?" Yi Tianyu didn't care. "Yi Tianyu!" Yin Fang suddenly shouted. "Here." Yi Tianyu raised his eyebrows. "Stand behind me during class." "Why?" Yi Tianyu couldn't take it anymore. "Because you only passed 2 subjects. These are such simple questions. You're the last. Stand behind me and listen to the class." Yin Fang raised her voice. Yi Tianyu, Xiaojiao's shoulders trembled slightly. Yi Tianyu noticed it and touched the tip of his nose awkwardly. He had just said that Yin Fang couldn't do anything to him. In the blink of an eye, he had slapped himself in the face. "And you guys? Look at your lousy grades." The questions this time were so simple. They were all just taught in class. There are 4 students in our class in the 700s, and there are 9 students next door. 9. It's doubled. Yin Fang slammed her hand on the table. I don't want you to memorize vocabulary for this morning's self-study. I just want to know, what have you been doing in the first month of school? The difficulty of these questions isn't even half of the college entrance exams. There are only 4 students in the 700s? You guys are from the experimental class. I've taught so many classes, and you guys are the most embarrassing. Those who scored below 600 wouldn't even be able to get into a second-tier university if they were to take the college entrance exams. Her sharp gaze swept across the crowd and successfully made everyone lower their heads. She then heaved a sigh of relief. 7 of the top 10 students are from the next class. There are only 3 from our class. She roared, "What are you guys doing? I won't talk about the other subjects. Let's talk about English, Tianyu. You actually failed such a simple English test? And Gu Xiujiao. 90 marks. You're really something. Are you stuck at the passing line?" Xiujiao. She really was stuck at the passing line. For this test, those who didn't pass, copy it 5 times. Those who scored below 100, copy it 3 times. Those who scored below 120, copy it once. She threw the test paper on the table and continued to lecture. Most of the students were called upon. It wasn't until the end of class that the English papers were handed out. Then, the papers for the other subjects were handed out one after another. During the morning class, the total scores were posted outside. Xiujiao glanced at the scores in front of her and silently left. This question was indeed simple. The top 10 students all scored above 700. The first in the grade, Chu Qing, had a total score of 729. The second in the grade, Gu Shiyun, had a total score of 721. The third was their class's Xianxia Yuan, who had a total score of 718. Xiujiao's passing grades were only average in the grade. She didn't care and slowly walked to the classroom. A good school was indeed different. Being able to score above 700 meant that only a few marks could be deducted from each subject. This time, there were 2 math questions that were beyond the syllabus, but the first in the grade had scored full marks. Xiujiao's heart was filled with fighting spirit. She quickened her pace. She wasn't a genius. She could only work hard. Damn, Tianyu sighed as he held her test paper. As soon as Xiujiao sat down, he turned around in shock. What's wrong? Tianyu blinked his eyes as if he was looking at a monster. Gu Xiujiao told Shi Junyan on Friday that she had just passed. At that time, Tianyu felt that this person was really confident. She could even say something like just passed. But now, Tianyu looked at the table and fell into deep doubt. Just passed, this was 2F** King Simple, Chinese 91, Math 90, English 90, Science 180, total score 451. This was Gu Xiujiao's score. Tianyu looked at the test paper, looked at Gu Xiujiao, and then looked at the test paper again. His face was blank. Are that accurate? He was slightly stunned. Xiujiao gave him a rare smile. Guess? For some reason, Tianyu felt that Xiujiao's results were too coincidental. It was so coincidental that it made him suspicious. He was her deskmate, so he naturally had a good understanding of the person in front of him. Xiujiao was very serious. She was more serious than many people he had met. She didn't seem to have missed any of the exercises in the exercise books. Could it be, does this person have exam synthesis syndrome? Hey, Tianyu poked Xiujiao's arm. She raised her hand and turned around angrily. What now? Nothing. Tianyu looked sympathetic. In this world, there was something more pitiful than a bad student who didn't do well. She was clearly studying well but panicked when she took an exam. Although Tianyu didn't say anything, his face was full of, "Why are you so pitiful?" So pitiful, Xiujiao thought to herself, don't bother with an idiot. Don't bother with an idiot. Only then did she calm down and look through the paper again to find areas where she didn't do well enough. Cousin. How did you do on the exam? Qing Mingjiao asked knowingly as he walked over with a smile. She did very well this time and moved up 2 places. She was in grade 18. Xiujiao looked up at her, then lowered her head and continued reading. Cousin, you got 90 in English. Qing Mingjiao came over and shouted. Cousin, you really improved a lot. Xua Jiao was reading the English paper. Although it wasn't difficult, there were still some words that she didn't know or wasn't familiar with. She had to memorize these words one by one and check for gaps. 90 marks. Our class's average is 120. You're dragging us down. Yu Fangfang, who was in the same class as Gu Xiujiao, laughed. Do we have a grudge in the past? Xiujiao looked up and looked at Yu Fangfang suspiciously. She really didn't understand. It was reasonable to say that Qing Mingjiao hated her, but what about this Yu Fangfang? Gu Xiujiao didn't seem to go to school much in the past. Huh? Yu Fangfang was stunned. Xiujiao blinked. If you don't have a grudge against me, why are you always chasing after me like a mad dog? You're the mad dog. Yu Fangfang was furious. But I don't have to stare at one person all day long. She continued to blink. Her exquisite face was stunningly beautiful. Moreover, student Yu Fangfang, if I remember correctly, when you entered our class, your English score was 131 points. This time, your English score was 121 points, a drop of 10 points. As for me, it increased by 57 points. Since I can increase my score by so much, it can be seen that this question is not difficult at all. Then, Yu Fangfang classmate, do you really have the leisure to care about me? Xiujiao smirked. Yu Fangfang, I suggest you go and save your precarious grades. Hey, a good dog doesn't block the way. Yi Tianyu was holding the basketball. He was sweating profusely and his chin was slightly raised. He was standing behind Yu Fangfang. This dog was obviously referring to Yu Fangfang, echoing Xiujiao. Wu, Yu Fangfang burst into tears. She pushed Yi Tianyu away and rushed out. Yi Tianyu wiped his sweat and looked at her blankly. What did I do to make her cry like this? Pfft. Xiujiao laughed out loud. Her eyes were curved when she laughed. Her originally exquisite face was even more dazzling. She was dazzling. Yi Tianyu was stunned for a moment. He quickly walked over and sat in his seat. He thought to himself, sure enough, the weather is too hot. She's so tired from playing basketball. She's already back in the classroom and her heart is still beating like thunder. Qing Mingjiao's face was already very ugly. Class 1 was an experimental class. Although there were many boys with good grades, there was only one who was as handsome as Yi Tianyu. In addition, he loved to play basketball. He was tall and handsome. Among the girls, he had always been jokingly called the class hunk. However, such an outstanding boy always spoke up for Gu Xiujiao. This made Qing Mingjiao jealous and hateful. She gritted her teeth. Cousin, you're too much. Aren't you too heartless to hurt others like this? Xiujiao stretched out a finger and pointed at Yi Tianyu. Cousin, I think your eyes and ears are not very good. He's the one who hurt her, right? Pfft, ha ha ha, there was laughter around. Gu Xiujiao. Qing Mingjiao gritted her teeth. Cousin, no matter what, she did better than you. Moreover, she didn't drag you down. Xiujiao raised her eyebrows. Cousin, I hope you can do well at the end of this semester. You said that you would definitely surpass me. Qing Mingjiao smiled sarcastically and looked at Yi Tianyu. Student E, I hope you can apologize to Yu Fangfang. You can't scold others just because Gu Xiujiao scolded others. She lifted her chin slightly and showed Yi Tianyu her best angle. Her face was full of determination and righteousness. So, Student E, please apologize. Qing Mingjiao's determined and fearless look was exactly the same as the strong and rational Cinderella heroines on TV. She was a replica of Shan Mingjiao. However, Yi Tianyu looked at Xiujiao. Is your cousin crazy? Xiujiao, I think so. Rabies is contagious? As soon as Yi Tianyu finished speaking, the two of them leaned back in unison. Obviously, they wanted to distance themselves from Qing Mingjiao. You, Qing Mingjiao was so angry that she threw away her mask. Yi Tianyu. Have you been seduced by Gu Xiujiao? She's the same as her mother, a vixen. Bang. Xiujiao stood up. She reached out and grabbed Qing Mingjiao's collar. Her eyes suddenly became sharp. Apologize. What do you want? Xue Jiao's gaze swept around the classroom and then looked at Qing Mingjiao coldly. First of all, my mother is single and divorced. Uncle Qing lost his wife 10 years ago. It was Uncle Qing who pursued my mother. Before that, they didn't know each other. So, please tell me, what is a vixen? Let go of me. Qing Mingjiao struggled. Xue Jiao continued, Qing Mingjiao, if you're not a woman who is doted on by your husband, then you're a vixen. Also, it's not like divorced women don't have the right to pursue happiness. You're making me think that there's something wrong with your IQ. Or are you still living in the Qing dynasty? As soon as Xue Jiao finished speaking, the female students in the class showed expressions of agreement. Why couldn't a woman remarry after divorce? According to Qing Mingjiao's words, a woman who remarried after divorce was a vixen. With this thought, the way everyone looked at Qing Mingjiao changed. Gu Xue Jiao. Feeling the surrounding gazes, Qing Mingjiao flew into a rage out of humiliation and reached out to scratch her. Xue Jiao kicked her knee and looked at her coldly. Although she didn't have motherly feelings for Li Sidong, she could feel the guilt in her body. This could have been left behind by Gu Xue Jiao. Since she had taken over Gu Xue Jiao's body, she naturally had to fulfill Gu Xue Jiao's obligations. Qing Mingjiao knelt on the ground after being kicked by her, and the surrounding people were stunned. Qing Mingjiao stood up like a madwoman and pounced on her. Xue Jiao exerted force in her hand. At this moment, someone in front shouted, "The teacher is here." Xue Jiao and Qing Mingjiao stood in the office with their heads lowered and didn't speak. At this moment, the office door was pushed open and two women rushed in. One was Lu Yazhen and the other was Li Sidong. My poor daughter. Lu Yazhen shouted and hugged Qing Mingjiao lovingly. Li Sidong also approached Xue Jiao and reached out, slap. A slap landed on her face. Xue Jiao was stunned. Hey, don't hit her. Parent, don't hit her. Yin Fang hurried over to stop her. Li Sidong gritted her teeth. This girl is not obedient at all. She's causing trouble and even hit her own sister. Boo-hoo. Qing Mingjiao was still crying. Gu Xue Jiao. You wretched girl, you're bullying Mingjiao. Does the Qing family owe you anything? You wretched girl, hurry up and apologize to Mingjiao. How dare you bully our family when you're eating our food? Lu Yazhen wailed as if she had been wronged. Quiet. Parents, quiet down. Yin Fang shouted and glared at the people in front of her. Only then did Lu Yazhen stop talking. Li Sidong was still panting with anger. Since the parents are here, I'll make it short. The two of them fought in the classroom today and it's a bad influence. No matter what the reason is, the two of them have to reflect on themselves. Yes, yes, yes. Teacher, I'm sorry. Xue Jiao has caused you trouble. Li Sidong forced a smile. She was already very experienced in dealing with the trouble caused by Gu Xueshan over the years. It was already a small matter for her to smile and apologize with all her might. There had been fights in the past, and she had apologized and compensated. This time, she had hit Qing Mingjiao. Who knew what kind of trouble would there be when she returned to the Qing family? Gu Xue Jiao had said that she would be her glory in the future. It had only been a few days, and she was already causing trouble again. Li Sidong looked disappointed. Why? Unlike Li Sidong who kept apologizing, Lu Yazhen was furious. She raised her chin. My daughter was hit by Gu Xue Jiao. She's innocent. Shouldn't Gu Xue Jiao apologize to my daughter? Why should my daughter apologize as well? Yin Fang frowned slightly. From what I heard, Qing Mingjiao provoked Gu Xue Jiao first. Both of them are at fault. What did my daughter provoke her? No matter what, she shouldn't have hit her. Teacher, tell me, how can a female hooligan like Gu Xue Jiao be compared to my daughter? She didn't study hard and even bullied her own sister. Such a person should be expelled. Sister-in-law, don't you think so? Lu Yazhen sneered at Li Sidong. Li Sidong smiled awkwardly. It's Jiao Jiao's fault. Let her apologize to Mingjiao. Let's forget about the expulsion. Jiao Jiao is already in her second year of high school, so what if she's in her second year of high school? Can your daughter get into a university like this? Last time, she pushed Mingjiao down the stairs. This time, she hit someone in class. She should be expelled. Lu Yajin refused to let it go. Li Sidong felt terrible. He pulled Gu Shuajiao over. Apologize to Ming Jiao now. Beg her to forgive you. Gu Shuajiao was still in a daze. Li Sidong gritted his teeth in anger. Who was she doing this for? It was all for this girl. Speak. Are you mute? You should apologize if you did something wrong. Shuajiao seemed to come back to her senses. She raised her head abruptly and waved Li Sitong's hand away. I was wrong. I shouldn't have protected someone who isn't worth protecting. Everyone was stunned. Lu Yajin glared at her. What are you talking about? Shuajiao ignored her and looked at Yinfang coldly. Teacher, before the judge makes a judgment, he should at least listen to the defendant's situation. He should also know the cause and effect of the case before making a judgment, right? Yinfang was stunned for a moment. She opened her mouth. Didn't you all refuse to speak? Yes, now you're willing to speak. Teacher, can you call a few students over to testify? Everyone in the classroom knows what happened at that time. Her face was very cold. Her delicate little face was cold to begin with. Now, it was even colder and scarier. She kept everyone at a distance. Witnesses? Li Sidong was stunned. This matter, was there something else? Although Yinfang was strict, she had always been a reasonable person. Since this happened in her class and the person involved said so, she naturally had to find out what happened. So she nodded. Wait for me. She walked out quickly. There were only a few teachers left in the office who were still marking homework. They didn't raise their heads, but their ears twitched. Lu Yajin approached in her high heels. Gu Shuajiao, what are you doing? Qing Mingjiao knows what I'm doing. Shuajiao's voice was flat, as if there were no emotions. Li Sidong and Lu Yajin subconsciously looked at Qing Mingjiao, who looked away guiltily. Li Sidong was stunned. Shuajiao hit him. Was there really a hidden story? Mom. I'm fine. Forget it. Qing Mingjiao opened his mouth slightly and said softly. Lu Yajin was stunned for a moment. She instantly understood what happened. Qing Mingjiao must have provoked Gu Shuajiao, so she hit him. Before Lu Yajin could make a decision, Yinfang had already come in with a few people. In front of them were 3 girls who were very close to them at the time, followed by 2 handsome boys. One was Shi Junyang, who was full of smiles, and the other was Yi Tianyu, who looked unruly. Lu Yajin didn't know the others, but when she saw Yi Tianyu, she couldn't help but exclaim, Young Master Yi? Li Sidong didn't participate in the Qing family's business affairs, but Lu Yajin liked to make her presence known. From time to time, she would represent the Qing family to attend some activities and balls. Naturally, she knew the precious son of a famous tycoon in the city. Yi Tianyu often looked at people with disdain, so he naturally ignored Lu Yajin, who was standing beside Qing Mingjiao. His gaze shifted to Gu Shuajiao and he was stunned. You were beaten up? Shuajiao didn't say anything, but Yinfang spoke first. Alright, this time I called everyone here because I want to know the ins and outs of the fight between Gu Shuajiao and Qing Mingjiao. Can you tell us? The few of them paused and looked at each other. They opened their mouths, but no one said anything. Classmate, Mingjiao has always been obedient and sensible. Did Mingjiao hit Gu Shuajiao today? Lu Yajin said with a smile. She had seen the world over the years and believed that she could fool a few children without any problems. Indeed, her question was very technical. Everyone looked at each other, but no one said anything. No. Yi Tianyu raised his eyebrows and said. Lu Yajin smiled. Many thoughts flashed through her mind. Would the Yi family's young master protect Jiao Jiao? She knew that her precious daughter was smart and beautiful. How could she not attract these young people? Lu Yajin couldn't help but smile and asked the next question. Did Gu Shuajiao hit Mingjiao? No. Yi Tianyu raised his eyebrows. Gu Shuajiao didn't hit Qing Mingjiao. Nonsense. Lu Yajin raised her voice. At this moment, she couldn't care less about young Master Yi. The teacher said it herself. Yi Tianyu continued to smile. But I don't think that Gu Shuajiao hit Qing Mingjiao at all. After all, Qing Mingjiao said those dirty words. If it were me, I would have hit him with the wooden bench. He smiled faintly. Gu Xuejiao, that little girl, just grabbed Qing Mingjiao's clothes and asked her to stop talking. How did that become hitting? Everyone in the office was stunned. Yi Tianyu smiled and looked at the people next to him. Students, don't you think so? Yes. Shi Junyang nodded seriously. Gu Xuejiao didn't hit Qing Mingjiao. I'm the class monitor. I can testify that Gu Xuejiao has been studying seriously for the past month and hasn't caused any trouble. The other students nodded in agreement. Gu Xuejiao's grades went from such a low score to passing all the exams. It's obvious that she's really focused on her studies and doesn't have the time to cause trouble. Li Sidong was completely stunned. Passing all the exams, the fight wasn't Jiaojiao's fault. Yi Tianyu glanced at Xuejiao and stopped at her face from the corner of his eyes. Xuejiao was very fair and her skin was very tender. He had once sneaked glances at her when he was bored in class. He thought that her face was even more tender than his favorite tender tofu pudding. The clear handprint on her face was especially striking. Yi Tianyu's expression turned cold as he continued, Qing Mingjiao didn't hit Gu Xuejiao and Gu Xuejiao didn't hit Qing Mingjiao either. However, she deserved to be hit for spewing such vulgarities. It's only because Gu Xuejiao is too weak that she didn't hit anyone. Students, if someone said such things to you, would you be angry? Yes. Shi Juanyang's voice was clear and loud. The others nodded in agreement. What did Mingjiao say? Li Sidong slowly opened his mouth and looked at Gu Xuejiao with guilt in his eyes. Yi Tianyu looked at Gu Xuejiao and their eyes met. Xuejiao knew that he was asking for her opinion. Xuejiao wasn't a bad person, but she wasn't the type to repay evil with good. She nodded. In that moment, she felt that the boy in front of her, who was usually not very likable, was actually somewhat adorable. If it hadn't been for him, she would have been able to explain it clearly, but it would have been more troublesome. After receiving Xuejiao's nod, Yi Tianyu led the other students in recounting the scene in detail. Li Sidong took a step back and looked at Qing Mingjiao in a daze. You look at me like that? Qing Mingjiao shivered and hid behind Lu Yazhen. No. It's not like that. Lu Yazhen was also stunned. Although she felt the same way, she definitely couldn't say it out loud. Therefore, she changed her aggressive attitude. That. Sidong, this must be a misunderstanding. Mingjiao is still young. She might have said it in a fit of anger. She didn't mean it that way. She has always respected you. 16. She's still a baby? Yi Tianyu mumbled. His voice wasn't loud, but everyone heard it. Li Sidong was still in a daze. Mingjiao. How can you say that about me and Jiaojiao? Lu Yazhen's expression turned ugly. She's not an adult yet. We're all family. Let's settle this at home. That's not what you said just now, Xuejiao said coldly. You were insisting that the school expel me. Expel? Yi Tianyu raised his voice. Just like the other students, he looked at everyone in surprise. Yi Tianyu's expression turned ugly. However, because he didn't pay attention to what happened in class, he wasn't familiar with Qing Mingjiao. On the other hand, Shi Junyang, the class monitor, knew him very well. He took a step forward. Qing Mingjiao, I remember that you often said in school that Gu Xuejiao is very doted on in your family. Why do I feel that? Your mother's young aunt is very unfriendly, Yi Tianyu said sarcastically. She's not unfriendly. She's vicious. Lu Yazhen's eyes widened. Just as she was about to speak, Yin Feng interrupted her. All right. Since you're family, go home and settle it yourselves. You can discuss who's right and who's wrong between Gu Xuejiao and Qing Mingjiao when you go home. However, both of you have to write a reflection on the impact of this incident. Teacher, shouldn't she apologize to me? She said that I'm a vixen. This is slander, spreading rumors, and causing trouble. Just now, her mother said that she's going to expel. Xuejiao said calmly. The situation changed instantly. Why should you expel my daughter? Lu Yazhen exploded. Yin Feng frowned slightly. She didn't like Lu Yazhen. However, when she looked at the girl who was crying with her head down, She remembered that she was ranked 5th in the class and was 18 years old. Moreover, she was still rising. She was a good seedling for the college entrance examination, therefore, she only said, "Since you're relatives, I won't say much. Today, both of you go home with your parents to reflect on your actions. When you come to class tomorrow morning, bring the reflection letter." "Okay, thank you, teacher," Lu Yazhen said hurriedly. Qing Mingjiao pinched her sleeve and cried silently. Xue Jiao looked on coldly. Then, she lifted her feet and left the office. This afternoon's class was only about the exam papers. It didn't matter whether she listened or not. She was in a bad mood now. She just wanted to leave immediately. Jiao Jiao, Yi Tianyu subconsciously wanted to chase after her, but he was interrupted by Li Sitong's shout. He looked at Li Sitong who was chasing after her and said loudly, "Gu Xuejiao has suffered so much. As a mother, you didn't even say a word to seek justice for her." Li Sitong paused for a moment and continued to chase after her. Li Sitong caught up with Xuejiao at the school gate. She held her hand tightly and said with a guilty expression, "I'm sorry." "Jiao Jiao, I'm sorry." Li Sitong's face was full of sadness. She gripped Xuejiao so tightly that her fingers turned white. So this time, it wasn't a fight. It was, to protect her. Xuejiao's voice was almost emotionless. "Mom, are you really my biological mother?" Li Sitong's face suddenly turned frighteningly white. Her fingers trembled slightly and she could only say, "I'm sorry. I'm sorry." Qing Mingjiao's mother has always been on her side. When she was hit, she asked for an explanation. When she found out that it was her fault, she immediately defended her. "What about you?" Xuejiao didn't finish her sentence, but they all knew what she was going to say. "But you slapped your own daughter before you knew the cause and effect. When you found out that your daughter was trying to protect her, you just stared blankly and didn't ask for an explanation." "I'm sorry. I'm sorry." She seemed to have lost her ability to speak. That was all she could say. "I know that I wasn't sensible before, but I thought that my behavior during this time should be enough to reassure you. You're my mother. If you don't trust me first, who else can trust me?" She closed her eyes slightly and reached out her hand. She placed it on Li Sitong's wrist and gently pulled her hand away. "I'm tired. I'm going to take a walk." With that, she strode away. "Jiao Jiao," Li Sitong's voice was filled with despair. She looked at the lonely little figure walking away, and her heart was filled with fear. Xuejiao blankly walked down the street. She was surrounded by passers-by. There were fathers and daughters, mothers and children, couples, friends. Their lives were ordinary and happy. People came and went from the shops on both sides of the street. It seemed very lively. At that moment, Xuejiao felt lonely. She felt like she was walking down a bustling street. But this kind of liveliness had nothing to do with her. It was like she was wandering outside the world. She didn't fit in with this lively world. Xuejiao stopped at a doll shop. She calmly stood outside the window and stared at a panda doll. This feeling was very similar to when she was young. She wanted something, but she didn't have it. She couldn't afford anything. She was trying her best to be Gu Xueshan. Admittedly, the other party had left her with a huge mess, but she was still secretly delighted. She had the identity of Gu Xuejiao. She had a family that didn't belong to her but could accept her. She had a mother who cared about her even though her methods weren't right, but now, everything seemed empty. She felt like an extra in her own world. She had come to a foreign world. This world seemed even more unrelated to her. Xuejiao turned around and left the window. She walked to the park and sat down by the fountain. After about half an hour, she suddenly covered her face and couldn't control her tears. No matter if she was Xuejiao or Gu Xuejiao, they were all the same person. After she cried enough, a clean white handkerchief was handed to her. Xuejiao's red eyes followed the handkerchief. Translator, Atlas Studios editor, Atlas Studios. A familiar face appeared in front of her eyes. However, Xuejiao had some understanding of this person. She knew that he had a cute personality under his cold face. Xuejiao's eyes were red from crying. She looked like a little white rabbit. Lin Jihua was standing. She had to lift her chin to look at him. Her flowery face was exposed to his gaze. Lin Jihua saw that she didn't take the handkerchief. He reached out and gently wiped away her tears. A girl's tears are pearls. What made you so sad that you don't even want pearls? His face was cold, but Xiaojiao could hear the gentleness in his voice. She sniffed and shook her head. Lin Jihua put away the handkerchief and took out the hand behind his back. It was a panda doll hugging a bamboo stick. The one in the claw machine. Xiaojiao was stunned. I'll give it to you. As he spoke, he sat down beside Xiaojiao. The man in an expensive suit casually sat down on the steps beside the pool. Xiaojiao didn't know why, but she accepted it. Thank you. Hugging her favorite doll, her heart suddenly felt at ease. So, can you tell me what happened? His tone was very casual. A handsome face was facing her. His ink-black eyes were looking straight at her. She didn't seem to have nothing. She had friends. The home I live in doesn't belong to me. The only home that belongs to my mother doesn't trust me. She doesn't protect me. Second aunt and cousin want me to fall into hell. Xiaojiao opened her mouth. She couldn't help but confide to a stranger. The more expectations she had, the more disappointment she felt. Ever since Xiaojiao came to this world, she tried her best to live as Gu Xiaojiao. Like Gu Xiaojiao, she also yearned for family. In the past month, she and Li Sidong got along well. She would squat in front of her and whisper, "I will be your glory." The more he looked forward to it back then, the more uncomfortable he felt now. Lin Jihua quietly waited for her to finish before saying, "I'll still say the same thing. The more you care, the more it will hurt you. The only reason you feel sad is because your mother is the person you care about. The knife from the person closest to you will pierce your heart. Xiaojiao, if you don't care, you won't be sad." He paused and said softly, "There will be people who will protect you." Xiaojiao hugged her knees and rested her head on them. How can there be such relatives? Lin Jihua looked at the top of her head and said softly, "Because of certain reasons, my parents once seriously hurt me. My relatives schemed against me and all of them only wanted to gain benefits. My own grandfather conspired with his youngest son to murder me." Lin Jihua said casually, but the words that came out of his mouth made Xiaojiao turn around in shock. Murder. Xiaojiao was stunned. Compared to Lin Jihua, she suddenly felt that the things that happened to her were nothing. You. Xiaojiao opened her mouth, but she didn't know what to say. But I don't feel bad. Not at all. Lin Jihua really didn't feel anything. His feelings were weak to begin with, and it was towards people he already knew, so he didn't feel sad at all. He would only chop off the claws that reached out to him one by one, but obviously, Xiaojiao didn't think that way. She didn't have family in her previous life, so this was a very beautiful thing to her. She had expectations, so she was sad. Lin Jihua's experience only made her feel that the man in front of her must have been very sad at that time. "Sir." She opened her mouth, and her eyes were full of worry. "Don't be sad. In the future, we will love ourselves." Her voice was very soft, but it was sincere and heartbroken. Lin Jihua's heart softened, and he couldn't help but smile slightly. His heart felt warm. This was a feeling that he had never felt before. His heart, which had always been calm, was now slightly warm. This feeling was so wonderful that he wanted to hug the petite girl with red eyes in front of him and bring her home. From now on, all her care and concern could only be given to him. Lin Jihua restrained himself and reached out to pat her head gently. "Little girl, feelings are very complicated things. On one hand, you feel that your mother loves you, but on the other hand, you feel that she hurt you. You can't abandon a mother and daughter who are related by blood, and you feel wronged. Think about why she wasn't good, and why didn't she just be bad to the end? Most people who are frustrated by their family are like this." Xiaojiao was stunned. Yes, that was indeed what she thought. If Li Sidong treated her well, she would sincerely accept her. If she didn't treat her well, she would just be bad to the end and let her give up. Lin Jihua's fingers trembled when he felt the other party's hair on his fingertips. He narrowed his eyes and continued, "So, little girl, I hope that you don't mind. This is not a question of right or wrong. This is not the first time something like this has happened, and it may not be the last. Don't mind it. No matter how many knives there are, they can't hurt you. Xiaojiao didn't say anything. She slightly bit her lower lip and nodded heavily. Lin Jihua's gaze shifted to her tightly biting lower lip. His eyes darkened, and he quickly retracted his hand. Little girl, are you still crying? I stopped a long time ago. It's just a moment of sadness. I don't usually cry. Oh? Is that so? Lin Jihua smiled faintly. Xiaojiao widened her eyes. Yes. Today is an exception. Then you better not let me see you cry again. My heart will ache. I won't. By the way, sir, what do you do for a living? Xiaojiao was puzzled. Lin Jihua raised his eyebrows. Are you sure you want to be so polite? Xiaojiao was stunned. She slowly exhaled and said the name, Lin Jihua. Yes. Lin Jihua's lips curled up slightly and he nodded. You still haven't told me what you do for a living. Me? I do business. Xiaojiao's mouth opened wide. Ah? I really couldn't tell. How am I not like it? Lin Jihua raised his eyebrows and looked at her with narrowed eyes. Businessmen look very friendly. Not all businessmen are friendly. I'm quite good like this. Lin Jihua rubbed his fingers and looked forward. Xiaojiao nodded. She felt that Lin Jihua's face was so stiff and he was so idle. His business probably wasn't very big, so she didn't continue this topic. Lin Jihua, thank you. What are you thanking me for? Lin Jihua looked over again. His expression was dignified. He looked at her as if he wanted to suck her in. Xiaojiao didn't look away this time. She was still very serious. Thank you very much. Although it's a little presumptuous, I still have to say that you're my only friend. Lin Jihua was stunned. Friend? Yes. Lin Jihua, do you care about being friends despite the difference in age? Friends despite the difference in age? Lin Jihua was stunned. He was very old? Ha 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 ha. Xiaojiao laughed. I'm just teasing you. You look like you're only 2 or 3 years older than me. Lin Jihua. That was even more heart-wrenching. Xiaojiao stopped smiling and looked at him with a gentle gaze. You're more like my brother. Lin Jihua's lips that were about to curl up froze. Okay, I've pierced him. Thank you. Xiaojiao raised her voice and stood up. Then I'll go back first. Goodbye. I'll send you. Xiaojiao had already run a few steps. She turned back and smiled brightly. No need. Bye-bye. Her small figure gradually ran away. Lin Jihua looked at her back and smiled slightly. What should he do? He really wanted to bring her back and let this girl be by his side all the time. Lin Corporation. President Lin. Qin Yan stood at the entrance and immediately greeted him when he saw his car. Everyone's here? Yes. I've already informed them that the meeting will be postponed for half an hour. Qin Yan looked down at the time. All the managers have already returned to the meeting room. Yes, let's start the meeting. Lin Jihua strode forward. Qin Yan hurried to catch up. He looked at Lin Jihua from the corner of his eyes. Boss, that half an hour, is there something very important? Yes. His yes clearly meant that it was very important. Qin Yan was confused. He had Lin Jihua's schedule. After working for Lin Jihua for so many years, basically everything had to go through his hands. Moreover, the boss was a person who prioritized work. The only thing that could make him postpone the meeting was work, right? But why didn't he know about work? Qin Yan couldn't figure it out, but he didn't dare to ask again. The two of them walked to the front of the exclusive elevator. At this time, a beautifully dressed girl rushed down the stairs from the side. She deliberately tilted her foot and fell towards Lin Jihua. He almost immediately retreated, letting the other party fall into the air. Boss. The girl shrank back and opened her mouth. Lin Jihua interrupted her. I don't want to see this person in Lin Corporation in the future. This month's salary and half a year's bonus will be deducted for those who recruited her. 1 month's salary and a year's bonus will be deducted for those who trained her. He finished speaking with a cold face and continued to walk away. Qing Yan looked at the girl coldly. If this person had used other methods to get close to the boss, it would have been fine. But she actually wanted to get close to the boss. She really didn't want her life anymore. He had been working for Lin Zhihua ever since he took over the company. He had never seen him get close to a girl. No, there seemed to be one? Boss. I was wrong. Don't fire me, the girl wailed loudly, tears streaming down her face. Lin Zhihua walked into the elevator. As the door closed, he looked at the girl's tear-filled face without any reaction. He once said that a girl's tears were pearls. Oh, it had nothing to do with him. They weren't his pearls. When Xiaojiao returned, the Qing family was very quiet. But unexpectedly, everyone in the Qing family was there. She calmly pushed the door open and went in. She changed her shoes and remained silent. Hoo, Ming Jiao's knees are still bruised. Don't we know this child's personality? She must have said the wrong thing in a moment of confusion. Besides, didn't Gu Xiaojiao beat her up? Lu Yazhen cried as she held on to Ming Jiao. Shut up. The second son of the Qing family, Qing Kai, shouted at Lu Yazhen. Old Master and Old Madam Cheng's expressions were ugly. They valued their reputation. No matter who was right or wrong this time, the Qing family's reputation was lost. How promising. One scolded and the other hit. Old Madam Bai Shomei said coldly. Li Sidong didn't say anything. But when Gu Xiaojiao came in, she walked over and wanted to take her bag with a fawning smile on her face. She reached out and retracted her hand again and again. Her face was full of uneasiness and apprehension. Xiaojiao avoided her and went upstairs directly. Jiao, wait a minute, Qing Shua stopped her with a kind smile and patted the sofa next to him. Sit here. Xiaojiao lowered her head slightly. She bit her lower lip and walked over. This stepfather was really good to Gu Xiaojiao. He was fair and reasonable to the two children. She didn't want to embarrass him. Dad, Mom, since you're here, I don't have to go to the old mansion to find you. You already know what happened. Jiao didn't hit Ming Jiao, but Ming Jiao really went overboard. Qing Shua patted Gu Xiaojiao's head with one hand as he looked at Old Master and Old Madam Qing. Big brother. Lu Yazhen raised her voice. Ming Jiao was just confused in a moment of anger. It was just a casual remark, but Gu Xiaoshan really kicked Ming Jiao. She looked very angry, as if she was very angry. Qing Kai's expression changed. Of course, he felt sorry for his daughter, but her words were really ugly this time. Old Master Qing was still reasonable. He glared at Qing Mingjiao. Mingjiao, apologize. Apologize to your auntie and cousin. Qing Mingjiao bit his lower lip and looked at everyone with teary eyes. He glanced at Gu Xiaojiao from the corner of his eyes and froze. She definitely couldn't apologize, she wouldn't lose to Gu Xiaojiao. Lu Yazhen also shouted, why? At most, both of them are at fault. Ming Jiao was injured. How can they let Ming Jiao apologize to Gu Xiaojiao? Apologize. Qing Kai roared. Qing Mingjiao lowered his head and didn't open his mouth. Qing Kai was so angry that he stood up aggressively. Old Madam Bai Shomei sighed slightly and stopped twirling her walking stick. That's enough. Second brother, don't be rash. Don't scare the child. She then looked at Qing Mingjiao. Mingjiao seems to have gotten 18th grade this time? Not bad, not bad. Continue to work hard and try to get close to your brother Mingzai. Qing Mingjiao said in a low voice. Bai Shomei then looked at Xiaojiao. Jiao, I heard that you passed all the exams this time? This is a big improvement, but there's still room for improvement. You have to work harder and improve a little more. Xiaojiao passing the exams was indeed a big improvement, but compared to Qing Mingjiao, it was a lot weaker. Lu Yazhen was so proud that her tail was about to curl up. I heard that many people in Ming Jiao's class had their grades drop this time. It's already very good that Ming Jiao's ranking can still rise. Bai Shomei also nodded with a smile and said, yes, it's not easy. It can be seen that both children are working hard. This was just an accident. The two of you should apologize to each other and shake hands. In the future, Ming Jiao will teach Jiao studies. Both of you should work hard together. Lu Yazhen didn't say anything this time. Old Madame Bai's method was still fair. Qing Mingjiao obviously thought so too. As long as he wasn't the only one apologizing to her, it wouldn't be considered a loss. She pursed her lips in her heart and agreed with this method. I won't apologize. Xue Jiao, who had been silent since she came back, suddenly spoke up. Everyone was stunned and turned to look at her. Xue Jiao's face was still expressionless as she said calmly, if I did it again, Qing Mingjiao, I would still hit her. So I didn't do anything wrong. I didn't do anything wrong, so I won't apologize. But Qing Mingjiao, if you didn't do anything wrong, if you did it again, would you still call my mother and me vixens? She sneered. And you didn't slip up, did you? You've always disrespected us. These words were said very calmly, but each word pierced into the hearts of the others. Bai Xiaomei frowned. After a while, she moved her walking stick and said, Mingjiao, what are you thinking? I. Qing Mingjiao opened her mouth and looked into Gu Xuejiao's eyes. She was speechless for a moment. Mingjiao definitely didn't do it on purpose. Lu Yazhen argued. Mingjiao, do you realize your mistake? Bai Xiaomei was still looking at Qing Mingjiao. Qing Mingjiao nodded hurriedly. Bai Xiaomei smiled gently and looked very loving. If you know your mistake, then correct it. But you still have to apologize to your aunt. Qing Mingjiao was stunned for a moment. She turned her head stiffly and looked at Li Sidong. Aunt. Mingjiao, you should apologize. Bai Xiaomei's fingers tightened on her walking stick. I'm sorry. She looked at Li Sidong and said in a low voice. Xue Jiao sat there calmly. Gradually, a cold smile appeared on her face. Enough. A female voice suddenly said. This time, everyone was really shocked. The one who let out this roar was actually Li Sidong. Ever since she married into the Qing family, apart from scolding Gu Xuejiao, she was a virtuous and kind woman. Li Sidong exhaled slightly to calm herself down. Her original mentality was to minimize the problem and solve it as soon as possible. But at that moment, she saw her daughter's cold smile. That kind of indifference. Li Sidong's heart ached. She looked at Qing Mingjiao and said, Mingjiao, you're 2 months younger than Jiao Jiao, but you're already 16. You're not young anymore. You can scold me, but you can't scold my daughter. She didn't do anything wrong. There's no reason for her to be scolded. You didn't do anything wrong either. Qing Mingjiao said softly. He stood up and took her into his arms. Li Sidong's eyes were already filled with tears. She looked back at Qing Mingjiao, touched. Xue Jiao looked at this scene expressionlessly. She hit me. She hit me. Qing Mingjiao's eyes widened. She hit me and she wants me to apologize? Why are you all protecting her? On what basis? I am the one with the surname Qing. Because you disrespected her mother. Qing Shua hugged Li Sidong and looked at Qing Mingjiao seriously. She didn't know how her obedient and sensible niece had become like this. Apologize. Qing Kai was furious. Qing Mingjiao gritted his teeth and looked at Bai Xiaomei. She didn't say anything. His line of sight shifted to the old man beside him. The old man was frowning with a hint of disappointment. Boom, Qing Mingjiao's brain felt like it was about to explode. She didn't know how she had become like this. Why did her blood relatives want her to apologize to someone with the surname Gu? All of you, protect her. She shouted and ran out. Mingjiao. Lu Yazhen called out anxiously and looked at Li Sidong. Are you satisfied? She chased after her after shouting. The rest of the people were silent. Li Sidong was stunned. Bai Xiaomei sighed and walked forward. She held Li Sidong's hand and said softly, Mingjiao is indeed insensible. I don't know what triggered her today. You are her aunt, so please bear with her. I know you are a good child. Li Sidong had been married into the Qing family for so many years. This was her second marriage and she had a child. There was no one to back her up. Although Bai Xiaomei didn't say anything, Li Sidong knew that the old lady had always been dissatisfied. That was why she had been cautious all these years. She only wanted to have a place in the Qing family and let those who mocked her know that she could live a good life. After so many years, this was a rare show of warmth from the old lady. Li Sidong was quite touched and shouted emotionally, "Mom." Bai Xiaomei nodded repeatedly and smiled lovingly. Good child, good child. Jiao Jiao is also a good child, sob, I'm sorry, Jiao Jiao. Li Sidong looked up at Xue Jiao with a guilty expression. Xue Jiao didn't say anything. She lowered her head and looked at a spot. That night, Bai Xiaomei comforted Li Sidong for a long time. This was a rare moment of intimacy between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. Li Sidong's originally sad mood also improved a lot, and the expression on her face also relaxed a little. Xue Jiao didn't say anything and went back to her room early. This was the first time she fell on her bed without reading a book. She tossed and turned. Today, everyone was speaking up for her. Even her mother exploded for once. But for some reason, Xue Jiao wasn't happy at all. After a while, she took out her phone and sent a message to Lin Jihua. I don't know so clearly that I'm really an outsider anymore. Lin Jihua replied quickly. What's wrong? What happened when you went back? Xue Jiao's fingers froze. She didn't know when it started, but she gradually contacted the person opposite her. And it seemed that from today onwards, she even felt that she could tell him anything. This was a friend, there was no familial love. At least, she seemed to have a friendship. Qing Mingjiao's grandparents came over. They all asked her to apologize to me. My mom also defended me, but I don't know why. I feel very sad. Lin Jihua, what happened tonight? Xue Jiao told her about how she came back and how old Master Qing and the others left. Lin Jihua, Qing Mingjiao is fair. Qing Kai asked Qing Mingjiao to apologize to you, not to be fair, but to educate his daughter. Your grandfather is the same, but this education is because his daughter made a mistake. Even if you weren't the one who hit her, the other party will educate Qing Mingjiao. Old madam is only on your cousin's side. She's a smart person and controlled herself well tonight. If it weren't for Qing Mingjiao's unwillingness to cooperate, this matter would have been over. Xue Jiao was stunned. She didn't understand. She was a young girl who had just graduated from high school in her previous life. She couldn't figure it out. Old madam, controlled? Fortunately, Lin Jihua quickly sent another message. Your mother's outburst was short-lived. She cared too much about her family and your stepfather. This outburst didn't have much power. However, your stepfather didn't. Your mother's outburst touched him. Qing Mingjiao didn't repent and ran out. As long as your grandmother comforted your mother would be able to comfort you and your stepfather. She would then comfort the rest of the Qing family and reluctantly put back the mask that Qing Mingjiao took off this time. This matter would be over. Huh? Lin Jihua, your mother will definitely look for you tonight. Xue Jiao was stunned. How did he know? Soon, she received another message. Xue Jiao read it carefully and then fell into a daze. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Xue Jiao's door rang. She continued reading without turning her head. Soon, the door was pushed open. Jiao Jiao. It was Li Sitong's voice. Xue Jiao didn't move. Li Sidong approached her with a glass of milk and smiled. Jiao Jiao, you've been wrong today. Rest early and study again tomorrow. I still have to write a self-reflection. Li Sitong's smile froze. After a while, he said softly, I'm sorry. Mom, I won't do it again, really? Xue Jiao looked up. Really? Mom promises. But I don't believe you, Xue Jiao said softly. Just like you don't believe me. No. No. Li Sidong stammered. Mom, you still have uncle in the Qing family, but I only have you. I can tolerate Qing Mingjiao calling me a burden because I really am. However, I can't. Although her surname is Qing, she can't casually abuse me, and you. Xue Jiao's eyes were slightly wet. No. Jiao Jiao. You're not a burden. You're mom's baby. You have a father now. Your uncle Qing will protect you. You're the same as Qing Mingjiao. It's not the same. At least, her mother will protect her. Xue Jiao smiled bitterly. Mom, I still don't know what I did wrong. Do you know how sad I felt when you hit me today? It was like I was betrayed by the whole world. I was the only one. No one cared about me. Jiao Jiao. Li Sitong's tears flowed down instantly. She knew she hurt her daughter today, but she didn't expect it to hurt her so much. You can go out. I think I need to calm down. She put her hand on her heart and looked extremely uncomfortable. Get out. Li Sitong walked out, looking back 3 times with each step. There was someone standing at the door of the room opposite. She was stunned and forced to smile. Mingzi. You're still awake, Auntie, you went too far today. Qing Mingzi looked at the girl with her back to them. He sighed slightly, turned around, and closed the door. Li Sitong went back to her room crying. Almost as soon as she went in, she burst into tears. Sitong. Sitong, what's wrong? Qing Mingzi anxiously lifted the quilt and walked over. I'm sorry to Jiao Jiao. I'm not a good mother. Li Sitong's emotions, which had been comforted by Bai Xiaomei in the afternoon, exploded in an instant. She cried sadly. Don't worry, don't worry. I know you're a good mother. Let's apologize to Jiao Jiao. Qing Mingzi comforted her. Why did Ming Jiao go too far? How could she be like this? Li Sitong sobbed. Ming Jiao really went too far this time. This time, I have to make her realize her mistake. Qing Mingzi's face became serious. He thought about the incident in the afternoon and Ming Jiao's words rang in his heart again. This matter couldn't be so simple. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good for the 2 children. Almost immediately, he took out his phone and made a call. Kai, bring Ming Jiao over tomorrow morning to apologize to Jiao Jiao. She hasn't apologized to Jiao Jiao today. This child must be taken care of. Xue Jiao lay on the bed and couldn't help but take out her phone. She scrolled to the message Lin Jihua sent before Li Sitong came in. Qing Mingjiao's grandma will definitely look for your cousin when she gets home today. Tomorrow, your cousin will bring a bramble to beg for forgiveness and come over to apologize honestly. However, you can't let her take the initiative to come over. She has to be passive. So, you have to let your mother know that she was wrong. However, she will avoid it. She won't think that it was all her fault. In the end, she will definitely blame it on your cousin. Your mother will definitely cry to your stepfather and let him know that she was wronged. Then, your stepfather will know that this matter has a huge impact and let your cousin come over to apologize. She will know what she did wrong. Lin Jihua. Was she really right? Would her mother really go back and cry because of what she said just now? Would Uncle Cheng also contact Qing Mingjiao and ask her to come over to apologize? The next morning, the sun had just risen. Jiao Jiao, come down quickly. Ming Jiao is coming over. Li Sitong's voice carried a hint of joy. She thought that this matter was mainly Qing Mingjiao's fault. If Qing Mingjiao apologized, her daughter would also forgive her, right? Xue Jiao walked out slowly. When she reached the staircase, she glanced down and frowned. Not only was Qing Mingjiao here, but Bai Xiaomei was also here. She reached behind her, took out her phone from her bag, and opened WeChat. Sure enough, Lin Jihua's message had already arrived. There are 2 possibilities. One is that your grandma came over. The other is that your grandma didn't come. Is she here? She's here. Xue Jiao immediately replied. Soon, there were a few more messages. Xue Jiao read them carefully before putting away her phone and walking down slowly. Jiao Jiao, you're down? Bai Xiaomei smiled lovingly. Ming Jiao said early in the morning that she wanted to come and apologize to you. Qing Mingjiao looked up at Xue Jiao, who was walking down slowly. Anger flashed in his eyes, but he said, Cousin, you're awake. I'm here to apologize to you. Xue Jiao thought to herself, this Lin Jihua really got everything right. Hence, she looked at Qing Mingjiao with a smile and walked up to him slowly. Are you here to apologize? Xue Jiao chuckled. In Qing Mingjiao's eyes, her expression was that of a winner's smugness. Qing Mingjiao almost flew into a rage, but Bai Xiaomei was standing next to her. She held it in and gritted her teeth. Yes, I'm here to apologize. Qing Shua and Qing Mingzi sat on the sofa. Li Sitong poured water for the old lady while looking at them with a complicated expression. Qing Mingjiao felt extremely humiliated, but she still remembered the old lady's sharp words last night. She said, Qing Mingjiao, you're the young lady of the Qing family. Our family treats Gu Xuejiao fairly. We didn't care about what she did before because her surname is Gu, not Qing. You've been a well-known young lady in the circle for the past 16 years. Are you really going to ruin your reputation because of this incident, because of Gu Xuejiao? The old lady also said, if you weren't sensible in the past, it would have been fine. But you were famous for being well-behaved and sensible. Many elders wanted to wait for you to become an adult and matchmake you with their children. You used to respect Li Sidong and Gu Xuejiao. Now that Gu Xuejiao has just changed, you suddenly changed. Others will only think that you're scheming and that your previous obedience was all an act. Think about it yourself. Is it worth it? It's not worth it. It's not worth it at all. Qing Mingjiao took a deep breath and looked at Xuejiao. Cousin, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I was so angry yesterday that I spoke nonsense. I definitely didn't mean it that way. I hope you can forgive me. Bai Xiaomei smiled. Li Sidong also smiled. Cousin, since you've already realized your mistake, remember to reflect on it today. I thought about it all night yesterday, but I still couldn't figure out what I did wrong. Since you said that it's all your fault, remember to say it in class today. Your cousin didn't do anything wrong, so I won't reflect on it. Qing Mingjiao's eyes widened and he almost jumped up. What? Reading self-reflection? That's right. Shui Han blinked her eyes. Qing Mingjiao was so angry that he gasped for breath. You actually want me to apologize in public? Xuejiao nodded. Dream on. Teacher Yin didn't say anything about reflecting in class. That's what I said. Xuejiao smiled and spoke in a relaxed tone. Jiao, Mingjiao already knows that she's wrong. She's a young girl, and she's reading a self-reflection in class. Bai Xiaomei opened her mouth, looking like she was in a difficult position. Li Sidong noticed Bai Xiaomei's awkward expression and said, Jiao, since Mingjiao has already apologized, you don't have to apologize to the class, right? Jiao, don't wash your dirty linen in public. Mingjiao has gone overboard this time. Don't hold it against her. Seeing that Li Sidong's attitude had softened, Bai Xiaomei went forward and held Xuejiao's hand, looking apologetic and loving. Xuejiao pretended to tuck her hair and pulled her hand out. Grandma, I'm not trying to make things difficult for Mingjiao. She said so loudly and confidently that my mother and I are vixens and that others don't understand our family. These words came from Mingjiao's mouth, so I'm afraid that they'll take it seriously. She paused. If they take it seriously, I won't have a good time in class in the future. Moreover, I don't want them to misunderstand my mother. Mingjiao isn't going to reflect on herself, but rather to explain the truth. Li Sidong's expression changed instantly. Why would anyone want her reputation to be tarnished? She was an upright person, so there was no reason for her to be misunderstood. Hence, Li Sidong didn't say anything and agreed with her. Bai Xiaomei's expression turned ugly for a moment. She forced Qing Mingjiao to apologize because she wanted to minimize the problem. She didn't want this to happen. Jiao, let Mingjiao explain in private. She's still young and shy. Xuejiao shook her head. Explaining in private won't be effective. What if there are still people who don't know? It's better to reflect in class. Others will definitely believe that Mingjiao said something wrong in a moment of confusion. So, it's better for Mingjiao to write the truth in the reflection so that she can explain it in public today. No. Qing Mingjiao exploded. She couldn't hold it in anymore. She was the one who was hit, but she had to apologize to Gu Xuejiao. It was fine if she apologized, but why did she have to reflect in public? You don't want to? I don't want to. Give up. Qing Mingjiao widened her eyes. Grandma, you're talking about Mingjiao. If she doesn't apologize, I don't know what will happen in class. Besides, after the monthly exam next month, there will be a parent-teacher conference. How will others look at my mother? She put on a troubled expression. This is all because of Mingjiao's slander. So, I think it's better for Mingjiao to clarify. Xuejiao said with a smile. Bai Xiaomei and Qing Mingjiao wanted to minimize the problem, but it depended on whether she was willing to do so. Not to mention how much Qing Mingjiao had made Gu Xiaojiao suffer in secret in her memory. Qing Mingjiao had made things difficult for her many times ever since she came and slandered her this time. She wouldn't let it go so easily. Bai Xiaomei's smile was forced. Li Sidong was stunned when she heard about the parent-teacher conference. In the past, Qing Mingjiao had always been the one to attend Qing Ming's parent-teacher conference. She was the one to attend Gu Xiaojiao's parent-teacher conference. What if the students in Xiaojiao's class misunderstood her and really thought that she was a vixen? Moreover, 7th high school was a good school. The experimental class was full of talents, and many of them were the children of famous big shots in the circle. If others misunderstood her, how could she face others in the future? Thinking of this, she tugged at the corner of Qing Mingjiao's shirt with a worried expression. Qing Mingjiao patted her hand and stood up. You do need to explain yourself during the self-reflection. Mingjiao, you should change if you know you're wrong. You have to solve the consequences of your careless words. I won't. Qing Mingjiao's gaze swept to Gu Xiaojiao. She was smiling. Her eyes were half narrowed, and they were full of the provocation of a victor. Qing Mingjiao was almost immediately provoked by her gaze. His whole body was like oil that was set on fire. Impossible. Impossible. I won't self-reflect. She didn't self-reflect, so why should I self-reflect in class? She couldn't imagine publicly saying that she had slandered Gu Xiaojiao in class. Impossible. Dream on. Mingjiao, it's all because of your nonsense. Xiaojiao emphasized that her words were nonsense with every word she said. Qing Mingjiao kept thinking of what she said. When Qing Mingjiao was so angry that his mind went blank, he blurted out, I will never publicly apologize. I didn't say anything wrong. Your mother and you are both vixens. Slap, Qing Mingjiao was slapped. The person who slapped him was actually Li Sidong. This time, not to mention the others, even Xiaojiao was stunned. Li Sidong must have been angry before, but no matter how angry she was, she didn't want to do anything to Qing Mingjiao. She acted cautiously in the Qing family. Before today, she didn't even dare to think about slapping Qing Mingjiao. But she still hit him. After slapping him, Li Sidong also cried with trembling hands. Qing Mingjiao. What right do you have to say that about me and Jiao? You hit me. You actually hit me. Qing Mingjiao widened his eyes in disbelief. Qing Mingjiao. Qing Mingjiao yelled at her. Look at what you're saying. She actually hit me. I don't have an aunt like her. Then you don't have to call me uncle. Qing Mingjiao's face was cold. Bai Xiaomei breathed heavily and reached out with trembling fingers. How did things turn out like this? Qing Mingjiao. Compared to Qing Mingjiao's roar, Bai Xiaomei's voice could be said to be very soft. She looked at the crazy girl in front of her and opened her mouth. You really disappoint me, you're all bullying me. You're all bullying me. She was so angry that her words were almost soundless. She turned around and ran, stumbling. Bai Xiaomei shook. Boss. Go after her. Mom. No matter how disobedient she is, we can't let anything happen to her. Find her and send her home first. Bai Xiaomei ordered. Although Qing Mingjiao was angry, she was still his only niece. He took the clothes and chased after her. Xiaojiao turned around, walked to the dining table, drank a glass of milk, and picked up a piece of bread. It was time. She ate her bread as she walked outside. Qing Mingzi, who had been silent the whole time, was stunned. He picked up his bag and said, Grandma, Auntie Li, I'm going to class first. When she got into Uncle Xing's car, Xiaojiao had just finished eating the bread. She hugged her bag and sat obediently in the back seat. Qing Mingzi sat next to her and almost kept looking at her. Xiaojiao turned her head and looked at him expressionlessly. Her eyes were cold. Qing Mingzi paused and said, Today, why? Are you standing up for your sister? Her words were sarcastic, and her expression was half a smile. However, some people were just so good-looking. Even if it was a sarcastic expression, it was still dazzling. Qing Mingzi looked away uncomfortably and said with a frown, You're my sister too. Oh. Xiaojiao didn't comment. The two of them fell into silence. Xiaojiao looked out the window. The sky was just beginning to brighten. There were already many cars on the road to number 7 high school. Cheng Mingjiao lost. Not only did he lose, but he also went up against Li Sidong. Could they be less annoying in the future? She didn't focus her eyes and just looked at the cars coming and going outside. Xue Jiao suddenly thought of the news she received in the morning. That cunning man. When she told him that Cheng Mingjiao came with Bai Xiaomei, he replied, since her grandma came with her, it means that Cheng Mingjiao didn't come willingly. At least, he didn't come willingly to admit his mistake. She still thinks she's right. However, she will apologize to you. If you refuse to accept it, the insensible target will be transferred from her to you. However, you can't accept it directly. Otherwise, this matter will be resolved, and she will do worse next time. I suggest you try to divert the conflict. I personally think that your mother's attitude is problematic. Between you and Cheng Mingjiao, she will always protect Cheng Mingjiao because of her status. Since Cheng Mingjiao doesn't realize his mistake, you can keep reminding her of what she said and then use the most unacceptable way to provoke her. When she's angry, her mind will always be filled with that sentence. She will definitely scold you again. As long as she scolds you again in front of your mother, this will be evidence that she dislikes your mother. Then your mother's attitude won't be important. After she said that sentence, your stepfather will definitely be angry. He will be angry that between your stepfather and your cousin, your grandma can no longer simply protect your cousin. Then, the center of the conflict in the Qing family will no longer be between you and your cousin, but between your mother and your cousin. Thinking of those words, Xue Jiao's mouth twitched slightly. Lin Jihua's idea was better the more she thought about it. This way, she could at least relax for a long time, right? However, if he knew that she called him cunning, would he be so angry that he would glare at her? Thinking of this, Xue Jiao took out her phone and sent, "Thank you. Problem solved. You're so smart." The reply came very quickly, making her think that the other party was very free. Children's solution, curve to save the country. Xue Jiao, she quickly sent, okay. Then, as an adult, if you were in a situation like mine, how would you solve it? The phone vibrated and the other party replied, I won't encounter such a problem. Gu Xue Jiao, the other party sent another message, little girl, problem solved. You should study hard. Xue Jiao looked out of the window and exhaled. Right. She should study. This matter had already wasted a lot of her time. She had to make up for it in the next 2 days, taking advantage of the fact that there were still a few minutes before the bus arrived at school. Xue Jiao took out the vocabulary book from the monthly English test and started to recite it again. -Oh, you're here? Have you finished writing your reflection? Yi Tianyu raised his eyebrows and smiled gloatingly. But who knew how happy he was now? After Xue Jiao left yesterday, Yi Tianyu sat listlessly in his seat until night fell. His eyes were glued to her seat. This morning, he woke up half an hour early for the first time. His dad was so scared that he thought he had taken the wrong medicine. Since morning, he had been thinking about when Xue Jiao would arrive. Did she beat him up again? Would she come today? All kinds of annoying questions. But when they really arrived, the words that came out of his mouth turned into a gloating one. Xue Jiao rolled her eyes at him and didn't care. I didn't write it. You didn't write it? Yi Tianyu's eyes widened and he quickly moved closer to her. You didn't write it? I didn't do anything wrong. Why should I write it? Xue Jiao narrowed her eyes and leaned slightly to the side to put some distance between her and Yi Tianyu. The other party suddenly forgot about the reflection and raised his voice. Why are you hiding? Are you despising me? Men and women shouldn't touch each other. Yi Tianyu was stunned for a moment, then a strange smile appeared on his face. He put one hand on her desk and the other hand on her chair, as if he was surrounding her in his arms, and then he moved closer. Xue Jiao tried her best to lean to one side and almost fell over. Yi Tianyu also continued to move closer to her ear. I'll just move closer. What can you do to me? Xue Jiao glared at him angrily. She did not dare to move in her current position. If she moved, she would lose her balance and fall down. She could only gnash her teeth. Yi Tianyu. What are you doing? A voice suddenly appeared behind them. Yi Tianyu subconsciously sat up straight, and Xue Jiao slowly returned to her original position. Nothing, Yi Tianyu said. Shi Junyang approached them and asked suspiciously, nothing. Why are your ears red? Yi Tianyu flew into a rage out of humiliation. Whose ears are red? Who's red? Shi Junyang looked even more suspicious. Why are you so nervous? Get lost, Shi Junyang rolled his eyes at him, then looked at Xue Jiao. Xue Jiao, how is it? Is it settled? Yeah, it's basically settled. Thank you for the office. Shi Junyang quickly waved his hands. No, I didn't do anything. It's good that you settled it. Hey, hey, hey. Yi Tianyu widened his eyes in disbelief. Who are you thanking? Xue Jiao smiled. Classmate Shi, class is about to start. You should go back to your seat. Okay then. Remember to let me know if you need anything. Okay, thank you. You're welcome. Shi Junyang said. He gently reached out and ruffled her hair, then left with a smile. Yi Tianyu glared at Shi Junyang's hand. His gaze was like a knife. Xue Jiao put down her bag and took out the book she needed from her drawer. Yi Tianyu was so angry that he scratched the wall. Is this girl stupid? I was the one who helped her yesterday. She actually thanked Shi Junyang, the guy who did nothing? Yi Tianyu wanted to say it out loud, but he felt like he was trying to show off. He fidgeted in his seat, feeling uneasy. A moment later, a slender, fair hand reached out and placed it on the table in front of Yi Tianyu. A round lollipop was wrapped in a piece of white paper. He was stunned. He opened the paper in a daze. There were only 2 words written on it, thank you. There was a smiley face at the end. Although the smile was made up of only 3 lines, it looked very sweet. He looked at the smiley face, then at the girl sitting upright next to him, reciting her textbook. Yi Tianyu smiled. See, she gave me a lollipop, only for me, not even Shi Junyang got one of a kind. Yi Tianyu carefully wrapped the lollipop in the paper and put it in his pocket, where it was closest to his flesh. Dash gu Xue Jiao. Come out. Yin Fang shouted at the door. Yi Tianyu was stunned for a moment, then bumped into her arm. Hey, she must be asking you to submit a self-reflection letter. What should I do? You didn't even write one. Xue Jiao frowned. She shook her head at Yi Tianyu and walked out. Self-reflection letter? Sure enough, Yin Fang said these 3 words. She had been a high school homeroom teacher for many years. She always had a stern face and was very intimidating. Xue Jiao bit her lip and looked up. I didn't do anything wrong. I can't write a self-reflection letter. Yin Fang was so angry that she laughed. You didn't do anything wrong by hitting people? I didn't hit anyone. Xue Jiao paused for a moment. My classmates have already testified for me, you hit her. Yin Fang was very stubborn. Even if you covered her mouth, you still hit her. Besides, your classmates were all looking at you and weren't studying. You affected them. Don't you need to write a self-reflection letter? Xue Jiao didn't say anything, but her eyes were equally stubborn. For some reason, Yin Fang suddenly thought of the slap yesterday, thus, her expression softened. How about this? I see that your grades have improved a lot. You're also very serious in class. If you can get into the top 30 in the midterm exam, you don't have to submit a self-reflection letter. If you can't do it, you have to do it now. Okay. Xue Jiao didn't hesitate. Yin Fang was stunned and looked at her suspiciously. Xue Jiao let her look at her. If you agree and can't do it, you have to submit 2 self-reflection letters. Okay. Yin Fang was speechless. Then you have to do what you say, she said after a long time. Xue Jiao nodded. She still believed in her own abilities. What about Qingming Jiao? Yin Fang asked again. I don't know. Xue Jiao's answer was straightforward. Yin Fang frowned. Qingming Jiao was the top student in her class. In her heart, he was completely different from Xue Jiao. You're not allowed to argue in the classroom in the future. If I catch you arguing again, it won't be so simple. Xue Jiao didn't say anything. She believed that she didn't want to argue, but she didn't know about Qingmingjiao. Yinfang's eyebrows were tightly knitted together. She looked like she had a headache when she saw how stubborn Qingmingjiao was. Forget it, forget it. You can go back. Okay. Xiaojiao nodded and went back to the classroom. Yinfang shook her head and turned to go back to the office. Year 2 Class 1. Hey, how did the abbess punish you? Yi Tianyu approached. Xiaojiao took out her pen and continued practicing. She casually said, she didn't punish me. Impossible. Yi Tianyu couldn't believe it. How can the abbess be so easy to talk to? Xiaojiao finally looked up. Because I promised her that I would be in the top 30 of the class. So please don't disturb me. Yi Tianyu's eyes widened. Top 30 of the class? You're crazy. His voice was a little loud. A few students in the front row turned around. Xiaojiao quickly pinched him. Depression, I beg you to keep your voice down, okay? Yi Tianyu. Depression? What kind of stupid nickname is that? Xiaojiao ignored him and continued reading. Yi Tianyu saw how serious she was and didn't dare to disturb her. He only dared to sneak glances at her. This girl actually dared to promise to be in the top 30 of the class? That was equivalent to being in the top 100 of the level. Really, really, good job, she had a fighting spirit. At this moment in the office. Teacher Yin? What are you thinking about? A language teacher next to her called out to Yinfang, who was in a daze. This teacher Yin was strict with her students and herself. Every day, she would memorize lessons, revise homework, and supervise the students. It was rare to see her in a daze. Today, the sun rose from the west. Gu Xiaojiao. Yinfang snapped back to her senses and instinctively opened her mouth. Ah? This language teacher taught class 1 and 2. Naturally, she knew Gu Xiaojiao. At this moment, a student came to the seat of class 2's homeroom teacher. Yinfang and the language teacher were still talking. Wasn't Gu Xiaojiao and Qingmingjiao fighting yesterday? I asked them to hand in their self-reflection. Gu Xiaojiao wasn't willing. I said that if you don't hand it in, then you have to be in the top 30 of the class. She actually agreed. Yinfang said blankly. Ah? She agreed? The language teacher was also shocked. Even class 2's homeroom teacher, who was talking, raised his head and looked at them. Although Gu Xiaojiao was from class 1, class 2's homeroom teacher also knew her. The competition between the homeroom teacher and Yinfang was fierce. When the classes were first assigned, Yinfang often said that Gu Xiaojiao only got a few marks at the end of last semester and would be a burden. Class 2's homeroom teacher naturally had a deep impression of her. She agreed. Kids these days are really. Yinfang said helplessly. Class 2's homeroom teacher laughed. Yinfang, maybe she said that because she's confident. Yinfang obviously could hear the mockery in his words. She glared at him. There are too many people in our class who are a burden. Unlike your class, you got in through the back door and your results aren't bad. He, I got them by drawing straws. I was just lucky. There were a total of 9 people who got in through the back door. The school couldn't allocate them properly, so they drew straws. Although class 2's homeroom teacher got 5 of them, their results were quite good. At least they could still be saved. Actually, I have a good impression of Gu Xiaojiao. This girl is serious in class and her handwriting is neat. She even reviewed my language class in advance. The language teacher said with a smile. She thought of the girl who had her back straight and looked at the blackboard with her head raised. She really had a good impression of her. Sigh, this is how high school is. Some people are smart and can do well in the exams just by casually studying. Some people are especially hardworking, but their results are just average. As Yinfang spoke, her gaze moved to the girl next to class 2's homeroom teacher. She paused for a moment and said with some jealousy, you both have the surname Gu. Why is Gu Shiyun in your class so good? Class 2's homeroom teacher laughed. Gu Shiyun is really hardworking. Yinfang continued to be jealous. This time, she's second in the grade. Why isn't she in my class? Gu Shiyun, do you want to come to class 1? Yinfang was openly trying to poach her. Gu Shiyun smiled gently. Thank you for your appreciation, Miss Yin. I've been in class 2 for so long. It's pretty good. Hey. Miss Een, how can you poach someone in front of me? The homeroom teacher of class 2 exploded. I'll go to your class too. Een Fong curled her lips. You can take whoever you like, as long as you give me Gu Shiyun. She seemed to have thought of something and suddenly smiled. Use Gu Shiwajiao, who also has the surname Gu. In your dreams. The homeroom teacher rolled her eyes. Gu Shiyun smiled again. Miss, I'll bring my homework back to the classroom first. Go, go. Gu Shiyun turned and left. Een Fong looked at her gentle back and thought of Gu Shiwajiao's headache-inducing stubbornness and grades. She sighed again. They both have the surname Gu, but why is there such a big difference? Qing Mingjiao arrived the next day. He was silent and had an ugly expression on his face. Shiwajiao didn't know what the Qing Mingjiao's family said to her. Anyway, for several days, Qing Mingjiao didn't say a word to her in class. Shiwajiao was happy to be at ease. The Qing family was the same. Li Sidong wanted to please her, and no one else mentioned Qing Mingjiao. With these 2 points and 1 line, she fell into the frenzy of studying seriously. Everyone, do the homework after class. I'll come in next class to check. The maths teacher said. There were 2 classes in the maths club on Wednesday morning. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, many students buried their heads in their homework. Yi Tianyu was dozing off when she vaguely heard something about homework. She suddenly opened her eyes. She subconsciously shifted her gaze to Shiwajiao. She was seriously flipping through the book and previewing the content at the back. Her back was still straight and she sat like a primary school student. Her side profile was the size of a palm, delicate and beautiful. Her white earlobes were cute, her small and sharp nose, and her slightly red lips. Yi Tianyu was so engrossed in reading until the bell rang. All right. I'm here to check. The math teacher walked in and walked straight from the first row. Yi Tianyu was stunned. He looked at Gu Shiwajiao and opened his book. Just then, the math teacher came over. Yi Tianyu. You didn't write a single word? What kind of attitude is that? The math teacher flew into a rage. Yi Tianyu was stunned. Was there really homework? Stand up. Stand up and listen to this class. Yi Tianyu stood up in a daze, and the math teacher walked to the other side to continue the inspection. He quickly lowered his head and lowered his voice. Hey, you have homework? Why didn't you write it earlier? Shiwajiao glanced at the teacher and raised her head. She raised her eyebrows and smiled. I did it a long time ago. As she spoke, she pointed at the book. Yi Tianyu followed her finger and looked over. Indeed, the book was densely written. Then, he matched it with his blank after-class exercises. Yi Tianyu, F***ck, did she have to be so serious? When he opened his eyes just now, he saw that she didn't do her homework. He thought that he must have misheard in his dream. Who knew that she really did have her homework? It was just that his deskmate was too diligent and had finished it in advance. Seeing his speechless face, Shiwajiao couldn't help but laugh secretly. When she laughed, Yi Tianyu didn't know why, but he couldn't help but laugh too. At this moment, a piece of chalk flew over. Yi Tianyu. How dare you laugh when you're already standing up? What are you laughing at? Go stand behind. Yi Tianyu. At night, Yi Tianyu ran home. Son. Why are you so hot? I ran back. Yi Tianyu said casually. Then, he opened the fridge and carefully put the lollipop in his pocket. As he put it carefully, he mocked, Gu Shiwajiao, look at what lousy candy you gave me. It melted after a few days in my pocket. He glanced at it and made sure that it was placed properly before turning to go upstairs. His mother shook her head and brought him a glass of water. Then, she came down and opened the fridge to get a facial mask. Eh? Why is there a lollipop here? Mrs. E was confused. Aya, it melted. Let's throw it away. Just as she reached out her hand, she retracted it. I haven't tried it in years. The last time I had it was when Tianyu was young. Mrs. E had been with Yi Tianyu's father for a long time. Although they were rich now, they were very poor back then. Candy was a luxury, Mrs. E thought as she peeled and tasted it. Strawberry flavor? It's not bad. The next morning. Ah. Where's my lollipop? Yitanyu roared. Yitanyu was in a bad mood. Lin Jihua was also in a bad mood. What did you say? He looked coldly at the Lin couple in front of him. Mrs. Lin smiled shyly. Well, Jihua, why don't you meet her? Your Auntie Sue and I are classmates. You've met her before. You even went to kindergarten together. Kindergarten? Mrs. Lin's eyes lit up. Yes, yes, yes. That girl has been sensible since she was young. You've known each other since kindergarten. You've known each other since you were young. Lin Jihua sneered. First of all, I don't know this Miss Sue you're talking about. Secondly, if I remember correctly, I only went to kindergarten for 3 days. Because they were too stupid, they were promoted to the 1st grade. So we've known each other since we were young. Sorry, we didn't. Mrs. Lin smiled awkwardly and opened her mouth. That. Jihua, it's hard to meet such a suitable person. Miss Sue has been studying abroad since junior high. She's always been a fan of platonic love. I've talked to her before. She likes you very much. She's even willing to provide her eggs and carry the child herself. The child will be taken care of much better than finding a surrogate. Lin Jihua looked deeply at her. If you're bored, I'll send you and Dad abroad. Mrs. Lin's eyes widened. This was a threat. It was as if he was saying that if Mrs. Lin continued to meddle in his affairs, he would send them abroad for their retirement. You, Lin Jihua stood up and walked out with his jacket. When he reached the door, he suddenly stopped. Don't worry about my affairs. I know what I'm doing. After he finished speaking, he strode away. Mrs. Lin glared at him angrily. What do you know? She clutched her chest. I'm so pitiful. I don't know if I'll be able to see my daughter-in-law and grandson in this lifetime. Lin Jihua stood downstairs. Chen Yan drove the car over. You go back. I'll drive myself today. Boss. Chen Yan was stunned. Ever since the car accident, the number of times Boss drove could be counted on one hand. Let's go. Lin Jihua got into the car, started it, and quickly left. He drove the car directly to a villa. At this moment, a young and handsome man stood outside the door. As soon as he saw Lin Jihua, he immediately smiled warmly like jade. He looked like a rich young master who was detached from the world. But when he opened his mouth, he immediately came back. I'm Big Boss Lin. Today, for you, I rejected 3 distinguished guests. You have to compensate me. Lin Jihua rolled his eyes at him and then walked inside. Let's go to the studio. The man was stunned. Then, he chased after him and said in surprise, Hey, my boss Lin. You're finally willing to treat me? Although the man was young, his name was Lu Su. He was an internationally renowned psychiatrist. Lin Jihua entered the room and sat down on the sofa. Lu Su looked at him suspiciously as she poured him water. In the past, you refused every time I asked you to treat me. Why? You suddenly thought it through? Back then, I knew it was just a psychological problem. You refused no matter what. Lin Jihua didn't say a word. He took the water from her. This room was where many patients came for treatment. The decoration inside was very warm. The sun shone in through the floor-to-ceiling windows. The green grass outside made people feel relaxed and unconsciously wanted to reveal everything. As a professional, Lu Su was already in character as soon as he sat opposite him. Jihua, that's a small matter. You have to face it yourself first. Many times in the past, I have a feeling. Lin Jihua interrupted him. Cough, Lu Su almost choked to death. What did you say? He didn't care. He only looked at Lin Jihua in shock. When he had just returned to China, he was invited by the Lin family. At that time, he knew about Lin Jihua's situation. It was indeed a psychological problem. But to be honest, his problem was very serious. Lu Su wasn't confident at all. However, he would say it casually so as not to give others pressure. Alright, although Big Boss Lin didn't feel pressure at all. The other party didn't even care about his problem. Instead, he resisted. How did you get better? That shouldn't be. Lu Su had forgotten his manners just now. He was only curious about his good friend. Lin Jihua put down the cup and leaned on the sofa. He looked outside. I do have a feeling. But it's only for one person. I still hate to touch others. One person? Lu Su was dumbfounded. Lin Jihua nodded. I was saved by her. Then, from that day onwards, I felt a little different. So, after that, I contacted her many times, including phone calls and private contact. He frowned. The more I interact with her, the more I feel that I'm not normal. How are you not normal? I want to see her every day. Also, when she cries, she's very irritable. When I hear her talk about other people, I feel a little unhappy. Lin Jihua frowned. Ever since he helped Xiaojiao solve her family's problem, the two of them barely contacted each other. He felt extremely unhappy. There were several times when she came back from school. Last night, he even drove to the entrance of number 7 high school. Lin Jihua felt that he was abnormal, so he came to look for Lu Su. Big Boss Lin, you're tempted by the mundane. Ha ha ha. Lu Su slapped her thigh. That's good. Hurry up and marry her. He was really happy. As one of Big Boss Lin's few good friends, he knew what kind of pressure the person in front of him was facing. Lin Jihua's resistance to women made his second uncle see hope. He wanted to take the company away from him. Old Master Lin was afraid that the company would fall into the hands of outsiders, so he wholeheartedly helped the second son of the Lin family seize power. His parents only stared at him all day. They were always looking forward to a test tube baby. It was the same for the outsiders in the company. If it weren't for his iron fist, his power would have been seized long ago. For a big company like the Lin family, whether or not there was an heir was still a big influence. There would always be people who felt that there was an opportunity. So, Lu Su was happy. However, she was also quite curious about that person. No matter what that person's identity was, she was the only person that Big Boss Lin could marry. If she could have a child, she could take charge of the Lin family after teaching it well. When are you going to marry that person? I must take a good look at that time. Can the wedding be held this year? Lu Su sat up straight. She could already imagine the expressions of those people in the industry who were certain that Lin Jihua would be alone for the rest of his life when they received the invitation. It can't be done. Why? What's the other party's identity? Lu Su's scattered thoughts were hit back with a stick. Yes, I shouldn't have feelings for her. Lin Jihua's fingers tapped on the cup. Obviously, this was the main reason why he came today. It was also the thing that made him feel the most conflicted. Why? Lu Su's face was blank. Soon, he seemed to have thought of something. His eyes widened in shock. The other party is a divorced woman? Lin Jihua shook his head. Wife. His voice was frightened. He continued to shake his head. F***ck. A man. Lu Su was stunned. She stood rooted to the ground. After a while, she hugged her arms and leaned back. Her face was full of horror. You like men? Lin Jihua sneered. Women. Lu Su heaved a sigh of relief. Then, she put down her hands and pretended to be frightened. Since it's a woman, what are you worried about? Underage. Lin Jihua spat out 3 words. Duo. How old? Less than 17. That's good. You scared me to death. Lu Su picked up the cup and took a sip. I say, if you don't do anything, you scare me to death. Lin Jihua frowned and didn't say anything. He looked at the cup on the coffee table in a daze. Lu Su shook her head. It's not a big deal. She'll be an adult in 2 years. As if thinking of something, she revealed a teasing smile. Big boss, how does it feel to be tempted? I don't understand what you're talking about. Lin Jihua looked at her coldly. He picked up the cup and drank 2 mouthfuls of water. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Lu Su became serious. After all, she was a psychologist. Jihua, do you really not dislike her? Lu Su knew that there had to be a limit to joking. Appropriate exaggeration and teasing could make the customer relax. Lin Jihua was her friend and also her patient. In the past, he didn't want to treat her. Now that he took the initiative to come to her, Lu Su had to do her duty. Lin Jihua knew Lu Su's professionalism. He also knew that she wouldn't talk nonsense. Yes, when she saved me, we had physical contact. I don't dislike it. How did you contact her? Lu Su frowned. Lin Jihua would feel uncomfortable when he came into contact with any woman, so he would avoid all women. How could it be different when someone came into contact with him, two strangers, so that woman had a special constitution? Or was there another reason? Old Master Lin did something to my car. That day, there was a car accident and I was half unconscious in the car. She risked her life to drag me out. Then, the car caught fire. She saved your life? Lu Su was slightly surprised. Yes, my mind wasn't very clear at that time, but I still vaguely saw her appearance. Her voice was even clearer, and I can still remember it clearly. Later, in the hospital, I realized that I didn't feel any discomfort when I touched her. This can be explained. Lu Su's expression was serious. It's just like how a hero can easily capture a woman's heart by saving a damsel in distress. It's a kind of intense emotional fluctuation from a desperate situation to being rescued. Coupled with some other factors, it's a hormonal riot. He paused for a moment. It's the same when a beauty saves a hero. I'm guessing that your body reacted to the strong external stimulation, so you didn't reject the person who saved you. So? Lin Jihua frowned. That's why you don't feel repulsed after coming into contact with this person. Perhaps the sense of danger in your body will make you come into contact with this body that gives you a sense of security. At this time, your body will be happy, so naturally, you won't feel repulsed by the women you've come into contact with in the past. Lu Su glanced at Lin Jihua. In other words, interacting with this person will first give you a sense of security. Then, it will make you dislike women. In the face of the former, the latter is useless. Lin Jihua frowned. He understood what Lu Su meant. His mind was a little confused. Lu Su continued, so this is the reason why you don't dislike her. If nothing unexpected happens, unless you encounter such a desperate situation again in the future, you will still only be able to interact with that woman. Oh, no, it's a girl. Lin Jihua didn't say anything. He looked at him and gestured for him to continue. What happened after that? I don't believe that you didn't investigate this situation clearly. Lu Su smiled. Lin Jihua nodded. After that, I came into contact with her many times, including WeChat contact. Huh? At the beginning, it was fine. Later, I started to think about her frequently. I even wanted to hide her. Lin Jihua's expression changed slightly. It was rare for him to feel awkward. Lu Su was laughing crazily in her heart. However, she also knew that if Lin Jihua said this to her today, she would never come back in this lifetime. Recently, because of some things, I've been in contact with her frequently. I haven't contacted her for 2 days, so I feel uncomfortable. I'm even a little absent-minded at work. I want to talk to her, but I don't know what to say. Don't underestimate this, Lin Jihua was very focused at work. This moment of absent-mindedness was impossible for him in the past. Also, I still dream about her at night. Lu Su nodded. What else? Is this the after effect of the car accident when she saved me? Lin Jihua frowned. He thought about Lu Su's explanation of why he didn't reject her, so he asked this question. No. Lu Su shook her head firmly. Then, she said, the scientific name of your illness, what? Lovesickness. Lin Jihua, Lu Su smiled. She stood up and walked to his side. She patted his shoulder and said, you're a virgin who hasn't been in a relationship before. You might not understand. Being absent-minded because of someone is the beginning of liking someone. Lin Jihua moved and subconsciously said, that's impossible. Why is it impossible? You don't know where your feelings come from. You're deeply in love. Lu Su shook her head. The net of love is wide, but it won't escape. She's too young. Then imagine that when she's an adult, she'll fall into the arms of a young man of the same age. As soon as Lu Su finished speaking, Lin Jihua's eyebrows furrowed. His expression was also extremely ugly. See, you're not happy. Lu Su walked behind him. Big boss, this is the only person you can come into contact with. She's also the only girl who can make you jealous. It's either her charm is boundless, or she's a match made in heaven for you. Lin Jihua looked up and glanced at him. I couldn't tell that you're an expert in love. Of course. My girlfriend can form a group. You're not embarrassed. Lu Su smiled. What's there to be embarrassed about? Do you think everyone is like you? You're already in your 20s, but you haven't had a girlfriend. You think you're sick when you like a girl. What's the use of having so many girlfriends? It's troublesome. Lin Jihua glanced at him. How can you say that it's troublesome? It's the duty of us men to let every beautiful girl feel the joy of hormones. Lu Su started to be naughty. Lin Jihua didn't say anything. His expression was quite disdainful. Okay, I'm leaving. Lin Jihua stood up and wanted to walk out. Lu Su was shocked. Hey, you're not going to chat anymore? I'm fine, aren't I? Then don't you want your body to fully recover? You can have more relationships in the future? Lin Jihua adjusted his cuffs and glanced at him with disdain. No need. One is enough. He walked to the door. Lu Su took a few steps forward and hurriedly said, Then can you let me know who that girl is? Don't get any ideas. He paused for a moment. She's still young. After saying that, Lin Jihua quickly left the room. Lu Su was speechless. This old house was really uncontrollable when it caught fire. He seemed to have thought of something and suddenly laughed. If that couple from the Lin family knew that there was a girl who could make the big boss normal, I'm afraid they wouldn't care about her age. Lu Su shook his head. He had always kept it a secret. This matter definitely wouldn't come out of his mouth. As for how long Lin Jihua wanted to hide it, it had nothing to do with him. It's going to be lively. Ever since she had a falling out with Qing Mingjiao and he no longer came to disturb her, Xuejiao's life became simple and peaceful. Li Sidong knew that he had let her down and didn't dare to say anything. Xuejiao went back to her room after eating, so she didn't say anything either. Her life suddenly became peaceful. She put all her effort into her studies. Although Xuejiao wasn't stupid, she wasn't the smartest either. Her college entrance exam results were the same in her previous life. In this life, she couldn't sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor. Because of this, she had to do her best to achieve the results she wanted. Let me say this first. This month's exam is the midterm exam. Everyone, keep your spirits up. Last time, you fell short of class 2 by so much. This time, you have to catch up. Do you understand? Yin Fang roared. Last time, they fell short of class 2 by so much. As the teacher in charge, she was criticized for a month. All the teachers were often in class to supervise class 1. This was the most embarrassing time that Yin Fang had ever led. This month, she was especially strict with the students in her class. During class breaks and meals, she was always in the classroom. She didn't allow anyone to play around. Understood? The students said in unison. Yin Fang's serious face swept across the crowd. Let me tell you, the students who fell in the rankings this time won't have an easy time in the next month. Of course, those who improved their grades will also be rewarded. She looked at the students who had their heads down and roared, Raise your heads and look at me. All the students raised their heads and looked at her. Xuejiao's gaze was fixed on her, just like everyone else. Today is Monday. There will be exams on Thursday. Keep your spirits up for the next few days and be careful when you answer the questions. If anyone makes a low-level mistake, I'll make sure you make enough. Also, there will be a parent-teacher meeting next Monday. The school will send a text to the parents' phones this week. I don't care about the other classes. Anyway, the parents of the students in my class must come. She paused for a moment. You're already in your second year of high school. If your parents don't care about your grades, then fine, I don't have to care about you. Take the exam well this time. When your parents come, I'll have a good talk with your parents about your performance. Okay, I'll start the class now. Yinfang's words scared everyone and they all began to attend the class seriously. When the class ended, Yi Tianyu was lying on the table with a look of despair. Xue Jiao was still doing the questions beside him. He glanced at it and saw that it was the latter part of the content. Idiot, the midterm exam is coming, Xue Jiao asked while doing the questions. What's wrong? Ever since Yi Tianyu helped her last time, although she didn't say anything, her attitude had changed. At least, Yi Tianyu didn't notice that Xue Jiao was much more patient with him. There's going to be a parent-teacher meeting. He banged his head on the table. My dad will kill me. Isn't your dad's personality quite good? Xue Jiao was puzzled. What's so good about it? He can't study well, so he can't wait for me to be the top scorer. Hey, idiot, aren't you afraid of the parent-teacher meeting? Your mom doesn't seem like a good person either. Yi Tianyu tilted his head and looked at her. Xue Jiao's pen paused for a moment before she said firmly, I'm not afraid. She wasn't afraid because this time, she wouldn't hide it. You're that confident? Yi Tianyu was shocked. Xue Jiao ignored him and continued reading. Yi Tianyu knocked his head on the table angrily as he flipped open the book. Ah, what's this? Xue Jiao put down her pen and said, let me tutor you. What? Yi Tianyu was stunned. Then, as if he had heard something unbelievable, his mouth opened slightly. You said you'll tutor me? Yes. Xue Zhao nodded with a serious attitude. Yi Tianyu stuttered, but I don't know anything. There are only 2 days left before the exams, you don't want to get high marks. You just want to do better. Xue Jiao tilted her head slightly and looked at him seriously. Yes, then let's start. Ah? Yi Tianyu was stunned. Will I delay your revision? Xue Jiao shook her head. These 2 days will be useful. Helping you with your revision is also a form of revision. 2 days was indeed not much for revision. For the college entrance exams, 2 days was nothing. However, for the first semester midterm exams of the second year, 2 days of revision could cover a lot of content. After all, there was not much content to be learned in the semester. As long as one grasped the key points and did not ask for high marks, one could at least improve a lot. Xue Jiao had always been a woman of her words. Yi Tianyu had helped her last time. It was reasonable for her to repay him this time. She would repay him with this midterm exams. Xue Jiao made a unilateral decision. I'll talk about math first. I remember that you almost passed the math exam last time. Your foundation in math should be good. You're smart and flexible enough. Look at this page. The teacher spent an entire lesson talking about this example question. The 3rd and 8th questions after class, as well as these 3 questions in the tutorial book, are all about this type of question. So, I think this question is a must. You have to pay attention to it. When Xue Jiao was explaining the questions, she was eloquent and in high spirits. She confidently took out books and materials one after another and drew on them with a pencil. Yi Tianyu stared at her blankly, his heart pounding. Hey, do you understand? I understand. Yi Tianyu stammered. He didn't know why Xue Jiao wanted to help him. Although her results for the monthly test last month weren't ideal, at least she passed all her subjects. Furthermore, she worked hard every day, so there was nothing she couldn't do when it came to homework. She was definitely qualified to guide him, but wasn't a nerd supposed to only focus on studying? Usually, when Yi Tianyu asked for homework, Xue Jiao would ignore him. Now, she actually took the initiative to help him review. This was a great stimulation for Yi Tianyu. But for some reason, he just felt very happy, even happier than when he got first place in basketball. Yi Tianyu didn't sleep or doze off in class today, but he also didn't pay attention in class. He was looking at the key points highlighted by Xue Jiao. Wait a minute. Sleep half an hour later tonight. Remember to memorize these physics formulas and do these 2 basic questions. After the evening self-study session, Xue Jiao pulled Yi Tianyu aside and instructed him seriously. Okay. Yi Tianyu agreed obediently. He didn't know why he was so obedient. In fact, even if he didn't do well in the exams, old Manny was used to it. At most, old Manny would scold him and deduct some of his pocket money. Therefore, it didn't matter if he reviewed or not. Just like when old Manny hired a tutor for him in the past, he always acted as if no one was around. He didn't care whether the tutor was there or not and just played by himself. So much so that old Manny never hired a tutor for him again. But when Xiaojiao explained the questions and homework, he unexpectedly listened attentively and even memorized them. At night, at Yi's house, Mrs. Yi rushed into the room in horror. Old Yi. Old Yi. Dafa was half asleep and said angrily, "What are you doing?" "I just fell asleep. I'm so tired." Mrs. Yi didn't care. She lifted the blanket and woke him up. "Son. Our son. Something big happened." Dafa sat up immediately and raised his voice. "What did this little brat do in the middle of the night?" Mrs. Yi covered his mouth and said in shock, "Our son is studying." Dafa was confused. "What?" A moment later. "He's really studying?" Dafa and Mrs. Yi leaned against the door in shock. They peeked at the door carefully. "Yes." Mrs. Yi nodded vigorously. "Is this really our son?" "Of course." "Is he reading some extracurricular books?" Dafa was still doubting his life. Mrs. Yi slapped him. "Keep your voice down." Then she lowered her voice. "No. No. I saw it when I went in to deliver supper. It was a physics book." Dafa's eyes widened and then he broke into a smile. "Let's go. Let's not disturb our son." He pulled Mrs. Yi and left quietly. Tuesday, classroom. Shi Junyang ran over and sat in Xiaojiao's seat. He hooked one arm around Yi Tianyu and whispered, "You go, let's go play basketball. Hu Zi and the others have taken over the court." Although Yinfang didn't say it explicitly, she clearly told them that she wouldn't allow them to waste time playing basketball. So even the bad students like Yi Tianyu and Shi Junyang kept a low profile when they played basketball. Yi Tianyu shuddered and pushed Yi Tianyu away. "Go by yourself. Don't bother me," he said impatiently. He was obviously upset. People who didn't like to study knew the pain of studying a question they didn't know anything about. Yi Tianyu was so irritable that he wanted to hit someone. He didn't understand the purpose of studying all this nonsense. He also didn't understand the conservation of charge and Coulomb's theorem. This made him very frustrated. Shi Junyang looked at the table in shock and stammered, "You go, are you studying? Don't disturb me." "Today. Did the sun rise from the west?" "You go, haven't you always refused to study? What's wrong with you?" Shi Junyang was also very upset. "Mom and Dad don't give you pocket money anymore? Or are you having a stroke? Get lost." At this time, Xiaojiao came in after dinner. She was wearing the 7th high school uniform. Her long hair was tied up in a bun. Even with a clean face, she was stunning. Shi Junyang was a little embarrassed and didn't dare to look at her. "Class rep, I just saw Ms. Yin. She might." Xiaojiao smiled. Shi Junyang suddenly jumped. "I'll go back to my seat first." Xiaojiao sat back in her seat and took out a pencil. There are examples in front of this question. It was tested in the last monthly exam. The teacher said that the error rate was very high, so this month's exam can't be ruled out. Look at this theory question. The first part was tested last month. The last part uses Coulomb's theorem. She sketched with the pencil as she explained seriously. Her voice was low. Although it was slightly cold, it was very pleasant to the ears. Yi Tianyu's ears trembled slightly and his heart thumped. His irritable heart was calmed down. He was slightly flustered and forgot about playing basketball. He didn't want to play basketball now. He just wanted to know Coulomb. Yi Tianyu was so annoyed and flustered that it was Thursday. On Wednesday night, all the desks were moved out and the classroom turned into an exam room. The names of the candidates were posted on the door. Xiaojiao's class 1 was in exam room 1. Many people from class 1 stayed in exam room 1, and even more people from class 2 came in. Xiaojiao and Yi Tianyu's desks were left in the exam room. They moved the books to the cabinet in the back and put them away. Yi Tianyu's cabinet was next to Xiaojiao's. He took out his stationery bag and peeked at Xiaojiao. He pretended to ask casually, "Which exam room are you in?" 13. "Oh. I'm in exam room 30, Xiaojiao looked up at him. Then she put the lid back on the cup and took out her stationery bag. "I'll improve this time, I think so too." "Thank you. I'll definitely finish it this time. I won't let you down for the past few days of hard work," Yi Tianyu said hurriedly. Xiaojiao shook her head. She didn't care. Bang, the sound of a cabinet closing came from the front. The two of them looked over instinctively. It was Qingmingjiao. During this period of time, Shuaishan had almost forgotten about her due to her silence. Qingmingjiao glanced at her and didn't say anything. He looked at Xiaojiao with a mocking and disdainful look. Then he lifted his chin and walked proudly to his seat. She was showing that her results were better than Xiaojiao's. "Mingjiao, your results are really good. I already went to exam room 3. This time." Yu Fangfang frowned. "That's not bad. You can come back if you work harder. You're not as good as those people in exam rooms 10 over." Qingmingjiao mocked loudly. Yi Tianyu flew into a rage. "Ignore them." Xiaojiao reached out to stop him and shook her head. Yi Tianyu was still a little angry. "What kind of people are they? Why are they talking so much? They're asking for a beating. Just ignore them." Xiaojiao shook her head. "Focus on the exam." "Don't worry, I will. You should focus on the exam too. Don't be nervous. Just do the questions as usual. It's just a monthly exam. There's nothing to be nervous about." Yi Tianyu looked at her worriedly. He always felt that Xiaojiao's results shouldn't be like that. She didn't do well in the exam. Was she really too nervous? Xiaojiao nodded and smiled brightly. "Okay, I'll focus on the exam this time." Bang, 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 Yi Tianyu couldn't describe how he felt at that moment. His heart seemed to stop, but it also seemed to fly out. That feeling was very similar to the crimson peach blossoms that his parents took him to the mountains when he was a child. It was so beautiful that he still couldn't forget it after many years. Xiaojiao turned around and walked out of the door. Just then, Gu Shiyun walked in with a smile. The other party was talking to the person next to her. She was confident and gentle. The two met at the door. Gu Shiyun smiled and nodded at her. She didn't say anything. It was as if they were just strangers. Then, she calmly walked to the second seat in the row closest to the window. That was the second place in the second year of the 7th middle school. At this moment, Xiaojiao could clearly feel Gu Shiyun's pride and confidence. Gu Shiyun's disdain was different from Qingmingjiao's. Qingmingjiao made people angry and irritated. His methods were immature. Gu Shiyun's disdain seemed natural. When she looked at Gu Xiaojiao, she didn't seem to discriminate, but it made people feel ashamed. The people around her were all praises of Gu Shiyun. When Gu Xiaojiao said that Gu Shiyun was an illegitimate daughter in junior high school, she was teased in all kinds of ways. No one believed her. With these two people by her side, it was no wonder that Gu Xiaojiao was so indulgent. Xiaojiao walked out of the door. She stopped and looked back. Her eyes stayed on the proud and confident Gu Shiyun for a moment. Then, she moved to the empty seat in front of her. Chapter 21. Xiaojiao walked towards examination room number 13. Gu Shiyun, who was sitting by the window, looked towards the middle of the classroom and looked at Qingmingjiao with contempt. What a fool. Qingmingjiao obviously didn't know that Gu Shiyun was looking at her. She was happily sitting in her seat. Since the last time old Master Qing had been angry with her, and Qing Kai had kept her at home for a long time, forbidding her from having any more conflicts with Gu Xiaojiao. That was why she had been quiet for so long. Wouldn't he bear a grudge? That was impossible. She hated Gu Xiaojiao to death. If it wasn't for Gu Xiaojiao, how could he have been beaten and scolded? When she left the house this morning, Lu Yazhen said that as long as she did well in the exams and crushed Gu Xiaojiao, she would be able to hold her head high. Qingmingjiao sneered. Crushing Gu Xiaojiao was like playing a game. As the invigilator entered the classroom, Qingmingjiao collected his thoughts. The midterm exam lasted for 2 days and officially ended at 5 p.m. on Friday. Xue Jiao followed the crowd out of the examination room and walked towards the classroom of Class 1. How did you do? Yi Tianyu asked. Both of them were tidying up the table, putting back the books that had been placed in the cupboard at the back and rearranging them. Yes, I used all my strength. Xue Jiao nodded and put several exercise books into her bag. Oh. That's good. Yi Tianyu casually tossed the book into the drawer. Like most boys, he threw the book into the drawer haphazardly, and when it was time to use it, he would find it with great difficulty. He glanced at Gu Xiujiao out of the corner of his eye. His expression said, "Hurry up and ask me." Xiujiao glanced at him and was slightly speechless. How did you do? The other party seemed to have already prepared the answer. He rattled on, not bad. You've done your best. At the very least, you've done everything you know how to do. Even if you don't know how to do it, you've written down the explanations and formulas. Oh, then congratulations. Xue Jiao put away her backpack, copied the homework on the blackboard, and prepared to leave. Wait. Yi Tianyu reached out and pulled her back. Then, as if he was scalded by something, he quickly withdrew his hand. If you hadn't helped me with my revision, I definitely wouldn't have known anything. Let me treat you to a meal. Xue Jiao shook her head. No need. You've helped me before. As she spoke, she put on her earphones and listened to her hearing as she walked. Yi Tianyu stood where he was and rubbed his hair angrily. How could he be so stupid? How could he be so stupid, so stupid? Xue Jiao only saw Li Sitong's message when she turned on her phone. Uncle Xing's family had an accident and he had to take a leave of absence. Li Sitong asked them to take a taxi back. Almost as soon as she finished reading the message, Qingming's message came in as well. Qingmingza, want to go together? Xue Jiao replied without hesitation, you can go first. She put away her phone and listened to her hearing as she walked along the road. Beep beep, the black car next to her honked. Xue Jiao tilted her head. The car window rolled down, and a familiar and good-looking face appeared. Where are you going? Why are you alone? Lin Jihua. Xue Jiao's eyes lit up slightly. Her only friend in this world was Lin Jihua. Especially since he had helped her deal with Li Sitong and Qingming Jiao's incident, Xue Jiao trusted him even more. She scratched her head and smiled. The driver is on leave. I'm going home. Lin Jihua raised an eyebrow. What a coincidence. My brother went out with his friends. I didn't pick him up. Aren't you going out with your friends? Xue Jiao shook her head. I'm not going. Get in, I'll send you home, he said in a commanding tone. Huh? Bai Mingda was the child of the Lin couple's nanny. Lin Jihua had come to pick him up on Friday. He was standing on his tiptoes to see where Mr. Lin's car was. Originally, he was supposed to change his clothes and play basketball or go out with his friends after the exam. However, Bai Mingda could only obediently wait at the school gate in his uniform. He stood on his tiptoes for a moment when his phone vibrated. Mr. Lin, I have something to do. You can go back by yourself or ask Oldly to pick you up. Bai Mingda's eyes lit up. He could go out to play? Another vibration. Mr. Lin, Auntie Chen knows you'll have an early break from your exam today. She's waiting for you. Bai Mingda's face immediately fell. In the car. Lin Jihua put away his phone and asked for Xue Jiao's address before starting the car. How was the exam? Not bad. Xue Jiao sat in the front passenger seat, her gaze drifting to the man beside her. Good luck, study hard. The cold expression spat out words of encouragement, which was a bit scary. Okay, there was a moment of silence. Xue Jiao thought for a moment, then bit her lip and said, well, thank you. What are you thanking me for? About the previous matter, thank you for giving me the idea. Xue Jiao was a bit embarrassed. Lin Jihua glanced at her from the corner of his eye. The petite girl sat in the front passenger seat, her back straight and her eyes seemingly focused on the road ahead. There was a smile in his eyes, but his words were as serious as ever. You're still young, so it's right for you to study hard. If you can avoid trouble at home, then avoid it. If you can't avoid it, then deal with it coldly. Don't take it to heart. What's important for you now is to study. His tone of teaching a junior sounded unusually cordial. Xue Jiao couldn't help but relax, and her words gradually became more casual. Yes, 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 I know. Lin Jihua lowered the car's speed slightly. Lin Jihua, aren't you the boss of your own business? Aren't you busy? Xue Jiao suddenly thought of herself. She always felt that the probability of bumping into him was not low. Moreover, he came to pick up his younger brother every Friday and chatted with her on WeChat from time to time. If the boss has to do everything himself, then what else do I need the boss to do? Lin Jihua asked with a smile. Oh, that seems to be the case. Xue Jiao tilted her head and suddenly felt that her question was very silly. She blinked her eyes blankly. Lin Jihua chuckled. Xue Jiao quickly looked away, her ears slightly red. No matter how slow the car was, it still arrived outside Xue Jiao's house. Lin Jihua stopped the car. Thank you. You're welcome. Lin Jihua raised his eyebrows. You've helped me a lot. Didn't you say that I'm like your brother? Then shouldn't I help you? Lin Jihua's voice was very low. At this moment, there was a smile in his voice that made Xue Jiao's ears twitch. She felt a little ticklish. It's not like you're my real brother. She whispered. Alright, go back quickly. Oh. Goodbye then. Goodbye. Xue Jiao unbuckled her seatbelt and opened the car door. Hey, her hand was held by someone. Xue Jiao was shocked. His hand was very hot. It was obviously a different temperature from her slightly cold hand. It was even slightly hot. Xue Jiao's hand was small. When he casually held it, it was as if he was holding her small fist in his hand. She was surrounded by a slightly hot temperature from all directions. Xue Jiao was stunned. Before she could turn around, the other party let go of her hand and put something in her hand. Xue Jiao instinctively took it and turned around. Your phone. Don't forget it, the man in the car said softly. Xue Jiao looked at the phone in her hand and hurriedly said, Sorry, I didn't notice just now. Thank you. It was her phone. However, it was obvious that she had just dropped her phone in the car. Lin Jihua helped her pick it up. How many thanks do you want to say? Lin Jihua raised his eyebrows and stared straight at her with a pair of deep eyes. I'm leaving first. Being stared at like that, Xue Jiao felt a little flustered. After hurriedly saying that, she turned around and left. Lin Jihua looked at her back with a relaxed expression on his face. This girl. For Xue Jiao, there was no difference between the holidays and school days. She still studied the various subjects step by step. She basically finished reading this semester's books and did a few sets of college entrance exam mock questions. It was Monday. Jiao, I'll hold a parent-teacher meeting for you today. Li Sidong handed her a glass of milk on the table. Xue Jiao took the milk and thanked him first before replying, whatever. Li Sidong's mood was slightly down. She subconsciously wanted to criticize her like before. However, she suddenly remembered that she hadn't been angry yet and was still angry. She softened her tone and said, Then hurry up and eat. After eating, we'll go to school together. Your Uncle Chen will go with us. Tsinghua would go with them. He would hold a parent-teacher meeting for Qingmingzi while Li Sidong would hold one for Gu Xuejiao. Okay. Xue Jiao responded with a calm expression. Li Sidong tried her best to suppress her anger. In the past, Gu Xuejiao was insensible and she often scolded her. Now that Gu Xuejiao was sensible, she should control her temper. Thus, she sat next to Tsinghua and ate breakfast. Li Sidong still dressed up today. Although her life with Tsinghua was very good, and Tsinghua doted on her a lot, Li Sidong still had to dress up. However, she wouldn't forget the man and woman who caused her pain. The other party's daughter was in grade 2 class 2. Even though Li Sidong knew that Xue Jiao's grades were far worse than the other parties, she didn't want to lose to that woman in terms of momentum. Thinking of this, her gaze fell on Xue Jiao, who was leading the way half a step in front of her. Unfortunately, Jiao's grades were too bad, the grades that made her feel a little embarrassed but helpless. Sister-in-law. Jiao. An enthusiastic voice came from behind. Then, two familiar people quickly walked over. Oh, sister-in-law, you're also here for the parent-teacher meeting? Lu Yazhen said with a smile. Li Sidong saw Qing Mingjiao's expression was a little bad, but she still forced a smile. Yes, I'm here for Jiao's parent-teacher meeting. Lu Yazhen nodded with a smile and looked at Xiaojiao. Jiao, how did you do in the exam? It was okay, Xiaojiao said calmly. Mingjiao also said that it was okay. It seems that the two of you did pretty much the same. No wonder you're sisters. Lu Yazhen continued to say with a smile. Li Sidong suddenly burned with anger. What she meant was that Xiaojiao and Qing Mingjiao did pretty much the same. However, Li Sitong's impression of Xiaojiao was that the gap between Qing Mingjiao and Xiaojiao was too big. Lu Yazhen was mocking them. Li Sidong suppressed all her anger and only replied, Mingjiao's grades are still better. Gu Xiaojiao, go to your seat. Li Sitong's tone was inevitably a little angry when she turned around. Xiaojiao didn't care at all. She turned around and walked to class 1. Just like how misfortunes never come singly, there would always be two unhappy people at the same time. They had just walked to the back door of class 1 when a woman walked out of the front door of class 2. It was Wu Wanjun and Gu Shiyun. The two of them were stunned at the same time. Li Sidong angrily took 2 steps forward and heard Wu Wanjun's voice. Shiyun, why aren't the results out yet? How did you do this time? The teacher said that she would bring it over later. I did okay. I shouldn't fall out of the top 3. Li Sidong swayed slightly and almost fainted. Xiaojiao sighed slightly. In the past, Gu Xiaojiao and Li Sitong's bad relationship had come about because of this. She felt that Xiaojiao had embarrassed her. Naturally, she didn't like her and quarreled with her. After all, she was Xiaojiao, not Gu Xiaojiao. In addition, after what had happened last time, it was difficult for her to have any affection for this woman. Therefore, she wouldn't be sad. The teacher is here. The teacher is here. With the exclamation, the parents and students immediately became nervous. Yin Fang and the head teacher of class 2 walked over quickly. Each of them had a stack of report cards in their hands. The results of our class are here. Parents can enter the classroom first, Yin Fang shouted. Then, the head teacher of class 2 next door posted a piece of paper on the bulletin board outside class 1 and 2. This is the report card of the entire grade. Those who are interested can take a look. In an instant, many parents squeezed over. Li Sidong didn't want to look at it, but Lu Yazhen pulled her and squeezed in. Wu Wanjun took a look and pulled Gu Shiyun closer with a sneer. Sister-in-law, look at your Xiaojiao's results. Lu Yazhen said loudly and continued to squeeze in. The report cards were posted quite high up. Before they could squeeze into the innermost section, they could already see the names at the top. Gu Xiaojiao, ranked 1, total score 739, Chu Qing, ranked 2, total score 730, Shang Ziyuan, ranked 3, total score 725, Gu Shiyun, ranked 4, total score 717. Chapter 22 Xiaojiao saw it from afar and her eyes fell on Chu Cheng's name. The college entrance examination was like a huge mountain. There were forks in the road, muddy, rugged, and difficult obstacles. It was a challenge that most people could not avoid in their lives. Xiaojiao had walked to the top of the mountain with great difficulty. She had to turn back and walk again. This time, she avoided all the wrong paths and used a better method to go straight to her goal without any detours. The exams in the second year of high school were not difficult. Xiaojiao had already experienced it once. However, Chu Cheng's score was 730, which was only 9 points lower than her, who had cheated. As expected of number 7 high school. Xiaojiao's eyes deepened. These thoughts flashed through her mind, and she immediately became determined and full of fighting spirit. Soon, someone interrupted her silence. Gu Xiaojiao? How could this be? Aren't her results terrible? Lu Yazhen raised her voice and pointed at the first name in disbelief. The other parents didn't care whether it was in the past or not. They all looked in the direction of her finger and pulled their children to the side. There were also those who tried their best to persuade him. Look at him. 739. Only 11 points were deducted. She's doing so well in her exams, so why did you fall so much compared to the first monthly exam? There were also those who expected better from him. Look at them. They're all answering the same questions. Why are you almost 100 points lower than them? There was anger. I want to beat you up. On the other hand, the students of Class 1 and Class 2 were so shocked that their eyes were wide open, and their faces were filled with disbelief. Gu Xiaojiao. There was no one in these two classes who didn't know her. After all, her looks were not ordinary at all. Many people had already said that Gu Xiaojiao was more beautiful than the goddess Gu Shiyun. However, because Gu Shiyun had always been talented and beautiful, no one questioned her status as a goddess. Thanks to the bet between Qingmingjiao and Gu Xiaojiao, everyone in Class 1 and 2 knew that Gu Xiaojiao was very good-looking, but her grades were terrible. But, what the F***CK was the 739 first place? Class 1 was also shocked. They were more familiar with Xiaojiao than Class 2. Although they knew that she was serious in her studies, her results in the last monthly test were really bad. They didn't expect Xiaojiao to score such a ridiculous score this time. This was crushing everyone and directly reaching the top. The students of Class 1 and 2 were so shocked that their jaws dropped. Their mouths were slightly agape, and their minds were blank. Of course, they still didn't know that what they were witnessing was just the beginning of a brilliant life. Such a crushing defeat would forever remain in their memories. When Liu Yazhen saw that no one was paying attention to her, she couldn't help but approach the teacher and raise her voice. "Teacher, I'm Gu Xiaojiao's second aunt. Her grades have always been terrible. How did she do so well this time? Is the authenticity of this result still to be considered?" Her words attracted the attention of many people, especially Wu Wanjun and Gu Shiyun, who were already stunned. When Yinfang heard this, she glanced at Gu Xiaojiao, who was standing calmly in the distance, and took a deep breath. "First of all, I promise that the results this time are fair and just. It is also the true situation of the students. We can talk about the rest in the classroom." Yinfang's shock wasn't any less than Liu Yazhen's. Back to yesterday afternoon. They had just finished marking the entire grades papers in the morning. In the afternoon, the results were tabulated. The first thing she received was the English grade. At that time, she only thought that Gu Xiaojiao really did well in English this time and obtained an unexpected score. Then, at around 5 in the afternoon, all the results were out. The second-year teacher was dumbfounded. Yinfang was completely dumbfounded. "Gu Xiaojiao? 739. Teacher Yin. Gu Xiaojiao in your class is 739? The teacher in charge of Class 2's voice shook the entire office. Yinfang swallowed her saliva and said dumbly, "This time. I didn't miss any questions, right?" When she asked this, she was also quite uncertain. After all, her English paper was just done before the exam. It was done at home and was only sent to the examiner a few days before the exam. She didn't miss any questions. The examiner was the head of the grade and had always been strict with the rules. It was 100% impossible for him to miss any questions. "It's impossible for me." Moreover, she answered Chinese very well. Even if she did miss some questions, she couldn't have answered it so well, the Chinese teacher said. She had always liked Gu Xiaojiao. Her handwriting was beautiful and she was serious in class. Thus, she said, also, Gu Xiaojiao's performance is very good. Her answers are also in the style of her exercise book. According to the usual practice questions, I feel that this is her true ability. She didn't do well in the last monthly exam. The physics teacher nodded. It's rare to see such an obedient student like Gu Xiaojiao. I found that she prepared a few times in advance. After class, she did the exercises and practice questions in advance. Previously, when we set the questions in class and asked them to do it on the spot, I saw that she solved them very quickly. Previously, I was still wondering why this child's results weren't so good because she was so serious. Usually, if it wasn't mentioned, it wouldn't be bothered. However, when it was really noticed, the details that were usually overlooked suddenly appeared. Also, the teacher dug out her homework and talked at once. Basically, he came to the conclusion that she did so well in the exams this time might have been due to luck. However, it was also because she really had the ability. The last time her results were not good because of her poor foundation. This time, she slowly made up for it. The form teacher of class 2 was as stunned as Yingfang. He looked at Yingfang. I remember that when Gu Xiaojiao first came to class 1, she only scored 9 points in mathematics. She was also terrible in the other subjects, Yingfang nodded. Yes. Last month, she only passed all the exams, 9 to 90 points, the Chinese teacher exclaimed. The mathematics teacher was also stunned for a moment. Then, he said, in the first monthly exam, she scored 9 to 90 points. In the second monthly exam, she scored 90 to full marks. This Gu Xiaojiao must be very hardworking and talented, Teacher Yin. The form teacher of class 2 sounded a little jealous. Gu Xiaojiao in your class did too well this time. She actually overtook Chuqing. Ever since the classes were divided, Chuqing didn't have the humanities to hold him back. He has always been at the top. When the form teacher of class 2 mentioned the student that she often talked about, Yingfang immediately raised her chin. How is it? There are also students in our class who can get first place, right? Chuqing is really good, but didn't Gu Xiaojiao score 9 points higher than him this time? The form teacher of class 2 pursed his lips. This is just a coincidence. She was just lucky. Chuqing's talent and ability are not something that ordinary people can compare to. Then we'll see in the next monthly exam. Yingfang said, but in her heart, she had already tacitly agreed that Xiaojiao was really lucky this time. It would be difficult for her to overtake Chuqing next time. Back to the present. Although Yingfang had also doubted Gu Xiaojiao's results, in fact, there were no questions that could be missed. Therefore, she only told Lu Yazhen to talk about it later. But, Lu Yazhen still wanted to say something, but Yingfang interrupted her. Parents, please enter the classroom first. After all, she was the form teacher. As soon as she finished speaking, the other parents hurried in. Li Sidong stood there in a daze. When Xiaojiao saw that he was motionless, she walked over. Let's go in. As soon as she finished speaking, she was immediately pulled back by Li Sidong. He lowered his voice and said fiercely, "What's going on with the results? Did you cheat?" Xiaojiao, after a moment, she said, "No. Don't you know whether I cheated or not?" After saying that, she took the lead and walked in. Li Sidong opened his mouth. Seeing that Xiaojiao had already walked away, he could only follow her. Parents of our class, hurry up and go in too. The form teacher of class 2 organized the parents of class 2 to enter the classroom. Wu Wanjun squeezed Gu Shiyan's hand and gritted her teeth. What's going on? How did her grades suddenly become so good? Gu Shiyan's expression was not better than hers. Her face was full of unconcealable gloom. Also, didn't you say that you could get into the top 3? Gu Shiyan's expression turned even uglier. Without Gu Xiaojiao, her grades were indeed in the top 3. However, Gu Xiaojiao had suddenly become number 1. Moreover, she had clearly done her best. Why was she still not as good as the others? Wu Wanjun took a deep breath and walked away angrily. Gu Shiyan's grades had always made her proud, but this time, she felt a little embarrassed. Moreover, when she thought about how proud she had been in front of Li Sidong, she felt as if she had been slapped in the face. Her face hurt. Parents, I'm the form teacher of class 1. I'm also the English teacher. My name is Yingfang. Everyone should know me. Yingfang's gaze swept across the crowd, and she returned to her usual stern expression. The parents sat in the seats of the students, while the students stood behind them. At this moment, as soon as she finished speaking, the parents immediately began to clap. Li Sidong sat in Xiaojiao's seat. It was in the last row of the classroom, near the door. The teacher was at the front, and there were many parents in front of her, blocking her line of sight. If she didn't try hard to straighten her body and back, she could only see half of the blackboard. Even if she tried hard to straighten her neck, she still couldn't see the entire blackboard. Her gaze unconsciously moved to the table. The table was clean. There was only a class schedule on the upper right corner. The handwriting was neat. Her gaze moved to the drawer. It was filled with books. All of them were wrapped in black and white checkered covers. The titles of the books were written on the sides. Li Sidong suddenly felt as if she had never understood this daughter of hers. This time, our class's grades have improved a little compared to the first monthly exam. Although there are only 4 students in our class, 2 of them are in the top 3. Especially. Yinfang paused and her gaze moved to Gu Xuejiao. Her gaze was subtle. She remembered that she had made a bet with her about the class ranking. She didn't expect her to be first in the grade, however, Yinfang was a person who only cared about results. Xuejiao had won her face. Although she had mixed feelings, she was still happy. Especially Chu Qing, who was in the class next door, was better, although Yinfang felt that this might be a coincidence. In the next monthly exam, Chu Qing would return to his position as first in the grade. Especially Gu Xuejiao, who got a high score of 739. Let's congratulate her. Yinfang was the first to applaud. At this time, a rough male voice sounded from the door. What? Someone got 739? Everyone hurriedly looked over. A middle-aged man in a suit and a pair of sunglasses stood at the back door. He was dressed appropriately today, but everyone could see that this person had the image of a tycoon from every detail. He was extremely arrogant. Compared to his exaggerated appearance, Yi Tianyu, who was behind him, was much more eye-catching. Yi Tianyu was tall and handsome. In a sweater and jeans, he looked youthful and flamboyant. This pair of father and son were both very eye-catching. Yi Tianyu tugged at Idafa's clothes. He lowered his voice and said angrily, "Be quiet." Idafa pushed his hand away and asked with a smile, "Where are you sitting?" "Right here." Yi Tianyu pointed to the nearest seat reluctantly. Idafa frowned. "Son, why is your seat so bad? Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and sit down." Yi Tianyu pressed him to the seat and wiped his sweat. He glanced behind him and walked directly to Xuejiao in the corner. Xuejiao handed him 2 pieces of paper. "Thank you." Yi Tianyu was stunned for a moment. Then, he took it embarrassedly and gently wiped the sweat off his forehead. Xuejiao shook her head. "It's nothing. Why are you so late?" Yi Tianyu sighed. "My dad knew about my results this time and insisted on coming to the parent-teacher conference. He was too excited on the way and got into a car accident. His results were not good, but his parents cared a lot about his results. They had found out about it last night. This morning, the 2 of them had a fierce argument about who should attend the parent-teacher conference and who should go to the company. They had wasted a lot of time." "Ah? Are you okay?" "I'm fine." Xuejiao looked away and nodded. Yi Tianyu moved closer and lowered his voice with a smile. "Hey, are you worried about me?" Xuejiao rolled her eyes at him and did not speak. Idafa, who had just sat down, said again, "Teacher, there is actually a student who can get 739. His question was purely out of shock and curiosity. Lu Yajin rolled her eyes and smiled at Idafa. His sunglasses were so dark that he did not notice her at all. Lu Yajin looked away regretfully and said with a smile, "Yes, teacher. Gu Xuejiao can get such a high score. May I ask if there is any trick to it? Especially how she can go from ranking in the hundreds to first place in just 1 month?" Idafa was curious, but Lu Yajin was completely against him. She laughed mockingly, as if she was sure that there was a problem with Gu Xuejiao's results. The parents in the class were shocked. From ranking in the hundreds to first place, Li Sidong clenched his teeth and stared at the teacher. Wrong. Gu Xuejiao's results did not improve in just 1 month. When she first entered our class, her total score was only about 100. Boom, these words were like a bomb, scaring the parents in the class. But this semester, Gu Xuejiao was especially serious. We bought 2 tutoring materials for each class, and Gu Xuejiao even bought one for herself. She prepared before class, was serious during class, and reviewed after class. All of us saw Gu Xuejiao's hard work. Sometimes, if you did not have results, others would at most take your hard work into account. Even if it was just these 2 points, others would suspect that she was not working hard enough for her results despite her hard work. Even if they knew that you were working hard, others would say, if her results were not good despite her hard work, were they not suitable for studying? That she was using a stupid method to study, but when you had results, your hard work would be seen by others, and they would be afraid that even a little bit would be missed. Yinfang paused for 2 seconds, then said, so, with such hard work, student Gu Xueshan got 451 in the monthly exam last month. This month, she got 739. This improvement is the improvement of correct hard work. Parents, you can also see from Gu Xuejiao's results that God does not disappoint those who work hard. As long as a child works hard, there is nothing that cannot be done. Good. Dafa shouted loudly and clapped his hands. Children, you are in your second year of high school, and half of the first half of your second year has passed. You are getting closer to your third year of high school and the college entrance exam. It is not too late to work hard now. Gu Xuejiao is an example. Also, if you feel that your results are okay, then relax. There are countless people working hard. The college entrance exam is a bridge. If you don't work hard, you will be pushed down by other hardworking students. Yinfang raised her voice. Yes. Dafa was the first to clap again, and the other parents followed suit. High school is the most important time for children. Parents also need to do your jobs well. The college entrance exam is not a personal matter. A child's results cannot be separated from the teacher, and also from you. Yinfang raised her voice and began to talk about what parents should do. Tianyu stood beside Xuejiao, as if he had been struck by lightning. You, he stuttered. Xuejiao turned her head and smiled at him. Tianyu took a deep breath and paused for a long time before saying, you, got 739? 739. How the hell did a human get such a result? His gaze was so shocked that Xuejiao could not help but want to laugh. Yes, Tianyu leaned slightly to the side. This was far more shocking than I thought. It was a bronze, but it turned out to be a king. Yinfang said that Xuejiao was serious, which was why she had only been improving since school started. Tianyu could not help but think of the first time they met, the way she spoke with confidence and assurance, and the practice questions she had perfectly completed since school started, and, last month's monthly exam, just passed. She said after the first monthly exam. Yes, I did my best, she said after the second monthly exam. Boom, Tianyu's brain exploded in an instant. He stared at the calm girl beside him in disbelief. She was as beautiful as always. Her big eyes blinked gently, and her thick and curly eyelashes fluttered as if they were stirring up a riot in his heart. She was 1.6 meters tall and standing next to him, who was 1.9 meters tall. She looked especially petite. But it was this seemingly obedient and weak young girl who was actually. Tianyu lowered his voice and gritted his teeth. Gu Xuejiao. You were all pretending. Last month. You deliberately only got a score of 90. Xuejiao raised her eyebrows and turned her head. Her eyes were filled with surprise. Tianyu had such an IQ, seeing that she did not deny it. Tianyu was so angry that he gasped. You can. At this time, Yinfang was almost done with her briefing. She picked up a stack of report cards from the podium. These are the results of everyone in our class. The results of each subject are printed according to the class ranking. The third column is the year ranking, and the last column is the change in the ranking. Parents, you can compare them. She walked down from the podium and handed out a report card to each parent as she continued. There are many students who have improved significantly this time. For example, Gu Xuejiao, Lian, Lu. After saying a few names, she paused. And Tianyu. He also scored more than 200 marks compared to the first monthly exam. These are all improvements. As long as this trend continues, he will have no problem getting into university in the future. Parents, you must supervise him. Yes. We must supervise him, we must supervise him. Dafa smiled, revealing 2 rows of teeth. Fortunately, he did not take off his sunglasses, so his eyes could not be seen in the first place. Yinfang was shocked by him. She took a breath before continuing. Of course, some people improve, and some people regress. For example, Yu Fangfang, Qing Mingjiao, and the others have obviously regressed. Parents, look at the last column. Parents who have regressed must talk to their children and find out the problem. It's already the second year of high school. Time waits for no one. Everyone, take a look. I'll go out and find the subject teacher to talk to everyone. As soon as Yinfang left, the classroom became lively. Lu Yazhen looked at the report card and stared at Qing Mingjiao's results. Qing Mingjiao, 668, rank 99, down 81 places. Looking at Gu Xuejiao's shocking results, she wanted to bite her to death. Gu Xuejiao, she did not believe that the girl could get 739. Did she think that she did not go to school? In addition to attending classes in school, Qing Mingjiao also had to attend tuition classes on the weekends. His best result was 18. How could Gu Xuejiao, that red-haired delinquent girl, do so well? She did not believe that Li Sitong's child was good. However, Yinfang was certain that Gu Xuejiao's results were fine, so Lu Yazhen had nothing to say. Qing Mingjiao, on the other hand, dropped so much? Lu Yazhen looked back and glanced at Qing Mingjiao. She gritted her teeth. Dafa looked at the report card and was a little shocked. In fact, in his opinion, Tianyu had improved a lot. In the end, he was the second last in class, but his ranking in the grade had risen a lot. He looked at Gu Xuejiao's full marks in many subjects again and again. He only felt that she was like a god. He wondered what kind of parents could teach her like that. His gaze swept to the woman beside him who was looking at the report card in a daze. The woman did not look young, but she was still very beautiful. Dafa was not the kind of man who would hook up with good-looking men. He just felt that the woman was sitting in such a terrible position like him. Now, she was looking at the report card in a daze. Could it be that this was the parent who was in the last place? Thus, he turned his head, took off his sunglasses, and smiled mysteriously. "Mom, how did your child do?" Li Sidong walked out of his daze. He moved his stiff head and looked at the rich man beside him without saying a word. "Forgive her for being a little too agitated today." Dafa's face showed that he had expected it. He smiled and said, "My son's results are not good, and his position is not good. Fortunately, he is hardworking. You know, he never studied before. He could not be beaten. Making him study is like asking for his life. Recently, under our education, he finally learned to study seriously. He reads at home every night. His mother and I tutor him." Dafa spoke frankly. Li Sitong's thoughts drifted away again. It seemed that ever since Xuejiao began to study seriously, she did not pay much attention to her studies. Instead, she paid more attention to other things. Last time, she even hit her. Therefore, a child's progress cannot be separated from his parents' hard work. I always pay attention to his studies and encourage him. If my son can score 200 points more, I feel that I am doing a good job as a parent." Li Sidong nodded and looked at him with admiration. "You did the right thing. You did well. I should learn from you." He, that's right. I'll continue to work hard in the future. I'll supervise his studies and tutor him." Dafa couldn't stop bragging. "By the way, is your child Shi Junyang?" Li Sidong shook his head and looked at him. He said seriously and calmly, "No, my daughter is Gu Xuejiao." Cough cough, Dafa patted his chest as he coughed violently. "What's wrong with you?" Li Sidong opened his eyes slightly and asked tentatively. Dafa's eyes widened as she stared at her. "Your daughter is Gu Xuejiao? The one who scored 739. Yes." Dafa grabbed her wrist and pleaded, "Please teach me how to be a parent. How did you raise such a child? What do you usually feed her? Will you still supervise her studies when she returns home? How do you usually talk to her? How often was the frequency? Will you hire a tutor or enroll her in a cram school? Which teacher? What role does the father of your child play in her life? You." Boom, Li Sitong's head felt like it was about to explode. Dafa's nagging was painful. She moved her hand away from Dafa's and rubbed it. Then, she forced a smile and said, "I usually don't pay much attention to her studies. We eat very simple food, just the usual dishes. We don't talk to each other, and I don't hire a tutor, this parent." Dafa put on a serious face. "Don't worry. My son is worlds apart from your child. He won't be able to surpass her. Don't hide it anymore. We're both parents who care about our children. Please guide me." All right, parents. Yinfang came in and interrupted Li Sitong's awkward speech. She quickly looked at Yinfang and pretended to listen to the teacher seriously. Dafa didn't dare to say anything. She looked at the report card on the table, then looked at Li Sitong as if she had 1,000 words to say. Finally, she looked at Yinfang. The teachers of each subject spoke one by one, roughly explaining the situation of the class and praising some students. Almost every teacher praised Gu Xuejiao. Hardworking, all the adjectives that could be used to describe her were all used on her. The first half of the parent-teacher conference lasted until 11 o'clock. Alright, thank you all for your hard work. If you want to talk to the teachers or me, you can come to us now. If you don't have anything else to do, you can go and have your meal. Don't forget to listen to the principal's speech in the auditorium at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The students swarmed towards their parents from behind, and the classroom was noisy. Dafa finally shifted his gaze to Li Sitong again. He took out a business card and said, "My name is Dafa. I'm in the real estate business now. My family just opened the Jade Loft. If you want to look at houses in the future, just use my name." No need. Even if Li Sitong didn't know anything about business, he still knew about the Jade Pavilion. It seemed that the person in front of him was the boss of Dafa Real Estate Company. Excluding the Lin Corporation, which made its fortune in Sea City, Dafa Real Estate was the richest company in Sea City. You're welcome. It's fine. Take it. Teach me how to tutor my child. I'll tell you the truth. My child has always been disobedient, but this time, he suddenly studied seriously for a few days. I don't know why, so I really want to know how to deal with it. How to make him persevere. Dafa kept stuffing business cards into her hands. Lu Yazhen, who was watching from afar, had an ugly expression on her face. Cheng Kai had just left the Cheng family's company and opened his own construction company. Now, he was purposefully getting to know real estate companies. If he could establish a relationship with Dafa Real Estate Company, the company could immediately become famous. However, Cheng Kai had always wanted to get to know him, but he couldn't. Now, this person was desperately stuffing business cards into Li Sitong's hands. A vixen was a vixen. Li Sitong didn't know what Lu Yazhen thought of him. She was really embarrassed now. The more Dafa spoke, the more awkward she felt. She didn't pay attention to Xuejiao's studies. In the past, Xuejiao was immature, and the two of them quarreled all day long. Now that Xuejiao was mature, she was distant and cold to her. Li Sitong still didn't pay attention to her studies. Take it. Remember to use this business card when you buy a house. Dafa gave a knowing expression. Li Sitong forced a smile. I really didn't pay attention to my child's studies, don't be so modest. The business card that Dafa had just stuffed into Li Sitong's hands was snatched away by a hand. The two of them looked over. It was Tianyu. The other party played with the business card with a faint smile. Dad, you're asking the wrong person. This auntie really doesn't pay attention to Gu Xuejiao's grades, nor does she pay attention to Gu Xuejiao. Last time, when Gu Xuejiao was bullied by her cousin, this auntie indiscriminately slapped Gu Xuejiao in public. As soon as Tianyu finished speaking, Li Sitong's face turned red with embarrassment. He wished he could find a hole to hide in. Ah? There's such a thing? Dafa looked at Li Sitong in shock. Li Sitong was embarrassed and uncomfortable. He stood up and wanted to leave. Sister, it's not that I want to criticize you, but whose child isn't a treasure? My son only got second to last in the exams, and I'm already overjoyed. Your daughter is first in her grade. If she were my daughter, I'd really dote on her like she's my sweetheart. As he spoke, his eyes met with Xuejiao, who was slowly walking over. Dafa was stunned for a moment, then suddenly raised his voice. Little classmate. It's you. He turned his head and slapped Tianyu's arm. You didn't even tell me that this little classmate is in the same class. Gu Xuejiao had a good impression of this person. She smiled and said, Hello, uncle. Then she looked at Li Sitong and said softly, Mom. That word was polite and distant. Dafa was stunned. This little classmate is Gu Xuejiao? Tianyu nodded. Yes, she's Gu Xuejiao, this auntie's daughter. Previously, Dafa had looked at Li Sidong with shock and curiosity. Now, he looked at her as if he was looking at an idiot. There was even anger in his eyes. How could you bear to hit such a cute, well-behaved girl with good grades? Li Sidong's face turned red. She felt extremely embarrassed and quickly turned to grab Xiaojiao. Jiao, let's go out and have lunch first. She pulled Xiaojiao and walked 2 steps. Suddenly, she stopped and turned back to look at her. That. Jiao, you're amazing. Mom is very happy. Mom will definitely believe in you in the future. Xiaojiao looked at her without saying a word. It was already a thin relationship. How could there be a new one when it was already broken? Jiao, let's go find your teacher. Li Sidong, who was about to leave in embarrassment, changed her mind. She felt that she should still do something. Li Sidong held Xiaojiao's hand tightly and approached Yingfang. Yingfang was already surrounded by people. She kept talking to the parents. Li Sidong pulled her but was too embarrassed to squeeze in. She stood awkwardly at the side. Yingfang, who was in the crowd, saw them. She said something to the parents next to her and then approached them. The parents also surrounded them. Gu Xiaojiao's mother, what's the matter? Yingfang was still kind to her. Li Sidong forced a smile. Teacher Yin, Xiaojiao's results this time are all thanks to you. Please take care of her in the future. Yingfang was also a little embarrassed. After all, she didn't believe that Xiaojiao could do particularly well in the exams. It's my pleasure, it's my pleasure. Moreover, Gu Xiaojiao's results were achieved through her own hard work. This child is very serious. She's a day student. You parents should take care of her a little more. Look after her during the weekends. Okay. Thank you, Teacher Yin. You're welcome. Yingfang smiled. Seeing that she didn't leave, she asked again, Gu Xiaojiao's mother, is there anything else you want to ask? It's like this. I was sitting in Jiaojiao's seat just now and I couldn't see the blackboard. Jiao isn't tall. Can her seat be changed? Li Sidong said with a smile, her face full of hope. Yingfang was stunned for a moment. Then she remembered that Xiaojiao's seat was reserved for poor students. She immediately smiled and said, of course. The seat is temporary. It's time to change. Thank you for your trouble, teacher. Li Sidong smiled brightly. Jiao, quickly thank your teacher. Thank you, Teacher Yin. Xiaojiao thanked her obediently. It's okay. Goodbye, Teacher Yin. Li Sidong bade farewell before pulling Xiaojiao away. At this moment, Yi Tianyu, who was still in the back row, poked his melancholy old man. Hey, old man, Gu Xiaojiao wants to change seats. It's time to change. Yi Dafa nodded. Your teacher's seating arrangement is unreasonable. The girl isn't tall either. Why did you put her in the last row? It should have been changed a long time ago. Yi Tianyu said coldly, I was able to improve this time because she helped me with my revision. Yi Dafa was stunned for 2 seconds. Then she suddenly cried out heartbreakingly, Teacher Yin, she cried out sorrowfully as she squeezed past Yingfang. Li Sidong led Xiaojiao to the main entrance. Tsinghua and Qingmingzi were already waiting for them. Jiao, what do you want to eat for lunch? Tsinghua asked with a smile. Anything is fine. Xiaojiao returned a smile. Where's Sidong? Tsinghua asked Li Sidong. The principal has a speech in the afternoon. Let's eat somewhere nearby. Okay, then let's go to the hotel over there and eat. Tsinghua opened the car door. As for her grades, he didn't mention a word. Xiaojiao knew that her stepfather was actually a very good father. He thought that because her grades weren't good, he definitely wouldn't ask about them in public. Jiao, not far away, a man's voice sounded. They looked over and their expressions immediately turned ugly. It was Gu Jingxiu. Wu Wanjun and Gu Shiyun were standing next to him. When he shouted, their expressions also turned ugly. Li Sidong swayed slightly. Tsinghua hurriedly supported her and held her in his arms, silently supporting her. Gu Jingxiu, what's the matter? Tsinghua frowned. Gu Jingxiu's eyes swept over his hand that was holding Li Sidong. Then he brought Wu Wanjun and Gu Shiyun closer. Jiao Jiao, how about having lunch with Dad at noon? Dad will take you to eat something good. Xue Jiao sometimes felt that Gu Jingxiu was quite strange. Why was he so confident that he would appear in front of her with his current wife and daughter? Was it because the original Gu Xiujiao liked Wu Wanjun's gentleness? Did he have no self-awareness? No, I'll eat with Uncle Qing and the others. Xiujiao's tone was calm and firm. Jiao Jiao, are you still angry with Dad? He said as he took out a key. Look at what this is. This is the key to Shiyun's house. You can rest with Shiyun at noon every day in the future. You can also ask Shiyun to help you with your homework. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Wanjun and Gu Shiyun's expressions became extremely ugly. Forget it. Jiao Jiao is the first and your family is the fourth. There's a big gap between them. Li Sidong suddenly understood why Lu Yazhen liked to show off Qing Mingjiao's grades so much. The feeling of stepping on someone you didn't like was really satisfying. Didn't Wu Wanjun always think that her daughter's grades were good and always used this to provoke her, but now, Jiao Jiao's grades had surpassed Gu Shiyun's. This made Li Sidong feel as if she was the one who had suppressed Wu Wanjun. As soon as Li Sitong's words fell, Gu Jingxiu's eyes widened. What? Jiao Jiao did better than Shiyun? How is that possible? Li Sidong raised his chin. Why not? The list is still posted. Why? Didn't your wife tell you? With a smile on her lips, she faintly felt the pleasure of victory. Then, she turned around. Jiao Jiao, let's go and eat something delicious. Xue Jiao didn't say anything and followed her. Compared to Li Sidong, she was more unwilling to eat with Gu Jingxiu. After they got into the car, Gu Jingxiu glared at Wu Wanjun. Didn't you say that Shiyun did as well as before? How can second and fourth be the same? Wu Wanjun forced a smile. Xue Jiao got first place this time. Shiyun's score is lower than hers, Gu Jingxiu frowned. What do you mean? Wu Wanjun stepped forward and held him. She said worriedly, you know how hard Shiyun works in her studies, but she's much worse than Xue Jiao. Xue Jiao's score was close to full marks this time. Jingxiu, do you want to find a chance to talk to her? It's okay if her grades aren't good. It's not like studying is the only way. You can't go astray. Gu Jingxiu frowned. Obviously, he had forgotten that Gu Shiyun had dropped 2 places. After all, compared to cheating, a fluctuating score was insignificant. He snorted heavily. She's getting more and more outrageous. On the other side, the father and son of the Qing family, Li Sidong, and Xue Jiao got into the car. Qing Shua turned his head with a look of surprise. Jiao Jiao got first place this time? Li Sidong smiled. Yes, Jiao Jiao got first place with 739 points. All the teachers praised her. They said that she usually works hard. Last time, her grades jumped a lot. This time, she got first place directly. She has a talent for studying. Qing Shua also laughed happily. He looked at her from the rearview mirror. Jiao Jiao, you did so well this time. What gift do you want? Uncle will buy it for you. But you have to promise Uncle not to be arrogant and keep working hard. Xue Jiao smiled. It was funny. In the entire Qing family, she only felt warmth from her stepfather. Just like in the original body's life, when Li Sidong died, Qing Shua spoiled her to the heavens and let her continue to live in a strange family with no blood relations at all. Xue Jiao was grateful to him. No need, Uncle. I have everything. Qing Shua was helpless. Child, why are you being so polite with Uncle? His tone changed with a little pride. In the best high school in our city, 7 High School, my son and daughter took first place in the 2nd and 3rd years. Ha ha ha. Li Sidong also laughed, but when she saw the quiet Xue Shan from the corner of her eye, her face became awkward again. Qing Mingzi kept looking at Xue Jiao strangely. He didn't think that Xue Jiao cheated, but he was shocked by her results. This girl, improved so quickly. Xue Jiao noticed that Qing Mingzi kept looking at her. She didn't want to respond, but when she saw her happy stepfather in front of her, she sighed. Brother, what's wrong? Qing Mingzi was stunned and shook his head. He paused for a moment, then said, keep up the good work. Okay, thank you, brother. Tsinghua smiled even more happily. That's what brother and sister are like. In the future, you should encourage each other and get along well. Yes, Jiao Jiao, do you hear me? Li Sidong turned around and looked at Xue Jiao. Xue Jiao nodded and said softly, okay. Qing Mingzi could see her indifference. He pursed his lips slightly and was a little annoyed. Got it. After lunch, the parents went to the auditorium to listen to the principal's speech. Xue Jiao and the other students stayed in the classroom. Yin Feng walked into the room in her high heels. We'll talk about your questions later. Now, I'll adjust the seats. If you're not satisfied with it, you'll have the right to raise your conditions if you do well in the next exam. As soon as she finished speaking, some students were happy, some students were nervous, and most of them looked at her without any emotion. Gu Xuejiao, you'll sit in the second seat in the fourth row. Yin Feng arranged Xuejiao's seat first. She knew her seat would be changed. When she was still a bad student to Yin Feng, she didn't like her at all. When she was a top student in her eyes, Yin Feng was naturally willing to give her more authority. If Li Sidong hadn't mentioned changing seats today, Yin Feng definitely wouldn't have let her sit in the last row. Xue Jiao obediently walked over. After changing seats, she waited until the seats were changed before she started moving things. Qing Mingjiao, you'll sit in the third row by the window. Yu Feng, you'll sit in the third row by the door. Yin Feng moved the two people who were originally sitting next to each other to opposite sides of the classroom. Teacher. Qing Mingjiao opened her mouth. Yin Feng cut her off. Look at your and Yu Feng's deteriorating grades. You two stay away from each other. If you have nothing to do, stop messing around and study hard. Qing Mingjiao gritted her teeth and angrily walked to the third row by the window. Her seat was diagonally in front of Gu Xuejiao and directly in front of Xuejiao's deskmate. The moment she sat down, she turned around and glared at Xuejiao as if she had done something that angered the heavens and the people. Xuejiao, the students were arranged one by one. Shi Junyang sat in Xuejiao's original seat, but Xuejiao's deskmate hadn't been decided yet. Yi Tianyu, you'll sit in the fourth row by the window. Yin Feng looked a little unhappy when she said this. Yi Tianyu smiled and swaggered to Gu Xuejiao's side. She placed one hand on her desk. Hello, let's get to know each other. I'm your new deskmate, Yi Tianyu. Xuejiao. What's wrong with him? Yi Tianyu's lips curled into a smile. He exerted force with his hand and jumped into the room from the table. Xuejiao was shocked and turned around to glare at him. Yi Tianyu. You better behave yourself. Yin Feng exploded. Yes sir. Yi Tianyu blinked and laughed arrogantly. Okay, quiet down. The class representative will go to the office to get the test papers. Look at what you've done. I have something to do. Class monitor, discipline yourselves. Okay. Shi Junyang agreed. Shi Junyang was still their class monitor. Yin Feng was different from other teachers. Other teachers would find good students to be class monitors. Only Yin Feng felt that being a class monitor would hinder one's studies, so she let someone with bad grades be the class monitor. After Yin Feng left, Yi Tianyu turned to Xuejiao. Dummy, are you surprised? Are you surprised? Xuejiao looked at him and blinked. How did you do it? One had to know that Yin Feng was someone who valued results. In her eyes, Yi Tianyu's results were destined to be in the last row. Why would she go through so much trouble to pick such a seat for him? Yi Tianyu was tall. If he wanted to sit in the front row, he had to sit by the window so that he wouldn't be in the way. Yin Feng really went through a lot of trouble to pick this seat for him. Yi Tianyu lifted his chin slightly and revealed a proud expression. I'm the only one who can tolerate a dummy like you as a deskmate. I have to thank you. Xuejiao gritted her teeth. Yi Tianyu became even more smug. Buddha says, if I don't go to hell, who will? Xuejiao, after the principal finished speaking, all the parents came to the classroom again. They chatted with Yin Feng for a while before going home. Kid, your old man went through a lot of trouble to get you to sit with Gu Xuejiao. You better be obedient. Yi Dafa slapped Yi Tianyu's arm. I know. He went through a lot of trouble. What's with the old man's stubbornness? Yi Tianyu rolled his eyes. Yi Dafa glared at him fiercely. Your old man is uncultured. That's why I'm counting on you to be cultured. You better be obedient. I don't expect you to be like Gu Xiujiao. At least learn from her, okay? Okay. I know. Hurry up and go. Yi Tianyu pushed him away. On the other side, Li Sidong was also talking to Xiujiao. Your Uncle Xing isn't back yet. Your Uncle Qing will pick you up tonight. Come back with your brother. Don't run around. It's not safe for girls to be alone at night. Xiujiao had helped her win face today. Li Sidong was in a good mood. She looked at Xiujiao with tender affection. Okay. Xiujiao made a sound of acknowledgement and didn't say anything else. Li Sidong frowned slightly and continued, Jiao, Mom was wrong. Mom shouldn't have doubted you. It won't happen again. Don't be angry. Xiujiao looked up slightly. You said that last time too, huh? Li Sidong was stunned. You hit me last time. You said you won't do it again. You won't doubt me anymore, Xiujiao said calmly. There was no emotion in her eyes, but it made Li Sidong embarrassed. How can you say that? I'm your mother. What do you want me to do? I've apologized and admitted my mistake. I promise I won't do it again. Li Sidong was anxious and started to speak fiercely again. Xiujiao didn't say anything and lowered her head slightly. Li Sidong looked at the young girl in front of her. She lowered her head and didn't talk back to her. She didn't quarrel with her or glare at her like before, but this was a silent resistance. Li Sidong could feel Xiujiao's indifference and alienation. This girl was estranged from her. Li Sidong swayed and felt that the world was spinning. Her eyes turned red. Gu Xiujiao. I'm your mother. I gave birth to you after carrying you for 10 months. You're my flesh and blood. She raised her voice slightly. I admit that I'm wrong. But is this how you treat me? Emotional abuse? Li Sidong breathed heavily. Ever since she slapped her in anger last time, Xiujiao hadn't spoken to her seriously. But she wasn't as noisy as before. Instead, she was silent and indifferent. Even Tsinghua felt it and asked if they hadn't reconciled yet. Xiujiao still didn't say anything. Li Sidong was so angry that she couldn't stand steadily. She supported herself with one hand on the wall. Gu Xiujiao. I'm your biological mother. Is this how you treat me? You're angry that I apologized to you. What do you want? Can't you empathize with me? Do you know how difficult it is for me? Don't act like this has nothing to do with you, okay? Do you still treat me as your mother? Xiujiao closed her eyes slightly and exhaled. Then, she suddenly opened them. You're my mother. In the future, I'll fulfill my duty as a daughter. What? Li Sidong swayed and her voice trembled. What do you mean? Do I make you so unhappy? Gu Xiujiao, have you forgotten who gave birth to you? Is this how you treat the person who loves you? Her sharp words made Xiujiao, who had made up her mind to stay silent, raise her head and stare at her with a pair of dark eyes. I used to want to be your glory. I used to have expectations for you and wanted to treat you well. Xiujiao blinked and swallowed the bitterness in her eyes. But you always disappointed me. Mom, I'm timid. The hand I stretched out was hurt, so I didn't dare to stretch it out again. Xiujiao looked at her and didn't let her tears fall. It wasn't that Li Sidong didn't love her, but she didn't understand that a daughter wasn't a mother's private property, nor was she a person to be used to hurt. Some people would show their gentle and soft side to others, but they would turn their sharp blade inward and wantonly hurt their loved ones who they thought they had cut off contact with. They loved, but they also hurt. Li Sidong's entire body trembled as if she had been hit in the head. Her lips trembled, but she didn't know what to say. Apologize, she seemed to have said it many times. Why are you talking like that? She couldn't say it out loud. His body trembled slightly, but he couldn't say a word. Xiujiao took a deep breath. Mom, you can go back. I'm going to study. After saying that, she turned around and left. Her gaze met Yi Tianyu, who was sticking his head out of the window. Their gazes met in midair. The other party seemed to have been caught doing something bad. He immediately turned around and retracted his head. Xue Jiao's footsteps only paused for a moment before she continued forward, leaving Li Sidong behind. They had just sent their parents off, and the teacher hadn't returned yet. Even though it was just an experimental class, it was inevitable for the students to be in a commotion. Discussion centered around the results, seating, and parents. A heated discussion broke out. Xue Jiao returned to her seat and took out her physics book without saying a word. In her previous life, when she had learned about electromagnetism, she had encountered a difficult problem. The error rate for major questions about electromagnetism was extremely high. This time, Xue Jiao didn't dare to be careless. She made up her mind to listen carefully in class and learn again. This time, she must make up for her shortcomings. Yi Tianyu kept glancing over. After a while, he took out a small packet of soda biscuits from the drawer. Stunned for a moment, Yi Tianyu thought to himself, why is there only this crappy biscuit? He flipped through it again, and after confirming that there was nothing else, he gently placed the biscuit on his table and slowly pushed it across to Xue Jiao with his fingers. Hey, dummy, do you want to eat? The voice pretended to be indifferent. Xue Jiao looked at the biscuits in a daze. After a moment, she shifted her gaze from the biscuits to Yi Tianyu. No need, you can eat, Yi Tianyu gave it to her. Eat something if you're in a bad mood. After he finished speaking, he looked at her expectantly. Xue Jiao felt her scalp go numb from his stare. She looked at the biscuit for a long time before opening it and slowly eating it. How is it? Do you feel better now? Xue Jiao did not say anything. No? He was stunned. Then, he made a few exaggerated gestures. Let me tell you, some adults are just insensible. You don't have to be calculated with them. Especially women who are going through menopause. If you are angry with them, you are angry with yourself. Menopause was the period of madness. You're actually quite a nice person. From the first day my dad saw you, he wanted to adopt you as his daughter. Xue Jiao looked at him without saying a word. Yi Tianyu's movements were a little shaky. He slowly retracted his hand and lowered his voice. He was a little embarrassed. I'm telling the truth, Xue Jiao still didn't say anything. Hey, are you really so sad that you don't want to talk? His words were a little probing, and his eyes were cautious. The tall man leaned over the table and stared at her worriedly. Under his gaze, Xue Jiao slowly opened her mouth. Her voice was a little hoarse, the biscuit is too dry. I can't speak, Yi Tianyu. Yi Tianyu held Xue Jiao's pink cup tightly. After filling it with water, he carefully placed it on Xue Jiao's table. He then said, isn't this cup too small? It's only enough for a few sips. He loved to play basketball and had high requirements for water intake. He didn't have the patience to wait in line for water, so he drank one bottle of mineral water at a time and changed to another one. Therefore, when he looked at Xue Jiao's cup, he felt that it was so small that he doubted his life. Xue Jiao rolled her eyes before saying, thanks, but this cup is enough for me. She then stood up. I said I'll go get it myself, but you insisted on snatching the cup. After you filled it, I had to stand up and let you in. If I go get it myself, it'll save manpower and resources. Yi Tianyu glared. You don't know how to appreciate a good person's kindness. If it weren't for the fact that you were angered by your mother, I wouldn't have bothered to run errands for you. Do you think I wanted to? When he said the word mother, Xue Jiao's mood sank a little. Yi Tianyu was stunned. He wanted to slap himself to death. Who asked you to rub your nose in it? After a moment, Xue Jiao suddenly perked up and shook her head. Her eyes widened. Yi Tianyu, take out your paper. Huh? Yi Tianyu was stunned for a moment. He then took it out in a daze. Xue Jiao flipped open the paper and held a pen close to him. You shouldn't have gotten this question wrong. I told you before the exam. This is the second unit's example. Look here, wait. Yi Tianyu raised his voice and interrupted her. You want to explain the question to me? Xue Jiao nodded seriously and frowned slightly. Yi Tianyu, I'm going to look at my paper in a while. Hurry up and listen. After she said that, she continued to explain. Yi Tianyu, forget it, forget it. I won't argue with a woman who's in a bad mood. She's in a bad mood, so whatever she does is right. Yi Tianyu suppressed his unhappiness about studying and leaned his head closer to listen carefully. Xu Jiao really wanted to teach him. She could feel that Yi Tianyu really treated her as a friend and had helped her a few times. She didn't have anything else to repay him, so she could only explain the questions to him and help him study well. As the two of them were talking about the questions, Qing Mingjiao walked in from outside the classroom. When he returned to his seat, he would enter in front of Xu Jiao, so she was facing the two of them. When he saw the two of them with their heads so close together, the usually arrogant Yi Tianyu was obediently listening to Xu Jiao's criticism. Qing Mingjiao felt particularly unhappy. Humph, Qing Mingjiao snorted coldly, just loud enough for the two of them to hear. Xu Jiao's pen paused for a moment, but she didn't have time to say anything. Yi Tianyu was already glaring at Qing Mingjiao and said angrily, "Are you a pig? Why are you humming?" You, Qing Mingjiao's eyes widened and his face turned red. "You're still a stutterer?" Yi Tianyu. "I know my name sounds nice, but I don't want you to call me by my name. I'm afraid it'll pollute my ears and my name." Yi Tianyu raised his eyebrows and sneered. Qing Mingjiao angrily stomped his feet and sat back down in his seat, looking angry. Yi Tianyu was too lazy to deal with this kind of person. He looked at Xu Jiao and unconsciously said in a gentle voice, "Continue." At this time, Li Sidong, who had left Xu Jiao, walked out of the school in a daze. When she was about to reach the school gate, she was pulled into someone's arms. "Sidong, what's wrong?" Li Sidong looked up at the person in front of her in a daze. It was her husband, Qing Mingjiao. "Ah Shua, I'm here, what's wrong?" Qing Mingjiao asked worriedly. Li Sidong suddenly burst into tears. "Ah Shua, did I do something wrong? I seem to have disappointed Jiao. What's wrong? What happened?" Qing Mingjiao's face was full of concern. Li Sidong blankly recounted her conversation with Xu Jiao, and then looked at Qing Mingjiao with a hopeful expression. Jiao was just saying things out of anger, right? Qing Mingjiao didn't say anything for a while. After a while, he said, "Let's talk in the car." He helped Li Sidong into the car, then sat in the driver's seat and didn't start the car. "Ah Shua." Li Sidong was a little scared. Qing Mingjiao sighed slightly and looked at Li Sidong. He said seriously, "Sidong, it's really your fault." Li Sidong looked at him with a blank and frightened face. Jiao is a good child, and she's trying her best to make you proud." As soon as Qing Mingjiao finished speaking, Li Sidong thought of that day when she was sitting on the sofa, Xu Jiao squatting in front of her, her eyes full of stars as she said, "I'll be your glory." That scene was still vivid in her mind, and in the blink of an eye, Xu Jiao said, "But you always let me down." Qing Mingjiao took her into his arms and patted her head gently. Jiao used to be irritable and rebellious, and she was in a rebellious period. Whatever her parents said, she would go against them. At that time you were very strict with her, and I didn't think there was anything wrong with it. But when I saw that she made you feel uncomfortable and made you unable to sleep at night, I felt that you were forced to be strict with her. He looked at Li Sidong, who was still in a daze, and continued, "But after Jiao made a bet with Ming Jiao, she actually walked out of her rebellious period. She became sensible and considerate of you, and because of your encouragement, she persevered and worked hard. After that, I realized that all the problems that didn't exist before were exposed." "What problems?" Li Sidong's voice was hoarse as she looked up at him. "You don't trust Jiao. As long as something happens, you subconsciously think that Jiao made a mistake. In the past, Jiao was indeed insensible and made a lot of mistakes. At that time it didn't seem wrong for you to criticize her, but now that she's sensible, you still don't trust her. The suspicion from her family hurts her the most." Li Sidong's tears streamed down. Although she didn't want to admit it before, it was the truth, she didn't trust her. "Sidong, you always feel that Jiao is the person you're most familiar with. She has always been by your side since she was born. You care about her, but in fact, it's also easy for you to ignore her. Other people might leave her, but only Xu Jiao was her biological daughter, so she had nothing to fear. She cared about this, was careful about that, and was gentle to that. Only Xu Jiao, her biological daughter, cared about her the most, but also cared about her the least. Actually, Sidong, Jiao will also leave you. She is now in her second year of high school and will be in her third year soon. After that, she will go to university. In the future, she will get married and have children, and start her own family. You and Jiao Jiao will not be together forever. She is still young, and there are other paths. There are countless possibilities that she will stay far away from you, or even never see you again. After Tsinghua finished speaking, Li Sidong grabbed the corner of his shirt with a face full of fear. She had experienced a failed marriage. Her father, who loved her dearly, left her. Her husband, who respected her, betrayed her. Only her daughter was always by her side. So, Sidong, from the moment Jiao Jiao left your body, she became a completely independent person. She has her own emotions and temper. She can be happy, but she can also be sad. You are the most important person to her, so you are the one who hurt her the most. Because you care, you are sad. Tsinghua's words made Li Sitong's face fill with tears. She knew that this time, she couldn't blame anyone else. It was her, Li Sitong's, fault, when she thought about how Xue Jiao would also leave her, when she thought about how she was pulled from a crying baby to a beautiful young girl, she couldn't help but want to go back and beat herself to death for not trusting her. I was wrong. I was wrong, Li Sidong wailed. In the evening, Xue Jiao finished her evening self-study. When she walked out of the school building, she happened to see two people standing under the streetlight. One was a handsome young man who was very tall, and the other was a gentle and generous young girl who just reached his shoulder. When they stood together, they were a perfect match. The two were talking about something, and the young girl pursed her lips and smiled. Xue Jiao stopped in her tracks and sighed slightly. Sure enough, the male lead and the female lead looked like a perfect match. Should she go out first, go to Tsinghua's car, and wait for Qingmingzi? Just as she was thinking this, Qingmingzi saw her and waved his hand. Here. Xue Jiao had no choice but to approach the two. Gu Shiyun's face was unhappy for a moment, but soon, she smiled. Big sister. She called very softly with a bit of shyness. Coupled with the distance between the two, it was easy to misunderstand. I said, don't call me big sister. Gu Shiyun bit her lower lip, and for a moment, her face was full of grievance. The two's attitudes towards each other were very clear. Shuaishan thought of the original novel. The female protagonist of this book was never a kind person. When she first came here, she couldn't tell the plot. However, after a long time, as she really came into contact with this person, she realized that Gu Shiyun was far from being harmless. Qingmingzi looked at the aggrieved Gu Shiyun, and then looked at Xue Jiao, who was always indifferent. Let's go. He finally said. Xue Jiao nodded and followed him. Gu Shiyun was stunned for a moment, and then her attitude was natural. She kept a suitable distance from them and walked towards the school gate. Her temperament was far from ordinary people's. Brother Mingzi, big sister. Xue Jiao, goodbye. Gu Shiyun said with a smile, as if there was nothing between her and Xue Jiao. After she left, Qingmingzi said softly, do you really dislike her that much? Xue Jiao looked up in surprise. Why do you ask? She was very surprised. Why did Qingmingzi, who didn't have a good relationship with her, ask this? Could it be that he wanted to support Gu Shiyun? Her attitude seemed to be saying that it had nothing to do with him, but her eyes were full of suspicion, as if she was sure that he would speak up for Gu Shiyun. Qingmingzi was a little angry for a moment. After a while, he sighed. Okay, it has nothing to do with me. He opened the car door and gestured for Xue Jiao to get in. After she sat down, Qingmingzi got in. At this time, Qingmingzi was talking on the phone. Yes, I've picked them up. I'll be back in 15 minutes. Okay. I'll be careful. Okay, goodbye. Qingmingzi hung up the phone and turned to look at them with a smile. In order to celebrate your good grades, your mother prepared some delicious food tonight. Let's celebrate together. But we can't celebrate for too long. You have classes tomorrow. Celebrate, Xue Jiao was slightly stunned. Dash your back. Come on, I made your favorite food. Hurry up and come to the table. Eat something and rest. Li Sidong took the initiative to take Xue Jiao's bag and smiled. After her conversation with Li Sidong today, Xue Jiao thought that they wouldn't get along well. Who knew that Li Sidong treated her warmly as if nothing had happened? Xue Jiao was a little stiff, so she didn't say anything. Li Sidong and Qing Mingzi looked at each other. The former noticed the encouragement in the latter's eyes, so he cheered up and held Xue Jiao's hand as they walked to the table. They had all eaten dinner, so there was no main food on the table. There was a handmade cake and some handmade desserts. These were obviously made by Li Sidong, and mainly for Xue Jiao. After all, Qing Mingzi didn't like to eat desserts. Come. Sit down and try it. Li Sidong pulled Xue Jiao. Qing Mingzi patted Qing Mingzi. Qing Mingzi, who didn't like desserts, was speechless. He looked at Qing Mingzi, who gave him a look. Qing Mingzi sat down at the table with a speechless expression. Li Sidong began to cut the cake. He gave each of them a piece, then raised his glass of champagne. Come. Let's congratulate Mingzi and Jiao Jiao for getting first place. Xue Jiao and Qing Mingzi were drinking milk. The two of them were speechless. Yes, I hope Jiao Jiao and Mingzi can continue to work hard and secure first place. After Qing Mingzi finished speaking, he took out 2 pieces of paper. He handed one to Qing Mingzi and the other to Xue Jiao. These are the gifts that Mom and I picked out for you. The two of them took a look. They were tickets to a stage play for next weekend. What's this? Qing Mingzi swallowed the sweet cake with difficulty and asked. Next weekend, we're going to watch the stage play as a family. Your Auntie Wang said it's very good. Your dad will be free then, so we can all go together, Li Sidong said with a smile. Seeing that Qing Mingzi had finished eating, he passed the last piece of cake on the table to him. Qing Mingzi's face twisted for a moment. He immediately stood up. Okay. We'll go next week. I'm done eating. I'll go upstairs to rest first. After he finished speaking, he picked up his bag and went upstairs. Li Sidong was stunned. He was still holding the cake in his hand. He turned to look at Xue Jiao. Hey, I'm done eating. Next weekend, right? Okay. After Xue Jiao finished speaking, she picked up her bag and ran away with the same posture. Li Sidong was even more confused with the cake in his hand. He looked at Qing Mingzi. The corner of Qing Mingzi's mouth twitched. He took the cake stiffly but didn't put it into his mouth. Li Sidong looked worried. Jiao Jiao doesn't seem to have any reaction. She won't forgive me. Qing Mingzi put the cake on the table and patted Li Sidong's back. Jiao Jiao is sad. She needs time to warm up. Don't be discouraged. Even if her heart is frozen, you're her mother. As long as you're sincere, you can warm her. But... Sidong, you have to reflect on yourself. If you hurt Jiao Jiao again, I'm afraid it'll be hard to undo. I won't. Li Sidong said. Xue Jiao went back to her room and did some homework before going to bed. She tossed and turned in bed for a while. Thinking of Li Sidong, she couldn't fall asleep. She reached out and took the phone on the cabinet. There were a few WeChat messages. Other than the advertisement, there was another message, Lin Jihua, congratulations, you're first. Xue Jiao picked up the phone and replied, you really know everything. The other party replied quickly, Lin Jihua, of course. Not only do I know that you're first, but I also know that you're in a bad mood. Xue Jiao was dumbfounded. How did you know? Lin Jihua, because when you're in a good mood, you sleep on time. Only when you're in a bad mood and can't sleep will you look at your phone. Xue Jiao was stunned. She gripped the phone tightly. It seemed that ever since the first time Lin Jihua left a message to comfort her, when she was crying outside, and when she had a conflict with Qing Mingjiao, he had given her advice. Since then, she seemed to have gotten used to looking at her phone when she was in a bad mood. In the end, did she want to talk to him? Just as she was thinking about it, the other party sent another message, Lin Jihua, let me guess again. Is it because of your mother? You're in a bad mood with your mother even though you're first. Then, is she doubting your results? Xue Jiao was really dumbfounded. After a while, she replied in a daze, really? I can't hide anything from you. This time, there was no reply for a long time. The phone screen showed that he was typing, but there was no reply. Xiaojiao was puzzled and sent another message, "Are you still there?" After a while, the phone lit up. "Lin Jihua, let me share something with you." Then, the other party sent a link. Xiaojiao instinctively opened it. Soon, she sat up with her eyes wide open. The National Math League for Middle School Students is about to begin. She quickly browsed through it and became more and more excited. Soon, she finished reading it and calmed down before exiting the interface. At this moment, Lin Jihua sent another message. "Lin Jihua, I think that instead of thinking about the conflict between you and your mother in high school, you should do something meaningful. You're already first. You can try something new." Xiaojiao's mind was very clear at this moment. Her eyes were wide open and she was extremely excited. Her regret in her previous life was that during high school, she had squeezed out a lot of time to work and earn money. She had never participated in this kind of competition. In her previous life, she had been too busy preparing for the college entrance examination and had no time to participate in this kind of competition. In this life, she was in her second year of high school. The time was just right. "Lin Jihua. Thank you. You've enlightened me." She didn't have so much time to think about this and that. If she had the time, she might as well do something meaningful. This kind of competition was something she wanted to participate in but never had the chance to do so. The other party replied very quickly, "This competition is quite valuable. You can participate. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me." Xiaojiao was stunned. "Ask him," she replied foolishly, "you've participated before?" Lin Jihua raised his eyebrows. There were too many things in the box. He didn't care about it in the past, but now, "Lin Jihua, yes, I participated in the first year of high school." After sending this message, he paused for a moment. Like a student eager to show off, he pretended to be calm, but his fingers were typing quickly, not only mathematics, but also physics and chemistry. Gold medals for mathematics and chemistry. Special prize for physics. Xiaojiao was dumbfounded. After a moment, her face turned red with excitement. "First place in all of them?" Lin Jihua's legs trembled slightly in an unsightly manner. He was a little smug, but he still kept a straight face and replied calmly, "Yes." Xiaojiao almost jumped. "Why are you so amazing?" Lin Jihua's lips curled. His legs trembled again and he typed briskly, "Not bad." Xiaojiao wanted to vomit blood. This was just not bad? This was mathematics. Physics. Chemistry. Gold medal. First place. She replied in shock, "Is there anything you don't know?" This time, the other party was still typing. After half a minute, the other party replied with 5 words. Xiaojiao's eyes widened when she saw his reply. "Lin Jihua, I don't know how to date." A moment later, another message came, "Of course, I don't know how to have children either." Xiaojiao, she was silent for a moment before replying, "You're so perfect, but you don't know how to date?" Lin Jihua continued replying, "Girl, don't ask about this. Shouldn't you be sleeping?" Xiaojiao was stunned, as if she was hit by something. She still had class tomorrow. It was already 10 minutes past her bedtime. "Ah. Good night. Lin Jihua, good night." JPG, it was the familiar expression of an elderly person. Xiaojiao giggled. Thinking about the competition, thinking about studying, and then thinking about how she wished she could split the time in half, she quickly fell asleep. After chatting with Lin Jihua, she threw all the things that troubled her to the back of her mind. She couldn't remember them anymore. Ever since that day, Li Sidong started to act strangely. She was unusually warm towards Xiaojiao. This made Xiaojiao a little confused for a moment. It wasn't easy to ease their relationship. Xiaojiao could be polite and courteous to her, but she couldn't find the feelings of kinship she once had from her. Moreover, she was seizing the time to study and wait for the competition to arrive. Another Monday. "Hey, idiot, I want to go out and play basketball for a while." Yi Tianyu could have jumped off the table himself, but he didn't know why he had to ask the girl next door. Was he really being controlled by her? Xiaojiao tilted her head and said seriously, "I think it's better for you to study now. You've already played for a long time this afternoon." It's a waste of time to do strenuous exercise now. Also, you'll be sleepy at night. Studying at night won't be effective. It's not worth it. She blinked her eyes. Her eyelashes were thick and beautiful, as if they were stirring up something. Tianyu didn't dare to look and quickly looked away. Okay, he felt like he wasn't himself. After all, how could he, Tianyu, be so obedient? But in reality, he was very obedient now. Tianyu slumped down again and continued to do the questions. Another half an hour later, it was almost time for the evening self-study session. Shi Junyang sat down in front of Xiaojiao, looked at Tianyu, and asked excitedly, "Hey, you, are you going to participate in the basketball game?" At this moment, Qing Mingjiao came back. He nudged Shi Junyang and said, "Excuse me." Shi Junyang did not even look at her as he stood up to give up his seat. Qing Mingjiao glanced at the three of them and lifted his chin. He walked in and sat in his seat. He didn't take a book. He just sat there quietly and pricked up his ears. Basketball game? Tianyu raised his eyebrows. Shi Junyang leaned closer and said in a low voice, "Yeah, my dad said he's going to release the news soon." Xiaojiao's hands paused in the middle of doing her homework. She looked up slightly. Tianyu frowned and said, "Aren't we going to the game?" "Yeah, we don't have to study anymore. Let's sign up and prepare for the game. The teacher won't have anything to say." Shi Junyang smiled like a cat that had stolen a fish. If Tianyu had heard this in the past, he would have jumped up immediately and asked for more details. However, Xiaojiao had been taking time out to tutor Tianyu recently. As a result, he hadn't been to the school basketball team for a long time. Tianyu subconsciously looked at Xiaojiao when he heard this. "Brother Yu?" Shi Junyang was taken aback by Yu Yuehan's reaction. Tianyu looked down at the question Xiaojiao had just sketched and scratched his head. Although he really wanted to go, would Xiaojiao be disappointed? He thought of the girl's bright eyes and shook his head vigorously. "Go my ass. Study hard." Shi Junyang's eyes widened. He reached out and touched Tianyu's forehead. "Hey. You, do you have a fever?" "Of course not." "Then why are you talking nonsense?" Shi Junyang was confused. Tianyu rolled his eyes at him and scolded, "Get out of here." He was afraid that if Shi Junyang didn't leave, his determination to learn from Bookworm would be shaken. "You can actually go if you're depressed," Xiaojiao suddenly said, startling the two of them. "Bookworm supports basketball?" Tianyu instinctively felt that she was being sarcastic. He immediately raised his voice and said, "Don't worry. My desire to learn will never be shaken." Xiaojiao shook her head. She looked at the two of them and said seriously, "No, I'm serious. You can stay determined to learn, but you can attend the game." "Why?" Shi Junyang looked at her. "I remember that you're all on the school's basketball team. If you can play as the main force in the game and our team gets a good ranking in the province, you can apply to become a second-class athlete. Then, you can apply for special admission to a university or be a special student. At the very least, you can get bonus points for the college entrance examination." "I don't know much about this." "You can ask more about it." Xiaojiao recalled the information she had found when she checked the math competition over the weekend. "I seem to remember something like this. Why didn't Yingfeng say anything?" Shi Junyang slapped his head. Tianyu rolled his eyes. "Why would Shirtai care about this? Her students are all going to take the college entrance examination." No, I have to ask around." Shi Junyang couldn't sit still. He stood up and ran off. After 2 steps, he stopped, turned around, and approached Xiaojiao. "Jiao, are you especially worried about our Yu?" With that, he ran off. Xiaojiao was stunned. She looked at Tianyu in confusion. What did he mean? Tianyu blushed. He looked away and said in a panic, Nothing. Idiot, you should read your book." "Oh." Xiaojiao nodded. She really didn't understand what Shi Junyang meant. She continued to read her book and do the practice questions. Tianyu's ears turned redder. After a long time, he reached out and pinched himself hard on his thigh. Qing Mingjiao, who was sitting in front of her, secretly cursed. She had heard everything, including Shi Juanyang's teasing. She ground her teeth hard and said through gritted teeth, "Vixen. Vixen. Vixen." The next afternoon, Shi Junyang rushed over, sweating. He sat in front of Xiaojiao like a gust of wind and panted. "Huff, huff, 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 I've asked around." "What's the situation?" Yi Tianyu's eyes lit up. He wanted to grab Shi Juanyang's collar. Even Xiaojiao stopped writing and looked up at him. Shi Junyang panted and said excitedly, "It's true. We didn't hear about it before because there were a few third-year students with special talents who wanted the second-grade athlete spot. The coach thought it had nothing to do with us second-year students, so he didn't mention it." "Wang Meng and the others?" Yi Tianyu frowned. "Yes, it's them. There are 8 or 9 of them who want to be the main force. You're okay. With your ability, you can still compete. You've been the main force on the team before, but I haven't. I definitely can't compete with them. I'm just a substitute. As long as I can participate, I'll definitely give it a try." Shi Junyang wasn't discouraged. "Idiot, what do you think?" Yi Tianyu suddenly looked at Xiaojiao. Xiaojiao nodded and said seriously, "I think it's a good opportunity, but it's hard to get good results. If you fail, a long period of hard work will be wasted. If you're mentally prepared, you can give it a try." "Okay." Xiaojiao tilted her head and continued, "But you can't give up on your studies. In the future, you have to be serious in class. Don't sleep or be absent-minded. Practice after class and on weekends. This arrangement is more reasonable. After all, Teacher Yin definitely won't allow you to practice without class." "Oh my, Jiao, you really care about us." Shi Junyang made an exaggerated expression of being moved. Yi Tianyu smiled, revealing 2 rows of new teeth. He looked like a child. "I'll listen to you." Yo, I'll listen to you." Shi Juanyang's expression became even more exaggerated, his face full of ridicule. This time even Xiaojiao could hear Shi Juanyang's playful tone. She glared at him fiercely and lowered her head to study angrily. "Get out of my way." Qing Mingjiao suddenly stood up in front of them, his face full of anger. Shi Junyang subconsciously stood up to give up his seat. Then, he looked at Qing Mingjiao's angry back in confusion. "This guy isn't crazy, right?" Yi Tianyu pursed his lips. "He's almost crazy. Let's go, let's practice basketball first, then we'll say hello to the coach." "Let's go." Shi Junyang looked excited. Yi Tianyu supported himself with his hands and flew off the table. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't let Xiaojiao stand up to give up her seat for him. After all, that idiot cherished every minute and every second. If he let her stand up, she would probably feel heartache for 10 seconds. Yi Tianyu thought so, but the corners of his mouth and the bottom of his eyes were full of smiles. Class was about to start at noon on Thursday. At this time, the classroom was very quiet. The second-year experimental class seemed to be feeling the pressure of the college entrance exam. The city's early winter temperature wasn't too low, but the dense forest outside had already become bare. The bleak early winter mixed with the tense atmosphere of the experimental class with their heads down. Even raising their heads slightly made people feel depressed. "I'm so tired." Yi Tianyu ran into the classroom with sweat all over his forehead. He slumped in his seat, ignoring the depressing atmosphere around him. "Idiot, what's the next class?" Xiaojiao pointed at the class schedule. "Chemistry. Hurry up and look at yesterday's content. Teacher Xia might ask questions." "Ah?" Yi Tianyu hurriedly flipped through the books in a flurry. He had already convinced Yin Feng to practice basketball, but she had also given him a condition: he couldn't let it affect his studies. If a teacher reported it to her, she wouldn't allow Yi Tianyu to practice basketball again. Yin Feng's various conditions for Yi Tianyu boiled down to one thing: he couldn't affect others. As a result, Yi Tianyu, who was determined to play in the competition, was much more obedient in class than before. "Oh my god, what does this mean?" Yi Tianyu handed over the book with an anxious expression. Xiaojiao held a pen and tapped it. "This means, everyone was studying." Xiaojiao was afraid of affecting others, so she lowered her voice. "What did you say?" Yi Tianyu had just finished exercising. His heart was thundering, so he couldn't hear clearly at all. He leaned closer to Xiaojiao. In order to hear clearly, they didn't notice that their heads were very close to each other. Yi Tianyu, Gu Xiaojiao, come out for a second. Yin Fang's voice suddenly rang out with a hint of anger. Xiaojiao was stunned. She and Yi Tianyu looked at each other and walked out in a daze. The two of them followed Yin Fang into the office and stood in front of her. Her face was extremely unsightly. Her finger tapped on the letter on the desk. Someone reported you for puppy love. The two of them stared blankly at Yin Fang. Yin Fang took a deep breath and slammed her hand on the table. The anonymous letter makes sense. I didn't want to believe it at first, but what were you two doing just now? Xiaojiao was stunned. I'll explain the questions to him. Yin Fang looked at the man and woman in front of her. One of them was the first in their age group, and she was also extremely good-looking. Looking at her for so many years, she also felt that her face was extremely beautiful. Looking at Yi Tianyu's handsome face again, the man and woman standing in front of him looked very compatible. Boys and girls of this age were the easiest to walk down the wrong path. The pressure of studying was too great. The more the teacher objected, the easier it was for the young man's emotions to explode. Yin Fang tried her best to persuade her. Gu Xiaojiao, you did get first place last month, but we all know that there were some coincidences involved. Ever since Chuqing next door was pushed to second place by you, he's been studying all day long. You have to make the best use of your time. Studying is the most important thing. You are improving very quickly. Next time, you must work hard and strive to stay at the top of the grade. I don't need to tell you the dangers of puppy love, do I? If you graduate, I won't even say these things. You can do whatever you want. She then looked at Yi Tianyu, and her attitude was not so friendly. Yi Tianyu. What did you say last time? You told me to let you play basketball, so you should study hard. Can't you do what you promised? If you don't want to study, don't affect others, okay? Yin Fang appeared to be very angry. Her eyes were wide open, as if the person in front of her had done something that angered the heavens and the people. Teacher, we really aren't dating. Xiaojiao said sternly, although I don't know who reported it, I have to say that this is slander. Her eyes were sincere, and Yin Fang couldn't help but waver a little. Plus, Xiaojiao's recent behavior, really? It's true. He was still as firm as ever. Yin Fang was slightly relieved and continued to persuade her earnestly, Gu Xiaojiao, you must spend all your time on your studies. You can't be complacent just because you were first in your year last time. Being able to get first place last time was a coincidence. If he wanted to get first place again this month, he wouldn't be so lucky. You have to work hard. Even if you can't be first next time, you have to try your best to stay in the top 3. Her words were almost certain that Xiaojiao would not be able to get first place in the next monthly exam. Xiaojiao lowered her head and did not speak. Alright, you guys can go back first. I'll change your seats next Monday. Yin Fang was skeptical. Why? Yi Tianyu, who had been silent all this while, exploded. Because I'm your homeroom teacher. Yin Fang's eyes widened. Although she was shorter than Yi Tianyu, her imposing manner did not lose out at all. No. I don't agree. Yi Tianyu's face suddenly turned ugly. Yin Fang was so angry that she gasped for breath. She had always been strict, so it was rare for her students to directly contradict her. You have to agree even if you don't. I've seen a lot of puppy love, but which pair has really made it to the end? If they didn't do well in the college entrance examination, forget about feelings, it would be good enough if they didn't blame each other. Even if you're in a puppy love now, I bet you won't make it to the end. There won't be a future. As soon as she finished speaking, Yi Tianyu clenched his fists so tightly that creaking sounds could be heard. He gritted his teeth with a fierce look on his face. He didn't know where the anger in his heart came from, but he felt as if a fire had been lit in his heart. Yin Fang saw his tightly clenched fists and bulging veins on his forehead and subconsciously took a few steps back. Then, she flew into a rage. Call your parents. Call your parents. On a Thursday like this, Xiaojiao and Yi Tianyu stood in the office and waited. Yin Fang was sure that Yi Tianyu wanted to hit her at that moment. Now, she could no longer listen to any explanation. She was sure that Tianyu's reaction meant that something must have happened. She sat in the office, panting with rage and not saying a word. Tianyu calmed down and knew that he had implicated Xiaojiao. He tried to explain, but Yinfang was no longer listening. "I'm sorry," he said in a low voice so that only Xiaojiao could hear him. Xiaojiao shook her head and lowered her head slightly without saying a word. Long before school started, she already knew about Yinfang's guilt by association attitude. Although she didn't understand why Tianyu had such an expression, she knew that there was no point in explaining. Xiaojiao lowered her head and began to silently recite the English model that she had just memorized that morning. After a while, a slightly plump man rushed in. "Dafa. Teacher. What's wrong? What's wrong? You didn't even explain clearly over the phone." "I was worried sick." Dafa panted as he looked at Yinfang. Yinfang stood up angrily. "Tianyu almost hit me just now." "What? That D***MN brat actually dared to hit a teacher?" Dafa's eyes widened. He turned around, grabbed Tianyu, and kicked him in the butt. Xiaojiao stood a little far away and didn't have any presence. Dafa felt that one kick wasn't enough and slapped him on the back again. "You'd **MN brat. Who gave you the guts?" "Ah? Ouch ouch ouch. Be gentle." Tianyu dodged his kick again. "Lousy sent you here to study, not to beat up your teacher." He seemed to be hitting him very hard, but only Tianyu knew that this was his father's old trick. It didn't hurt at all. He just needed to cooperate and scream. Dafa grabbed his ear and took the opportunity to whisper, "Good son, apologize first." Although Dafa's education level wasn't high, he had been in the business world for many years and understood the current situation very well. Regardless of whether Tianyu really hit her teacher or not, Yinfang still thought so. She was still angry. The more he tried to explain, the angrier she got. After all, Tianyu was still studying under her. He couldn't offend her too much. His actions had obviously shocked Yinfang. She was so shocked that she was dumbstruck. "Hey," Xiaojiao instinctively wanted to stop him, but the boy turned his head and blinked. There wasn't any pain in his eyes. Xiaojiao retracted his leg. Yinfang exhaled. "Stop hitting him, stop hitting him. There's no need to use the rod anymore." "Are you still angry, teacher?" Dafa said with a smile. "If you're still angry, I'll continue hitting him." "Stop hitting him," Yinfang said quickly. She calmed down and said, "Tianyu's father, I asked you to focus on Tianyu's puppy love situation." "Puppy love?" Dafa raised his voice. "Yes. You brat." This time Dafa wasn't pretending to be angry. He was really angry. He believed that his son wouldn't hit a teacher. Even if he did, he wouldn't hit the teacher for no reason. That was why he wasn't anxious just now. He was even worried that the teacher had pushed him to a certain extent for him to want to hit the teacher. But he didn't know if his son would fall in love at such a young age, so this time, he was really angry. "Yes, I suspect that Tianyu has puppy love tendencies," Yinfang said firmly. "I received a report today. It said that Tianyu is in puppy love. I didn't believe it at first, but when I called him to the office to ask, he almost hit him." Hearing that, Yinfang got angry again. Dafa was stunned. "Teacher, what did you say? Why is he so angry?" Yinfang said, "I said that I've seen many puppy love at their age. It can't last. Even if it's puppy love now, it's only a matter of time before they break up." She put her hands on her hips, her face full of anger. Dafa knew his son. When he heard this, he sensed that something was wrong. At least his son was in trouble, otherwise, how could "it can't last and it's only a matter of time" agitate him? Who is he in puppy love with? The report said. Gu Xiaojiao. Yinfang paused for a moment before saying Gu Xiaojiao's name. Dafa followed her gaze and noticed Gu Xiaojiao, who had been in the office the whole time. She was quietly waiting at the side. She was wearing her school uniform and had a ponytail. Her face was fair and clean. She looked exactly like the obedient little girl in his imagination. Dafa suddenly raised his voice. My son can actually catch up with Gu Xiaojiao? His voice suddenly became surprised. Teacher. Is what you said true? He was so happy that he looked like he had won the lottery. There was a smile in his eyes, wrinkles on his forehead, and 2 rows of teeth were exposed. Dafa's reaction stunned Fong. She stared blankly at him, who was pleasantly surprised. This reaction, the 2 teachers in the office, who had lowered their heads to mark homework, suddenly looked up. Their mouths were slightly open, and their jaws dropped in shock. Tianyu's parent, Tianyu has the tendency to fall in love at a young age. She opened her mouth. Dafa slapped his head. I was wondering how this brat could suddenly change his personality. He's actually studying seriously now. So it's because of Gu Xiaojiao's teachings. He said it very happily. In his opinion, if a brat like Tianyu could really catch up with Gu Xiaojiao, it would be extremely difficult. Tianyu's father, as the child's parent, you should stand in the teacher's position and help educate the child. Falling in love at a young age is very bad. Fong couldn't help but be serious. Dafa's reaction was too unexpected. She had been a homeroom teacher for so many years, and he was the only parent who smiled happily when he knew that his child was in love at a young age. Which second-year high school kid didn't have the tendency to fall in love at a young age? Why was this one so excited? Teacher Ian, I feel that this also depends on the situation. Some children fall in love at a young age and don't study hard. This kind of situation must be stopped. Dafa said as his eyes narrowed. He rubbed his hands and smiled happily. But there's another kind that you've seen. If 2 children are a perfect match and encourage each other to go to a good university together, teacher, in this case, do you have the heart to break them up? Dafa's words were too serious and reasonable, to the point that Fong felt that she was really too unreasonable. But soon, she came back to her senses. No, Tianyu's father. You have to understand the negative effects of falling in love at a young age. Why does the school not allow children to fall in love at a young age? It's because this is not good. They're too impulsive at this age. If they're not careful, they might make an unforgivable mistake and regret it for the rest of their lives. What mistake? Dafa was stunned. Fong didn't know what to say. She looked at the father and son in front of her speechlessly and angrily. Just then, a voice came from the office door. Teacher. Chapter 27. It was Li Sidong, Xiaojiao's mother. She had obviously rushed over in a hurry. There were even beads of sweat on her forehead. Teacher, why are you looking for me? With that, Li Sidong walked into the office and walked over to Xiaojiao. She almost subconsciously wanted to ask, what trouble did you cause this time? However, all sorts of thoughts flashed through his mind. No. I can't distrust Xiaojiao anymore. Li Sidong closed his slightly open mouth. He stood beside Xiaojiao and looked at the teacher. Fong took a deep breath and repeated herself. Li Sidong was stunned and looked at Tianyu. She had seen this boy before. He was the one who had stood up for Xiaojiao when she and Qingmingjiao had a conflict last time. He was also the boy who had criticized her before. So, before this, it was because, just as she was beginning to have doubts, a sentence suddenly exploded in her head. You never believed me. You never believed me. Li Sidong's body shook slightly, and then the suspicion in his eyes faded. He looked at Xiaojiao and asked tentatively, Jiao, what's going on? This was a question, a curiosity, not a question. No, I don't have puppy love. I won't have puppy love. Xiaojiao had been saying the same thing since she entered the office, but this time she was more determined. Li Sidong nodded and smiled. Yes, Mom believes in you. As she spoke, she looked at Fong. Teacher, Jiao doesn't have puppy love. Fong was stunned. She looked at Xiaojiao and then at Li Sidong. She had already reached out her hand just now. She was afraid that Li Sidong would directly hit her like last time. She would definitely stop him. Who knew that Li Sidong would say that she believed him? No puppy love, Tianyu added. Then why are you so angry? Fong raised her voice. Tianyu looked at her. Although he was still a teenager, his tall stature was very intimidating. Because I don't like what you said. Yinfang swayed. Her body twitched, and her anger rose again. Dafa hurriedly said, Teacher Yin, look at the two kids. Both of them say that they're not in a relationship. Is there some kind of misunderstanding? Yes, teacher. Who wrote the report letter? Li Sidong held Xuejiao's hand. No name. Oh, here it is. Yinfang suppressed her anger and raised her chin at the report letter on the table. Li Sidong picked it up and read it carefully. After a while, she looked at Yinfang and said, Teacher, look at this person's choice of words. Gu Xuejiao's style is improper, her attitude is improper, and she doesn't deserve to stay in the first class. This sentence is obviously very dissatisfied with Xuejiao. I think it's possible that this person doesn't like Xuejiao, so, before she could finish, Xuejiao looked at the report letter. It's Qingmingjiao. This was written by Qingmingjiao. Xuejiao was a little speechless. Qingmingjiao's hatred for her could be described as crazy. He wouldn't let go of any opportunity to harm her. Qingmingjiao's handwriting doesn't look like this. Yinfang was stunned. Then, she was a little disappointed with this girl with good grades. I know Qingmingjiao's handwriting. If you want to prove yourself, please don't accuse others. Not only was her voice disappointed, but even her eyes showed that she expected better from her. Xuejiao blinked and used her hands to tuck her hair behind her ears. She had good manners. Her figure was thin, but her back was straight. A pair of clear but cold eyes were on her delicate oval face. She was beautiful even though she was young. That was written by Qingmingjiao's left hand. She can write with her left hand too. Xuejiao knew this because of the original body. Qingmingjiao could write with both her left and right hands. Although her left hand's handwriting was far inferior to her right hand's, it was already quite amazing that she could write with her left hand. Qingmingjiao had shown off a lot of things in the Qing family that she could write with her left hand. Then, she would show off in front of Gu Xuejiao. As a result, Gu Xuejiao had been obsessed with writing with her left hand for a long time. However, in the end, she gave up because of a mess of things. Yes, I remember now. This was written by Qingmingjiao with her left hand. Li Sidong raised her voice. At this moment, her anger towards Qingmingjiao reached its peak. How did she and her mother offend Qingmingjiao? Why did she have to think of ways to harm them? Yinfang was also stunned for a moment. Qingmingjiao and Gu Xuejiao had a grudge against each other. If Qingmingjiao was the one who reported it, it was really, if puppy love was true, based on the relationship between Qingmingjiao and Gu Xuejiao, and the fact that she was sitting in front of them, she would definitely collect evidence and directly report it. The reason why she wrote the anonymous letter was because she didn't want to expose herself and be hated by the person who reported it. This obviously didn't make sense for Qingmingjiao. So, this letter was most likely a rumor. Is what you said true? Yinfang narrowed her eyes. Xuejiao nodded and said with certainty, yes. You can ask Qingmingjiao to come over and write it. Yinfang choked. How could she ask her to come over, if she found the person who wrote the anonymous letter now, who would dare to report it in the future? Teacher, it was written by Mingjiao. Our family knows that she can write with her left hand. That's it. Li Sidong saw Yinfang frown and was afraid that she wouldn't believe her, so she stood up to testify. Yinfang's brows furrowed and relaxed and furrowed again. She was extremely conflicted. After a moment, she said, all right then. That's it for this time. The parents have made a wasted trip. Gu Xuejiao, Yi Tianyu, study hard in the future. Remember not to fall in love at such a young age. Okay. Xuejiao agreed. Yi Tianyu glanced at her and agreed as well. Yi Dafa respected Yinfang because she was the homeroom teacher and didn't yield to force or persuasion. However, he didn't have a good temper either. When he heard what she said, he smiled and said, then teachers shouldn't believe such messy and malicious reports in the future. Let's not talk about the time and money Gu Xuejiao's mother and I have wasted on this matter. It's also bad for the child's health. After he said this, Yinfang's face turned a little red. She took a deep breath and said, Yi Tianyu's father is right. In the future, I will be more careful. Then we'll go back first. Goodbye, teacher. Dafa finished speaking and led Yi Tianyu out. Li Sidong also pulled Xue Jiao out of the office. Yin Fang was so angry that she threw the anonymous letter on the table. She had never been so embarrassed before. She glared at the letter in front of her. She was a little angry that Qing Mingjiao was looking for trouble and wrongly accusing her. If it weren't for Qing Mingjiao's letter, how could she have been so embarrassed today? As soon as Li Sidong stepped out of the office, she smiled at Xue Jiao and gently tousled her hair. "Don't worry, Mom believes you. Don't take it to heart. Hurry up and go to class to study." Xue Jiao stiffly felt the warmth of her hand on her head. She nodded stiffly. Li Sidong smiled and reminded her of a few more things before leaving. Xue Jiao stood on the spot for a while. She shook her head to clear the messy thoughts in her head before getting ready to return to class. She had already signed up for the math competition. Now was the time to focus on answering the questions. "Miss Gu." A voice called out from behind her. Xue Jiao was stunned for a moment. She turned around and smiled politely when she saw who it was. "What's wrong?" "Uncle Yi." Dafa's smile bloomed like a flower. She looked at her with narrowed eyes. "Miss Gu. What was Yi Tianyu talking about the basketball competition? Who doesn't study hard and play basketball?" Xue Jiao understood what he meant. The corners of her lips curved upward slightly. She looked at the speechless Yi Tianyu who had followed Dafa over. "It's for the sake of obtaining a national second-class athlete's certificate. It'll help him get into college." "Really?" Dafa raised his voice. "Really?" Dafa smacked his head. This kid wasn't lying. "It really is good for the college entrance exam. I didn't know basketball could be used on the same level as those competitions for studying." Xue Jiao smiled when she saw how happy he was. Yi Tianyu rolled his eyes speechlessly. "See, old man, I wasn't lying to you." He raised his chin, looking proud and arrogant. Xue Jiao rolled her eyes and suddenly had a mischievous idea. "Uncle Yi, although basketball is good for the college entrance exam, it doesn't mean you can get into the college you want just because you have it. I think student Yi should study hard. Uncle Yi, you should keep an eye on him." Xue Jiao finished speaking and left with a smile. Yi Tianyu stomped his foot in anger. "What about you?" Dafa slapped him. "I told you to study hard. Learn from Gu Xue Jiao and stop thinking about nonsense. Don't think your old man can't tell that you like her." Yi Tianyu was stunned for a moment. Then his face flushed red as if someone had stepped on his sore spot. He nearly jumped up. "What? What nonsense are you talking about, old man?" Dafa slapped him again. "You're still acting in front of your old man. Do you think your old man doesn't know you? Let me tell you, Yi Tianyu, if your results fall next month, your old man won't help you sit at the same table as Gu Xue Jiao." Yi Tianyu's eyes widened and his face was full of anger. If Dafa didn't help him, the mistress would definitely transfer him away from Gu Xue Jiao immediately. Yi Tianyu blinked and said discouragingly, "Learn, learn." Dafa smiled. "Little guy, I can't control you." When Xue Jiao walked back to the classroom, Qing Mingjiao immediately looked up at her, waiting to see a good show. She firmly believed that Gu Xue Jiao would definitely be taught a lesson this time. The mistress hated students who fell in love at a young age. It had been proven in the last few years. Xue Jiao met her gaze and sneered, "Qing Mingjiao, I know you don't like me, but writing an anonymous letter is slander." When she came in, the students in the class were all reading. Even the few people nearby didn't look up. But as soon as she said this, some students and a few curious people turned to look at her and opened their mouths in shock. Nowadays, no matter what kind of student, they didn't like to snitch. "You're talking nonsense." Qing Mingjiao felt the gazes of the people around her and instinctively raised her voice to protest, eager to defend herself. Xue Jiao raised her eyebrows. "Fortunately, you used to like to show off your left hand's handwriting to me, so I can recognize your handwriting. Don't talk nonsense." "Who reported you?" "I'm telling you, Gu Xue Jiao, don't accuse me. You know whether I'm accusing you or not. If you don't admit it, we can go look at the surveillance footage. I believe that as long as we insist, the teacher will help us investigate. After all, I'm not like you, casually spreading rumors." Xiaojiao's attitude was still very calm. The calmer she was, the more the students looked at Qing Mingjiao meaningfully. When it came to the surveillance footage, Qing Mingjiao immediately panicked and pointed at Xiaojiao. Why should we investigate just because you say so? I can't be bothered with you. Guilty conscience. Yi Tianyu walked in and said coldly. Nonsense. Yi Tianyu walked in front of them and Xiaojiao gave up her seat. Yi Tianyu walked in. He was standing while Qing Mingjiao was sitting. She felt guilty and didn't dare to look at Yi Tianyu, her eyes darting around. You know whether I'm talking nonsense or not. Yi Tianyu lowered his body. Qing Mingjiao, from today onwards, you're my enemy, Yi Tianyu. Qing Mingjiao was stunned. Yi Tianyu continued, Yi Tianyu, have lived for so long, and there are only a few people who have openly and covertly plotted against me. You, Qing Mingjiao, are good. Faced with Yi Tianyu's mocking and disgusted gaze, Qing Mingjiao bit her lower lip. She actually really liked the boy in front of her. He was handsome and flamboyant, and with her mother's insistence, her desire to get along with him was extremely strong. But he just had to be so close to Gu Xiaojiao, the person she hated the most in her life. Yi Tianyu's words made Qing Mingjiao feel awkward and sad. At this moment, the students in the class looked at her with suspicion. Qing Mingjiao couldn't help but burst into tears and ran out. Mingjiao, Yu Fangfang shouted from the other end of the classroom. Then she looked at them angrily and said, You guys are too much. With that said, she chased after Qing Mingjiao. This is the first time I've realized that it's too much to ask the person who slandered you. Xiaojiao said coldly. This made some of the students who had just risen in their hearts disappear immediately. Yes, the person who was slandered was clearly Gu Xiaojiao. All she did was question Qing Mingjiao. How did that become too much? If they put themselves in her shoes, would they also be blamed like this when they interacted with Qing Mingjiao in the future? Yi Tianyu sneered, these two are jackals of the same lair. Students, I suggest you be careful when you interact with them in the future. Otherwise, you'll still be the one who goes too far after slandering you. After he said that, some people seemed to imagine the scene and immediately decided to stay away from Qing Mingjiao and Yu Fangfang. Seeing this, Xiaojiao looked at Yi Tianyu and said, Alright, don't think about this anymore. Read your book. Yi Tianyu was speechless. Idiot, don't you have anything else to say besides studying? The only response he got was the sound of Xiaojiao's pen quickly scribbling on the paper. At night, Xiaojiao lay in bed and looked at Lin Jihua's message about the competition. The two of them chatted back and forth. Xiaojiao, thank you. If it weren't for you, I really wouldn't have known that there were so many rules to the competition. Lin Jihua, the competition questions are also set by people. As long as they are set by people, there will be a certain pattern. Lin Jihua, have you finished the questions we talked about yesterday? Seeing this message, Xiaojiao looked embarrassed for a moment. She touched her nose. This was the first time she had failed to complete a task on time, so she replied awkwardly, No. Something happened today, so I was delayed. The other party quickly replied, What is it? Xiaojiao and Lin Jihua basically talked about everything before, so she didn't think there was anything wrong with telling him. Qing Mingjiao reported that I'm in a relationship at a young age. The teacher called my parents and delayed a lot of time. At this time, Lin Jihua had just finished washing up. Her hair was half dry as she sat on the bed and chatted with the girl on the other end of the phone. His posture was very languid as he reclined casually. Puppy love. When these two words appeared in front of Lin Jihua, he seemed to be shocked by something. In an instant, he put away all his laziness, moved his body, and straightened his back. He frowned slightly as he read this message repeatedly. After a while, he only replied with two words, Puppy love? No, I don't have enough time. How can I have the time to be in a relationship at a young age? This sentence made Lin Jihua's frown disappear, but the dark vortex did not dissipate. He typed another sentence, The mathematics competition is a national large-scale competition. The contestants who signed up for it are not weak. It's inevitable that there will be some extremely talented people, so you have to pay attention to it and give it your all. I used some competition materials in the past. It's not bad. Can I send you a copy? Really? Thank you. I'll send you the money first. Okay, remember to spend more time on those books after school. Okay. Shui Han's reply was pleasantly surprised. The next day, Xue Jiao carried a huge stack of books into the classroom from the mailroom at the school gate. There were a total of 11 books, and each book was not thin. They were quite thick. Even though Xue Jiao had always done more questions than others, she was still shocked by this huge stack of questions. She was silent for a moment, organized the other books, and took out the first book. Hey, idiot, how do you solve this question? Yi Tianyu had been sitting for the whole afternoon. Xue Jiao, who was next to him, did not seem to see him. She kept her head down and did the questions. She had entered a state of selflessness. Xue Jiao ignored him. It was as if she was still immersed in another world. Yi Tianyu, who was ignored, could not help but nudge her lightly. Hey, idiot, how do you solve this question? I'm not free these days. You should ask the teacher. Xue Jiao did not even raise her head. Yi Tianyu, after a long time, he could not help but ask again, then when are you free? Xue Jiao pointed at the stack of documents that she had just received and said, I'm done. Yi Tianyu, how could she be free? Who bought her the documents? Was it immoral to buy so many? Xue Jiao did not notice that ever since she received the thick stack of documents, she spent less time explaining to Yi Tianyu and more time discussing with Lin Jihua at night. The competition questions were somewhat different from ordinary mathematics questions. When Xue Jiao first came into contact with them, she also felt that they were a little strange. However, after she immersed herself in the questions under Lin Jihua's guidance, she experienced the thrill of solving the questions. The competition questions covered a wide range of topics and were also difficult. It was not only about calculating, but also about logical reasoning and drawing inferences from one case. She gradually began to immerse herself in the thrill of solving the questions. In this process, Lin Jihua's guidance was quite important to her. Lin Jihua had never specifically taught her how to calculate a particular question. He taught her meticulous logical thinking. For Shui Han, who had followed the prescribed order step by step in her previous life and had almost never come into contact with this kind of knowledge, this was simply opening a new door. As a result, Xue Jiao, who had just found joy in mathematics, spent almost all of her free time on it. When she was eating, her mind was thinking about the questions just now. When she was lying in bed at night, she reflected on the wrong questions that day. Even when she was sitting in the car, she used her fingers to draw beside her. Jiao Jiao, hurry up and pack up. We're going to watch a play at 6 tonight. Li Sidong placed a glass of water next to Xue Jiao, who was working hard. Xianxia, who came in with her, said with a smile. Xue Jiao pulled her thoughts away from the mathematics questions and looked up at them. Her expression was blank. Her big eyes were lifeless at first, then slowly darkened. Watch a play. Xue Jiao seemed to suddenly come back to her senses. Her eyes widened, and her face was full of disbelief. Her white and tender little face was blank. She looked silly and cute. Li Sidong couldn't help but reach out and rub her head. Jiao Jiao, we agreed last week that we're going to watch a play this week. Last week, right, Xianxia and Li Sitong's gift for her and Qingming's midterm exams was to watch a play together as a family. Xue Jiao's little face puffed up when she thought of this. But could she not go? Xianxia laughed. No, you can't. Jiao Jiao, this is a family activity. You can't be absent unless there's something important. Oh. Xue Jiao was discouraged. Hurry up and pack up. Okay. Xue Jiao's voice was very low. She looked reluctantly at the half-done question on the table. Then I'll finish this question. This girl. Li Sidong shook his head. Xianxia smiled and said, Sidong, bring the clothes you bought for Jiao Jiao. Let's go out today and dress up nicely. Okay. Xue Jiao stared blankly at the girl in the mirror. She was wearing a long-sleeved chiffon shirt and slender high-waisted trousers. The contrast between white and black was extreme. Her hair was still in a bun when she wore her school uniform. Li Sidong reached out and adjusted her hair. The originally neat bun became loose, adding a bit of laziness. You look good. Li Sidong couldn't help but laugh. My daughter is so pretty. This was an experience Li Sidong had never experienced before. In the past, Xue Jiao always dressed herself up in a mess. She didn't have enough time to take care of her and had never thought of dressing her up properly. Now, Xue Jiao had become obedient and sensible. She was unexpectedly serious and hardworking in her studies. She had even achieved enviable results. Looking at her changing her school uniform every day, Li Sidong wished she could dress her up like a little princess and take her out every day. She, Li Sidong, finally had the chance to proudly say, "This is my daughter." Li Sidong blinked and looked at the stunningly beautiful girl in front of him. His eyes were a bit moist. The girl's charm was just budding. Just a little lipstick on her lips was enough to make her face dazzling. Xue Jiao tugged at the corner of her shirt a bit unaccustomed. "Isn't it too thin?" "It's not." Li Sidong smiled and straightened her collar. "The temperature in the theater is quite high. Take that white coat with you later. If you want to go outside, wrap it around yourself." Xue Jiao uncomfortably avoided Li Sitong's hand. "I'll do it myself." Li Sitong's hand stiffened and his eyes dimmed. She's not coming down yet?" Qingmingzi said in boredom as he gnawed on an apple. Tsinghua put down the newspaper and smiled at him. "Young man, you have to be patient when waiting for a lady. It's basic etiquette for a gentleman." Qingmingzi curled his lips. "A lady won't keep a gentleman waiting for too long." "You stinking brat." Tsinghua glared at him. At that moment, there were footsteps upstairs. Tsinghua's eyes were smiling again. "The ladies in our family are all ladies." Qingmingzi didn't say anything and only curled his lips. His gaze moved to the stairs and he froze. It was an indescribable feeling. It was like there was a flower bud in a flower pot that you often passed by. Once, the flower pot would always run in front of you and block your path. You would get sick of it and wouldn't carefully look at the beauty of the flower. But one day, the flower pot didn't block your path anymore. Instead, it quietly bloomed away from you. That feeling was a bit inexplicable and a bit absent-minded. Qingmingzi couldn't describe this feeling yet. But one day, when he finally saw the beauty of the flower, he would discover that the flower had long been held in the palm of someone else's hand. The heart-wrenching pain at that time couldn't be described with words. "My daughter is so beautiful." Tsinghua couldn't help but say loudly. He was proud and gratified. Shuihan awkwardly rubbed the loose ball on her head, which seemed like it was about to fall apart. She looked embarrassed. Tsinghua smiled even more lovingly. "Jiao Jiao, I'm not lying. Mingzi, tell me, is your sister beautiful today?" Qingmingzi did not say anything. "Mingzi?" Tsinghua turned his head in confusion. Qingmingzi came back to his senses. It looks pretty good. Right?" Tsinghua walked over and hugged Li Sidong. "Jiao Jiao, you can buy more clothes with your mother in the future." Li Sidong pinched him. Go, go, go. Jiao Jiao is in her second year of high school. She should focus on her studies first. When she graduates from high school, she will have time to dress herself up. There's no hurry now. She should focus on her studies now. You're too serious. Jiao Jiao is already working hard, Tsinghua said helplessly. Xue Jiao stepped forward. It's okay. I don't like to dress up. We'll talk about it later. Tsinghua felt even more helpless. You guys, let's go. It's almost time, Qingmingzi suddenly said. Go, go, go. With that, the four of them went out together. Just as Li Sidong said, the temperature in the theater was very high and there was no need for a coat. Xue Jiao put the coat on the chair and sat down to wait. I'll go to the bathroom first. This was Xue Jiao's first time watching a play in her 2 lifetimes. The play hadn't started yet, but the people around her kept looking at her, making her feel a little uncomfortable. Let's go. Can you find the place? Li Sidong asked worriedly. Sure. Xue Jiao said and walked out. When she reached the spacious area outside, she heaved a sigh of relief and walked briskly to the bathroom. When she came back, it was about to start. Xue Jiao quickened her pace and bumped into a person who was coming out in a hurry. Ah! Xue Jiao exclaimed. Lin Jihua, who had subconsciously wanted to avoid her, immediately reached out and hugged her. As soon as she steadied herself, he immediately let go. Xia. Lin Jihua. Xue Jiao was stunned when she saw her face. Lin Jihua's pupils contracted slightly. His shock was no less than Xue Jiao's. Today's encounter was really not premeditated. Then, Lin Jihua noticed that she was dressed differently today. What a coincidence. He paused. Who are you watching a play with? Xue Jiao scratched her head. I came with my family. Lin Jihua nodded and felt a little relieved. He looked at her longingly. Actually, he really wanted to see her. Sometimes, he wanted to go to her house directly to see her, but in the end, he restrained himself. Today's encounter was an accident, and also, a surprise. Lin Jihua was extremely glad that he had come today. You're... Xue Jiao opened her eyes slightly and looked behind her curiously. The play was about to start. Why did he still come out? Let's go in together. It's starting. Lin Jihua calmly turned around and gestured for Xue Jiao to go first. Oh, okay. Xue Jiao hurried in and said, oh right, the questions you gave me were really good. And your notes, thank you so much. You're welcome. Lin Jihua replied. He felt that his words might be a little cold, so he added, you can ask me anything. Okay. Thank you. As she spoke, she took out a piece of coconut candy from her pocket and handed it to him. I'll treat you to a candy. Then, she hurriedly ran to the seat, feeling a little embarrassed. That piece of candy was given to her by Xianxia in the car. Xue Jiao didn't eat it and put it in her pocket. That thing didn't match Lin Jihua's aura. She regretted it as soon as she gave it to him and could only run away. Lin Jihua was stunned. He looked stiffly at his fingers that had just touched the candy. His fingertips were numb. The girl had already disappeared. Lin Jihua walked back to his seat and sat back down. The woman next to him, who was also preparing to leave, widened her eyes. She looked at the man who had left and returned in shock. Then, she said in surprise, Mr. Lin. You didn't leave. Lin Jihua didn't even turn his head. He only said a few words, watch the play. Be quiet. At this moment, his phone vibrated. Chen Yan, boss? The car is ready. Lin Jihua quickly replied. I'm not leaving yet. Finish watching. He finished typing and put away his phone. He didn't know that the secretary on the other end of the line was staring at him with her eyes wide open. Boss, wasn't leaving? After putting down his phone, Lin Jihua unwrapped the coconut candy and put it into his mouth. He savored it carefully. It was very sweet, so sweet that it was sickening. But he didn't want to spit it out. Instead, he moved his tongue slightly, savoring the sweetness. It was Xue Jiao's first time watching a play, but she understood it. This play told a story about family, love, and mutual understanding. It was heartwarming and sad at the same time. Li Sidong watched with tears in her eyes. Xianxia hugged her. Then, the two of them looked tenderly at Xue Jiao and Qingmingzi. Clearly, they were affected by the exaggerated family love. Xue Jiao and Qingmingzi were also sitting next to each other. They looked at each other and saw helplessness in each other's eyes. After the play ended, the parents, who were so touched that they were crying, brought their expressionless children to the restaurant for dinner. Lin Jihua and the woman sitting next to him also walked out of the hall. Mr. Lin, let's have French dinner tonight. The woman smiled shyly. Her mother said that Lin Jihua was a quiet and rigid person, so she had to be more direct. Miss Xia, right? Yes. My surname is Xia. Miss Xia was very happy and became even more shy. She was probably the first woman Lin Jihua had watched a play with, right? When she thought about what kind of business empire and future this man had, even if he was crazy, she couldn't help but blush a little. Then Miss Xia, I'm not satisfied with this blind date arranged by my parents. I'll get my assistant to send you back. I still have something to do, so I'll be leaving first. After Lin Jihua finished speaking, he left without looking back. Hey, Tan Chi cut her off. Miss Xia, please. Miss Xia stared at Lin Jihua's back as he quickly disappeared from her sight. After a while, she was sure that he wouldn't come back. She stomped her feet and said angrily, "What kind of person is he? He's still a cripple." Humph. Tan Qi's face turned completely cold. "Miss Xia, I don't think you need an escort. Goodbye." After he finished speaking, he immediately turned and left. Big Boss was indeed perverted when he worked, but he was the person they respected the most. They couldn't let others slander him. This Miss Xia, who had desire written all over her face, wasn't worthy of Boss's car. Jihua. Xia Wei just called to say that you told her to go back by herself? Lin Jihua's mother widened her eyes in disbelief. However, Lin Jihua's mother also knew that her son was capable of such ungentlemanly behavior. Lin Jihua's father stood up angrily. "You should at least send her back, right?" Lin Jihua pulled off his tie and said casually, "She's not worthy." Tan Qi wouldn't hide anything from him. Lin Jihua knew everything that Xia Wei said. "How can you say that?" Lin Jihua's father was angry again. Lin Jihua looked at him coldly. "If you use excuses to trick me into going on blind dates again, you can pack up and leave the country." Lin Jihua's parents froze for a moment and felt a little guilty. They did call Lin Jihua today to trick him into going to the theater. Lin Jihua continued, "Your lies are very clumsy. I went today to tell you that even if you trick me into meeting someone, there won't be any results." "Didn't you watch a drama with someone?" Lin Jihua's mother muttered. Lin Jihua paused for a moment and replied with 2 words, "It was an accident." Lin Jihua's mother choked. Lin Jihua's father continued to persuade him earnestly. "Jihua, Xia Wei is really suitable for you. Your mother has already asked her mother about it. Xia Wei grew up abroad and believes in platonic love. This is very suitable for your situation. And in all aspects of her. Am I so bad that you want to find out about me?" He threw his jacket on the sofa and said calmly, "Don't worry about my marriage." "How can we not worry? Are you my son? Looking at you all alone, what's the use of earning so much money? You're old and you don't have a partner or children. Son, listen to us. Xia Wei is suitable. You two should interact more." Lin Jihua's mother was about to cry. Lin Jihua's parents were indeed a little useless, but they were absolutely sincere towards their only son, even if they used him in the wrong place. "I'll say it again. Xia Wei is not suitable." Lin Jihua looked at Lin Jihua's mother. When Xia Wei was in America, she had 6 boyfriends and had an abortion. Her father, Chief Xia, is not good at management. Recently, I've been working on annexing the Xia family's company. So, do you think the Xia family is telling the truth? As soon as he finished speaking, the whole room fell into silence. Only Lin Jihua's parents' heavy breathing could be heard. Lin Jihua saw that they were angry and sighed slightly. "I wasn't going to tell you. You've gone too far." Lin Jihua's father covered his chest and panted heavily. The veins on his forehead bulged. He was furious. This was too much. Lin Jihua's mother quickly supported him. Lin Jihua's father pushed her away and widened his eyes. "Chief Xia. I won't let him off." Lin Jihua's mother also frowned and regretted. "This Xia Wei is really platonic. Isn't she lying? No, I have to release the news that she's abroad. Let's see who else she can marry." "Enough." Lin Jihua's father remembered clearly and glared at Lin Jihua's mother impatiently. "Don't you think it's embarrassing enough? You even introduced such a person to our son." Lin Jihua's mother opened her mouth but couldn't say anything. She clutched her chest, stifling her anger but unable to vent it out. Lin Jihua's father looked at Lin Jihua again. "This time, it's my and your mother's fault. We didn't know what was going on before we pulled strings. But you have to take marriage seriously." Lin Jihua's hand that was holding the glass of water paused. After a while, he said, "Don't worry about it. I know what I'm doing." "What do you know? If you knew, you wouldn't be single until now." Lin Jihua didn't say anything. He just looked straight at the two of them. His eyes were deep and dark. Lin Jihua's parents couldn't take it anymore and ran away. He looked at the closed door and smiled self-deprecatingly. The room was silent. It was as if he had drifted away from the noisy world. At this moment, his phone vibrated. Jiao Jiao, Lin Jihua. What's wrong with this place? There's nothing wrong with my support line. It should be the center of gravity. Why is it wrong? Help. Urgent. Jiao Jiao, photo. JPG. Lin Jihua looked at it seriously. The corners of his mouth curled up and a smile gradually appeared in his eyes. He took his phone and walked quickly to the study. Even his footsteps were light. His fingers were tapping. Wait, I'll draw a picture for you. Now think about why you think you need to focus. Carefully reflect on your thinking. He sat at the table and picked up a pen and a notebook that had been used to solve many math problems. He drew seriously. The air was cold. The night was cold. The dim yellow light was also cold. The room was frighteningly quiet. The sound of the pen sliding on the paper was particularly clear. But if the heart was warm, life would be lively. Chapter 30. Sometimes, he felt that every second was very slow and very clear, but he would always inadvertently miss out on all the time. He couldn't even remember. As the exam approached, it was as if time was running at full speed. On this day, Xianxia was doing a question. A few days ago, Lin Jihua had given her a lot of information. Xianxia was busy browsing. Gu Xianxia, come out for a moment. Yin Fang shouted at the door. What happened this time? She was stunned for a moment, but her hands didn't stop. She quickly finished the rest of the letter and hurried out. Teacher Yin, what's the matter? Xianxia was walking rather quickly, so she asked while gasping for breath. To be honest, as a student who was often looked for by teachers, she didn't even find it strange. She only wanted to ask, what's the matter? This time, the Tao was really nothing special. Yin Fang did not beat around the bush. She looked at her and asked directly, you signed up for the math competition? Okay. Xianxia nodded. Yin Fang sighed and said helplessly, why did they all sign up for this? If he wanted to get into those 2 universities, he had to get first place. Was it that easy to get first place? You might as well study hard. The chances of you getting into those 2 universities in the college entrance examination are higher. Aren't you wasting your time? She was in her 40s, and she was especially analytical when it came to problems. If she felt that there was no hope, she did not want her to waste her time. Teacher, I would like to participate. Yin Fang waved her hand. That's enough, Gu Xianxia. I know you. Don't be fooled by how well behaved you are. You don't refute what others say, but you are very stubborn. When have you ever listened to the teacher's advice? Without waiting for Xianxia to speak again, Yin Fang said, Shang Ziyuan from our class, Chu Qing from next door, Gu Shiyun, Li Lei, and the others all want to participate. All the top students in mathematics have signed up. Although your ability has improved a lot, and you got first place in the last exam, you still have a lot to learn. However, there is still a big gap between your strength and Chu Cheng's. Not to mention other powerful people, you can't even surpass Chu Cheng. After all, your foundation is still a little weak. Take Li Lei and the others for example, they have been participating in competitions since they were young and have attended many competitions. That's all I have to say. If you still want to participate, I have nothing to say. Xianxia lowered her head. After a moment, she said firmly, I want to give it a try. Yin Fang exhaled, all right, you really won't listen to me. I can't stop you if you want to waste time, but you can't slack off on your studies. If you can't get into the top 10, I'll have to talk to you. All right. Yin Fang sighed and left. Xianxia was still standing there, looking at her back. Indeed, it was very likely to be a waste of time, but how could a person not waste a single second in their life, just because there was a possibility that it would be a waste, or that it would be useless? Shuaishan felt that this was letting down her second life. With this opportunity, she should make up for all the regrets, and envy she had in her previous life. Doing something that might be useless wasn't scary. What was scary was drawing a circle and being afraid to take a step out of it. Drawing a circle on the ground wasn't life, it was an arrangement. Besides, it wasn't necessarily a waste of effort. Xianxia's eyes flashed with determination. She turned around and walked quickly back to the classroom. Coincidentally, the math competition this time was the day after the monthly exam. Compared to the February high school exam knowledge she had prepared quite well, Xiaojiao felt that her preparation for the competition was still lacking. Therefore, before the exam, she was still doing the math competition questions. Shui, Shi Junyang ran over. Shut up. Yi Tianyu growled in a low voice. Shi Junyang quickly stopped and opened his mouth to Yi Tianyu, asking silently, "What's wrong?" Yi Tianyu raised his finger and pointed at Xiaojiao, replying silently, "She's going to take an exam and is very busy. Don't disturb her for the next few days. Otherwise, I won't let you off." Shi Junyang raised his hands in surrender. All right, I'm leaving." He raised his fist at Xiaojiao's back. "Good luck." The two boys at the back table were fooling around after the meal. "Ha ha ha, you idiot. You're the idiot, you." Yi Tianyu quickly turned his head and gave them a death stare. The two boys were speechless. He opened his mouth and said silently, "Shut up." The two boys immediately stopped talking and were as quiet as chickens. Xiaojiao studied seriously for a period of time in the quiet environment maintained by Yi Tianyu and used every minute and second. Yin Fang came to the classroom several times during the break. Several times, she saw that Xiaojiao wasn't studying as she expected. Instead, she was doing the math competition questions. She was quite unhappy. After all, it was after class. She didn't say anything, but her face was very ugly. "The monthly exam is tomorrow. Our class's Gu Xiaojiao is still doing the math competition questions. I saw that Gu Xiaojiao in your class was memorizing the text." This Gu Xiaojiao. Yin Fang was still a little angry and couldn't help but complain in the office. There was a hint of disappointment in her grumbling. She cared about this good seedling, so her eyes were always on her. The head teacher of class 2 smiled. "Gu Xiaojiao might be ready. Gu Shiyun didn't beat her last month and fell behind the top 3, so she's still working hard. This month, I see that she's studying very hard." Yin Fang's face was even uglier. She said helplessly, 7 high school has been in existence for so many years. There are only a few sophomores who are guaranteed admission. Most of them are in their 3rd year of high school. They're already 1 year behind. Plus, there are so many top students in their 3rd year of high school. Why do these kids have to rush in now? I'm quite supportive of it. A teacher next to her suddenly raised his head. "Besides, the mathematics team has agreed to Gu Xiaojiao's application. Many students with poor grades can't apply to school. After all, the quota is limited." Yin Fang glared at him. "You teach mathematics. Of course, you support it." The head teacher of class 2 smiled and said, "Gu Shiyun knows that the probability is not high this time. She just wants to participate, so she didn't fall behind in her studies. On the other hand, I can't wait for Chuching to do the questions." Yin Fang was even more jealous. Her tone was sour. "Chuching is a rare mathematics genius. He can get quite good results. I'm so envious of your class. There are so many outstanding students. How can our class? You have the top student in your class. Sigh, I'm satisfied if she can stay in the top 3. Especially now, she's starting to do the questions after class. How can she do well?" Yin Fang said while holding her forehead. "I'm so angry that I'm dizzy." Thursday, monthly exam. Xiaojiao's seat was first in class 1. Finally, she didn't have to leave the classroom to find a seat in other classes. When she came back from the bathroom, the classroom was almost full. Sitting behind her seat was a fair-skinned boy with black-rimmed glasses. He looked very weak. When he saw her, he smiled. Xiaojiao nodded and returned a smile. "Gu Xiaojiao." Chuching spoke. His voice was very soft and low. "Yes? This time, I will surpass you." Chuching looked at her with a determined gaze. He only started to get first place in his 2nd year of high school. At that time, he was sure that he would always be first. After all, not everyone would give up on liberal arts in their 1st year of high school and put all their energy into science. But, he was surpassed in the midterm exam. Xiaojiao was stunned. Then, she smiled. "I will also work hard and strive to stay in this position." Her fingers tightened slightly. She was determined to work harder. She never looked down on anyone, let alone this genius in front of her. However, the more pressure there was, the more fighting spirit there was. Xue Jiao's gaze became determined. She had to work harder. She inadvertently looked back and saw a familiar classmate, Shang Ziyuan. The two nodded and smiled as they greeted each other. Behind them was Gu Shiyun. Xue Jiao and Gu Shiyun's eyes met. This time, Gu Shiyun didn't smile. Instead, her gaze was deep. Xue Jiao only glanced at her and then looked away. She looked at the teacher who walked in and waited for the papers to be handed out. The higher she went, the more attention she attracted. At the same time, there were also more people who wanted to pull her down. They were all geniuses. No one was willing to submit to the other. Xue Jiao was slightly relieved. She really had to work harder. After the 2 days of exams, Xue Jiao left school with her backpack. Jiao Jiao. Over here. Li Sidong waved at her. Next to him stood another teenager with a backpack, Qingmingzi. Mom, Uncle Qing. Xue Jiao obediently walked over. Qingmingzi didn't hear her call him brother. He frowned and moved his fingers in his trouser pocket. Jiao Jiao, let's go back. After dinner, we'll go outside. We've booked a hotel. Today, we'll stay outside. Huh? Xue Jiao was stunned. Li Sidong smiled and explained, the exam is tomorrow at 9 in the morning. However, our home is a little far from number 1 middle school and there may be traffic jams. It's better to stay outside. You may sleep better. This was a good arrangement. Xue Jiao nodded and said, thank you, Mom. Child, don't be so polite, Li Sidong said with a smile. The group got into the car and left number 7 middle school. Yi Tianyu looked at the back of the car and was stunned. Son? What's wrong? How did you do this time? Yi Dafa nudged him. It was okay, Yi Tianyu said half-heartedly. At that moment, he felt the distance between him and his deskmate. One of them was last in the class, while the other was first in the grade. One went to a competition, while the other was still in a daze and didn't know what to do. Dad, you go back first. I'll go to the school team to practice basketball. Yi Tianyu threw down his backpack and ran to school. Yi Dafa hugged his backpack and was stunned. After a long time, he said, this kid. Dash you go. It's late. Go back. Shi Junyang shouted as he wiped his sweat. Yi Tianyu wiped his sweat casually and continued to practice shooting. You go back first. I'll practice more. You go. It doesn't matter if our family goes to college or not. Why are you working so hard? Shi Junyang wiped his sweat and panted. After graduating from high school, you gave up your studies to study finance and then went back to the company. Why are you working so hard? Yi Tianyu's hand paused slightly. The three-pointer brushed past the basket and landed outside. I have to try. You go back first. Then I'll go. I'll put the key in the cabinet for you. Lock the door when you leave so that the coach won't beat me up tomorrow. Okay. Yi Tianyu continued to shoot, sweating profusely. It was already dark outside and the basketball court was silent. Yi Tianyu rested his hands on his knees and panted. It's so hard to persevere. How does that idiot study nonstop every day? As he spoke, he wiped his sweat and continued to shoot. Clang, 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 dash, where did your brother go in the middle of the night? I'm so worried. Li Sidong called repeatedly. I'll go out and look for him. Where did he suddenly go? The game is tomorrow. Why doesn't he stay in his room? Xianxia took the key and went out to look for him. I'll go too. Li Sidong quickly said, Jiao Jiao, stay in the hotel and rest. We'll look around for Mingzhe. Xue Jiao nodded and watched as Xianxia and Li Sidong anxiously went out. She picked up her phone and continued to read the messages from Lin Jihua. I've taken a look. The main question maker this time is teacher Jiang Kai. There's no information about him on the market, but he's a veteran in question making. He even participated in a few questions for the college entrance exam. I've taken a look at the questions he said in the past few years. This teacher's questions seem very conservative, but they're often surprising. He emphasizes logical thinking. You have to pay attention to the information in the questions. Don't think too much and don't think that all the information given can be used. I'll send you a few questions. Take a look. This is his style. Xiahua Jiao thanked him and quickly looked at the questions. Those questions were from previous competitions. Xiahua Jiao had done them before. But she still looked at them carefully a few times and did it again to analyze them seriously. Sure enough, Jiang Kai's questions were rough but detailed. His logical reasoning was extremely strong. If she wasn't careful, she would fall into his trap. Xiahua Jiao looked at them repeatedly a few times before putting down her pen and rubbing her neck. It was 10 o'clock. They weren't back yet. Xiahua Jiao looked up at the clock. They were staying in a suite. She would be able to hear them when they came back. The competition was tomorrow. This Qingmingzi, wait, the day before the competition. Chapter 31. Xiahua Jiao had been studying diligently for the past few months. In addition, because of her arrival, the world had changed a lot. Xiahua Jiao had almost forgotten about the original plot. In the original plot, Xiahua Jiao still didn't like to study. Li Sidong was dead, and Xianxia doted on her very much. When Gu Xiaojiao heard that Gu Shiyun and Qingmingzi were going to participate in the competition together, she was so angry that she went to drink with Li Wei and the others. She got drunk and fought with others. Qingxua went to see her, so Qingmingzi came to participate in the competition alone. It was also tonight that he was staying at a hotel outside. At night, he was tricked by a classmate who had come to participate in the competition. As a result, he was locked in the most remote laboratory in No. 1 middle school. Gu Shiyun was also locked up. She saw Qingmingzi running out alone so late at night, so she followed him. She didn't know that she was also locked up. Neither of them could participate in tomorrow's competition. However, their relationship progressed by leaps and bounds tonight. Because of guilt, Qingxua also turned a blind eye to their development. Otherwise, just because Li Sidong left, Qingxua would never agree to let Qingmingzi and Gu Shiyun get along. Thinking of this, Xiahua Jiao's pupils shrank slightly. She had to release them. Firstly, since she knew about it, she couldn't remain indifferent. Secondly, she couldn't let Gu Shiyun use an exam that was difficult to pass to kidnap the Qing family's morals. They were now in the laboratory of No. 1 high school. Xiahua Jiao subconsciously took out her phone and wanted to call Li Sidong. Her fingers paused and she gripped her phone tightly. How was she going to explain that she knew they were in No. 1 middle school? Xiahua Jiao bit her lower lip and sent a message, "Mom, I'm going to No. 1 high school to look for brother." Could he have gone to No. 1 high school in advance to familiarize himself with the place? After sending the message, he put away his phone and walked out quickly. Gu Shiyun. I'm sorry. I've implicated you. Qingmingzi was slightly embarrassed. His voice was hoarse after shouting for a while. It was very dark inside, and almost nothing could be seen. Gu Shiyun's voice trembled slightly, but she pretended to be firm. It's okay. I should have called the police first before rushing up. Qingmingzi shook his head, but then he remembered that she couldn't see, so he said, It's not your fault. I implicated you. Brother Mingzi, will we die? Gu Shiyun's voice was still trembling. I won't. Qingmingzi was very determined. His purpose is to stop me from taking the exam, not to kill me. My parents will also look for us. At most, we won't be able to take the exam tomorrow. We will definitely be able to get out. Yes. That's great. Gu Shiyun, You might not be able to take the exam tomorrow because of me. It's all right. Gu Shiyun pretended to be strong. Anyway, I don't think I can get a good ranking. Besides, I still have a chance next year. But Brother Mingzi, you. I'm fine too. I'll just take the college entrance examination. This competition was indeed not a matter of life and death for Qingmingzi. That's great. For a moment, the room fell into silence. After a long time, Qingmingzi's ears twitched and he heard the sound of sobbing. The person who had locked them inside had cut off the electricity. He could only judge from the sound that it was coming from Gu Shiyun's direction. Gu Shiyun? What's wrong with you? Qingmingzi asked tentatively. Brother Mingze, I'm scared. The sobbing became louder. Qing Mingze frowned slightly. In the end, he said, I'll go to your place. As he spoke, he groped his way over. Just as he sat next to Gu Shiyun, two hands hugged him. She buried her head in his arms and sobbed. Brother Mingze. I'm scared. Qing Mingze subconsciously wanted to push her away, but Gu Shiujiao's words flashed in his mind. How can you face my mother? Qing Mingze frowned even more. The girl in his arms began to tremble, and the sobbing sound became more and more obvious. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Qing Mingze sighed indiscernibly and raised his hand. Pa. The lights turned on. The two of them were stunned. Gu Shiyun's eyes flashed with astonishment, but Qing Mingze immediately let out a sigh of relief. Someone turned on the power switch. Someone is here. Gu Shiyun bit her lower lip. Her face was still buried in Qing Mingze's arms. She continued to tremble, but anger flashed across her face. Don't be afraid. Get up quickly. Someone is here to save us. Qing Mingze patted Gu Shiyun. Clang. Clang clang. Something was hitting the door. Gu Shiyun quickly hugged Qing Mingze tightly. Brother Mingze. What is it? It's okay, it's okay. They should be here to save us. Qing Mingze's voice was also a little tentative. He didn't understand what was going on. Gu Shiyun hugged him even tighter and hid in his arms. Clang, with a loud sound, the lock fell off and the door was kicked open. A girl in the number 7 high school uniform stood at the door, holding a hammer in her hand and looking at them. Her hair was scattered and a little messily tucked behind her ears. Her delicate face was exposed. Under the light, it was as white as jade. Qing Mingze's heart pounded. Xue Jiao looked at the male and female leads hugging in front of her and raised her eyebrows. Qing Mingze, you pay for this door. The follow-up matters were handed over to the police and the school to deal with. Although Xue Jiao smashed the door of number 1 high school, the laboratory was used by a student from another school to lock up another student. Just this alone, they didn't mention the door. Instead, they kept apologizing. The boy who locked up Qing Mingze was also handed over to the police to deal with. Qing Shua and Li Sidong had a lot of things to say to the siblings, but in the end, they didn't say anything. There was an exam tomorrow. It was more important to rest now. Xue Jiao went to bed almost as soon as she returned to the hotel. She didn't know that Qing Mingze next door and Gu Shiyun downstairs were tossing and turning restlessly. In fact, what Xue Jiao didn't know was that Gu Shiyun wasn't locked up by coincidence. When she followed Qing Mingze out, she saw Qing Mingze being locked up by another boy. At that moment, she had 100 ways to save him, but in the end, she chose not to save him and sent herself in. Therefore, she was pushed in with almost no resistance. She thought of everything, but she didn't expect Gu Shiujiao, that B*TCH, to come and save them. Gu Shiyun knew that it was basically impossible for her to get good results in this competition, so she rationally prepared to use it in exchange for Qing Mingze's kindness. Damn Gu Shiujiao, Gu Shiyun secretly hated her. Qing Mingze also tossed and turned. When he closed his eyes, he saw Xue Jiao standing at the door with her eyebrows raised. Ah, he screamed silently and covered his head with the blanket. Early the next morning, Qing Shua and Li Sidong sent the two of them to the examination room. There weren't many questions in the 2-hour math competition, but most people found it difficult to finish the questions. Everyone was racking their brains. It didn't take long for them to hand in their papers. Xue Jiao put away her stationery bag and walked out of the examination room with the crowd. Shiyun, is my Shiyun okay? Wu Wanjun tenderly held Gu Shiyun in her arms. Gu Jingshu also looked at her with heartache. Qing Mingze walked in front of them and said seriously, this time, I've implicated Gu Shiyun. I hope you two can forgive me. Don't worry, that person will definitely be punished. Shiyun. Wu Wanjun didn't say anything and just hugged Gu Shiyun. Gu Shiyun hugged Wu Wanjun back, Mom, I'm fine. It's not Brother Mingze's fault. It's that person's fault. At this time, Xue Jiao had just walked out of the school gate and walked in front of Qing Shua and Li Sidong. She was very close to Gu Jingshu and Wu Wanjun. She heard Qing Shua say, this girl is still not bad. Ming's classmate is too evil. Li Sitong's face turned ugly for a moment. Although she was angry, she didn't like Gu Shiyun very much. Xue Jiao looked at the guilty Qingmingzi, Gu Shiyun, and Gu Jingxiu, who was angry at Qingmingzi. Brother, is Gu Shiyun your girlfriend? Xue Jiao suddenly asked. Gu Shiyun buried her head in Wu Wanjuan's arms as if she was embarrassed. No. Qingmingzi immediately retorted. He was a bit anxious. Gu Shiyun froze. Fortunately, her head was in Wu Wanjuan's arms and she couldn't see her face. Xue Jiao tilted her head and blinked her big eyes. She asked, then why did Gu Shiyun follow you last night? Weren't you the one who asked her out? No. Gu Shiyun's face turned slightly red. Then, she buried her face even tighter and whispered, I was worried about him, so I followed him. Oh. Xue Jiao suddenly understood. Then, she was puzzled. So you didn't stay in the hotel at night and ran out by yourself. Then, you were locked up by the person who harmed my brother? What does that have to do with my brother? Her eyes widened as if she was really curious. Everyone was stunned. Even Qingmingzi was stunned. That's right. Qingmingzi didn't ask her out. Qingmingzi didn't harm him. It was just that someone wanted to harm Qingmingzi and implicate him. It seemed that it really wasn't Qingmingzi's fault. Xue Jiao said again, then my brother shouldn't feel guilty, right? After all, he didn't want anyone to harm him. He didn't ask anyone to go with him. He rubbed his chin and said, Gu Shiyun, I think you should thank me. Yesterday, I saved your life and I saved you. Gu Xue Jiao. Gu Jingxiu glared at her. Xue Jiao blinked, did I say something wrong? Qingmingzi looked into her eyes and shook his head. Yes, Xue Jiao was right. Gu Shiyun was indeed implicated, but it wasn't his fault. He didn't need to apologize like this. That's right. Qingmingzi suddenly smiled and reached out to touch her head. We're going to the police station with your brother to make a statement. Jiao Jiao, shall we send you back first? Or do you want to come with us? Xue Jiao shook her head, no, you can go. I'll take a taxi back. I can do it. Looking at Wu Wanjuan's ugly face, Li Sitong only felt a burst of joy in her heart. She smiled happily and took Xue Jiao into her arms. Jiao Jiao, let us send you back. Mom is worried about you. It's okay. I'm just taking a taxi. Go ahead. People will get off work later. Well, you have to be careful. We'll go home first and have lunch together later. Qingmingzi looked at the time. If they went now, they might finish before lunch. If the police station was closed later, they would have to wait until the afternoon. Let's go. Qingmingzi put his hands in his pockets and smiled at Xue Jiao. Xue Jiao was stunned for a moment and then returned a stiff smile. After Qingmingzi and the others left, Xue Jiao was ready to take a taxi. Just as she turned around, Gu Jingxiu grabbed her. Gu Xue Jiao. Yes? You didn't call me dad today. Xue Jiao's face turned cold. I said before that I don't have a father like you. Gu Xue Jiao. Xue Jiao's face was cold. She didn't speak and just waved his hand away. Jiao Jiao, I know you still care about the Gu family. You saved Shiyun. Let's go to dinner together. You and your sister should get along well. Gu Jingxiu continued to be patient. Chapter 32 I'm not saving Gu Shiyun. I'm saving Qingmingzi. Xue Jiao said and waved at the taxi. Gu Xue Jiao. You unfilial daughter. Xue Jiao paused and turned her head. You didn't care about me before, so you can't expect me to have affection for you. When Li Sitong got divorced, he gave up some of his benefits in order to get her custody. Gu Jingxiu, on the other hand, only wanted a little benefit and easily agreed to give her up. Moreover, he had another real little princess in his heart. In the past, he had allowed Wu Wanjun to lead her astray. In the future, she would not have any father-daughter relationship with him. Jingsu. Don't be angry, don't be angry. Xue Jiao is still young. She just trusts her father too much. Wu Wanjun patted Gu Jingxiu's chest and lit the fire. As expected, Gu Jingxiu flew into a rage. Gu Xue Jiao. After you leave today, don't ever call me dad again. Don't even think about taking a single cent from me. Xue Jiao didn't stop walking. Unfilial daughter. Gu Jingxiu was still angry. Wu Wanjun and Gu Shiyun comforted him and continued to light the fire. Not far away, a black Rolls-Royce Phantom closed its window and slowly drove away. Boss, are we going back to the headquarters in Beijing? Yes, let's go back. Lin Jihua nodded. After a moment, he rested his chin on his fingers and asked, Gu Jingxiu is in contact with the project in South City, right? Qin Yan quickly recalled the information about the Gu family and the Qing family that he had seen some time ago, and then nodded. Yes, Gu Jingxiu's company wants to take on the order of the Nanqing Industrial Zone. Lin Jihua retracted her fingers from her chin and changed her posture. She said lazily, the project in Nanqing is not bad. The Lin Group wants it. Qin Yan paused for a moment, then replied respectfully. Yes. The Lin Corporation C-City branch could also take on the project in South City, but it was like, a person who had many famous chefs in his family went to a small restaurant and ordered a bowl of ordinary noodles. He could eat it too, but it wasn't necessary. Gu Jingxiu was heartbroken by his unfilial daughter yesterday. He was comforted by his beloved wife and beloved daughter for a long time before he finally let go. On the way to the company, he kept nagging about his unfilial daughter. Gu Xiujiao was far less obedient and sensible than Shiyun. As soon as he arrived at the company, his secretary told him a shocking piece of news. What did you say? The Lin Corporation snatched the Nanqing project? Yes. The secretary cowered. Impossible. How could the Lin Corporation take on such an irrelevant project? Gu Jingxiu's face was full of disbelief. For a moment, he wondered if his ears had misheard. It's true. South City's Fuxing Corporation called and said it themselves. The secretary trembled in fear. Gu Jingxiu raised his trembling hand. They had put in a lot of effort into the South City project and were ready to sign the contract today, but it was all for naught. Lin Group. How could the Lin Group suddenly come to snatch business from us? Gu Jingxiu slumped in his chair. If it were any other company, he could still be angry and even think of ways to take revenge, but this was the Lin Corporation. How could he take revenge? Find out what's going on with the Lin Group. Yes. After the secretary went out, Gu Jingxiu slumped in his office chair. At noon, Wu Wanjun called. Hello, Jingxiu, did you sign the contract this morning? Let's have lunch together to celebrate, okay? Shiyun and I will wait at Xianxia. Get out. Gu Jingxiu angrily smashed his phone. A casual move by the Lin Corporation was a huge blow to his company. How could he be in the mood to celebrate at this time? This Wu Wanjun. Xue Jiao didn't know about this. After Tsinghua and the others came back, they cooked a big table of dishes to celebrate Xue Jiao and Qing Mingze's smooth completion of the exam. By the way, Mingze, although Gu Shiyun is fine, she was implicated because of you. You don't have to feel guilty towards her, but you should still thank her, Tsinghua said to Qing Mingze. Qing Mingze subconsciously glanced at Xue Jiao and then slowly nodded. Tsinghua nodded with satisfaction and then raised his glass, to celebrate Jiao Jiao and Mingze's smooth completion of the exam and to wish you good results in advance. Thank you, Dad. Thank you, Uncle Qing. After eating, Xue Jiao went back to her room and continued to review. She didn't dare to look down on others, especially Chu Qing. She could only use more effort and her cheating 2 years to create her own legend. The third year of high school would be completed in the second half of the second year of high school. The entire third year of high school was an exam year and a review year. Xue Jiao had also finished reviewing the curriculum again. She took out a set of college entrance examination mock questions and started the exam. 2 hours later, Xue Jiao finished the exam and carefully checked the answers. 260, Xue Jiao frowned and lost a full 40 points. She frowned and looked at the wrong questions bitterly. She took out the wrong questions book and carefully wrote them down. Sure enough, she was still too weak. Pfft, laughter sounded. Xue Jiao was startled and then turned around. Qing Mingze leaned on the doorframe and looked at her with a smile. His hands were in his pockets and the corners of his mouth were raised. His gentle and elegant face looked extremely gentle. Xue Jiao was dazed for a moment and then immediately collected her thoughts. Sure enough, he was the male lead. While she was thinking about this, Mingzi slowly walked in and picked up the test paper. You're so worried. I thought it would be terrible. This set of questions is not easy. It's already very impressive that you can get such a score in your second year of high school. Jiao pursed her lips and frowned. You don't understand, I've already studied the third year of high school and passed the college entrance examination. But my score is so low. Mingzi raised his eyebrows. What don't I understand? You can break the door open, what are you afraid of? As he spoke, he rolled up the test paper and gently knocked on her head in an extremely intimate manner. Don't worry. Hurry up and solve the questions you don't know. Jiao was stunned. Mingzi's hand also paused. I'll go back to my room first. With that, he put down the test paper and hurriedly left. Jiao shuddered and spat out 3 words. Are you crazy? Mingzi, and her, intimate, Jiao felt that if Mingzi was not crazy, then she was crazy. The car drove from the Lin Group's headquarters to the Lin family's old mansion. Tanqi respectfully opened the door. Lin Jihua continued to instruct, don't agree to any of the Xia family's requests. Leave them hanging first. You must discuss the cooperation with Yu Chuang properly. Help me make an appointment with Yu Jincheng tomorrow. I'll meet him personally tonight. Also, arrange for a few managers from the marketing department to report tomorrow and urge the planning department to finish the report by the day after tomorrow. Yes. Check the recent schedule. Squeeze out 1.5 days in 7 days. I'll look for Lu Su. Yan's voice paused slightly. Yes. Lin Jihua nodded and got out of the car. The Lin family's manor was extremely luxurious. Lin Jihua's father had taken over the company for so long, but he hadn't accomplished anything. All he did was take the money and enjoy himself. This manor had been passed down through the Lin family's ancestors. Lin Jihua's parents had spent a lot of money to repair and rebuild it. If Lin Jihua hadn't taken over the Lin Group in time, the Lin family would have collapsed long ago. Lin Jihua had basically been handling the branch in Sea City for the past year. Although Beijing was the headquarters now, it was still the main base. Now, he was slowly moving his focus to Beijing. He was in Sea City, and the Lin family's parents basically lived in Sea City as well. This manor was empty most of the time. Recently, for some reason, Lin Jihua's parents had moved in. After Lin Jihua left, Tanqi looked at Chen Yan and gossiped, compared to Director Lin and his wife, our big boss can be said to be extremely low-key and simple. This manor is really luxurious. Chen Yan looked at him coldly. Tanqi was looking at the manor enviously. When he felt the cold gaze next to him, he shrunk his neck slightly. Have you finished your work? No. He felt guilty. Chen Yan looked at him coldly. Tanqi grinned guiltily, he, get in. Yes. He climbed in carefully. Lin Jihua walked to the door. Aunt Chen hurried out to welcome him. Mr. Jihua, Mr. Lin, and the others are all here. Lin Jihua paused for a moment, then nodded and continued to walk in. Hello, sir. Along the way, people greeted him. Lin Jihua didn't stop walking. As soon as he entered the hall, he saw a room full of people sitting inside. Almost all of them were old elders. There were only a few of his peers. They all sat quietly beside the elders in the family. The atmosphere was a little depressing. The noise Lin Jihua heard before he came in seemed to have been cut off. Obviously, the person they were talking about was Lin Jihua. Jihua is back. The Lin couple, who had been silent all this time, stood up and greeted him with a smile. Lin Jihua nodded, Dad, Mom. Take a seat. Sister Sue, make Jihua his favorite tea. Lin Jihua's mother didn't stop talking. She kept telling them this and that. She was particularly enthusiastic, as if she was deliberately ignoring the others. Lin Jihua's father was beside them. He looked a little awkward and didn't say anything. The people sitting on the sofa were all looking at them, but no one said anything. Old Master Lin sat in the middle, leaning on his walking stick. He suddenly opened his eyes. Lin Jihua, where are your manners? Old Master Lin slammed his walking stick on the ground. The sound was so loud that it made the others tremble. Lin Jihua took the tea and sipped it. He looked at Lin Jihua's father. You brought them in? Obviously, he was referring to Old Master Lin and the others. Lin Jihua. Old Master Lin was furious. Lin Jihua sat on the sofa with his legs crossed. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised. You, Old Master Lin clutched his chest. Another old man quickly supported him. Then, he looked at Lin Jihua. Jihua, listen to your second grandfather. Lin Chongji is your second uncle. He made a mistake and let him kowtow and apologize. There's no need to be locked in prison for the rest of his life. Kowtow and apologize? Lin Jihua raised his eyebrows. The old man quickly nodded, yes, yes, yes. Then what about Old Master Lin's mistake? The murder last time wasn't done by my second uncle alone. Lin Jihua put down his legs and suddenly looked at them sharply. Old Master Lin immediately took a step back with a guilty conscience. He raised his head again and put on a righteous expression. I didn't know that he wanted to kill you. I'm not that stupid. I thought. Lin Jihua sneered, you thought that he wanted to hurt me and then naturally interfere with the company? Old Master Lin's eyes widened. Lin Jihua. If it weren't for the fact that you preferred outsiders to help you manage the company instead of letting your family members step in, would I be like this? Your cousin Jitong finished his studies and returned to the country, but you actually didn't allow him to enter the company. You don't have any descendants, so you want the company to fall into the hands of outsiders in the future? Mother Lin exploded when she heard this. She could accept part of Old Master Lin's criticism, but she couldn't accept him saying that Lin Jihua didn't have any descendants. Dad. Nonsense. Jihua just doesn't want to take care of children. Otherwise, he could be a surrogate abroad and have as many children as he wants. The Lin family won't fall into the hands of outsiders. Sister-in-law, can Jihua really have children? Otherwise, why hasn't he brought back a child after being questioned for so long? An elegantly dressed woman suddenly said. This was Lin Jihua's second uncle's wife, Zhang Jiayu. She was holding a 1-year-old child in her arms. This was Lin Jitong's son. Probably because he knew about Lin Jihua's situation, Lin Jitong had a child while he was still studying abroad. This made Old Master Lin completely biased towards them. Chapter 33 Nonsense. Jihua is still young. How can she have a child before getting married? Although Lin Jihua's mother and father urged Lin Jihua in private, they still refused to admit it in front of others. In Jihua's situation, what's the difference between marriage and not marriage? Second grandpa suddenly asked. His eyes were full of doubts. Obviously, not only did they suspect that Lin Jihua was impotent, they also suspected that Lin Jihua could not have children. There was a flash of panic in Mother Lin's eyes, but she quickly calmed herself down and refuted, Jihua is still young, what's the rush? Besides, with the current medical conditions, what's there to be afraid of? Lin Jihua's mother tried her best to ignore the fear rising in her heart. The more they were in a family, the more they valued inheritance and bloodline. If Lin Jihua really couldn't have any descendants in this lifetime, Old Master Lin closed his eyes slightly, as if he was already certain about Lin Jihua's matter. I won't talk about this. Get your second uncle out. If you're not satisfied, then make sure he never enters the company. However, Jitong must enter the company. The Lin Group, after all, is a brand passed down from our ancestors. It cannot be broken. Mother Lin didn't say anything this time. Old Master Lin's prestige from back then was still there. Lin Chongping, speak. Old Master Lin smashed his walking stick on the ground and looked at Father Lin. This? Father Lin opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say. Haha. Lin Jihua, who had been leaning lazily on the sofa with her hands behind her back, laughed. The two words broke the suffocating silence that rose in the air with a careless mockery. You unfilial son, what are you laughing at? Old Master Lin widened his eyes filled with rage. Lin Jihua stood up. At this time, several bodyguards in black and Chen Yan walked in with Auntie Chen. Lin Jihua, what do you mean by this? Second Old Master Lin was so frightened that he took 2 steps back. Lin Jihua looked at them coldly. Throw them out. You, old Master Lin stretched out his hand, trembling in anger. Send the old man to where he should be and urge him to sentence my second uncle. He must enforce the law impartially. When she said the last 4 words, Zhang Jiayu almost fell to the ground with her child in her arms. Dad! We can't let Changji be sentenced. Zhang Jiayu burst into tears as she hugged the child. She looked at the old man with reddened eyes. I want it. I want. Old Master Lin patted his chest as his face turned red and his eyes widened. He pointed at Lin Jihua and wanted to say something. Lin Jihua was expressionless. Watch the old man closely. Don't let him run out again. Yes. Chen Yan lowered his head respectfully. Lin Jihua's gaze swept over the other relatives in the room. Obviously, they were also invited by the old master to boost his influence. The people who were swept by Lin Jihua subconsciously retreated and lowered their heads guiltily. Get rid of all these people and thoroughly clean up the financial dealings left behind by the former chairman. He swept his gaze over them again and said coldly, cut them all off. Jihua. The group of people panicked. This meant that not only would they be completely thrown out of the Lin family, but they would also not be allowed to take advantage of them anymore. This was to cut off the wealth of these relatives who were fattened by old Master Lin and Father Lin. Jihua, I'm not here to plead for mercy for Lin Changji. He deserves it. He doesn't deserve to be forgiven. Yes, Lin Changji deserves it. Life imprisonment is too easy for him. He should be sentenced to death. Jihua, your grandfather is muddle-headed. We didn't want to provoke him just now, so we didn't say anything. Yes. This group of people didn't say anything just now because they were observing the situation. They were only relatives and weren't as unscrupulous as old Master Lin. Moreover, Lin Jihua's methods, sure enough, old Master Lin and Lin Jihua didn't have the same methods. Lin Jihua was only in his 20s. Probably because of all kinds of unpleasant experiences in the past, his methods were completely different from those of someone in his 20s. He was extremely experienced. As soon as he came back, he allowed the old master and the others to make things difficult for him. Then, he seized the opportunity to clean up all the Lin family relatives who had been trying to kick them out of the Lin family. Outsiders couldn't interfere. After all, the Lin family members were the ones who came to their house to force them. Send the guests out. Lin Jihua only spat out 2 words in front of the group of people in front of him. Yes. Soon, other than the servants, only the Lin couple and Lin Jihua were left in the house. Mr. Lin and Mrs. Lin looked at each other. There was a hint of fear in their eyes. That. Jihua, isn't this too much? They're all old people who have been with the company for many years. Mr. Lin said tentatively. Lin Jihua lifted his eyelids and glanced at him. Then, he slowly opened his mouth. There are 2 types of old people. One is a servant, and the other is vermin. Our Lin family doesn't raise vermin. After he finished speaking, he stood up and wanted to go upstairs to rest. Jihua. Mrs. Lin suddenly called out to him. Yes? Lin Jihua turned around. That, in this lifetime, can I still have a grandson or granddaughter? Mrs. Lin asked carefully. Clearly, the words of the group of people just now still made her suspicious. If Lin Jihua only had erectile dysfunction, why didn't he think of proving it after so many years of pressure and coercion from old Master Lin? As long as he had a child, everything was settled. Lin Changji couldn't be disloyal, and old Master Lin couldn't give up on his eldest grandson, whom he had been grooming as his successor for many years. Lin Jihua suddenly turned around and looked at her. His sharp gaze made Mrs. Lin a little afraid. He closed his eyes slightly. My child can only be with my lover for the rest of my life. Lin Jihua knew that many people in their circle didn't care about this. There were many people who had children out of wedlock and illegitimate children. Even Mr. Lin had an illegitimate child in his early years, but he died young. As a result, at Mr. Lin's age, he didn't dare to mess around even though he was free and rich. His thoughts were all on Lin Jihua and the inheritance of the Lin family. Lin Jihua would never be like this. Even if he never had a child, he wouldn't be so impatient to have one. What could it prove, other than proving that he still had the instincts of an animal, it couldn't prove anything. There were many people who mocked and looked down on him behind his back. His achievements at his age were enough for those people to catch a problem with him and mock him in their hearts to balance out their jealousy. But when facing him, no matter what they thought in their hearts, they would definitely nod and bow. They wouldn't even dare to voice out their dissatisfaction. Status wasn't obtained by showing off in the eyes of others. It was built by one's own achievements. Lin Jihua looked at Mrs. Lin and said, "I'll stay in the apartment tonight." "Hey," Mrs. Lin said. Lin Jihua had already left. Mr. Lin and Mrs. Lin looked at each other. In the car, Lin Jihua sat quietly and looked out of the window. His face was expressionless, but the atmosphere around him was frighteningly tense. Chen Yan lowered his head and didn't dare to speak. When the boss was in a bad mood, he didn't need anyone to comfort him. He just had to treat himself as heir. Otherwise, although he was Lin Jihua's first secretary, he didn't dare to provoke him at this time. Buzz, the phone vibrated. Lin Jihua's eyebrows instantly furrowed. Chen Yan and the driver held their breaths. They wished they could really become heir. At the same time, they silently mourned for the person who sent the message. "Jiao Jiao, are you done with your work?" "Jiao Jiao, I didn't even dare to message you during the day." Brother Lin." "Jihua. Thank you. Because of your reminder, I specially reviewed the questions for today's competition. As expected, I avoided many traps." "Jiao Jiao, oh my god, what kind of god are you?" Lin Jihua. The driver's hand trembled. The car also shook. Lin Jihua didn't react. He just looked at his phone. Chen Yan's cold face also showed shock. His eyes were full of fear. Lin Jihua didn't care about them. He tapped his fingers. "God?" The other party replied quickly, "Jiao Jiao, yes." "God, I'm a god." "Jiao Jiao, eh? Are you in a bad mood?" Lin Jihua raised his eyebrows. After a while, Lin Jihua was a little annoyed. The other party finally replied, "Jiao Jiao, I can feel it a little, Jiao Jiao, that. I don't know why you're in a bad mood, but you can talk to me. I like to talk to you when I'm upset. Although I can't come up with ideas like you, I can be a trash can." "Jiao Jiao, cash trash." JPG, it was a rotating trash can. It was a black and round trash can. It was very cute. It jumped on the screen and flashed a few banknotes. Lin Jihua's eyebrows relaxed. The corners of his eyes lifted slightly. The surrounding atmosphere disappeared without a trace. He slowly typed a few words, "You're not a trash can. Your salvation." Lin Jihua put his phone under his chin and looked out the window. God was good to him. The next day, Yin Fang had been sitting in the office for the whole night. She didn't even eat breakfast. She just sat there, staring blankly in one direction. "Teacher Yin. How long have you been here?" the language teacher asked casually as she chewed on a bun and drank soy milk. Yin Fang was always the earliest, so the language teacher just asked casually. "I haven't gone back." The language teacher almost choked on her soy milk. Cough cough cough, she tried to catch her breath. "Teacher Yin, I know you're serious, but you can't stay here all night, right?" At this time, the second class teacher and the physics teacher came in. They were still eating breakfast. "We have to tally the whole day's results today. How are you going to work if you don't go back?" "Yeah, I'm so tired. The students say they're afraid of exams, but we're more afraid than they are. They go home to rest after exams, but we can't rest. We have to grade and tally the results on weekends. Sigh, we're the teachers. We're destined to owe them." As the teachers came into the office one after another, they complained while eating breakfast. One moment, they complained that the teachers were tired. The next moment, they complained that the students didn't understand the teachers. There was even a physics teacher who was already bald. Yin Fang, who had been silent all this time, suddenly said, "I finished tallying the results of the experimental class last night." There was a moment of silence in the office, and then, what? All the teachers were stunned. They all turned to look at Yin Fang, as if they couldn't believe their ears. Yin Fang raised her stiff neck from staying up all night and looked at them. yesterday, I finished tallying the English results. I was a little surprised, so I also did the math results. Then I did the science and language results. The teachers in the office opened their mouths into an O shape and looked at her blankly. The second class teacher turned and asked, "When you were tallying the English results, what inspired you to do the math results?" Yinfang swallowed her saliva. "I saw that Gu Xiujiao and Chu Xing were tied for first place in English, so I added up the math results. Gu Xiujiao is 1 point lower than Chu Xing, and Chu Xing is 1 point higher than Chu Xing in language. So I added up the science results. She is 0.5 points higher than Chu Xing. Chu Xing and Gu Xiujiao are tied for first place." Chapter 34. The teacher in the office opened his mouth even wider, his face full of disbelief. They all taught the experimental class. How could they not know how hard Chu Xing worked this month? Gu Xiujiao was still working hard, but she still put a lot of energy into the competition. Plus, they all thought that her first place last time was purely luck, but this time, how could this be luck? This was strength. "Teacher Yin, send the results to the group." The homeroom teacher of class 2 frowned. He knew Chu Xing well. Chu Xing was the most talented student he had ever met in his many years of teaching the experimental class. He was talented and hardworking. He was certain that such a person would create a legend. But this Gu Xiujiao, could it be that Chu Xing didn't do well this time? What happened? Yinfang just sent the document to the group. Class 2 head teacher Li Ping immediately opened it. Name, Chu Xing score, 729 rank, 1 name, Gu Xiujiao score, 729 rank, 1 name, Gu Shiyuan score, 710 rank, 3 name, Shang Ziyuan score, 708 rank, 4, this score. The questions this time had more content than last month's monthly exam. Many people's scores would drop. In Li Pingping's opinion, Chu Xing's score was already the limit. Didn't you see the gap of nearly 20 points between the first and third place? But Gu Xiujiao, when calculating the scores, the decimals were kept. That was why Chu Xing and Gu Xiujiao had the same score. According to the initials, Chu Xing's name was in front of Gu Xiujiao's, but in fact, Gu Xiujiao scored 0.5 points more than Chu Xing. Chu Xing was second, and Gu Xiujiao was the rightful winner. Gu Xiujiao. Li Ping opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. Yinfang was the same, also silent. It was still language teacher Yuan who said, "I really like Gu Xiujiao. She also has the ability." Teacher Yin must have seen the papers. Gu Xiujiao's score is definitely real. Their scores are close to the limit in high school. Yinfang was depressed for a long time. She was actually happy, but she was a little ashamed that she had misjudged him. She was sure that Gu Xiujiao would not be able to get first place again this time. She turned around and slapped her in the face, which was really loud and clear. After a while, Yinfang adjusted her emotions and smiled. "Now, we also have a top student in our class. Teacher Li, it's hard to say who will get the prize money during the college entrance examination." At their level of teaching, it was no longer a matter of bonuses. It was more a matter of reputation. The teacher was a gardener. Only by planting an impressive tree could a gardener be noticed by the world. Previously, Yinfang had basically lost all hope. Although Gu Xiujiao had gotten first place in the exam, they all felt that it was pure luck. Chu Xing, who was in the next class, was almost unsurpassable. But now, she saw hope. Yinfang's eyes were burning with a fire, full of fighting spirit. "Teacher Yin, that's not necessarily the case." Li Ping said with a straight face, "Chu Xing is very stable. Gu Xiujiao's foundation is too weak." In the past, when Li Ping praised Gu Xiujiao, it was out of humility. They all knew that Chu Xing and Gu Xiujiao were not on the same level. But now that this dark horse had appeared, if Li Ping praised Gu Xiujiao again, it would be boosting other people's morale and diminishing his own prestige. Yinfang raised her eyebrows and lifted her chin. "Since she has a weak foundation, I'll help her and help her think of a way. As long as she has the ability and is willing to work hard, no one can say for sure what will happen in the future." The language teacher closed the form and suddenly said, "As long as the two of them do well in the exam, it doesn't matter to me who gets first place. Anyway, they are both my students and I'm just a teacher. Now, I only care about Teacher Ian, after you finish tabulating the results, can we rest today? On Monday, when Xiu Jiao arrived at school, the red list had already been posted out. When she walked into the classroom, almost everyone looked at her. Their uniform gazes made her panic and she subconsciously looked down at her clothes. No problem, right? Xiu Jiao sat down in this strange atmosphere and took out the materials to start reading. Buchi, Buchi, Yi Tianyu hummed as he played a fancy basketball. He hugged the ball and flipped over the table behind Xiu Jiao to his seat. Feeling everyone's inadvertent gazes, Yi Tianyu looked down at himself, then nudged Xiu Jiao and ran his fingers through his hair. Hey, idiot, am I very handsome today? Why is everyone looking at me? Xiu Jiao, Jiao Jiao, Shi Junyang rushed over. He sat in front of Xiu Jiao and made an expression of Shi Junyang, Jiao Jiao. You actually got 729. Are you still human? You're first again. Yi Tianyu, who had just opened a bottle of water, spat it out. He didn't bother to wipe it off and turned to ask, how much? 729. Shi Junyang enunciated each word. At that moment, Yi Tianyu felt that the petite Gu Xiu Jiao's figure seemed to have grown taller in an instant, becoming a mountain next to him. It was as if he needed to look up to her. Jiao Jiao. Are you human? You must be a god. Shi Junyang reached out to grab Xiu Jiao's shoulder and shook it vigorously. Yi Tianyu slapped his hand away. Just talk, don't touch me. Okay, I won't touch you. Shi Junyang raised his hands in surrender. Oh right, you've improved again. You actually made it into the top 300. 278. Not bad, you. Yi Tianyu rolled his eyes at him and slumped on the table before he could finish his sentence. Has it been announced? Xiu Jiao put down her pen and tilted her head slightly. Yes, it's posted on the bulletin board outside. I'll go take a look. Xiu Jiao stood up. Yi Tianyu also stood up quickly. I'll go too. Then, he followed behind Xiu Jiao to the bulletin board. Xiu Jiao's gaze fell on the top of the list and was slightly stunned. Chu Xing. 729, she had used all her energy and the extra 2 years, but only managed to tie with this person. This person was really amazing. Xiu Jiao looked at the name and was filled with fighting spirit. Gu Xiu Jiao. A voice came from beside her. Xiu Jiao turned her head and was stunned for a moment. It was Chu Xing. Yes? You should be first. You have 0.5 more than me. Chu Xing adjusted his glasses and stood next to her in a refined manner. He was very tall, frighteningly fair, and extremely delicate. Xiu Jiao smiled. In the college entrance exam, 0.5 is your luck. It's the same. Chu Xing smiled. That's right. I will continue to work hard and surpass you next time. Okay, I will work hard too. Continue to sit tight. Their eyes met, and it was like a crackling sound. Yi Tianyu stood next to her and felt that she was very different from the girl in front of him. In her world, the boy opposite her should be. Since he was young, he was praised by the teacher, but he was despised by the teacher. Was Xiu Jiao the same in her heart? He lowered his head slightly, feeling a little discouraged. I'll go back to the classroom first? Xiu Jiao nodded politely at Chu Xing. Okay, goodbye. Chu Xing hurriedly replied. Xiu Jiao took 2 steps and stopped. She turned around and asked, You're not leaving? Huh? Yi Tianyu looked up and saw that she was looking at him suspiciously. The girl turned her face to the side. Her face was exquisite to the extreme. She was so beautiful that it could move one's soul. Hey! Let's go. Yi Tianyu's depressed mood was swept away and he hurriedly chased after her. When he passed by Chu Xing, he raised his head and chin slightly, like a victorious rooster. See, it's useless no matter how good you are, handsome people like me are still the most popular, he. Dash Chu Xing. After Xiu Jiao and Yi Tianyu left, Gu Shiyun smiled and walked in front of Chu Xing. What's wrong? I want to ask you about the last question of the last physics question. I can't solve it no matter how hard I try. I'm 10 points behind you on this question. Sigh. Gu Shiyun patted her head lightly, looking a little distressed. Chu Xing was in the same class as her. In the past, they often discussed their studies. The other students in the class didn't dare to speak. They only dared to surround them and listen with admiration and envy. Some people even said that the top student, Chu Xing, only paid attention to Gu Shiyun. Only the charm of a goddess could make the top student, Chu Xing, bow down. Gu Shiyun didn't like Chu Xing. She had always liked Xianxia. However, she liked to be the only girl who had a good relationship with Chu Xing. The other girls' envious gazes made her feel satisfied. She, Gu Shiyun, finally stopped looking at others with envy. Instead, it was others who looked at her with envy. However, she didn't expect that Chu Xing would shake his head. He said, "You can look at my paper. If you want to explain, then go to the teacher." Student Gu Shiyun, I won't have time to explain questions to you in the future. I want to work hard with all my heart. After Chu Xing finished speaking, he turned around and quickly walked away. He looked like he was in a hurry to return to the classroom. He had already disappeared from her sight. At this time, there were many people standing in front of the red list. They were all looking at the results. Chu Xing, Gu Xiujiao, Yi Tianyu, and Gu Shiyun were all influential figures in the grade. They attracted the most attention. Soon, Gu Shiyun heard someone say, "Chu Xing is going to catch up with Gu Xiujiao. I feel that he will work even harder in the future. Gu Xiujiao is also working very hard. Every time I see her, she is studying." Some people in the first class say that she is listening to an English tape while walking. Ah? She is listening to an English tape? I always thought that she was cold and aloof. The people in the first class say that she is not cold and is very easy to talk to. Her grades are really good and she is really hardworking. Oh my God. Is she not giving people a way out? She is good-looking and top-notch in her studies. Yes, and Chu Xing and Yi Tianyu have a very good relationship with her. So does the first-class monitor, Shi Junyang. They have a very good relationship with her. She really doesn't give people a way out. She is really a goddess. Someone pouted at Gu Shiyun and lowered their voice. Gu Xiujiao is the real goddess. She is so good-looking and her grades are top-notch now. She is not like this one. In the end, she is still lacking. Stop talking. She is still here. Yes, let's go. Class is about to start. Gu Shiyun almost couldn't maintain the gentleness on her face. She gripped her phone tightly and crushed her palm. Then, she walked back to the classroom step by step. Qing Mingjiao slept too late last night, so she woke up late today. When she arrived at the classroom, class was about to start. She was so excited that she almost didn't sleep last night. As soon as she sat down, she asked the person in front of her, "Who is first in the grade?" "It is Chu Xing, ha ha ha." Qing Mingjiao laughed out loud. Then, she turned around and looked at Gu Xiujiao with a mocking expression. "Aren't you very good? How did Chu Xing get first place? You only got first place once, so your true colors have been revealed? You must have cheated last time. Ha ha ha." Xiujiao frowned. She felt that this person was too noisy. When Qing Mingjiao saw that she did not speak, he thought that he had poked her wound, so he laughed even more loudly. "Gu Xiujiao, a cheater like you will be beaten back to square one. First place? Take the test again." Haha. Qing Mingjiao was extremely proud now. She really hated Gu Xiujiao. She was happy when Gu Xiujiao made a fool of herself. Especially when she exposed Gu Xiujiao's true colors, she felt as if she had won the lottery. No. To Qing Mingjiao, winning the lottery was not as good as Gu Xiujiao's bad luck. Yu Weiwei sat on the other side of the classroom. In the past, when Qing Mingjiao made things difficult for Gu Xiujiao, she had to stand up for them. They had a common enemy. But today, she shrunk her neck and wanted to say something, but she felt very embarrassed. In the end, he opened his mouth, but in the end, he shrank back into his seat and didn't say anything else. "Qing Mingjiao, are you an idiot?" Yi Tianyu threw a book at her. It hit her face and blocked her mouth. "Yi Tianyu." Qing Mingjiao's face contorted in anger. How dare someone hit her? I've always allowed you to hit women, but you're an exception. Chu Xing is number 1, but so is Xiujiao. 729 points, 0. 5 points more than Chu Xing. Yi Tianyu looked at her as if he was looking at an idiot. He was extremely disgusted. Impossible. You're talking nonsense. Qing Mingjiao exploded in disbelief. Gu Xuejiao was still number one? How could this be? This female swindler must have cheated to get her results last time. Then, she pretended to be serious about her studies, but it was all fake. She firmly believed that she would make a fool of herself in this monthly exam, but now someone was telling her that Gu Xuejiao was number one? No. You're lying. Yi Tianyu rolled her eyes and looked at her mockingly. Behind her, the girl sitting in front of Qing Mingjiao tugged at her and said softly that Gu Xuejiao is indeed first. She's tied with Chu Xing. Was it really first place? No. No. You must have cheated. Qing Mingjiao still didn't believe it. To be exact, he didn't dare to believe it. Since Xuejiao changed, her image in the class management was completely gone. If Qing Mingjiao believed that Gu Xuejiao was the first in the exam, then her performance just now. Wasn't it extremely embarrassing? Cheating. Gu Xuejiao, you definitely cheated. Qing Mingjiao said firmly again, trying to convince others and himself. She didn't cheat. A voice came from the classroom door. The elderly female voice sounded very dignified. In addition, Yin Fang left a strict impression on the students. Almost instantly, the whole class quieted down and looked at her. Yin Fang, who was holding a stack of English papers, walked in clumsily in her high heels. Her expression was very serious, and she was holding the students' papers. She really fit the nickname given by the students, teacher. Gu Xuejiao's results weren't cheating. She's really talented. As she said this, her eyebrows relaxed slightly. But soon, her eyebrows furrowed again. Qing Mingjiao. If you have time to doubt other people's results, why don't you think of ways to improve your own results? Huh? Qing Mingjiao opened his mouth and wanted to say something. Yin Fang didn't give him time to explain and continued to make things difficult for him. Do you know how much you scored this time? You're 11th in the class. Qing Mingjiao, oh Qing Mingjiao, you were originally in the top 3 in the class, but now you're not even in the top 10. What have you been doing this semester? Qing Mingjiao widened her eyes in shock. She was only 11th in the class? Gu Xuejiao, that B*TCH, was first in the exam, and she was only 11th? You don't study hard all day. You keep staring at Gu Xuejiao, snitching on her, making things difficult for her, and even mocking her. I just want to know, where did you get the confidence to do this? Will staring at Gu Xuejiao make your results better? Huh? She's already first in the grade, but you're only 39th. Yin Fang's anger was not fake. Qing Mingjiao used to be the person she valued. How did she become like this? She took a deep breath and calmed down. Qing Mingjiao, you should stop. After next semester, you'll be in the 3rd year of high school. In such a fierce competition, if you don't improve, you'll definitely fall back. In the future, focus on your studies and don't always stare at others. Sit down. Qing Mingjiao sat down and lowered her head. She looked like she was blaming herself, but no one saw the hatred hidden in her lowered head. Gu, Shui, sure, Yin Fang retracted her attention from Qing Mingjiao and aimed her fire at others to teach them a lesson. Xuejiao did not pay attention to it. She was looking at the English reading on the table. After a moment, a piece of paper was pushed over from the side. Hey, idiot, why did you ask me to go with you just now? Xuejiao frowned slightly and tilted her head. The young man beside her winked at her. Xuejiao was speechless, but she still replied. Yi Tianyu stared at it and was a little anxious. He scratched his ears and cheeks, and finally wrote. Just now outside the bulletin board, after you chatted with that person, you even asked me to go with you when you went back to the classroom. Yi Tianyu's ears turned slightly red after he pushed the paper over. He looked around, but the corner of his eyes was fixed on the girl beside him. This girl. Did she like him as well, eh? Why did I use the word too? Yi Tianyu shook his head and continued to stare at the girl beside him. Xuejiao did not want to pay attention to him and continued reading. Yi Tianyu was anxious. He made a sound and then bumped into her. He said silently, look. Xiaojiao was speechless. She had no choice but to pick it up. Why are there so many whys? Xiaojiao was speechless. They went out together. Shouldn't they come back together when it was time for class? This deskmate was not bad, but why? Was his brain not working well? As she thought about it, she scribbled a few words and pushed it back. Don't be noisy. Read. Tianyu stared with his eyes wide open. He could not believe it. Then he stared at the 4 words. His head shook and he scratched his ears and cheeks. He wanted to pinch Gu Xiaojiao's shoulder and shake it violently. What was the reason? Bang! A piece of chalk hit Tianyu's forehead. He looked up blankly. Tianyu. What are you doing? Where did your heart go when you were sitting in the classroom? Look at your paper. I haven't scolded you. Don't be complacent just because you improved a little. Let me tell you, you're still far from being happy. Tianyu was speechless. At night, at the Yi family's house. Son. You're back. How have you been these few days? Mrs. Yi walked out with a smile and quickly took Tianyu's bag from him. Here, look at it yourself. Tianyu threw the results sheet to her. He sat at the dining table and took a sip of water. 278th place? You passed all subjects except Chinese? You even scored 100th place in mathematics? Ah, Mrs. Yi screamed in surprise. Pfft, Tianyu spat out a mouthful of water. Mom. What are you doing? Why didn't I know you cared so much about your results? Mrs. Yi's mouth widened into a wide grin as she hugged the report card tightly. Son, I didn't care about your poor results in the past. Now that your results are so good, how can I not care? What's wrong? What's wrong? Dafa, who had just finished showering, rushed out anxiously when he heard the scream. Mrs. Yi handed the results sheet to Dafa. Look. Our son is 278th place. His total score is 501. With this result, he can get into a top university if he works a little harder. Really? Dafa was pleasantly surprised. He reached out to take the results sheet, but Mrs. Yi slapped his hand away. You just showered and there's still water. Don't ruin our son's results sheet. Dafa wasn't angry. He grinned happily and even wiped his hands on his body until there was no more water. Then, he carefully took the results sheet. Oh. It's true. My son actually did so well. His score is even higher than the last time. This trend is really good. He smiled so happily that Tianyu felt a little uncomfortable. He moved and said awkwardly, if you're so happy, won't you be so happy if I do better next time? Dafa's eyes widened. Do better? Son. You're awesome. Tianyu scratched his head and was a little annoyed. What did he just say? Do better, F***ck. Eh? Dafa's voice changed as if he had discovered something unbelievable. Mrs. Yi and Tianyu looked over at the same time. Gu Xiaojiao, 729? What? Gu Xiaojiao? Our son's girlfriend got 729? Mrs. Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. What girlfriend? Mom, don't talk nonsense. Tianyu retorted instinctively. Mrs. Yi was helpless. Fine. It's not a girlfriend. It's the girl you have a crush on. Tianyu looked as if someone had stepped on his tail and he flew into a rage out of humiliation. What kind of secret love is this? Who has a crush? Don't talk nonsense. After he said that, he seemed to have a fever and said, okay. I'm going up to sleep. Tianyu turned around and left. When he reached the second floor, he could still hear people talking downstairs. Our son is shy. He must like that girl. Old E, you've met her before. What do you think of her? She's great. Our son's taste is like mine. Damn good. That girl is very pretty. She's pretty and quiet. She's also very obedient and sensible. Her studies are even better. That good? I just feel that our son's results have skyrocketed since he sat at the same table with her. It must be good. Very good. It's just that her family situation is complicated. Mrs. E was shocked. How complicated? What followed was Dafa's rambling and eloquence. The Qing family was not peaceful now. Xiaojiao had just arrived home. Li Sidong also smiled and asked, Mingzi, Jiao, how did you do? Tsinghua came out with a glass of water and asked helplessly, why do you ask about the results the moment you get home? Li Sidong glared at him. What do you ask about if not the results? Not bad. First place. Qing Mingzi was indifferent. His results had always been first. It would be surprising if he wasn't first. How about Jiao? Before Xiaojiao could reply, Li Sitong's phone rang. It's so late. Who's calling? She was a little surprised. When she picked up the phone, she was even more surprised. Lu Yazhen? She and Tsinghua looked at each other. Their faces were conflicted. Answer it. Put it on speaker, Tsinghua said. Obviously, they were curious why their sisters-in-law, who hadn't contacted them since the last incident, was calling again. Hello. Li Sidong. Ask Gu Xiaojiao for me. What happened to my daughter at school today? She shut herself in her room and cried as soon as she came home. The voice on the other end of the phone questioned. Lu Yazhen didn't finish her sentence. Qing Mingjiao was scolding Gu Xiaojiao while crying. Li Sidong didn't have much emotion at first, but when she heard this, her mood suddenly rose. When she thought of Qing Mingjiao, she thought of those words. Ask her what happened to her. Why are you asking about my daughter? Why? Do you suspect that my daughter bullied her? Why not? Xiaojiao stepped forward and took the phone. Let me do it. Her face was very cold. Li Sidong handed the phone to her woodenly. The person on the other end of the phone obviously heard her voice and raised her voice. Gu Xiaojiao. What happened to my daughter? Xiaojiao's voice was cold and calm. Because I got first place in the grade, your daughter was not convinced. She made a scene in class and was scolded by the head teacher. Her grades have dropped to the 11th place in class. He's probably crying because he's embarrassed. In an instant, not only the person on the other end of the phone, but also the person on the other end of the phone fell silent. Xiaojiao's voice was not loud, but every word was very clear. Even when she said something that sounded like mockery, it was as if she was speaking in a flat and straightforward manner. There was no emotion in it at all, which made it seem particularly real. After a moment, the sound of heavy breathing could be heard from the other side. Xiaojiao continued in her usual flat voice, that's why you shouldn't have called me. You should have gone to your own daughter instead. Qing Mingjiao has a mental problem. Teacher Yin is right, her grades won't improve if she keeps staring at me. That's why I suggest that you let her focus on her studies. After that, he hung up the phone. She put Li Sitong's phone back on the table. When she turned around, she saw everyone staring at her in shock. Shuizhu blinked her eyes and touched her cheeks in a daze. What happened? Qing Mingzi was the closest to her. He couldn't help but smile and reach out to touch her head. It's okay. You're cute. Xiaojiao looked even more confused. Huh? Ha 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 ha. Jiao, let's go and have some supper. Our Jiao is so awesome. She is the first in the whole grade again. Tsinghua laughed loudly, as if Gu Xiaojiao getting the first place made him happier than Qing Mingzi. On the other hand, Li Sidong revealed a gentle smile and said with gratification, Mingzi and Jiao are both amazing. Our two children are great. Jiao, you must continue to follow your brother's footsteps and continue to learn from him. Xiaojiao, did she learn from Qing Mingzi? Qing Mingzi grinned. Jiao is very powerful. After saying that, she walked over to the auntie who was bringing out supper. Xiaojiao looked at his back and a mischievous look flashed across her eyes. She followed his footsteps and followed his footsteps. Qing Mingzi stopped in front of the dining table. Xiaojiao only looked at his back and didn't slow down. She could only slam on the brakes and hit his back. She clutched her head. Qing Mingzi turned his head, puzzled. Why are you behind me? Sit down and eat. Xiaojiao covered her head and turned her head. she said obediently, I'll follow you closely. Qingmingzi couldn't hold back his laughter. Pfft, he said helplessly. Naughty. After a simple supper, Xiaojiao washed up and did 2 questions with her hair down. Then, she climbed into bed and took a look at her phone on the bedside table. Lin Jihua, how did you do on the exam? Xiaojiao didn't know why, but she suddenly felt proud. She tapped her fingers and replied. Not bad. Still first place. Lin Jihua, who was still in the office in Beijing, chuckled. The large and quiet office suddenly became lively. Awesome. After a while, he asked her again. Have you washed up and prepared to sleep? Yes. Have you dried your hair? When these words appeared in front of her, Xiaojiao was slightly stunned. Then, she touched her wet hair awkwardly. This Lin Jihua. Could it be that he was clairvoyant? He caught her sleeping without drying her hair 3 times. Xiaojiao could only reply awkwardly. Lin Jihua frowned slightly. This girl. She didn't know how to take care of her body at such a young age. Lin Jihua knew that she just wanted to save trouble. Often, she would blow her hair for 2 minutes or not blow it at all before doing the questions. Then, when it was too late and it was time to sleep, she would go to bed with her half-dried hair. He tapped his fingers and said in a serious tone. Go dry your hair now. You have to dry it before sleeping. Xiaojiao replied. Oh. I'll go now. Then, she got up and reluctantly went to dry her hair. Xiaojiao's side was calm and peaceful. However, Qingmingjiao's house was in an uproar. Lu Yazhen stared blankly at her phone after the call was hung up. Her eyes were blank and there was no expression on her face. After a while, she stood up abruptly. Gu Xiaojiao, this wretched girl, must be fooling me. She doesn't want to admit that she bullied Ming Jiao. Does that mean that Ming Jiao didn't do well and is jealous of her? I don't believe that this wretched girl can do better than Ming Jiao. Lu Yazhen was panting with anger. In her memory, Gu Xiaojiao was still the girl with red hair and messy makeup. Every time she brought Ming Jiao and Li Sidong, who brought Gu Xiaojiao, into the same house, she would be especially proud. Her daughter was a heavenly daughter. That burden could only look at them enviously. Lu Yazhen was probably the only other person besides Qingmingjiao who was certain that Xiaojiao's last results were all due to cheating. No, I have to ask Ming Jiao. Gu Xiaojiao, that wretched girl, must be lying to me. She's so young but she already knows how to lie. After she finished speaking, she rushed towards Qingmingjiao's room in her slippers. Ming Jiao. She shouted, then pushed the door open and went in. At this moment, Qingmingjiao was hugging her favorite doll and poking it with all her might. She muttered, Gu Xiaojiao, why don't you die? Gu Xiaojiao, why don't you die? Lu Yazhen was stunned for a moment. Then, she walked over and held her hand. Ming Jiao, did you not do well in your exams this month? Qingmingjiao stiffened slightly, and the expression on her face turned ugly. Lu Yazhen understood everything. Her daughter really didn't do well in her exams this time. Then, Gu Xiaojiao, that wretched girl, really got the first place? Lu Yazhen raised her voice and her face was full of disbelief. Qingmingjiao still didn't say anything, but her expression turned even uglier. It was true, Lu Yazhen suddenly felt dejected. Then, she flew into a rage. Qingmingjiao. What's wrong with you? Your results were so good and were steadily improving. How did it become like this? Qingmingjiao lowered her head and didn't say anything. Why are you lowering your head? Tell me, why is it that you're in the same classroom, with the same teacher, and your foundation is so much better than hers? Why can't you beat her? Lu Yazhen's anger seemed to be burning as she glared at her. You're asking me? What right does that wretched girl, Gu Xiaojiao, have to get the first place? She's always with Yi Tianyu. What right does she have to do so well in her exams? I don't accept this. Qingmingjiao also exploded and raised her voice. In the past, it was always Gu Xiaojiao who was criticized by Li Sidong in front of her. Li Sidong would tell her that she should learn from Gu Xiaojiao in the future. Only she, Gu Xiaojiao, was envious of her, Qingmingjiao. What right did Gu Xiaojiao have to be better than her? Is this a problem of whether you accept it or not? What's wrong with you these 2 months? Your results have been dropping. Gu Xiaojiao not only hooked up with the Yi family's boy, but she also steadily rose to the first place. Look at what you've done. Lu Yazhen poked her finger on her forehead, exasperated. Her gaze shifted to Qing Mingjiao's tightly clenched doll that had been poked until it was tattered. She became even angrier. Qing Mingjiao. Is there something wrong with your brain? I told you to study hard in school, not to stare at Gu Xiaojiao all day and give up on your studies. I can't stand her. Qing Mingjiao suddenly burst into tears and wailed as she hugged Lu Yazhen. After all, she was the daughter that she had doted on for so many years. Seeing her cry like this, half of the anger in her heart dissipated. She stroked Qing Mingjiao's head and softened her voice. Gu Xiaojiao didn't know any better in the past, but look at her now. She's focused on her studies. If her results are real, she must have put in a lot of effort in her studies. If you don't want to be mediocre for the rest of your life, you must have good results. You don't have a brain for business, so you must study hard. Qing Mingjiao didn't say anything. She was clearly still angry. Mommy won't hurt you. Study hard. If you can't stand Gu Xiaojiao, Mommy will help you. Really? Lu Yazhen said firmly, really? If Xiaojiao's first place in midterm exams was a coincidence, then Xiaojiao's first place this time was proof of her ability. Yin Fang treated Gu Xiaojiao exceptionally well, and all the teachers took good care of her. Even Qing Mingjiao didn't know why, but she actually quieted down. Xiaojiao's life could be said to have calmed down all of a sudden. She poured all her energy into her studies and prepared for the upcoming final exams. It wasn't just Gu Xiaojiao. Even the naughty students in the experimental class started to take it seriously. The final exams meant that they were starting to kick people out. Gu Xiaojiao. The youth next to her called out worriedly. Xiaojiao turned her head with a puzzled expression. Yes? We won't be able to be deskmates soon, why? Xiaojiao was slightly taken aback. Yi Tianyu laid his head on the table and buried it. He didn't want her to see the sadness in his eyes. My grades aren't good, so I definitely won't be able to stay in class 1. Xiaojiao's fingers tightened around her pen. Although Yi Tianyu's grades weren't good, and he could even be said to be mischievous, he had always taken good care of her in the past 6 months as deskmates. She had even helped him when he was in trouble. If she had a new deskmate, Xiaojiao looked at him and said seriously, I think you can still make up for it. Yes? When does your basketball game start? In March, Xiaojiao thought about her schedule and said, from today onwards, try not to play basketball. Listen carefully in class. I'll explain the questions and highlight the key points to you in the morning, afternoon, and evening. You have to use your time on the weekends. Yi Tianyu was stunned for a moment, but he still slumped down dejectedly, it's no use. That's the top 100. I only have a month. I definitely won't be able to make it. Xiaojiao pulled him up. The weather was cold and her fingers were slightly cold, but it seemed that she had scalded Yi Tianyu. Thump, 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 his heartbeat became unbalanced and his ears turned red. Xiaojiao looked at him firmly. She raised her head slightly and stared straight into his eyes. She said seriously, I never believe that it's too late. If you want to do something, you must never give up because it's too late. God hasn't sentenced you to death yet. How can you give up first? She paused. It's not impossible to break through the top 100. A month is not short. As long as you really use it, it won't be too late. I didn't believe that I could get first place in number 7 high school in the past, but people's potential is much greater than expected. Yi Tianyu looked at her. His heartbeat had stopped. He didn't know the purpose of his hard work in the past, so he didn't want to work hard at all. But today, he seemed to know, his hard work was to shorten the distance between him and the girl in front of him. Yi Tianyu nodded gently. He heard a laughing voice coming from the other side, then, Yi Tianyu, start working hard. In order to stay in class 1. Okay. He held his breath slightly. Chapter 37. When Xiaojiao said that she would teach Yi Tianyu, she really meant it. She always had a good attitude, and she also had to teach her deskmate, so she had to be very alert every minute and every second. Xue Jiao would never forget the fight with Qing Mingjiao not long after she came to class 1. She wouldn't say that she was grateful, and she wouldn't simply give him a lollipop and call it quits. Xue Jiao remembered it in her heart. When Yi Tianyu needed her help, she naturally spared no effort. Yi Tianyu was also a stubborn person. When she thought that she would no longer be able to sit next to Xue Jiao after leaving class 1, she felt as if her heart was suffocating. She followed Xue Jiao to prepare for the lesson, do the exercises, listen to the class, take notes, review the notes, repeatedly practice the wrong questions, and revise. He was even more motivated than he was during the midterm exams. Son, you should rest. It's already so late. Idafa and Mrs. E looked at him with heartache. Today was Friday night. They were worried that Yi Tianyu would play games the moment he got home on Fridays. Now that he was studying hard the moment he got home, they were even more worried. Let's watch a little longer. Idafa patted him tenderly. Son, if you want to stay in class 1, I'll think of a way for you. It's not like there aren't any students in 7 High who didn't get into the top 100 who stayed. I'll think of a way for you. Idafa was a businessman after all. No matter how many connections he did not have the means to break this rule. But for the sake of his son, he had to think of a way even if he had to risk his life. Yi Tianyu finally stopped writing, but only rolled his eyes at him. Do you think I don't know what you're capable of? I'll do it myself. Don't waste your energy. After saying that, he paused for a moment. Don't disturb me. If you really want to help me, find me a tutor. The kind that can start working tomorrow afternoon. Idafa's mother wanted to say something, but Idafa gritted his teeth and said, Fine. Dad won't hold you back. You can plan your own studies. Dad will contact a teacher for you. After that, she pulled Mrs. E out of the room, leaving Yi Tianyu to continue writing. At this time, Gu Xuejiao was still writing. It was time for her to go to bed. Her phone vibrated slightly. Xuejiao didn't want to look at it, but she suddenly remembered that it was time for her to greet Lin Jihua. She hurried over and opened the door. Are you resting? He tapped his fingers, not yet. I have to work overtime for half an hour today to do some research. Information? Lin Jihua was puzzled. Xuejiao hurriedly explained. He's my desk mate. I'm helping him with his revision. His grades aren't very good. He has to be in the top 100 at the end of the semester to stay in class 1. After sending the message, there was silence on the other end of the phone. Deskmate, the kid with the surname Yu. Lin Jihua's expression instantly turned ugly, but in the end, he didn't say anything. He only asked, You want to help him get into the top 100? Yes, he helped me before. I have to help him too. After Xuejiao finished speaking, there was no reply for a long time. She was stunned for a moment. Lin Jihua was busy. After waiting for another 2 minutes, he sent another message. It's difficult to learn something in less than a month. Language is a long and tiring subject. It depends on the foundation. I don't recommend studying for a long time. Fill in the papers and write the reading comprehension and classical Chinese separately. Try to get as many marks as possible. It's the same for English. If his English isn't too bad, spend all your time on mathematics and science to get as many marks as possible. Predict the exam venue for the end of the semester and string together the knowledge points. Mathematics and science are subjects that require inference. Focus on the important points. It won't be difficult for him to get into the top 100 this time. Xuejiao was stunned again. After a while, she said, You're really a top student. Lin Jihua replied quickly, I'm not busy recently. I'll help you organize the exam venue. Rest well and revise. You're in your 2nd year of high school. If you want to get a perfect exam, you can't afford to waste time. Xuejiao subconsciously replied, No need, no need. I'll do it myself. Lin Jihua didn't allow her to say anything. Go to sleep. Don't stay up late. I'll be quick. Xuejiao sent a few more messages, indicating that it wasn't necessary. One reason was that she didn't want to trouble herself. Another reason was that Lin Jihua had graduated a long time ago. How could he still be familiar with the exam venue? Only she knew the lessons they had taken. She thought about it and decided to go to sleep. She would wake up early tomorrow to list the knowledge points. At 6:30 a.m., Xiaojiao woke up. Almost as soon as she got out of bed, her phone vibrated. It was a Word document from Lin Jihua. She was stunned for a moment and quickly opened it. Then, her mouth formed an O shape. It was too clear. The exam venues for mathematics and science were listed very clearly. The context was clear. There were even example questions behind the exam venues. The most important thing was, he had practically listed all the exam venues. Behind the exam venues were the probability of the final exam and the example questions. At the end of the article, there was even a set of simulation questions. These weren't specific questions about numerical values. They were outline questions. The first multiple-choice question was about what to test and what depth to test. The probability of the former and the probability of the latter were the same. After reading it, Xiaojiao's jaw almost dropped. She had thought that Chuxing was already a genius she had seen. Only today did she know what it meant by "there's always someone better than you," so a real top student was like this. After a long time, she replied, "You're too amazing." "Thank you." Lin Jihua, who received the message, only smiled slightly and didn't say anything. In the morning, at the Lin Corporation's meeting. "Boss?" Manager Su called out softly. Lin Jihua immediately snapped out of his daze as if he had never been sleepy. "No, your proposal is too rough. There's no highlight. It's such an important period. I'm not working overtime today to listen to your nonsense. Change it." "Okay." Manager Su wiped his sweat. Lin Jihua waved at Chen Yin. "Make a cup of coffee. Make it strong." He didn't know why he had stayed up all night to write an outline for Gu Xiaojiao's deskmate. It was probably because of the inexplicable feeling in his heart. He didn't want Gu Xiaojiao to have any activities with another guy that he couldn't participate in. This made him feel lost and frustrated. Lin Jihua took a sip of coffee. Once again, he perked himself up and continued to work. Xiaojiao held the outline as if it was a treasure. She followed the outline and explained it bit by bit to Yi Tianyu. Time slipped away in a hurry. Lu Yazhen hadn't been joking when she promised Qing Mingjiao to help make Gu Xiaojiao unhappy. Today, she picked up the phone and called a woman. Li Sidong was arranging flowers at home. Her children were in school, her husband was at work, and the housekeeper was taking care of the housework. She could only find something for herself to do. When she received a call from a neighbor, she froze for a moment. "Mahjong? Sister Li, is it at your house?" After receiving an affirmative answer from the other end of the phone, Li Sidong thought for a moment and agreed. "Okay, I'll pack up and go over now." After she finished speaking, she packed up, changed her clothes, and left the house. When she was led into Li Shu's house by the housekeeper, she smiled and asked, "Sister Li, why did you think of?" Li Sidong paused. She saw two other people sitting on the sofa. One was Madame Chang, who she would occasionally meet, and the other was Lu Yazhen. Lu Yazhen saw her and walked up to her with a smile. She held her hand and said with a smile, "Sister-in-law, don't be angry with me. Let's bury the hatchet today, okay?" Madame Chang also smiled and said, "Yazhen said that you two had a small misunderstanding. Since the weather is good today, let's bury the hatchet. What was it that made you sisters-in-law hold a grudge for so long? I remember that you two used to have a pretty good relationship." That was because she had swallowed her anger. Li Sidong almost instinctively wanted to say it, but because of her pride, she didn't have the nerve to say it. As for the reason why she had a conflict with Lu Yazhen, how could Li Sidong say it out loud? Her niece said she was a vixen. How could she say that? Thus, Li Sidong held it in and put on a fake smile. The four of them quickly sat at the mahjong table. Li Sidong played around absent-mindedly and wanted to leave. Lu Yazhen suddenly smiled and said, "Sister Li, I suddenly remembered something. Didn't you say that the kid Hongyu was disobedient?" Li Shu threw out the tiles that she had just picked up and looked helpless. "Yeah, you don't know. That kid only knows how to go out and play all day. He doesn't know what it means to study hard. With his attitude, even after he graduates, his dad won't dare to give him the company." sooner or later, he'll lose it all. Li Shu's husband was the most powerful among them. Tsinghua and her husband had many business collaborations, so she pulled all the strings. In the past, she and Li Sidong had a lot in common. They both had the same surname, and they both had disobedient children in their families. Lu Yajin was afraid that Li Sidong would win Li Shu over, so she put in a lot of effort to persuade Li Shu. The child is still young. She'll be more sensible when she's older. Madame Chang touched a tile and said with a smile. Pfft, sensible my ass. She's already 18 and in her 3rd year of high school. At this age, she might not even be able to get into a good university. Sigh. Li Shu held a tile in her hand and frowned. Lu Yajin suddenly smiled. Hey. Sister Li, you should ask my sister-in-law this question. In the past, Xue Jiao was also immature and her grades were at the bottom of the grade. Look at her now, she's first in the grade in less than a semester. Let Hongyi learn from her. Even if he doesn't get first in a semester, he'll definitely get into a good university. Li Shu and Madame Chang were shocked. First in the grade. 7th high's first in the grade? Yeah. She was first in the grade in the midterm exams, and she was first in the grade last month. Before she entered the 2nd year of high school, she was always at the bottom. Lu Yajin smiled. Li Shu immediately looked at Li Sidong. Sister. You can't hide anything from me. We're from the same family. Li Sidong didn't know what to say. Her daughter was indeed going straight for first, but other than the bet with Qing Mingjiao, she didn't know how her daughter improved so quickly. She probably suddenly realized something. Jiao Jiao is very serious in her studies now. She's focused on her studies. After Li Sidong finished speaking, Li Shu asked, how did she realize something? I think it's because of the bet with Qing Mingjiao, so she held it in and worked hard, Li Sidong said. Sister-in-law, don't hide anything. How can a child's anger be controlled for so long? Besides, so many people who studied seriously didn't get first in the exam. Lu Yajin was still smiling. That's right. Li Shu frowned slightly. Lu Yajin grinned. Sister Li, why don't you let Hongyi stay closer to Xue Jiao? Only those who study well will study hard. Normal people don't have the drive to get first in the semester like Xue Jiao. You know Idafa, right? His son used to be at the bottom, but he thought of a way to let his son sit next to Xue Jiao. His son's grades are now soaring. If you're willing, let Xue Jiao stay at your house for a while and let her teach Hongyi. Li Sitong's eyes widened, and she almost spat out a mouthful of blood. How could Hongyi live with Xue Jiao so easily, who didn't know that boy in the mountains? He only knew how to go to bars and race all day. When he was young, he was so beautiful that people couldn't take their eyes off him, his family couldn't control him, putting him with Xue Jiao would be a disaster for Xue Jiao, Li Sidong instinctively said, no. Chapter 38. No matter how stupid she was, she knew that Xue Jiao could not live with Li Shu's son, Hongyi. Hongyi was such a hooligan. What if he didn't learn well and Xue Jiao learned bad things from him? After all, Xue Jiao used to be. What if Hongyi brought Xue Jiao back to her original delinquent appearance? Li Shu was a shrewd person. When she saw her expression, she immediately knew what she was thinking. She looked at her and said, Sidong, I think this idea is really good. Even someone like Idafa knows to place her son beside Xue Jiao. It must be because your daughter can really bring him up well. Li Sidong forced a smile. Xue Jiao doesn't know anything about this. She only knows how to read books. She doesn't know how to teach others. Li Shu stopped playing mahjong. She put aside the tiles she had just won and walked over to Li Sidong. She gently held his hand and said softly, Sister, you're better at teaching children than sister. How do you usually communicate with children? When I talked to Hongyi, he just rolled his eyes at me and ignored me. His father, on the other hand, hit him. But there's something wrong with this child. It's not something that can be solved just by hitting him, right? Yes, you can't hit your child often. Li Sitong's voice was bitter. It was because she had hit Xue Jiao that the child was not close to her at all. Although Xue Jiao seemed to be fine with her now, she could clearly feel the other party's alienation and indifference towards her. Tell me, how do you teach your child? As Li Shu spoke, her eyes turned red. I really don't know what to do. We've tried everything we can. Li Sidong looked at the woman in front of him and felt a little uncomfortable. She looked very much like himself in the past. Helplessness, confusion, doubt, pain. Sister Li, I really don't know. Xue Jiao changed after she made a bet with Ming Jiao. She paused for a moment before continuing. Her uncle Qing said that we should trust the child and praise her instead of criticizing her blindly. Li Shu was slightly stunned, then said, so that's how it is. His father always scolds him, and I only know how to criticize him. She looked very confused and helpless. Li Sidong felt as if he had seen himself in the past. At that time, he had also looked at the messy Xue Jiao helplessly. He couldn't help but pat her. Change your temper and talk to the child more. Li Shu suddenly looked up. No. Hong Yi can no longer be reasoned with. His father can't control his temper, and I can't help but nag at him. Sidong, I really feel terrible. I know. I used to be like this too. Li Sitong's eyes were filled with tears. Yes, you understand me. When the child is disobedient, I can't do it even if I watch over him every day. Wasn't Xue Jiao the same in the past? She had scolded, hit, and reasoned with him, but every time, she would push him further and further away. Li Sidong became more and more moved. Li Shu grabbed her hand and pleaded, Sidong, I know you're worried that I won't be able to control Hong Yi if Xue Jiao stays at my house. Then I'll send Hong Yi to your house to stay for a while. Ah? Li Sidong was stunned. Li Shu was still holding her hand tightly, her eyes filled with tears. Xue Jiao has to study hard. If you're worried, I'll send the child over during winter break. Your family has 2 outstanding children, and you and Qing Mingxua are parents who are good at teaching children. When the time comes, you can take care of Xue Jiao every day. Hong Yi definitely won't lead her and Qing Mingza astray. Li Sidong was still a little hesitant. She felt that something was wrong. Sidong, just take it that I'm begging you. If you're afraid of being put in a difficult position, you can send Hong Yi over to stay for a few days during winter break. If you're unhappy, just give me a call and I'll go over to pick Hong Yi up immediately. Just treat him as an ordinary relative's child and let him stay for a few days. Li Shu's words were reasonable. Li Sidong opened her mouth but didn't know what to say. Mrs. Chong sighed. Every family has its own difficulties. Sidong, just bring Hong Yi over. When the time comes, you'll be at home every day. Nothing will happen. If Hong Yi doesn't behave when he comes to your house, just send him back. Yes, sister-in-law, don't tell me you don't want to help sisterly? I remember that your house is quite big. Can't a child live in it? Lu Yajin said with a smile, her tone full of meaning. Li Sidong opened her mouth. Li Shu's helpless behavior probably touched her. She said, okay then. I don't agree. Li Sidong didn't expect that Qing Mingxua would be the first to disagree after she told him everything that happened today. On the contrary, Xue Jiao frowned and didn't say anything. I don't agree either. Qing Mingza also expressed his stance, his attitude serious. Li Sidong opened her mouth and was a little confused. It's only a few days during the winter break. The nanny and I will be at home every day. It's fine, right? Won't it lead the child astray? Silly. It was rare for Qing Mingxua to be angry with Li Sidong. What? Li Sidong looked confused. Do you really think nothing will happen at home just because you think nothing will happen at home? Qing Mingxua was so angry that his face turned red. They're around the same age. Bai Hongyi is already an adult, and Xue Jiao is outstanding in every aspect. Bai Hongyi isn't a good guy. He won't be able to learn anything. I'll be at home every day and won't let Xue Jiao out of my sight. Li Sidong continued, still confused. She couldn't understand why letting Bai Hongyi move in would get such a big objection. We're not afraid of thieves stealing, but we're afraid of thieves thinking about us, Qing Mingza suddenly said with a frown, looking at Li Sidong with disapproval. Yes, that's the reason. If you let Bai Hongyi move in, what if someone like him affects Xue Jiao? Or if he's thinking about our Jiao Jiao, you can watch over her for the winter break, but can you watch over her for the rest of your life? Qing Mingxua tugged at his tie. Qing Mingza also nodded. I know Bai Hongyi. He's not the same kind of person as Xue Jiao. It's best if they don't know each other. But I've already agreed. Li Sidong suddenly felt scared when she heard his analysis, regret flashing in her eyes. Why didn't you think about it more today? Why did you agree so casually? One of us is about to take the college entrance exam, and the other is a beautiful girl. How could you agree to such a jerk moving in? Qingmingxua was a little discouraged. Li Sidong felt wronged, and her voice became low. Li Shu has been begging me. I saw her helplessness and pain, and it was almost the same as mine. I couldn't help but soften my heart. Their family really doesn't know how to teach children, they don't need our family to teach them, Qingmingxia said faintly. Our situation is complicated now. The next 2 years are important days. He was determined not to agree to such an idiotic man moving into his house and getting close to his obedient and cute sister. Xue Jiao didn't say anything the whole time. The two men had already blocked her and explained the key points to Li Sidong. To be honest, this stepfather of hers was really like a father. Brother, he was quite like a brother today, then how can I refuse her again? I've already agreed. Li Sidong understood the inconvenience in it, and she regretted that she had agreed so carelessly today. But now she felt more uncomfortable. How could she refuse? Just say that the children have to go to school during the winter vacation. It's very inconvenient for Hongyi to move in, and he can't learn anything. Qingmingxua frowned and said so. Will it offend Li Shu? You still have to work with Mr. Bai? Li Sidong looked worried. Mr. Bai was Qingmingxua's client this time. If this matter was not handled well, it would obviously cause trouble for Qingmingxua. Qingmingxua sighed. It's no trouble. We're running a business. We can't let a little personal matter affect the business. He comforted everyone, but it was also his true thought. He loved his daughter. No matter how important the business was, it couldn't be more important than his daughter. Xue Jiao probably understood his thoughts, and her heart softened a little. She opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but Qingmingxua raised his hand to stop her and smiled at her. Well, that's it for today. You two go to sleep. Your mother and I will solve this matter tomorrow. Xue Jiao didn't say anything. Qingmingxua's tone clearly showed that he had made a decision. Hubby, what should we do? She definitely knows that I'm just making up an excuse when I say that the children have to go to cram school. And what if they also want to send Bai Hongyi to cram school? Li Sitong's face was tangled. Qingmingxua lifted the quilt and sat on the bed, sighing. I didn't intend to tell you that. According to the condition of their family's only child, Li Shu is determined to jiao this time. Ah? Li Sitong's face suddenly changed, and her face was full of fear. So you can only say it directly. Just say that Xue Jiao is young and beautiful, and Mingxia is taking the college entrance exam in the second half of the year. We can't let other people move in now. Qingmingxua lay down. Ah? Wouldn't that offend them directly? We can only offend them. Otherwise, we can't avoid future troubles. After Qingmingxua finished speaking, he paused for a moment. What is second sister-in-law doing all day? Li Sidong was also secretly resentful. She definitely can't bear to see me and Jiao together. Qingmingxua and Li Sidong didn't sleep well that night. Gu Xuejiao also couldn't sleep. She took out her phone and paused. She seemed to be a little too dependent on Lin Jihua. It seemed that whenever there was trouble, she would look for him. That person's thoughts were particularly outstanding. He seemed to be broad-minded, as if there was nothing in the world that could be difficult for him. Xue Jiao felt that she couldn't ask him about everything anymore, so she put down her phone. At this time, the other phone seemed to have telepathy. It vibrated slightly. Lin Jihua, good night. JPG, Xue Jiao looked at the interface for a long time before replying. Good night. Instantly, a message came. What's wrong? What's bothering you? Xue Jiao widened her eyes in disbelief. How did you know? The other party replied instantly. You've been editing the interface for too long, but you only replied to me with 2 words. Xue Jiao was slightly stunned. She couldn't help but say. There's something bothering me. I don't know if I should ask you. On the other side of the phone, Lin Jihua frowned slightly. It seemed that he was still not good enough, so much so that Xue Jiao felt that she shouldn't ask him when she was in trouble. Lin Jihua, What misconception did I give you to make you feel that you shouldn't ask me if you have a problem? Xiaojiao was stunned again. Then, she smiled. It seemed that he had always been very friendly to her. He would help her answer all her questions and even help her with her outlines. She might not believe it, but in this world, the people she trusted the most were not her biological parents or her stepfather who treated her the best. Instead, it was the person on the other side of the phone. She tapped her fingers and told him everything that happened that night. What should I do? My mom has already agreed. I feel that if I really reject and go back on my word, I might offend the other party. Then, Uncle Qing might suffer a big loss. Although Tsinghua didn't say it, she could tell something from Li Sitong's worried expression. He didn't care, but Xiaojiao cared. She would feel guilty if her stepfather gave up his own interests for her. Lin Jihua's brain never disappointed her. After a while, the other side replied. Chapter 39. Lin Jihua did not directly tell her how to deal with it. Instead, he analyzed it for her first. Lu Yazhen is vicious and ruthless. What she said today completely grasped Li Shu's mentality. Behind her back, she will definitely instill in Li Shu's mind the benefits of having her son learn from you. Li Shu was impatient for her son. She wouldn't give up on something that she didn't know was useful or not. If you don't want your Qing family to offend them, you can't reject her son's request to move in. Ah? So he's really living with us? Will there be any negative effects? Lin Jihua tapped his fingers on the table. Actually, this matter was very easy to solve. He could give the Bai family some pressure or express goodwill to the Qing family. Then, even if they directly rejected the Bai family would not dare to cause trouble. But Xiaojiao wasn't willing. Obviously, she wanted to solve it herself. Hence, Lin Jihua replied, of course. The fact that Lu Yazhen had schemed against him meant that it would definitely have a great impact. And obviously, it's not that Li Shu can't control Bai Hongyi, she just can't bear to control him. He's lawless. You can't live with him. Xiaojiao was completely dumbfounded. She couldn't reject him, but she couldn't live with him either. Then, Lin Jihua sent a new message. Xiaojiao looked at it and smiled. That's right. How could she have forgotten about this? The next morning, Xiaojiao went downstairs. Li Sitong yawned ungracefully as he went to the kitchen to serve them breakfast. Hurry up and eat. It's getting late. At this time, Tsinghua came out of his room and said, Jiao Jiao and Mingzhe, eat first. After eating, hurry to school. I left home late today. Okay. Mingzhe nodded. Xiaojiao quickly finished her breakfast and looked at Li Sitong. Mom, don't reject Auntie Li Shu. Ah? Li Sitong was stunned. Tsinghua, who was washing his hands, quickly came out and said anxiously, Jiao Jiao, don't worry about it. Your uncle and mother will solve it. Tsinghua thought that Xiaojiao wanted to make herself suffer because of the relationship between the two families. Even Mingzhe disagreed. Yes, just leave it to Dad and Auntie Li. No. Xiaojiao shook her head. I asked him to move in because my brother and I won't be staying at home during the winter vacation. What? Xiaojiao looked at Mingzhe and smiled. Can you pass the first round of the math competition? Mingzhe was stunned for a moment before he understood. Yes, Jiao Jiao and I are going to participate in the winter camp. Li Sitong blinked and said, then I'll tell her that you're going to the winter camp? She can't do anything about it. Xiaojiao shook her head. How could it be so simple? Therefore, she repeated what Lin Jihua told her. It's not that simple. If we tell her that, she'll definitely think about sending her son here in the future. If we don't get rid of her thoughts, it will happen again sooner or later. Then what should we do? Li Sitong asked. Xiaojiao chuckled. Then let him move in after my brother and I leave. We won't meet him. Be strict with him and make sure that he doesn't want to come here again. Auntie Li Shu can't force him to come here. I think it's possible. Li Sitong's eyes lit up. Even Tsinghua nodded. That's a good idea, but can you guarantee that he'll enter the winter camp? Mingzhe nodded. I'm fine with it. Xiaojiao swallowed the last bite of bread. I'm fine with it too. After settling Li Sitong's careless promise, the final exam was getting closer and closer. Xue Jiao's attention was all on the final exam and teaching Yi Tianyu. Not bad. Your math and science are already very good. As long as you don't ask too many questions, there won't be any problems. Yi Tianyu's eyes lit up. Freedom? Xue Jiao raised her head from looking at the paper and glanced at him. The exam hasn't even started yet. What freedom? Today, you'll start to memorize Chinese writing and English sentence patterns. Huh? Yi Tianyu's head drooped when he heard English and Chinese. Xue Jiao handed him a booklet with a cold face. Start. Memorize all of these. Then, she opened the book and began to recite. Even though she was already very familiar with it, Xue Jiao still carefully read every word. The points that were deducted from Chinese writing were points that shouldn't be lost. Yi Tianyu held the booklet in his hand, his jaw dropped. After a while, he wailed and flipped open the booklet. The handwriting was neat and beautiful. Yi Tianyu thought about the girl next to him seriously writing down these things. He lowered his head and began to recite seriously. After reviewing a set of science questions last night, Yi Tianyu stared at the booklet and his eyes began to wander. Slowly, his eyelids began to fall. Slowly, his head also fell down and was about to come into close contact with the table. Bang! Xue Jiao's Chinese textbook hit his forehead. Yi Tianyu abruptly looked up at the girl next to him who was glaring at him. He scratched his head awkwardly and smiled. He, keep memorizing, keep memorizing. At noon, after a math class, it was time for lunch. Yi Tianyu turned around and wanted to walk to the cafeteria. Xue Jiao's voice came from behind him. Yi Tianyu. He turned around. What's up? Xue Jiao said, the reed is sewn like silk. Yi Tianyu subconsciously replied, the boulder is immovable. Okay, let's go eat. After lunch, it was time for chemistry class. A voice came from the side. Yi Tianyu. Here. Subconsciously. The big string is noisy like the rain. The small string is like a whisper. As soon as they landed, the teacher walked into the classroom. Okay, students, let's continue with our revision. In the morning, Yi Tianyu just arrived at the classroom. It's what I want to do. Subconsciously, he opened his mouth. In the end, I can't read the hearts of the people. Xue Jiao's textbook hit him on the head. Wrong. After the morning self-study, find me to recite the entire text. Ah? This she something husband, it's too hard to pronounce. Yi Tianyu's expression was ugly. He wailed, Lisa. Why are you so coquettish? Xue Jiao was expressionless. Twice. I'll recite it. Finally, it was the end of the semester exams. Xue Jiao leaned against the cupboard at the back and took the water Yi Tianyu poured for her. Why aren't you nervous at all? Yi Tianyu laughed bitterly. If he didn't work hard, it would be fine. But if he did, he was afraid that his grades wouldn't be good. Then all his hard work would be in vain. He had never worked so hard in his life. He hired 4 tutors, even though he felt that none of them taught as well as Xue Jiao and helped him as much as Xue Jiao. What's there to be nervous about? Xue Jiao rolled her eyes at him. You don't trust me? Yi Tianyu knocked his head on the cupboard. I don't trust myself. After a moment, Xue Jiao patted his shoulder. Good luck. Although that hand only patted his shoulder, it seemed to inject some strength into him. Yi Tianyu held his head high and walked into his exam room. Good luck, Yi Tianyu. Finally, the semester exam that troubled Yi Tianyu was over. He rushed straight back to the classroom. Bookworm. Which great god was the one who gave us the outline? F***K, this is 2F*** king accurate. Xue Jiao had just dragged the desk over and was stunned for a moment. Then she smiled. Yes, a guru. After she finished speaking, she didn't give Yi Tianyu a chance to ask and went to the cupboard at the back to get her books. Wait. Let me do it, dummy. Yi Tianyu shouted and rushed over. He picked up Xue Jiao's stack of books and placed them on her desk. Then he took his books back and organized them with Xue Jiao. He continued, I seem to have filled in the Lisa sentence wrong again. I really can't remember Lisa. Xue Jiao carelessly comforted him. It's okay, it's just 1 point. Sigh, I'm afraid I'll never forget Chu Yuan and his flirtatious Lisa. He jumped into the river and almost forced me to jump into the river too. Xue Jiao laughed and shook her head. He. Yi Tianyu chuckled as he organized the books. After the teachers assigned all the homework, it was the holidays. They just had to come back a few days later to get their results. Hey, dummy. It's the holidays. Are you coming to get your notice? Yi Tianyu's voice was low. He didn't know why, but when he thought about not seeing Gu Shiwajiao for a long time, he felt uncomfortable everywhere. They could come to get their notice. If they came, they would get their results directly. If they didn't come, they would see it in the class chat at night. Therefore, Yi Tianyu asked. Shiwajiao nodded. I'll come. Yi Tianyu immediately became happy. Okay, I'll come too. Oh, bye. Shiwajiao finished speaking and smiled. She carried her backpack and a stack of books and left. Yi Tianyu looked at her back and waited for her to leave for a long time before he finally realized what was going on. Goodbye. Almost as soon as they started the holidays, Li Shu called to ask about them. It was obvious that she really treated the Qing family as her last life-saving herb. Xue Jiao and Qing Mingze had already been notified of their winter camp, but there was still some time before they had to report. Qing Mingze also had to make up for his classes. Li Sidong said that they would be going out to play for a few days before coming back. He asked Li Shu to wait a few days before sending Bai Hongyi over. Li Shu could only agree. Then, Qing Mingze thought about it and simply asked Li Sidong to take Xue Jiao to Beijing to familiarize herself with the place and play for 2 days before coming back. Beijing. Xue Jiao was just an orphan who graduated from high school in her past life. Whenever she had time, she would go to work. She had never been here before. Even though her relationship with Li Sidong was still faint, she had to admit that she had a good time these past few days. She even smiled a lot more. On the flight back. You'll get your results tomorrow morning? Li Sidong asked. Xue Jiao nodded. Yes, I'll get my results tomorrow morning. Bai Hongyi will come tomorrow afternoon. After you get your results tomorrow, you can go directly to Beijing. Even though Mingze is your brother, you've already familiarized yourself with the place. It's better to bring him along. Don't let him take care of you all the way. Xue Jiao put on her headphones and said nonchalantly, oh, okay. Li Sidong was speechless. The next morning, Xue Jiao went to school to get her results. Qing Mingze was still in school, but he had already asked for leave. At noon, he left with Xue Jiao. Number 7 High School's original plan was to all go tomorrow, but Xue Jiao and Qing Mingze had to go early today, so they didn't go with the others. When Xue Jiao walked to the door of Class 1, she looked up and saw Yin Feng holding the red list and walking toward the bulletin board with a beaming face. The students who had already arrived swarmed over. Bookworm. You're here. Yi Tianyu wasn't wearing his school uniform today. Probably because he had just exercised, he only wore a fleece sweater. Xue Jiao, who was wrapped in a thick white goose, hid half her face in the pulled-up collar and said in a muffled voice, yeah, I just got here. F***CK. The results are out. I don't dare to look. Yi Tianyu suddenly panicked. Xue Jiao rolled her eyes at him. She put her hands in her gloves and slowly walked over. Yi Tianyu quickly followed. Before they got close, they heard someone they knew exclaim, Gu Shiwajiao is first again. She's 2 points higher than Chu Xing. 2 points. It wasn't a tie like last time. This time, it was 2 points. Even if it was only 2 points, it was still 2 points higher than Gu Shiwajiao. She was firmly in first place. No wonder Yin Feng was smiling so proudly when she posted the red list. Xue Jiao approached. The Yin Feng was not tall, so it was low. Xue Jiao and the others couldn't see it at all. She approached and stood on tiptoe, but she still couldn't see. Suddenly, something lifted him up. Xue Jiao was startled and cried out in alarm. Yi Tianyu, who had lifted her up, said anxiously, quick, take a look. Help me take a look. Xiaojiao glanced over and only saw part of it. Name Gu Xiaojiao, score 730, rank 1 name Chu Xing score 728 rank 2 name Shang Ziyuan, score 715, rank 3 name Gu Shiyun, score 714, rank 4, she continued to look down and then said helplessly, I still can't see. Yi Tianyu put her down disappointedly. Just as he was about to squeeze in himself, he heard a voice from behind, I have the notice. It was Shi Junyang. Yi Tianyu's eyes lit up. He turned around and ran over, not forgetting to grab Xiaojiao. Come, Jiao Jiao, you're awesome, awesome. You'll sit firmly in first place. He handed the first card to Gu Shuiying. Xiaojiao took it and asked, what about Yi Tianyu? Shi Junyang quickly said, I'll look for it right away. As he spoke, he flipped to the last 4, but there was nothing. Eh? He exclaimed, and then hurriedly flipped from the last page to the front. After flipping through many more pages, he finally saw Yi Tianyu's name. Shi Junyang's eyes widened so much that his eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. His mouth was agape. He was so shocked that it took him a long time to speak. F***ck. F***ck. Yi Tianyu, who didn't want to look at it himself, couldn't wait any longer. He took it out and looked at it. Name Yi Tianyu score 623 rank 99 inch ha 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 ha. Yi Tianyu laughed heartily. He stretched out his hand and scooped Xiaojiao up. The petite Xiaojiao was pulled over by him. The other party exerted more strength, clamping Xiaojiao under his armpit and running out. Ah, Xiaojiao screamed in fright. She was very light. Yi Tianyu could still jump and cheer as he ran. Ha ha ha. Why are you so awesome, bookworm? We can be deskmates again. Ouch. Yi Tianyu. You lunatic, put me down. Xiaojiao was so scared that her voice was hoarse. She held the letter and hammered him. Yi Tianyu didn't let go. He ran all the way to the school gate and put her down. Xiaojiao almost went limp. He bent down and looked her in the eye. Bookworm, thanks. Gu Shuishan responded with a punch that was neither light nor heavy. Lunatic. Today's mission was to get the letter. After that, they could leave. Qingmingzi came out even earlier and was already waiting. Okay, I'm leaving. Go home and celebrate. Xiaojiao said to Yi Tianyu. Oh, see you next year. Xiaojiao rolled her eyes. According to the Gregorian calendar, see you at school. Depressed. She left after saying that. Qingmingzi calmly looked at them from afar, his eyes deep and serene. When Xiaojiao came closer, he opened the car door and pretended to ask casually, who was that just now? My deskmate. Oh, the one from the Yi family? Yeah. Qingmingzi frowned slightly and didn't say anything. Yi Tianyu was a little depressed now. According to the Gregorian calendar, didn't they meet next year? Next year, it was so damn far away. But at least they could meet, right? He looked at the back of the car with an unpleasant expression. At this moment, a familiar car stopped in front of him. The window opened and Idafa's face appeared. His mother was sitting in the front passenger seat. Son? You look so upset. Didn't do well? Idafa asked tentatively. The end of the year was very busy, but they still took time out to pick up their son and planned to go out for a meal to celebrate. Yi Tianyu didn't say anything. His mother was shocked and quickly said, It's okay, it's okay. It's just a temporary thing. It's still worth celebrating. After all, my son worked so hard this month. We all saw it. Yeah, don't mind it, Idafa said quickly. They were careful, afraid to dampen Yi Tianyu's enthusiasm. After all, he really studied hard this month. Yi Tianyu was a little speechless. He rolled his eyes and threw the letter in the car window. Then he walked to the back seat and opened it. Idafa was stunned for a moment, but he still opened it quickly. As the letter was completely revealed, Idafa's eyes grew bigger and bigger. He trembled a few times as if he had a seizure. A moment later, 99. What? Our son's class already has more than 90 people? His mother exclaimed. It's the 99th grade. Dafa shouted. Ah, really? Son. My son. His mother shouted in surprise. Tianyu covered his ears. Lower your voice, Dafa was still excited. Son, you're amazing. What do you want? Tell me. Tell me what you want and I'll buy it for you. Do you want a Lamborghini? Forget it, I don't want it. Tianyu rolled his eyes. He wondered if that bookworm would accept New Year's gifts. What should he give her? What did little girls like? Okay. I'll give you all money. I'll give you New Year's money. Dafa slapped his head. Give all the teachers bonuses. Big red packets. Tianyu continued to roll his eyes. Forget it, my grades aren't due to them. Then who is it? Gu Xiaojiao? Dafa turned his head. Tianyu suddenly felt a little embarrassed. I know. Our son sends WeChat reports every day about his revision. The other party even gives him tasks. There are a lot of girls' notes on his desk. They're probably all made by Gu Xiaojiao for our son. His mother smiled. Tianyu was angry. Mom. How dare you look through my things? His mother shrunk her neck. Exposed. After the two children left, the Qing family seemed a little quiet. Li Sidong looked at the time and continued to wait in boredom. Half an hour later, a call came. Hello. Sister Li? You're here. I'll go pick you up now. With that, he hurried out. After a while, Li Shu and a young man who was dressed sloppily came back with an unhappy look on his face. Unlike Qingmingzi and Gu Xiaojiao's good looks, Bai Hongyi's looks were quite average. Coupled with his irregular work and diet, he was a little chubby and had a lot of pimples. His eyes were wretched and he didn't look very likable. Li Sidong, who was used to seeing Qingmingzi and Gu Xiaojiao's faces, suddenly felt that this boy was a little ugly. Of course, she wouldn't say anything about his looks. But after a while, the other party casually threw his shoes aside and walked in arrogantly, sitting down casually. Hongyi. Greet him. Li Shu said in a tone that couldn't even be considered fierce. Oh, Aunt Li, hey. Hello, Hongyi. Bai Hongyi pursed his lips and didn't say anything. Li Shu smiled. Sidong, I'm sorry for the trouble. It's fine. Li Sidong also smiled politely. Stay for a while. It'll be best if you stay until Jiao Jiao and the others come back when school starts. Come back when school starts? Li Shu was stunned and puzzled. Where did they go? Li Sidong smiled and said, I almost forgot about Sister Li. I thought the kids could get along well. Who knew that when I received the notice, I remembered that Mingzi and Jiao Jiao had passed the first round of the Math Olympiad and went to Beijing to participate in the winter camp. Ah? Li Shu was surprised. Then, her expression became a little unhappy. It's fine. Let the child stay. Qingmingzi and I will be strict with him, just like how we treat Mingzi and Xiaojiao. If he doesn't know how to learn something, let Mingjiao come over to teach him. Mingjiao is also one of the best in the whole grade. Li Sidong continued to smile and looked very welcoming. Li Shu was a little unhappy, but in the end, she thought that the Math Olympiad had already started. Whether or not he could pass the Qing family's test was unknown, so she didn't say anything. Their family's atmosphere was good. They were able to raise Qingmingzi and Gu Xiaojiao. Thinking about it, it would be good for Hongyi to stay here for the holidays. It wasn't far, and she could visit often to avoid being wronged. Okay then. Hongyi, you have to be obedient here. I know. You're so annoying. Bai Hongyi was paralyzed and his eyes were fixed on his phone. Okay. I know you find your mom annoying. I'll leave first. Sidong, take care of him. It's fine. Sister Li's son is my nephew. It's my duty. Li Sidong smiled sincerely. After sending Li Shu off, Li Sidong returned to the living room. He held his phone and smiled. Hongyi. How did your final exam go? Without waiting for him to answer, she continued. Your brother Mingzi and sister Xiaojiao both got first place in the grade. You should learn from them. believe in yourself. You can get first place too. Bai Hongyi was impatient. Why did his daughter's tone sound so much like the form teacher's? Wasn't it annoying? It was annoying enough to be a form teacher at school. How could he meet one at home? My grades are bad, Bai Hongyi said irritably. Oh, Auntie knows. It's fine. Just learn from Jiao Jiao. Your mom told Auntie that it's just because your learning attitude isn't right. Xue Jiao should be reading now. Let's go, Hongyi. Auntie will take you to the study. You should read. Study? Read? Bai Hongyi's eyes widened. He almost couldn't believe his ears. Let's go. Auntie will take you there. I'm not going. Suddenly, Li Xitong's face was filled with sadness. Hongyi, your mom said you would listen to me. You don't want to stay at Auntie's house? Then I'll call your mom? Bai Hongyi instantly thought of his card being confiscated if he went back. He held back his anger and said, lead the way. Okay. Li Xitong responded and quickly led him into the study. Once the door was closed, Bai Hongyi kicked the desk hard. Read? Read my ass. I'm not going to read. Li Xitong didn't care whether he read or not. She left the study and went to rest. At night, Xianxia came back. Where's Bai Hongyi? Study. Li Xitong made a gesture of playing with her phone. Xianxia nodded. He went upstairs and pushed the door open. Sure enough, Bai Hongyi was engrossed in his game. He didn't care if anyone came in. Xianxia walked over and unplugged the internet cable. F***ck your grandpa. Who's your grandpa? Xianxia said with a serious face, my family doesn't like to play with their phones, let alone play games. So you can't play games in my house. Now hand over your phone and go downstairs for dinner. F***ck your mom, Xitong. Call his dad. Xianxia said sternly. Bang, Bai Hongyi angrily smashed his phone and went downstairs. Xianxia followed him downstairs and ate at the same table. Bai Hongyi's face was very ugly. However, Li Xitong was still saying, Mingzhe and Zizhu will do a set of math problems after eating before going to bed. Later, your Uncle Qin will find a problem for you. Remember to do the problem before going to bed. Bah. Bai Hongyi smashed his bowl and went back upstairs to the guest room. Xianxia finished his meal slowly and went upstairs to the guest room. If you don't eat, then you can only starve tonight. You don't have a phone now, so you can't call your parents. Now, do the test. He found a set of test papers for Bai Hongyi and handed it to the person on the bed. Bai Hongyi tore it up in a few hands. Li Xitong, who just came up, began to nag, Xue Jiao will not waste the test papers. She thinks that every test paper is precious knowledge. Hongyi, get up and finish it before going to bed. You should learn. King stinky person, shut up. Bai Hongyi lifted the quilt and got down. He raised his fist and waved it at Li Xitong. Xianxia stopped him and pressed him on the bed. I thought you were just disobedient. I didn't expect that there was a problem with Gen Z's character. Xianxia used more strength and continued to say with a serious face, it's time to read. Bai Hongyi was not convinced and wanted to continue scolding. Xianxia continued to use more strength. Ouch, ouch, ouch. I'll read. Bai Hongyi screamed. Xianxia let go of his hand and pushed him to sit in front of the desk. He opened the math book for him and watched Bai Hongyi read. Bai Hongyi temporarily surrendered to force tonight. But he didn't expect that today was just the beginning of hell. Do you know how it feels to let a bad student read a math book? It was as if he was holding a book written in a language he did not understand at all. It was called the Heavenly Book for short. Bai Hongyi stared at the mathematics book as if he wanted to stare through the book. It was also as if he was looking at this group of annoying Qing family members. He seemed to be looking at the mathematics book, but in his heart, he was cursing Xianxia and the other people's ancestors. He cursed Xianxia and his men with the most vicious words. After a while, Xianxia said, Xue Jiao doesn't just stare blankly at math books. Didn't your mother say that you should learn from Xue Jiao? Then you should take out a pen now. Make the marks that you need to make, and make the marks that you need to make again. You're so annoying. Bai Hongyi was irritated again. He was not a good-tempered person to begin with, and now he wanted to kill Tsinghua. Get a pen. Tsinghua said coldly. Bai Hongyi and he glared at each other, then picked up the pen and started scribbling on the book. He was not a coward. The reason why he gave in was because his old man still had some dignity in front of him. The other reason was because Tsinghua hit someone. It really hurt. All right. I'm sleepy. Bai Hongyi couldn't help but draw for a while. Tsinghua looked at his watch. Let's watch a little longer. Why? Bai Hongyi almost jumped up. Jiao Jiao usually goes to bed at 10:50 a.m., Li Sidong added. F***ck. Bai Hongyi cursed in his heart. His mother wanted him to learn from Gu Shuajiao. What should he learn? Sleeping at 10:50 p.m.? Tsinghua didn't care about his swearing. He just guarded him and forced him to sit in front of the desk until 10:50. I'm hungry. Bai Hongyi shouted as soon as he was free. If you don't want to eat dinner, then don't eat it. There's no dinner now. Besides, you should go to bed. Tsinghua said seriously. Bai Hongyi bit her lower lip and clenched her fists so tightly that her fingertips dug into her palms. A moment later, he picked up the chair beside him and threw it straight at Tsinghua. Ah, Li Sidong screamed. Tsinghua didn't panic. He didn't reach out to block the chair. Instead, he pulled Bai Hongyi over. He was originally holding the chair high, but when he was suddenly pulled, he fell to the ground together with the chair. He was in an even worse state, falling onto the legs of the chair. Ouch! It hurts so much. Hurry up and send me to the hospital. Bai Hongyi shouted. Usually, whenever he fell down at home, his mother would immediately take him to the hospital out of heartache. This is Shuajiao's sleeping time. You have to learn from her, so you must sleep now, Tsinghua said. I'm injured. Can't you see that I'm injured? Where's my mother? Call my mother over. Bai Hongyi's voice was full of energy. He didn't sound injured at all. You're not injured, just hurt. You don't have to go to the hospital. Go to sleep now. Tsinghua didn't give him a chance to refute and pulled him to the bed. Then, he went out and locked the door. Bai Hongyi suddenly jumped up from the bed and sneered, a bunch of idiots want to lock me up. Don't you know how I usually play? After that, he went straight to the window. This was the second floor of the Qing family's house. It was easy to jump down. Watch me go out and find my mother. I'll kill you. After that, he opened the curtains. Bai Hongyi suddenly froze on the spot. Protective window, who would install such a thing on the second floor? Bai Hongyi couldn't imagine that Gu Shuajiao used to be as stupid as he was. This house was also afraid that she would be in danger if she sneaked out and blocked her escape route with a protective window. He looked at the protective window in front of him and collapsed. They definitely did it on purpose. At this time, the door opened and Tsinghua walked in calmly. How is it? Is it sufficient? You did it on purpose? Bai Hongyi was shocked. Tsinghua glanced at him and said, your parents sent you here on purpose so that you can learn from Shuajiao. Bai Hongyi looked as if he was struck by lightning. What? His parents colluded with him? No wonder Tsinghua was so fearless. So it was his parents who condoned him. At this moment, Bai Hongyi only felt that he was being held tightly in someone's hand. He was angry and helpless. I suggest you start sleeping now, Tsinghua gave a friendly suggestion and left. How could Bai Hongyi sleep? He was in shock. Plus, he usually slept in the wee hours of the morning. He couldn't fall asleep at this time. Morning, 6 o'clock. Bai Hongyi, who was sleeping, was suddenly pulled up and rolled off the bed. My D***ck is big, Tsinghua looked at him calmly. This is Shuajiao's time to wake up. You don't have to go to class today. You can start your morning reading now. Morning reading? Bai Hongyi, who had never attended morning self-study, felt that he was deeply in a dream. He didn't have his phone to play with last night and was already on the verge of collapse. He had just fallen asleep when Tsinghua woke him up again. Bai Hongyi was so angry that he ground his teeth. Once again, he cursed Tsinghua's 18 generations of ancestors. Come, it's time to read English. Tsinghua took out a high school English book for him. Bai Hongyi didn't want to take it and was ready to make a scene again. Tsinghua said calmly, "If you don't read in the morning, you can't eat breakfast." Bai Hongyi's eyes widened. What kind of trash was this man? His stomach was churning. He was so hungry that he was about to collapse. Pa. He took the book and threw it on the table with his eyes wide open. English has to be read out. D*ck. Bai Hongyi was irritable again. Tsinghua slapped him on the head. It hurt. He looked at the stunned Bai Hongyi and said coldly, "Read it out." Bai Hongyi ground his teeth. He was so angry that he wanted to kill someone, but he endured it. #@yen, %*, and he read indiscriminately, as if he was insulting Tsinghua. He used a lot of force. But because he was sleepy, Bai Hongyi was particularly listless. He didn't even want to make a scene. After breakfast, Bai Hongyi was ready to go back to his room to sleep. Tsinghua faintly added, "At this time, Xiaojiao can read Chinese. You go upstairs and read the high school English book. If you don't read it, don't eat lunch." At noon, Bai Shua finished his work in the company and went upstairs to watch Bai Hongyi, who was dozing off. Li Sidong stopped him halfway. "When will you stop watching him like this? Your company is so busy." Tsinghua shook his head. "At the latest, he will run away tomorrow or the day after." With that, he went upstairs. A moment later, Li Shu and her husband came to the door with bags of gifts. Li Sidong greeted them with a smile. "You don't have to be so polite." Mr. Bai wanted to be polite, but Li Shu hurriedly asked, "Where is our son?" Li Sitong's expression didn't change. She said what Tsinghua told her, "This child is quite naughty. Tsinghua can't do anything but to accompany him at home. At this time, he can just read a little, so be careful when I take you upstairs. Don't disturb him." Okay. Li Shu smiled. Li Sidong quietly took the Bai couple upstairs. Through the open study door, they saw the back of their son, who was reading seriously. Mr. Bai's eyes widened. Even Li Shu's mouth was wide open. Li Sidong smiled and gestured. She pointed downstairs, and the few of them immediately left quietly. Bai Hongyi didn't know that the people who supported him had come. He stared at the Chinese book and collapsed to the extreme. "Stupid Qing family. I don't understand." He shouted at Tsinghua. Tsinghua looked at him calmly. "Xiaojiao can read mathematics at this time. You should read mathematics." What the f***ck? What the f***ck? Xiaojiao. He sounded like a bookworm. How tasteless was his life. Not only did she harm him, but she also harmed him with the timetable. Bai Hongyi was so angry that he gritted his teeth. He didn't want to hear Gu Xiaojiao's name in his life. Downstairs. Oh, your family is really good at teaching children." Li Shu smiled. She originally thought that the Qing family was shirking their responsibility. After all, no matter what the reason was, Qing Mingzi and Gu Xiaojiao were indeed not at home. But now it was obvious that they were not shirking their responsibility. They were 100% sincere. Li Sidong saw that she didn't mention that Tsinghua was at home looking after Bai Hongyi. He was a little angry, but he held it in and said, "Hongyi is good at everything, but he is a little averse to studying. He refused to hire a tutor. Jiaojiao and Mingzi are also not at home. Sister Li, do you think we should invite Mingjiao over? Strike while the iron is hot and let Hongyi study more during the holidays." This wasn't Tsinghua's intention. No matter how angry Tsinghua was, he wouldn't hurt his niece. Li Sidong deliberately said this because he was angry. Li Shu smiled and called Lu Yazhen on the spot. Lu Yazhen, who had planned so many things, obviously didn't expect that she would be involved, but how could she send Ming Jiao to such a person? She had done a lot of research before. Bai Hongyi hated beautiful women the most. Not to mention Xiaojiao, even Ming Jiao would be missed by him. Well, Sister Li, it's not very convenient for Ming Jiao. Li Shu frowned. Why is it not convenient? Ming Jiao and Xiaojiao have some conflicts. The two children, Li Shu smiled. Hey, I was wondering what you were talking about. Xiaojiao is not at home, not even during the winter holidays. That's why I asked Ming Jiao to come over and teach. Well, Lu Yazhen was stumped and stuttered. Ming Jiao also has something to do. She's going to her grandma's house soon, then you can come over today to teach. Today. Today is also, Lu Yazhen, I understand now. You are the one who is not sincere. I thought you were doing this for Hongyi's good. It turns out that you just want to push Hongyi to Gu Xiujiao's family. Let me tell you, I won't be tricked for nothing. Li Shu hung up the phone. Her family, the Li family, had a good family background, so Li Shu was very popular in the circle of madams in Sea City. If anyone offended Li Shu, they would be ostracized by the entire circle of madams. Hello? Sister Li. That's not it. Sister Li? Sister Li? The person on the other end had already hung up. Lu Yazhen was so angry that she was about to cry. She smashed the phone on the floor, hateful and afraid. Li Sidong. I underestimated you. Li Shu, who had hung up the phone, took a deep breath. This Lu Yazhen, so this is the kind of person she is. What is she afraid of? Afraid that my son will harm her daughter? She said it with disdain. Li Sidong curled his lips in his heart. That's right. Everyone is afraid that your son will harm their daughter. However, Li Shu was really happy that she hated Lu Yazhen. She continued happily, you can leave the child here. Don't worry. Hey. Thank you so much. Yes, yes, yes. Then we won't disturb you. We'll leave first. They didn't want to disturb their son at all. They were just afraid that their appearance would upset their son. After saying that, the couple left. Li Sidong looked at the gifts and said, these two are really generous. Li Sidong carried the milk upstairs and said casually, Sister Li and the others have already left. They left a lot of gifts. Bai Hongyi, who was half asleep, suddenly widened his eyes and jumped up. My mom was here? Li Sidong glanced at Tsinghua. Seeing him nod, she smiled and said, yes, she didn't stay for long. She didn't say that Li Shu and the others came up, but Bai Hongyi subconsciously thought that they definitely didn't come up. Otherwise, why would they leave without saying goodbye? Damn it, they really threw him to this group of trash Qing family members. Bai Hongyi was so angry that he gasped for breath. He kicked the chair and said angrily, I'm not staying here anymore. Get out of my way. Tsinghua didn't move and said calmly, it's time to read the comprehensive science book. Bai Hongyi was so angry that he couldn't breathe. In addition, he didn't sleep much last night, so his body was weak. When Tsinghua pushed him down, he immediately collapsed. Read. Once again, Bai Hongyi was dragged up at 6 o'clock. Before he could get angry, familiar words came. Xiujiao woke up at this time to memorize English and Chinese. You should learn from her now. Xiujiao, Xiujiao. Can you stop mentioning that bookworm's name? I want to hit someone when I hear it. Bai Hongyi's small eyes widened. His lower body was bruised. Although he had stayed up all night, he already had dark circles under his eyes, so he didn't feel wronged. Tsinghua calmly said, read, then eat when you're done. On the third day, Bai Hongyi felt that he had completely collapsed. He almost didn't even have the energy to make a fuss. After all, he was only 18 years old. Without anyone to support him, he was suddenly beaten by life. Hubby, are you still keeping him? Li Sidong handed him a cup of tea. Tsinghua took it, took a sip, and then said softly, it's about time. Let's put him back tonight. 2 o'clock in the morning. The Qing family was extremely quiet. There was no sound outside. It was dark at this time. Kacha, the guest room door made a sound, then there was no movement. After a while, the door slowly moved. At first, it was a crack, then the crack slowly became bigger. Until a slightly plump figure squeezed out from the open door. Like a thief, he carefully walked out. One step, dong. The sound of something falling to the ground scared Bai Hongyi so much that he fell to the ground. After a long time, there was no sound. Only then did Bai Hongyi breathe a sigh of relief. Damn. What the hell? Scared me to death. He got up and carefully continued downstairs. Slowly, he walked to the door. He gently pushed. Kacha, it opened? It actually opened? Did they forget to lock it today? Bai Hongyi was too lazy to think about why they forgot to lock the door. Like a guy who was finally released from prison, he opened the door and ran out. Aha! I'm free. I don't have to stay in the Qing family anymore. F*** the Qing family, F*** studying, F*** gu shiwa jiao. After Bai Hongyi ran out, the door to the master bedroom opened. Li Sidong yawned. This guy can really endure. I'm so sleepy. Qingshuo nodded and yawned too. Why did you knock over a book just now? Li Sidong turned her head curiously. Just now, when they were watching Bai Hongyi sneak away, Qingshuo suddenly threw a book on the ground. Qingshuo laughed. I was just trying to scare him. I don't like him. Li Sidong glanced at him and said coquettishly, why are you so naughty? Qingshuo smiled and shook his head. Then he said, let's go to bed. We still have work tomorrow. At the Bai family's house. When Bai Hongyi returned home, he was extremely down and out. There were guards all the way. It could be said that he had exhausted all means to get home in a sorry state. Bai Hongyi kicked his door and shouted, Mom! Open the door for me. Mr. and Mrs. Bai, who were upstairs, were half asleep and half awake. What's that? It sounds like our son's voice? Impossible. Our son is at the Qing family's house. Li Shu was still a little uncertain and worried. Let's go down and take a look. As they spoke, they lifted the quilt and went down. The closer they got to the door, the clearer they heard the voice. Li Shu was shocked and immediately went to open the door. It's really our son. When she opened the door, Bai Hongyi's appearance fell into his parents' eyes. His hair was messy, his eyes were in a daze, and there were leaves on his body. He looked miserable and scary. Son! What's wrong with you? Li Shu hugged Bai Hongyi and shouted in her heart. Bai Hongyi breathed a sigh of relief. His mother was still his mother. She loved him dearly. He never wanted to leave the Bai family's house again, and he never wanted to go to the Qing family's house. In just a few days, he was almost driven crazy. Mom, I feel terrible. I don't have a good life at the Qing family's house. I don't want to go there anymore. Bai Hongyi cried. This guy always knew how to deal with his parents. With tears streaming down his face, he looked pitiful and wronged. His previous tears might have been faked, but this time, he really thought of his life at the Qing family and cried until the sky turned dark. His tears made Li Shu's heart ache. Mr. Bai was also distressed. In the end, he asked seriously, what's the matter? Why are they not treating you well? They forced me to read books. Bai Hongyi suddenly became angry again and began to curse. He couldn't wait for his father to rush over and make a decision for him. He wanted to beat those damn Qing family members to death. However, there was a generation gap between parents' understanding. Mr. Bai and Li Shu looked at each other. Reading books, then, they thought of the harmonious scene they saw when they visited. That was not harming, that was absolutely sincere. Mr. Bai began to scold Bai Hongyi. How can they harm you by letting you read books? Your Uncle Qing didn't go to the company much these 2 days. He spent all his time educating you, and you actually ran away. He was so good to you. How can you face your Uncle Qing? Bai Hongyi's eyes widened. Good to me. Bai Hongyi was so angry that he began to doubt his life. Mr. Bai was also angry. In the end, he softened his tone and said, go to sleep. I'll take you to Uncle Qing tomorrow. Hearing this, Bai Hongyi was dumbfounded. He sat on the ground and began to howl. If you still send me there, I'll kill myself. I don't want to live anymore. He held heartbreakingly as if he had broken down. Mr. Bai reached out and pointed at him, unable to speak. Li Shu felt distressed when she saw her son howling like this. She thought for a moment and held Mr. Bai down. Don't be angry. Our son is not sensible. We can teach him slowly. If he doesn't want to go, then don't go. No matter how good he is, we can't let our son suffer so much. It's fine if he comes back alone today. Alas! Why did I give birth to such a son? Mr. Bai sat on the sofa. He was extremely angry and helpless. Li Shu was also very sad, but she cared more about her son. She helped Bai Hongyi up. If he doesn't want to go, then don't go. When Xiaojiao comes back, ask her to tutor you. Xiaojiao? As soon as the familiar name came out, Bai Hongyi instantly had the days where he had to get up at 6 in the morning, then pressed his head to read in the morning, and then read books the whole day. No. I don't want to see a bookworm. I don't want to see her in my life. Bai Hongyi was too resistant to Gu Xiaojiao, and even more resistant to going to the Qing family. Mr. Bai and Li Shu brought a lot of things to thank them. They also thanked and apologized to Qing Shua and Li Sidong. Compared to Li Sitong's satisfaction, Lu Yazhen was about to die of anger. Li Shu was a person of her words. She was not in a hurry to make things difficult for Lu Yazhen. However, in the following days, someone asked Lu Yazhen to play mahjong or mentioned Lu Yazhen. Li Shu always said disdainfully, "I don't like this person. She's dishonest, full of lies, and likes to scheme behind people's backs." Well, Lu Yazhen suddenly lost her popularity in the circle of madams in W City. She was so angry that she cursed. Beijing City. The problem at home has been solved. Qing Shua walked over and said to Xiaojiao. They were all high school students. The competition was not divided into groups, so they studied together. They had saved a lot of people from the first round. Chu Xing, Gu Xiaojiao, Qing Mingzi, Li Lei, Peng Ming, and the person who was taken away by the police for investigation, as well as a few people from other schools. Li Lei had scored full marks in the previous competition. Yin Fang had mentioned that this person had been preparing for the competition. He was walking the path of competition. There was a lot of pressure to get a good result. That's good. Xiaojiao exhaled. Qing Mingzi nodded and gently rubbed her hair. Do your best for tomorrow's training. Okay, you too. The math competition they were participating in was different from the previous Olympic Math Olympiad. The current math competition winter camp was more like a training camp. There would be many teachers teaching them part of the history of mathematics. They would also be tested in various small tests. The training would last until the 24th day of the 12th lunar month. The exam would be held on the 25th of the 12th lunar month and the closing ceremony on the 26th of the 12th lunar month. The training camp was extremely stressful, so there was no time to think about other things. The closer the exam was, the more problems would be exposed. Xiaojiao was under more pressure. She basically didn't look at her phone at night. However, she would still check Lin Jihua's messages from time to time. This person was also in Beijing, but they hadn't had the chance to meet yet. Lin Jihua knew that she was training, so he didn't disturb her. He only chatted with her when she was under a lot of pressure and talked about the math competition. On the 25th day, Xiaojiao wrapped herself up like a dumpling. Lin Jihua had reminded her that the classroom for the second round of the exam didn't have heating. There was only air conditioning. Also, because the door couldn't be closed, the temperature in the room couldn't be raised. She had to wear thicker clothes. Xiaojiao reminded him that most of the people who knew her wore thicker clothes. Usually, the classroom for the training camp could be closed, so the temperature would be much higher. However, the classroom with the door open was definitely a different temperature. Sure enough, even though Xiaojiao was in a good position, she didn't have the urge to take off her down jacket. The student near the back door was from another province. He sneezed a few times, so it was obviously very cold. In the entire exam hall, only she and Chu Xing were from the same school. Chu Xing was near the front door. He wore thicker clothes than before. However, it was snowing heavily in Beijing today. Southerners who had never been here before might not be able to withstand the cold. Soon, the questions were given out. Xiaojiao didn't have time to worry about others. There weren't many questions in the competition, but every question was very difficult. The questions were novel. This time, even though Lin Jihua hadn't analyzed them in advance, Xiaojiao had to be very careful of many of the traps. Especially the last induction question. Induction questions were often tested in the competition. They had all done countless exercises in the past. Xiaojiao thought about it carefully. It was a little difficult, but it wasn't unsolvable. She drew on the paper seriously and deduced step by step. She tried both the traditional method and the new method mentioned by the teacher during the training. She got the same K value and deduced the same answer. Only then did she copy it on the paper. This was the question that was worth the most points. Xue Jiao was halfway through copying when she suddenly thought of something Lin Jihua said a few days ago. Sometimes, the competition questions are very logical, but sometimes, you have to be careful. The logical deduction might not be correct. The original conditions are the key. Xue Jiao was stunned. No, it shouldn't be like this. The K-value obtained was contradictory, Xue Jiao thought. She quickly flipped to the bottom of the paper, took out the paper, and pushed it in the opposite direction. The snow outside was white. The cold made all the students unconsciously move their numb feet. Some of them couldn't help but hand in their papers and were let out by the staff. Xue Jiao was sweating profusely. She repeatedly calculated. This wasn't right either, this still wasn't right, this wasn't right, this wasn't right. Xue Jiao looked at it again and again. She was so anxious that she was sweating profusely. At this time, Chu Xing, who was near the front door, also left. He was walking unsteadily and his face was pale. Xue Jiao looked around. There weren't many people left. The weather was too cold. Most of them left after finishing. Xue Jiao felt the invigilator's gaze on her. She looked away and took a deep breath. Lin Jihua's words rang in her mind again. When you encounter a question that you think is very difficult, simplify it. Break it down layer by layer. Although the competition questions are difficult, they are still mathematics questions. Her fingers trembled slightly. It was almost time to hand in the paper. At this time, there were only 4 people left in the examination hall. Xue Jiao's fingers trembled violently. She held the pen tightly and slowly wrote down the last question, word by word. Answer: this question is unsolvable. She seemed to have finished writing. Her handwriting was very obvious and almost cut the answer paper. By the time she finished writing, her back was already wet in this cold weather. There were many different kinds of questions in the history of the competition. There were also many extremely novel questions. However, there had never been a question with the highest score. The answer was unsolvable. Xue Jiao was very scared. However, she knew that the K-value she calculated was not the real K-value. The teacher came down and collected the papers one by one. Xue Jiao sat in her seat for a while. She only left the classroom when she felt cold again. They were in the same building. If they didn't leave after the exam, they could only wait outside. When Xue Jiao went out, several people from number 7 high school were already there. Xue Jiao, over here. Qing Mingzi waved his hand. Xue Jiao quickly walked over. How did you write the last question? What is K equal to? A senior asked. Naturally, they cared about the results. Obviously, they had already checked it. Unsolvable. After Xue Jiao said these 2 words, several people's expressions changed. I don't know the answer either, Qing Mingzi said softly. Me too, Li Lei said. Qing Mingzi and Li Lei were recognized as very good at the competition. Their answers were the same: that's not possible. This question is not about finding a certain value. It's an induction question. How can there be no answer to an induction question? Another senior in grade 12 paled. She had spent a lot of effort on the competition. If it was really wrong, it would mean that all her previous efforts had been wasted. Let's not talk about this. Chu Xing, do you have a cold? We need to get some medicine first. Let's go eat. Don't think about it after the exam. We'll know the answer at the closing ceremony tomorrow. Qing Mingzi was very commanding. Everyone listened to him. Thus, the group of people walked to the cafeteria. At night, Xue Jiao lay in bed and took out her phone. She told Lin Jihua about the strangeness of the last question. The other party replied very quickly, Lin Jihua, do you still remember the question? Xue Jiao quickly told him the question. After a while, the other party replied, you're right. There's no answer. It was human nature. At this moment, Xue Jiao was very excited. However, the other party quickly replied, but it mainly depends on the answers of the organizers. No answer is definitely correct. It just depends on whether they need to explain it in detail. Xue Jiao had just finished reading, and before she replied, the other party sent another message, "You're great. Thank you. It's all thanks to you. Thank you for tutoring me for so long." "No problem." After Lin Jihua replied, he looked at his phone expectantly. However, Xue Jiao only replied to him with a good night. Tomorrow was the closing ceremony. After tomorrow afternoon, Xue Jiao would probably leave Beijing. She was here, but they hadn't met yet. Lin Jihua waited for the entire training camp. He waited until the closing ceremony was about to begin and she was about to leave, so. Xue Jiao didn't want to see him. Lin Jihua thought about it. His gaze was aimlessly fixed on the ceiling. He frowned and looked up. The atmosphere was depressing. 26th of December, the closing ceremony. First, the organizers gave a speech. Then, a few people in charge spoke. They didn't say much. Then, they found a teacher representative to speak. Finally, it was the student representative. The student representative was very impressive. His name was Yang. He had good looks and a good temperament. He was very eloquent. He was a student from a very good school in Beijing. He was also one of the top students in his grade. This year, he was in his third year of high school. He had already won first prize in the physics competition and chemistry competition. After he entered high school, Qingbei would try their best to recruit him every year. He chose the Chinese Academy of Sciences at the beginning of this semester. Currently, there was a specially approved chemistry laboratory and a physics laboratory in his high school. Xue Jiao had heard of these legends when she first arrived. Now that she saw him speaking so leisurely, she couldn't help but feel envious. This was the most studious person she had seen in her 2 lifetimes. As expected, the higher you go in life, the more you see things and the more you discover people who are better than you. Then, you have to know that the peak you're at now isn't the highest peak. There are countless other mountains above this peak. Then, you'll have more motivation to climb up. This kind of climbing up is definitely not a derogatory term. It's a struggle. It's, young people don't lose their aspirations. After Yang Zhan finished speaking, it was time for what the students feared and looked forward to the most, the award ceremony. The organizers rushed out the results last night. After they finished making the certificates in the morning, they began the award ceremony in the afternoon. First of all, we'll announce the third prize of the 11th High School Mathematics Competition Winter Camp. Everyone held their breath. Xue Jiao also clenched her fists and looked up seriously at the person who spoke. The middle-aged, bald organizer spoke very slowly. His Mandarin had a strong dialect, but it made everyone look nervously. Qingmingzi sat next to Xue Jiao. On the other side of her was a senior in her third year of high school. The senior's hand pinched the armrest of the chair. She looked very scared. Qingmingzi was almost expressionless. He looked very calm. Xue Jiao touched her heart that was beating because of nervousness. She thought to herself, as expected of the male lead. Qin Xiaoxiao, Wang Xiang, Lu. There were many names for the third prize. The senior got the third prize. Obviously, she was a little disappointed. Only the first prize winners could participate in the final National High School Mathematics Competition. It was also the last competition for the high schools to watch. In other words, only the first prize winners had the qualification to be guaranteed admission. Xue Jiao took a deep breath, closed her eyes slightly, and listened carefully. "Don't be nervous." A voice came from the side. "Okay." Xue Jiao nodded slightly and calmed her emotions. "The second prize winners are," thump, 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 the entire auditorium was silent. Xue Jiao seemed to hear countless heartbeats. She didn't know if it was her or someone else. Chu Xing, Wen Yu, Chong. One name after another. The person who got the last question wrong from number 7 high school was the second prize. After the second prize was given out, only Li Lei, Qingmingzi, and Xue Jiao were left. They were now either the first prize or not at all. For the first time, Xue Jiao felt that people could be nervous to this extent. They were either going to advance further or get nothing at all. Suddenly, a warm hand covered her hand. Xue Jiao was stunned. "It's okay, don't be afraid." Qingmingzi looked at her. This person looked as gentle as jade and his gaze was especially gentle. Xiaojiao was stunned for a while before she remembered to pull her hand away. Qingmingzi didn't say anything and only took his hand back. After the second prize winners took their photos, it was time to give out the first prize. Finally, we will give out the first prize of this competition. Thump thump thump, Xiaojiao's heart was beating like thunder. Yangzhan, Qingmingzi, Su Qingsong, Li Lei. Gu Xiaojiao's eyes widened. She couldn't help but smile. Congratulations, Jiao Jiao. Qingmingzi turned his head. His voice was very happy. Xiaojiao hugged him. Her voice was also very happy. Congratulations to you too, brother. Jiao Jiao and brother. The two of them, who didn't have a very friendly relationship, seemed to have broken the ice. The people beside them quickly made way. Qingmingzi walked in front, and Xiaojiao followed behind him. They walked all the way to the stage. There were nearly 50 people in the first prize. They shook hands one by one and received their certificates. Then, they took a photo together. Hurry up and line up. Look at the front, students. The cameraman in front waved his hand. There weren't many girls. Xiaojiao squatted in the first row, holding the certificate in her hand. She was wearing the number 7 high school uniform. This was requested by the teacher in charge. He said that the number 7 high school uniform had to be revealed on such a day. Obviously, the others thought so too, so almost all the students were wearing their school uniforms. Okay. Don't move. 1, 2, Xiaojiao looked down, her eyes slightly moist. She had restarted her life and made her life more exciting. It would be even more exciting in the future. She was only one of the nearly 50 people. Among them, there was Qingmingzi, who had been first since he was young, and the legendary Yangzhan. There was also Li Lei, who had been preparing for the competition for many years. There were many, many terrifying and powerful people. Xiaojiao was just an ordinary person in this group. But it didn't matter. She wasn't discouraged at all. A person's life recognized the ordinary. But they weren't willing to be ordinary. Xiaojiao's moist eyes flashed with a bright light. She looked forward firmly. 3. Click, a photo was frozen in the camera. Almost at the moment they received the award, there was a message in the number 7 high school's teaching staff group. It was sent by the teacher in charge. Yinfang's son was in the 3rd year of middle school this year and was about to take the middle school examination. At this time, she was tutoring her son. Mom, I'll rest for a while. Rest for what? Do you still have time to rest? Son, let me tell you, studying is a matter of one spurt of energy. You have to put all your heart into studying and study firmly. Nothing can distract you. Her son rolled his eyes and continued to lazily read his book. Yinfang was suddenly a little lost in thought. It was already the 26th day of the 12th lunar month. How did Gu Xiaojiao do? Really, why are you wasting your time doing things like that? Mom, what are you talking about? Yinfang knocked her son. I'm not talking to you. Let me tell you, your results are still not top-notch. Study hard and rush up. There's a student in my class who is very hardworking. She didn't study hard at first, but now she's full of energy. She got first place in the grade in one go. Mom, how many times have you said that? Her son rolled his eyes again. Yinfang continued, but this girl is too stubborn. She didn't study hard during such a long holiday and went to participate in a math competition. Her foundation isn't good. Isn't it a waste of time to participate in that? Just as she finished speaking, her phone vibrated. She took it out and saw that many people in the staff group were crazily at her. Yinfang frowned. What had happened? When she opened it, her eyes widened and her mouth formed an O. Mom, what's wrong? Her son asked worriedly. Yinfang stood up excitedly. She actually got first place. F***CK. After the first place was awarded, the organizers summed it up and gave some encouragement before the winter camp came to an end. Xiaojiao and Qingmingzi walked out of the auditorium. She took out her phone. Lin Jihua. I got first place. The other side replied quickly, congratulations. I should thank you. Thank you. The other side's interface was edited for a long time, but there was no reply. Xiaojiao was puzzled. Lin Jihua smiled bitterly. Xiaojiao really didn't want to meet him. The training camp was on holiday, so the students had to leave and go home today. After all, it was almost the new year. He had driven to the training grounds several times without telling her. She raised her hand slightly and touched her chest. It turned out that not only did this thing beat crazily, it also hurt. Lin Jihua couldn't describe this feeling. He just felt very uncomfortable and uncomfortable. It was swollen and sour. After a while, he replied, "You're going back later?" Xiaojiao replied very quickly, "No, I'm going back tomorrow." Lin Jihua raised his eyebrows. "Tomorrow's ticket?" Another message came from the other end, "I haven't even seen you yet. Why would I go back today?" Chapter 42 I haven't even seen you yet, so why would I go back today? Lin Jihua froze on the spot after hearing those words. Just a moment ago, his mood was still in hell and extremely bitter. Just this one sentence made his heart instantly feel like it was soaked in honey. What did she mean by that? Before he could figure it out, Xiaojiao sent another message. "After all, you've helped me so much. I have to treat you to a meal before leaving. You can pick the place." Lin Jihua, he had been mature since he was young, and this was the first time he knew what it was like to ride a roller coaster. This feeling of ups and downs was really uncomfortable. Lin Jihua, oh. Indifference. Xiaojiao didn't know what the person on the other side of the phone had experienced in this simple conversation. Seeing that he agreed, she happily closed the phone. She was in such a good mood today that she didn't notice if her words would cause any misunderstandings in other people's eyes. After putting down the phone, Qingmingzi was still on the phone. Apparently, he was in the middle of a video call. When the other party's gaze fell on him, he walked over and waved his hand. Xiaojiao also leaned over in confusion. Qingmingzi waved his phone and said, "Dad and Aunt Li want to see you." Xiaojiao tilted her head slightly and stood on her tiptoes. Qingmingzi lowered the phone again, and only then did she meet the eyes of the person on the phone. She called out obediently, "Mom, Uncle Qing." The two people in the video were laughing so hard that their eyes were squinted together as they squeezed their heads into the camera. Sigh. Jiao is amazing. Mingze is also powerful. Xiaojiao smiled embarrassedly. "What time will you be home today? Let's go and celebrate." Qingshua slammed the table and said excitedly. "Let's go back tomorrow." Xiaojiao hurriedly said. Her words shocked the two of them. Li Sidong said in surprise, "It's 26 today. Tomorrow will be 27. Why aren't you back yet?" Xiaojiao scratched her head and said embarrassedly, "I have a friend in Beijing. We have an appointment to have dinner tonight. We will go back tomorrow morning." She paused for a moment and thought of Qingmingzi. Then she said, "Brother, you can go back first. I'll go back immediately tomorrow morning." "What friend? You have friends in Beijing?" Li Sidong frowned, puzzled. Xiaojiao just nodded and didn't want to explain. After all, this was not something that could be explained in a few words. Qingshua patted Li Sidong. "All right, give the child some space." She then smiled at the camera and said, "If you want to stay in Jiaojiao for one more day, then so be it. But Mingze also has to stay with you. You can't be alone outside. It's not safe for a girl to be alone." "There's no need, Mingze, do you have a problem with that?" Qingmingzi shook his head. "No, I will take care of Xiaojiao." He agreed very straightforwardly. He was really worried about Xiaojiao being alone outside. Even if she usually appeared calm and cold, she was still a little girl after all. He was worried. "Jiao, come back early tomorrow. It's going to be Chinese New Year soon. After Chinese New Year, you and your brother will start school." Li Sidong nagged. Although he had a problem with his daughter staying for one more day, he was still worried about her. He couldn't really let her stay there alone. This matter was settled. Qingmingzi took Xiaojiao to report to the teacher in charge. Then, they found a good hotel near the training site and stayed there. Their parents were not by their side. In order to avoid suspicion, they stayed in 2 rooms. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Xiaojiao knocked on the door next door. "What's wrong?" Mingze opened the door. I'm going to eat. She still knew that she had to say hello to someone who was worried about her. Mingze frowned slightly and asked, "Where are you going? Who are you going with? A guy or a girl? When are you coming back?" Jiao, she swallowed and said, "Brother, it's my friend. She won't be in danger. I'll come back as soon as possible. The place hasn't been decided yet. I'll let you know when it's decided." Knowing that he was just worried about her, Jiao wasn't so ignorant. Mingze's brows were still furrowed. It seemed like it was a guy. Seeing that Jiao was firm, he was silent for a while and said, "Don't forget what happened to me during the exams in number 1 middle school. There are many bad people in this world, so you have to come back before 8 o'clock. Keep your phone connected." After a pause, he was still worried. "Share your location." Jiao, Mingze was really stubborn once he set his mind on something. Jiao had no choice but to agree to his location sharing request. After leaving the hotel, Jiao exhaled. She took out her phone and dialed that number. It was picked up almost instantly. "Hello, Lin Jihua. Where are you?" The voice on the other end was magnetic and pleasant. "Are you at the hotel entrance?" Jiao replied with an There was no sound from the other end of the phone. "Hello?" Jiao was puzzled. At this moment, a black car stopped in front of her. The car window rolled down, revealing a familiar face. Jiao's eyes lit up slightly. "Lin Jihua." Lin Jihua's eyes were smiling, and his expression relaxed. However, his aura was too strong, and people didn't dare to look at him directly. Jiao knew that this person had a warm heart that was different from his face, therefore, she wasn't afraid. She smiled happily. "Why are you here?" "My workplace isn't far. You said that you lived here, so I came over after work," Lin Jihua explained calmly. The driver's hand trembled slightly. He secretly glanced at Lin Jihua from the rearview mirror. Oh my god, how could this be in passing? He had been waiting here since he received a message in the afternoon, that was what he thought, but he didn't dare to say a word. "Get in. Let's go eat together." Lin Jihua opened the car door and got out. He then opened the door for Jiao to enter. He waited for her to climb in, close the door, and open the door on the other side. The two of them sat in the back while the driver sat in the front. "Let's go to Wulio Alley." After Lin Jihua finished speaking, he explained to Jiao, "There's a good restaurant in Wulio Alley. Can we eat there?" "As long as you think it's good," Jiao said quickly. "Besides, I'm the one who's treating you to a meal." Lin Jihua nodded. His voice was gentle as he replied with an okay. For a moment, the car was quiet. Lin Jihua's fingers rubbed the watch hidden under his shirt sleeve. It was the couple's watch on a certain someone's wrist. "When's the finals?" "At the end of March." Lin Jihua nodded. He didn't say anything again. The atmosphere in the car started to become strange again. This time, it was Jiao's turn to find something to say. She patted her chest. "I'm still quite scared. I've never participated in a national competition like this before. This was the first time in 2 lifetimes." Lin Jihua was a little amused. This girl looked like she was going forward bravely. What was she holding back? In the end, she was so nervous on the inside. He shook his head and said, "There's nothing to be afraid of. If you're not determined to get a guaranteed spot in this competition, just focus on answering the questions when the time comes." Jiao's mouth pouted slightly. She felt that this person really said it so easily. Lin Jihua kept looking at her from the corner of his eye. Seeing her expression, he found it a little funny. He also felt a little itchy. He clenched his hand into a fist and coughed. But there might be some changes in the last competition. There's no information about what the written test will be like after the new year. Jiao's eyes widened slightly. She asked in surprise, "It's not a competition question anymore?" The winter camp has already tested the competition question. This time, even if it's a test venue, the other questions are normal. As Lin Jihua spoke, he began to explain the previous assessment methods that he knew, as well as how he felt and how he felt about it. Jiao listened attentively. She wished she could take out a notebook and write down every word. The two of them chatted like this as the car turned into an alley. "Boss, we're here." The driver softly interrupted them. Lin Jihua nodded. Then he looked at Xiaojiao. "Get out of the car. Let's go eat." As he spoke, he opened the car door. Xiaojiao hurriedly opened the car door as well. It was a very low-key looking restaurant. It was located at the corner of the alley. The car dropped them off at the door and had to turn right to leave. After all, they couldn't park outside the restaurant at all. The name of the restaurant was a little strange. Xiaojiao looked up at the 4 words, "Carefree Family." On both sides of the signboard were 2 white glass cups. Xiaojiao didn't recognize these things. She only felt that they looked very expensive. As Lin Jihua walked in, Xiaojiao was really shocked. Although the door outside didn't look simple, it wasn't an unimaginable place. What was inside was really shocking. It was such a small door and such a small alley. When she opened the door, it was as if she saw a Suzhou garden. There were fake mountains, clear water, and schools of fish swimming around. Over there, were cranes. Lin Jihua led her along the stone path. After passing through a corridor, they saw a figure. The person looked very young. He wore an apron and smiled as he welcomed them. "Dear customer, our restaurant doesn't accept individual customers. Do you have an appointment?" "Xiao Wang, he doesn't need an appointment." A gentle-looking woman walked out. Xiaojiao's eyes lit up. This person was like a woman from the water village who grew up in a garden. When she smiled, her eyes seemed to ripple like water. "Jihua, Xiao Wang just arrived. Mother Kuei's health isn't very good, so she invited another person," the woman said. "How's Mother Kuei's health?" Lin Jihua was slightly surprised. "It's an old illness. She's fine. Take a seat first. What do you want to eat?" As she spoke, her eyes moved behind Lin Jihua. When she saw Xiaojiao, she was slightly surprised. Then, she looked at her young appearance. "Is this your family's niece?" Lin Jihua was speechless. "Your words are still so unlikable." The woman just smiled. Her face was extremely beautiful. "Serve the classic signature dishes. Let's go in and sit." After Lin Jihua finished speaking, he looked at Xiaojiao. His gaze was obviously much gentler. "Let's go in." He seemed to be very familiar with this place. He led Xiaojiao directly into a small round door at the innermost part of the restaurant. On it was written, "Expensive." After entering the small origin door, there was a garden. After passing through the garden, there was a classical door. When they opened the door, they saw the table. Xiaojiao sat down. Lin Jihua sat opposite her. The table didn't look big, so the distance between the two of them wasn't far. There were many calligraphy and paintings hanging in the room. Xiaojiao couldn't tell if they were real or fake, but she was still a little surprised. "The calligraphy and paintings here are all real." He pointed to the top. "Only that one painting is from the Qing dynasty. The others are all by contemporary painters and calligraphers. It's not expensive." Xiaojiao's jaw almost dropped. She subconsciously touched her backpack. This, with the money she brought, she could eat a meal? "What are you thinking about?" Lin Jihua asked her. Xiaojiao was a little embarrassed, but she still told him the truth. "I'm thinking that in a place like the capital where every inch of land is worth an inch of gold, there are only a few rooms. Can we afford this?" Pfft, Lin Jihua laughed. It was rare for him to show such an obvious smile. He touched his forehead slightly. "Why are you so honest?" "I'm telling the truth." Xiaojiao raised her hand. Lin Jihua said, "I'm indebted to the owner of this place. He only charges me the cost of the meal here." Xiaojiao looked out of the open window and saw the small garden full of flowers. Obviously, there were all kinds of wintersweet in this season. "It's really a good deal." Xiaojiao continued to tell the truth. This place probably had a lot of environmental fees. They only charged the cost of the meal. Eating here was a profit. Lin Jihua laughed again. At this time, the woman who stopped them before came in. She poured water for them one by one and brought them cutlery. Even the bowls and chopsticks were very small and exquisite. "Guests, please wait a moment. The owner said that he will cook your dishes first. It won't be long." After saying that, she left without disturbing them. She said it would be quick, but they still waited for a while before the dishes were served one after another. So much. There were already 5 dishes in front of him. There were only 2 of them. Xiaojiao was very afraid that they couldn't finish it all and would waste it. Not much. The person who answered her was not Lin Jihua, but the woman from the water village. She carried a dish in her hand and smiled as she walked in. The last dish, Buddha jumps over the wall. It was originally made for Mother Kuei. "It's a gift to Buddha to welcome our new friend." As she said that, she winked at Xiaojiao. Xiaojiao was a little embarrassed. "There's no need, it's okay. There are other guests' dishes that I haven't finished. I'll leave first." She looked at Lin Jihua and said, "Jihua, take good care of your little friend." After saying that, she twisted her body and walked away. "Little friend," Xiaojiao was about to break down. Lin Jihua didn't say anything. He only reached out to take her bowl and scooped soup for her. "Ignore her. Eat something first." Although this woman has a strange temper, her culinary skills are passed down from the imperial chef. Xiaojiao's eyes widened. She quickly drank a mouthful of soup. It was super delicious. Xiaojiao had never drunk such delicious soup in her 2 lives. Tsinghua treated them quite well. From time to time, he would bring them to good restaurants to eat. However, Xiaojiao had never eaten such delicious food before. She's so young, but her culinary skills are already so good. Xiaojiao exclaimed. Lin Jihua was still putting food into her bowl. When he heard that, he raised his eyebrows. "Young? No?" Xiaojiao was stunned. Lin Jihua smiled slightly. "She's already in her 40s. She's been a chef for almost 40 years. Xiaojiao was stunned. It was one thing for her to think that a woman in her 30s was in her 20s, but a woman in her 40s also looked like she was in her 20s? That was impossible. "Hurry up and eat." Lin Jihua saw her confusion and explained to her, "Age is real. It's just that this person's mentality is alright. She also pays more attention to her face, so she looks a little younger." Xiaojiao was still in shock. However, as the food entered her mouth, she could no longer care about it. It was too delicious. How could it be so delicious? She didn't know how to handle the fish. It melted the moment it entered her mouth, leaving behind a mouthful of fresh fragrance. It made her reluctant to open her mouth. The other dishes were also exquisite. There was also an exquisite plate presentation and shape. It was extremely beautiful when paired with the white porcelain of the official kiln. Xiaojiao buried her head in eating. Lin Jihua smiled. He put food into her bowl and said, "Eat more. You're too skinny." Xiaojiao buried her head and nodded. When Lin Jihua saw that there was nothing left in her bowl, he put more food in her bowl. After eating some food, he scooped a small bowl of soup for her. After drinking the soup, he continued to put food in her bowl. It could be said that she didn't even lift a finger. Lin Jihua's lips curled up as he put food in her bowl. After the meal, Xiaojiao felt a little doubtful about life. It was mainly because she was too full. She didn't care about her image and half collapsed. She looked satisfied. Lin Jihua was a little amused. He asked her, "Is it delicious?" Xiaojiao nodded and cooperated with him. "It's very delicious." Lin Jihua pretended to be casual and said, "If you win the award this time, you'll be guaranteed admission. Whether it's guaranteed admission or the college entrance examination, you can choose any school in Beijing. You'll have another chance to eat here in the future." Xiaojiao's eyes lit up. She muttered, "It's Beijing anyway." Lin Jihua's smile deepened. "It's delicious. But I'm so full." She looked at her phone again. "It's almost time." "You're going back?" "Yes. My brother set a time for me." "Brother, stepbrother." Lin Jihua knew this in his heart, but he didn't say it. Instead, he changed the topic. "Let's go for a walk and digest the food. We can take the car to send you back." Xiaojiao was a little embarrassed. I said I'd treat you. In the end, I wasted so much of your time. Lin Jihua shook his head. He thought to himself, how is this a waste of time? This is exactly what I wanted. Let's go for a walk. Xiaojiao stood up and took a sip of tea. Then, she asked, what tea is this? It's delicious. Preaching Ming Longjing. Xiaojiao, she looked at the inconspicuous teapot that was casually placed at the side. She silently poured herself another cup and drank it in one gulp. The cost of this meal. She might not even be able to afford it. Lin Jihua's smile didn't fade. He chuckled and asked her, do you like it? Shall I get you a box? Xiaojiao kept waving her hands. She looked unwilling. Then, she choked out, a cow chewing on peonies. Lin Jihua's smile widened. His eyes narrowed slightly. During this short time with her, the smile on his face didn't fade. The two of them walked for a while and walked out. The lady boss seemed to know that they were done eating. She stood in the corridor and waited for them. Sister, please pay. Thank you. Xiaojiao was a little embarrassed. However, she said she would treat Lin Jihua. Moreover, she ate most of the food today. No matter what, she had to pay. You have such a sweet mouth. The woman seemed very happy. Well, she was in her 40s. How could she not be happy to be called sister by a teenager? Xiaojiao blushed a little. She peeked at the woman's face. Lin Jihua noticed her gaze and coughed unhappily. The lady boss pursed her lips and continued to look at Xiaojiao. She smiled and said, the total is 888 yuan. So little? Xiaojiao was shocked. That's not even enough for the tea, right? The woman was amused. Little girl, you're quite funny. Didn't Jihua tell you that he put the tea here? Xiaojiao was even more surprised. She thought about it again. No wonder Lin Jihua asked her to take a box with her. But, the other costs aren't enough, Xiaojiao was telling the truth. She really didn't think it was enough. Although she didn't know much in her previous life, she wasn't stupid. The soup is for you. The other things are planted and raised by me. This price is not a problem. Little girl, why are you so conflicted? I'm a businesswoman. Why would I let myself suffer a loss? The woman raised her eyebrows. She suddenly became aggressive. Xiaojiao was a little embarrassed and quickly took out her wallet. Oh my, you're a young girl. Why are you so unfashionable? Use your phone to pay. Here, add me on WeChat. She took out a phone. Xiaojiao also took out her phone. After adding her as a friend, she transferred the money. After paying, Lin Jihua left with Xiaojiao. Xiao Wang walked over with a conflicted face. Boss, this is too much of a loss. These are all signature dishes. 888 yuan can't even get through the door. What about the cost of the ingredients? The ingredients were indeed planted and raised by her family, but they were all flown in by a private plane every day. The boss looked at her. Xiao Wang, you don't have to care about what I do. If she suffered a loss here, Lin Jihua would naturally make up for it in other ways. She thought about it and walked into the first room. Mother Kuei, did you see that? You don't have to worry about Jihua anymore, right? An old lady was sitting by the window. This window was right next to where they were talking just now. It was closed, so they didn't know. The old lady kept nodding and asked anxiously, is she really Jihua's sweetheart? The woman laughed. If she's not my sweetheart, I'll twist my head off and kick it like a ball. Ever since he came in with this girl, he couldn't stop smiling. He even said that it was okay to just accept some money. When I asked if she was his niece, my face was as black as charcoal. How could she not be his sweetheart? It's just that she's too young. When the old lady heard that it was true, she smiled until her eyes narrowed into slits. She's a good girl. She's a good girl. Oh, you can see that she's a good girl? The old lady sighed and said, Jihua's bitterness is finally over and the sweetness is coming. When the woman heard this, she nodded. At least she knew how to be happy. In the past, she was like a human-shaped machine. If a person didn't even have joy in life, what was the point of living? Lin Jihua and Xue Jiao didn't know what happened after that. Xue Jiao was in an unusually good mood the whole way. Thinking about it, she was able to get money and eat a delicious meal. It could be said that she was extremely happy. Lin Jihua didn't feel that way. He just couldn't help but smile when he saw Xue Jiao smile. However, his smile was very faint. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to see it. Xue Jiao had an 8 o'clock curfew. No matter how unwilling he was, the car arrived at the entrance of the hotel at 8 o'clock. After that, Lin Jihua's mood was a little low. His originally soaring heart returned to its previous dead silence, with a hint of reluctance. Then I'll leave first. Xue Jiao turned her head and smiled as she waved. Okay. Lin Jihua nodded. Xue Jiao had just opened the door and got out of the car when Lin Jihua spoke. Hey, she turned around and asked curiously, what's wrong? Nothing. Lin Jihua shook his head and forced a smile. Goodbye. Be careful. We'll meet again next time. Okay. We'll meet again next time. Xue Jiao smiled, her eyes shining. She only praised the female boss for her beautiful eyes, but she didn't know that her own eyes were especially bright. They were burning with the light of youth, hot and boiling. It was as if she had unlimited expectations, dreams, and pursuits for the future. Lin Jihua nodded lightly and looked straight at her back. She was still too young. Besides the dreams of the future in her heart, there was nothing else. He could only wait patiently for her to bloom. Xue Jiao came back on time. Qing Mingzi didn't say anything. He watched her enter the room before returning to his own room. They set off on the 27th of the 12th lunar month and arrived home at noon. Li Sidong took the siblings shopping for New Year's goods. Qing Mingzi's company had an annual meeting tonight, and tomorrow would be the official holiday. In fact, most of the aunties had bought the New Year's goods. Qing Mingzi and Li Sidong gave her an early holiday to let her go home for the new year. She was grateful and bought the New Year's goods at home. If they had anything else to buy, they would have to add it themselves. Mingzi, Jiao, there's an annual business meeting on the 29th. Your father said that you'll go with us this year, Li Sidong suddenly said as they strolled. In fact, this annual meeting used to be held every year. The top people in Sea City would attend it with their children. In the past, with Xue Jiao's appearance, Li Sidong didn't want to bring her because he was afraid of embarrassing her. If he didn't bring Gu Xue Jiao, Qing Mingzi wouldn't bring Qing Mingzi either. Otherwise, if Xue Jiao was alone at home, Qing Mingzi wouldn't be willing to leave her alone at the party. So this was Xue Jiao's first time attending the annual meeting. The two of them frowned at the same time and said at the same time, I won't go. Li Sidong frowned almost instantly and then said doubtfully, we don't have anything to do anyway. Let's go together. Qing Mingzi said, the college entrance exam is coming soon. I can study at home. Xue Jiao said, I still have to prepare for the competition. Li Sidong stared at her. We don't need one night. Your father and I have already decided. Let's go. I'll take you to buy dresses. Qing Mingzi, Xue Jiao, these days, good dresses had to be made in advance. It was normal to wait for 10 days to half a month. Li Sitong's dresses had been prepared in advance, but the two of them hadn't. But fortunately, they were both children, so they didn't have to be so particular about buying dresses that were made in advance. There was a relatively famous high-end store in City W. There were several brands in it, and the madams basically ordered their dresses here. Li Sidong was familiar with it, so he directly brought Qing Mingzi and Xue Jiao in. In the past, they could still arrange to meet at home. But at the end of the year, they were busy, and the clothing stores basically didn't come. They could only come to the store. Madam Li, you're here. As soon as they entered, a woman with a bright smile walked over. Looking at the name tag, she was an assistant. Behind her were two young-looking assistants, who looked at them with smiles. Then she saw a man and a woman behind them and asked, these two? My son and my daughter. Oh. The assistant looked surprised. You're too good at raising children. Your son is so handsome, and your daughter is so beautiful. You're blessed. Obviously, from the surprise and envy on her face, she already knew that Li Sidong was Qing Mingzi's stepmother. Otherwise, she would say that Li Sidong was too good at raising children. This would definitely make her unhappy. But when she said that, Li Sidong was instantly happy. He couldn't help but show off. You're too kind. You're quite sensible. Qing Mingze and Xue Jiao looked at each other. They obediently kept quiet and just followed. Then they looked at each other and talked for a while before they got to the main topic. Is Lisa here? The assistant approached and said, Mr. and Mrs. E are here. They're getting clothes for Mrs. E. Li Sidong was stunned for a moment, then said, Where's Vivian? The assistant looked apologetic. Vivian went out. That's really unfortunate. If you're not in a hurry, please sit for a while. Mrs. E is just getting the clothes. She'll leave after trying them on, she said as she led the three of them to the sofa. A few other assistants hurried over to pour water and serve snacks. Li Sidong wasn't in a hurry. He chatted with Qing Mingze and Xue Jiao. Lisa has a good eye for clothes. I'll let her choose for you later. My son and daughter are so beautiful. You must dress up well. Qing Mingze, Xue Jiao, oh right, Jiao Jiao, do you want to change your hairstyle? You'll definitely look good with bangs. Li Sidong said with a smile. Xue Jiao couldn't stand her enthusiasm and shook her head vigorously. The assistant chatting beside them said, Your beloved daughter looks like you. I've been here for so long, but I've never seen such a beautiful girl. Li Sidong, who had never shown off his daughter before, covered his mouth and laughed. Jiao Jiao looks all right. You're too modest. Li Sidong smiled and continued to ask, You'll definitely look good with bangs. You'll definitely look prettier with a hairstyle. She still has to study. Her studies are more important, Qing Mingze suddenly said. Men who accompanied women shopping were usually very quiet. After all their energy was used to suppress the irritation in their hearts. Now that he suddenly spoke, Li Sidong was startled. Xue Jiao also nodded. Yes, study. It was troublesome to have bangs in high school. It was better to be clean and refreshing. It wouldn't affect her studies and save her trouble. Li Sidong didn't know what to say. He only said, You only know how to study. Xue Jiao didn't say anything. Qing Mingze glanced at her and added, You're quite good at studying. Fine, fine, fine. You siblings are now on the same line. I can't outtalk you. Li Sidong complained, but his face was smiling. Her stepson and daughter were as close as biological children. This only meant that she was successful. At this moment, a voice came from outside. Lisa. Where are you? My daughter's clothes are ruined. Pick another one for her. It was a familiar voice. Other assistants went up to greet them. Xue Jiao and the rest noticed that it was Wu Wanjun, Gu Jingxiu, and Gu Shiyun. Li Sitong's face darkened immediately. Enemies were bound to meet on a narrow road. How could they meet here? The three people looked over and also noticed the three of them. Both sides began to curse each other in their hearts. Gu Jingxiu was fine. Although he frowned when he saw Li Sidong, Gu Xuejiao was his daughter, so he still greeted, Jiao Jiao, you're here too. Xue Jiao looked at him and didn't say anything. With so many people around, Gu Jingxiu felt a little embarrassed. He suppressed his emotions and looked at Xue Jiao patiently. Jiao Jiao, what's wrong with you? You haven't come to see Dad for a long time. Are you still angry with Dad? My dad is Qing Mingxua. As soon as she said this, Li Sidong and Qing Mingze looked at her in shock, as if they had heard something unbelievable. Gu Jingxiu glared angrily again. What about me? I don't know you. Gu Jingxiu didn't owe Xue Jiao anything, nor did he owe the original Gu Xue Jiao anything. These three words made Xue Jiao feel no guilt at all. What's wrong with you? Where's your etiquette? Is this what your mother taught you? Gu Jingxiu was furious. Li Sidong exploded. Gu Jingxiu. What do you mean? Gu Jingxiu's eyes widened. I don't mean anything. Look at what you've been teaching your daughter all day. The assistants were embarrassed. Although the two families were well known, they still didn't know what to do when they quarreled like this. The assistant who first received Li Sidong and the others braced herself and said, Ms. Li, Mr. Gu, please don't quarrel anymore. Suddenly, both sides stopped talking. After all, there were outsiders. Even if Gu Jingxiu, Li Sidong, and Wu Wanjun were enemies, they tried to suppress it. The designer's new clothes are more suitable for the children's style. Why don't I take them out for you to see first? When Lisa comes out, we can take a look? The assistant asked tentatively. The few of them did not say anything. Right now they were all incense, the slightest spark would ignite them. Take them out. Cheng Mingzi said. The assistants hurried in to get the clothes as if they had been granted amnesty. Gu Shiyun looked at Cheng Mingzi with bright eyes. She pretended not to feel the awkward atmosphere and asked with a smile, Brother Mingzi, are you also here to see the clothes? Cheng Mingzi nodded. Gu Jingxiu was unhappy when he saw his daughter talking to Cheng Mingzi. Shiyun. Gu Shiyun immediately stopped talking to Cheng Mingzi. She looked at Gu Shuajiao and was a little surprised. Sister, are you going to the banquet this year? I've never seen you go before. We can dance together this year. She spoke very happily, smiling as she spoke to Shui Han. Shuajiao sneered. Gu Shiyun, I don't think you understand human language. I've said many times, please don't call me sister. My mother didn't give birth to you. Gu Shuajiao. Gu Jingxiu was angry again. It wasn't that he was angry, but Gu Shuajiao was really annoying. Shiyun kindly asked for peace and invitation, but she actually mocked her. What are you shouting for? Li Sidong was not to be outdone. Shuajiao was right. Gu Shuajiao's sister was prickly. In the past, when Gu Shuajiao was not sensible, she often hung out with this mother and daughter. Now that she was sensible and knew how to avoid them, she was only happy. Jingxiu, don't be angry. Wu Wanjun held Gu Jingxiu and gently advised him. But there was joy in her eyes. She was not afraid of Gu Jingxiu and Li Sidong fighting in public. Anyway, everyone in this circle knew that she was a mistress. Naturally, she had lost her face long ago. The worse the relationship between Gu Jingxiu and Li Sidong, the less Gu Shuajiao could get Gu Jingxiu's property in the future. It would all be Shiyun's. Gu Jingxiu heard the advice and thought that there were so many people watching. He calmed down and held Wu Wanjun even tighter. Although she smiled gently, her posture showed that she was happy that her man was shopping with her. Li Sitong's husband was not with her. The assistant was really afraid that there would be a problem, so she secretly went in to find Lisa. Oh, why did the distinguished guests come together today? A short-haired fashionable woman came in high heels. She smiled confidently and beautifully. Wu Wanjun said before Li Sidong, it's like this. Shiyun's previous gift was broken, so we can only buy one urgently. Can you help us pick one? Do you have any recommendations? If it was someone else, she would let it go, but it was Wu Wanjun. Li Sidong would not let it go. Lisa, we should be here first. This is about first come, first served, right? Li Sidong smiled insincerely and looked at the people opposite her. Lisa paused for a moment and said with a smile, yes. She thought for a moment. She did not want to offend Gu Jingxiu and the others, so she said with a smile, these clothes have just been designed. See if there is any style you like. You can look at it together. I'll analyze it for you. Lisa smiled brightly. She did not want to offend any of them. Lisa, don't you care about the rules of first come, first served? Li Sidong said faintly. Lisa turned her head and looked at Gu Jingxiu and the others hesitantly. It's okay, Mom. We came late. Let them go first. I'm not in a hurry. Gu Shiyun smiled broadly and gently. It made people feel sorry for her. Li Sidong was angry, they were clearly the first to come. Why did she say that it was their fault in the end, this Gu Shiyun? She was really not a good person. Li Sidong wanted to leave, but she felt that leaving in front of so many people was a bit like running away. She did not want to be so down and out. Lisa, then we'll go first. The two people inside also came out, a man and a woman. Gu Jingxiu's eyes lit up. Dafa. Boss E. He smiled and went forward to shake hands. Dafa shook hands and smiled politely, hello, hello. As soon as the two let go, he saw Li Sidong and the others standing on the other side. His eyes lit up. Gu Shuajiao. Gu Shuajiao was also stunned for a moment. She quickly smiled and returned a smile, Uncle E. Hey, Mother Yi was stunned for a moment. Her eyes suddenly lit up. Oh, you're my son Yi Tianyu's deskmate. Aya, what a beautiful child. She turned to Li Sidong. This is Xiujia's mother, right? And this is Xiujia's brother? Yes. They smiled and shook hands. Li Sidong looked at Gu Jingxiu and Wu Wanjuan's ugly faces and suddenly wanted to laugh. Look, the person you want to curry favor with took the initiative to say hello because of Xiujiao. Li Sidong smiled brightly. Mother Yi didn't care about this. She just pulled Xiujiao. Oh, what a lovely child. I want to bring her home as soon as I see her. Are you here to look at the gowns? Yes, Mother Yi. Mother Yi smiled even brighter. Come, Mother Yi will help you pick one. Oh, why is this girl so lovable? Mother Yi's affectionate attitude made Xiujiao's eyes twitch. She smiled awkwardly. Lisa naturally hurried to entertain them. How could she care about Wu Wanjun and the others? Only the assistant's greeting made them lose face and leave angrily. Li Sidong smiled even more happily. Mother Yi really helped to pick out the gowns. After combining the opinions of Mother Yi, Li Sidong, and Lisa, she finally picked out a bright red feathered dress for Xiujiao. It didn't look the best, but Xiujiao looked dazzling in it. Li Sidong and Xiujiao thanked Mother Yi and happily left with the gowns. I really like this girl. Sitting in the car, Mother Yi was still nagging. Dafa nodded. I know. You've been nagging all the way. What? You won't let me? Dafa cowered. No. Say whatever you want. That night, Yi Tianyu carried the basketball home. Mother Yi ate an apple and said, Son, let's go to the annual party on the 29th. I already said I'm not going. Yi Tianyu mercilessly refused. He hated that kind of event the most. He would rather play games alone at home. Mother Yi took another bite of the apple and said faintly, Your deskmate, Gu Xiujiao, will also go. Chapter 43 Gu Xiujiao was going too? Yi Tianyu was stunned for a moment. He still held the basketball in his hands and stood stiffly in the same place. After a while, he straightened his neck and said stiffly, I'd better go with you. It's been a few years since you didn't have a child to accompany you to the annual party. It's quite awkward. Mrs. E, she swallowed her saliva and said coldly, Then I have to thank you. Mom, you're welcome. Your good son has the obligation to show filial piety to you. Yi Tianyu bounced the basketball a few times and laughed, appearing to be very happy. He didn't realize it himself, but when he heard that Xiujiao was going, his emotions soared. Mrs. E couldn't help but throw the apple at him. Get lost. He patted the basketball and prepared to go upstairs, but stopped at the top of the stairs. By the way, Mom, how did you know she was going? Mrs. E slowly took another apple and said, Today, I went to get some clothes with your father and happened to bump into her. I even picked out a dress for her. It's bright red with a neckline. It's so pretty. Especially beautiful. Xiujiao is thin and her shoulders are exposed. Oh, Yi Tianyu raised his head and rushed upstairs. His movement was so loud that even Dafa was alerted. She rushed out of the room and asked, What's wrong? Imu's mother blinked. After a while, she said, Young people are hot-tempered. Tomorrow, we'll start eating bitter gourds. Dafa, F*ck, I don't like bitter gourds either, on the 29th day of the 12th lunar month. Son. Are you done yet? Dafa shouted from downstairs. Soon. Dafa's mother walked down the stairs. She was wearing exquisite makeup and a beautiful gown. Dafa went up and put a jacket on her. Why is this brat so slow? Mother Yi shook her head helplessly. This kid is just like you in the past. He's so nervous when he meets his sweetheart that he keeps trying on clothes. Dafa chuckled. How can I get a good wife if I don't work hard? After waiting for a while, Dafa asked, Is he done trying it now? He's wearing a blue suit. He's probably fixing his hair now. Mrs. E was also helpless. This guy was even more troublesome than a girl going out. Dafa was surprised. Isn't his hair styled already? And I thought he didn't like basketball suits? Who knows? Upstairs. Yi Tianyu tidied up his brand new blue suit. The young man in the mirror was handsome and in high spirits. He smiled at the mirror. Since ancient times, there had always been couples between red and blue. Very good, very handsome. The Qing family. Jiao Jiao? I'm coming. Xua Jiao lifted her skirt and walked out. Mom, is it troublesome to let my hair down? Can I tie it up? There was no sound. Xua Jiao looked up and saw the three of them looking at her in shock. What's wrong? She was a little unnatural. Beautiful. My daughter is so beautiful. Li Sidong walked over. She had already tried on the skirt last time, but that day was outside and her hair was tied up. She even looked a little tired because she was tired from walking. But today was different. The red feathered skirt reached her calves and was tied with a belt. Her waist was small and looked extremely petite. Her hair was loose and her shoulders were faintly visible. Her jet black hair reached her waist and was scattered casually. She smiled embarrassedly. Her eyebrows were picturesque. Qingmingzi was stunned for a while before saying, "Did you put on makeup?" Before Xua Jiao could say anything, Li Sidong smiled and said, "No, I helped her trim her eyebrows." Jiao Jiao's eyebrows are dark and they look like a painting after being trimmed. And her eyelashes are so thick that they curled up with a light touch. As she spoke, she seemed to have thought of something. She took out a lipstick and gently dabbed it on Xua Jiao's lips. Here, open it. You're still young, so just put on a little. It'll be fine as long as there's some color, Li Sidong said. This was the first time Xua Jiao had put on lipstick and she opened it a little embarrassedly. Her originally picturesque face suddenly became tender and beautiful. Li Sidong sometimes thought that her daughter was even prettier than she was when she was young. Gu Jingxiu's genes really played a part. That guy's character was not good, but his face was really good. When she was young, she was a rich young lady and fell in love with that man because of that face. In the second half of her life, there were not many happy days. But she was glad that she met the right person in the second half of her life and Jiao Jiao was still by her side. Put on your jacket, Qingmingzi said. Yes, yes, yes. It's still cold outside. Put on your jacket. Where can you take it off? When Xua Jiao put on her down jacket, Qingmingzi immediately turned around. Let's go. He felt that he had been too engrossed just now, but it was obviously wrong. After coming back to his senses, he could only turn around immediately. The Qing family got on the bus and headed to the place where the annual meeting was held. It was a little far away, so it took a while for them to arrive. As soon as they got off the bus, several people came up to them. Qing Shua gave the key to the doorman, and Li Sidong took out the invitation card and handed it to the old man in the middle. The old man didn't even look at it and just said with a smile, "Mr. Qing, Ms. Li, Mr. Qing, and Ms. Gu, please come in." Li Sidong nodded and smiled. Qing Shua shook hands with him. "Uncle Jean, you're busy. We'll go in first." "This way, please." They smiled and went in. Qing Shua explained in a low voice beside Qingmingzi. Li Sidong explained in a low voice in Xua Jiao's ear, "This is the secretary of the Chamber of Commerce in City W. Almost everyone in the business circle has to give him some face. His surname is Jean, the same surname as Mr. Jean, the host of the Chamber of Commerce. He was a servant in the early years, but later became an adopted son. He has been working for Mr. Jean and is very loyal. Mr. Jean is the person in charge of the Chamber of Commerce. His father was one of the first people to go into business in China and left behind a huge family fortune. Mr. Jean is also very good at business. You can call him Uncle Jean later." Li Sidong didn't want to tell Xua Jiao about these things in the business circle. This was what Qing Shua had told him when they went out today. He felt that the child was old enough to know these things. His family was in this circle. Whether the child cared about it or not, they didn't know. It was still necessary to tell her. Xua Jiao nodded. She had never seen these things in her previous life, and she didn't plan to go into business in this life, but it was still okay to listen to gossip. They were led in by the waiter. As the temperature began to rise, a man and a woman came up to take their coats. Then they walked to the innermost venue. "Oh. Old Qing. You're here." A middle-aged man with a big beard came up to greet them. Ha ha ha. Tsinghua quickened his pace. Mr. Jean. It's been a long time. Old Ching, you're too busy to take care of me. No, Mr. Jin's schedule is too busy. I can't squeeze in. Tsinghua teased. This kind of complaint didn't make people feel disgusted at all. The two of them even shook hands as if they were very close. Only then did Xiaojiao know that Uncle Ching was usually like this. The two of them exchanged a few more words. After Mrs. Jean came up to shake hands with Li Sidong, the few of them looked at Qingmingzi and Xiaojiao. Your son and daughter are really talented people. Old Ching, you're so lucky. That's not true. Mr. Jean, your daughter is the real legend. Uncle Ching, you're too kind. A woman in a mermaid dress came over with a smile and a wine glass in her hand. It was obvious that she had just exchanged greetings with someone. This is your sister Jean Sui. Jean Sui, take care of these two children, especially Xiaojiao. She's still young. Mr. Jean patted Jean Sui's shoulder. Jean Sui smiled and said, Hello, Sister Xiaojiao. Hello, Sister Jean Sui. Xiaojiao smiled slightly. Although she was shy, she looked generous and decent. The two people from the Jean family nodded secretly. This was Tsinghua's stepdaughter who appeared at the banquet for the first time. She looked pretty and had good manners. They clinked their glasses and drank a little. It had to be said that Jean Sui was really considerate. She had already asked someone to bring some juice for Xiaojiao. After drinking, Mr. Jean left to greet other friends. Li Sidong tilted his head slightly and explained to Xiaojiao, Jean Sui graduated from Peking University. She studied in Oxford for 3 years. When she came back, she joined her father's company and took over her father's work. Although she's young, she's very capable. Xiaojiao was slightly surprised. She was so good? She looked so young, but she was already so good. At this moment, more people came over. They all brought their families with them. Xiaojiao couldn't leave and could only follow along. In the distance. Hey, oldie. Yi Tianyu called out softly and then bumped his father from behind. Mrs. Yi turned and glared at him. Stop fooling around. Your father is entertaining. Yi Tianyu didn't say anything. He pouted his lips in the distance. Mrs. Yi looked over in confusion and was stunned. Then, she turned and glared at him. She turned and smiled. Of course. We'll have a good chat later. The other party understood and immediately left with a smile. What's wrong? Idafa asked. Your son's deskmate is here. She's distracted now. Idafa, I've only heard of girls being outgoing. Why would a guy like you? Nonsense. Yi Tianyu flew into a rage out of humiliation. Fine, I won't say any more. You go over yourself. I'm too enthusiastic about this occasion. People will spread rumors that our families are going to be connected by marriage. It won't be good for everyone. After Idafa finished speaking, he let Yi Tianyu go over by himself. Yi Tianyu dawdled for a while and approached hesitantly. After passing 3 groups of people in a row, Tsinghua said to Qingmingzi and Xiaojiao, if you're too tired, go over there and rest for a while. There's a sofa in the corner. Or Mingzi can bring Xiaojiao to meet some friends. You've been here a few times before. Oh, and remember to bring Xiaojiao to eat something. Okay. Tsinghua led Li Sidong into the crowd. Let's eat some cake first. Qingmingzi looked at Xiaojiao. It sounded like a question, but in fact, it was also an imperative. Okay. But in fact, just as the two of them walked to the place where all kinds of cakes were placed, someone stopped Qingmingzi. Mingzi. You finally know to come. Haven't you been on dates for the past year? It was a young man about the same age as Qingmingzi. There were several men and women behind him. Gu Shiyun was also there. She was wearing a long white dress and looked like a little fairy. I'm busy. Qingmingzi smiled. I haven't seen you in a long time. Seeing that they were about to exchange greetings, Xiaojiao walked forward and stopped in front of the food. It was better not to eat in such an occasion. So Xiaojiao took a very small piece of cake. It was really small and directly put it into her mouth. Not bad. She picked up the second piece. Hey, suddenly, there was a shout in her ear. Xiaojiao was so scared that she almost fainted. Tianyu. Hey, why are you calling your brother? Tianyu smiled and threw a piece of cake that Xiaojiao had just eaten into his mouth. It's so sweet. You like to eat this kind of thing? Xiaojiao was angry. She widened her eyes. It's none of your business. Tianyu continued to smile and moved closer to her. You're dressed, okay. You're still so rude. Bookworm, why are you in the mood to attend this today? Don't you want to study? He smiled and his eyes fell on Xiaojiao's lips. He was stunned. Her lips were very beautiful and small. At this moment, they were slightly red. It looked really beautiful. Tianyu picked up the red wine next to him and drank 2 mouthfuls. Xiaojiao widened her eyes angrily. I'm here because I want to. After that, she continued to eat a small piece of cake. Tianyu was commonly known as, he deserved a beating. Hey, hey, hey. Don't dress up and come here in the future. It's boring. Huh? Xiaojiao raised her eyebrows. I used to hate coming here the most. Then why are you here today? Tianyu. My mom begged me. Jiao Jiao. Qingming's voice sounded a little anxious. Xiaojiao turned around and saw him rushing over. You scared me to death. His voice was actually a little nervous. Xiaojiao smiled embarrassedly. I'm sorry. I saw that you were busy just now, so I came over first. Qingming's voice sounded helpless. Don't do this in the future. Okay. This is? Qingmingzi looked at Tianyu. Xiaojiao quickly introduced, this is my deskmate, Tianyu. This is my brother, Qingmingzi. Qingmingzi frowned slightly. Tianyu grinned. Brother, hello. I'm Tianyu. Brother, Qingming's face was a little ugly, but he still wanted to save face. He just nodded and smiled without saying anything. Mingzi, why did you run away so quickly? The man who stopped Qingmingzi earlier came over. He glanced at Xiaojiao. Your sister won't go missing. Look at how nervous you are. Xiaojiao didn't know why, but she felt that this man was not very friendly to her. Qingmingzi smiled and explained, this is my friend, Xingli Jin. This is my sister, Gu Xiaojiao. This is her classmate, Tianyu. Tianyu smiled. He was a good-looking person. When he smiled, he was bright and handsome. Moreover, his surname was Hello, classmate Tianyu. You can call me brotherly Jin. We've met before. He smiled very beautifully. He looked very easy to get along with, but he never greeted his friend's sister. He wasn't stupid. Qingmingzi frowned slightly. Tianyu raised his eyebrows and smiled. Why don't you just let me call you brother Jing? He was really thick-skinned. Xingli Jin was stunned for a moment. He didn't know what he meant. He only said, Tianyu, you really know how to joke. Tianyu didn't say anything. He put his hands in his pockets and tiptoed. Minmin, come over. Xingli Jin gently waved his hand. Gu Shiyun and the other 2 men and 3 women walked over. This is my sister, Xingli Min. These are her friends, Xiaojia and Gu Shiyun. These are Mingzi's and my friends, Jiang Yijin and Yu Weiping. After Xingli Jin introduced this group of people, he looked at them and explained Xiaojiao and Tianyu. Jiang Yijin smiled and said, Sister Xiaojiao is so beautiful. Tianyu, long time no see. Long time no see. Tianyu smiled. He was still considered polite. Xiaojiao only smiled faintly and didn't interrupt. Oh right, Mingzi, do you know where Mu Xian went? I don't know. He didn't come? I think I heard something, Gu Shiyun said. What happened? The few of them surrounded Xiaojiao and started chatting about people she didn't know. Xiaojiao was a little impatient, especially when Xingli Jin and Xingli Min's rejection was a little obvious. Xingli Min and Xiaojiao surrounded Gu Shiyun affectionately. Xiaojiao didn't feel anything. She just felt a little bored. Mingze also clearly felt that they were ostracizing Xiaojiao. He frowned and was about to speak. Yi Tianyu had already spoken, bookworm. What? Depressed. Can you give her a nickname alone? Why don't we go to the side and chat? Your brother's friends look a little crazy. Xiaojiao, his voice wasn't soft and those who were paying attention to them heard him clearly. Crazy. Instantly, Jing Lijin's expression turned ugly. Gu Shiyan's expression didn't look good either. After Xiaojiao publicly embarrassed her several times, she no longer hoped to maintain a harmonious relationship with Xiaojiao on the surface. This Gu Xiaojiao was no longer the fool she was back then. How can you say that? Jing Limin had a bad temper. She couldn't help but get angry when she heard Yi Tianyu's words. Yi Tianyu raised his eyebrows. What did I say? Weren't you guys chatting happily? Why did you hear what I said? Why are you paying so much attention to me? His words were a little annoying, but his face was so handsome that it didn't make people feel disgusted. You, Li Min. Jing Lijin said and pulled her. Don't cause trouble. The Yi family had a high status in the business circle. Yi Dafa was a person who protected her child at all costs. So much so that her family had told her to try not to have too big of a conflict with Yi Tianyu. They stopped talking. Jiang Yijin smiled and looked at Mingze. Mingze, we haven't seen each other in a long time. Let's chat. Mingze shook his head. Let's meet again next time. I'll keep you company. Before he could finish, Xiaojiao interrupted him. Brother, you go. I want to talk to my classmates too. She smiled cutely and her eyes curved into crescents. However, Mingze knew that she was angry and wanted them to stay away from her. Okay. Come find me if you need anything. He could only say this. Okay. Mingze left. Gu Shiyan turned around and looked at her triumphantly as if she had won something. Xiaojiao only found it funny. Hey, bookworm. Yi Tianyu bumped her with his body. If they don't want to play with you, I'll play with you. Huh? Xiaojiao was stunned. Yi Tianyu grabbed her wrist and pulled her in a certain direction. Stop. Xiaojiao gritted her teeth. She didn't want to play at all. Yi Tianyu pulled her to a sofa where they could sit. There were many people sitting there. Some were older than them, and some were younger than them. Jin Sui was among them. Tianyu, who are you pulling? She's so pretty. The man sitting next to Jin Sui raised his eyebrows. He looked to be in his 20s. This is Uncle Mingze's daughter, Xiaojiao. Jin Sui explained for them. She had changed into a new set of clothes. She still looked good and noble. Oh. So it's Sister Xiaojiao. The man suddenly realized. Xiaojiao. She was willing to bet 100% that this person didn't remember anything. After all, Gu Xiaojiao had never appeared here. She's also my deskmate. Yi Tianyu pushed Xiaojiao to the sofa. Make way. The others moved aside. Xiaojiao and Yi Tianyu sat down. She smiled at the woman who gave up her seat and said gratefully, "Thank you." The woman was also stunned for a moment and quickly replied, "It's okay." Deskmate. Why are you so protective? The boy was still teasing. Xiaoqi, shut up. Don't talk nonsense. Yi Tianyu rolled his eyes and felt that it wasn't convincing. He added, if you don't take this bookworm with you, he'll be so stupid. Xiaojiao reached out and pinched Yi Tianyu hard once where no one could see. He had just opened his mouth but stopped abruptly when he remembered where they were now. It was a little embarrassing to be pinched in public. Yi Tianyu resisted the urge to scream. Xiaojiao smiled at the crowd. Don't listen to his nonsense. Yi Tianyu endured the pain and asked unyieldingly, then why were you bullied by that group of people? Those people disgusted me. Only Yi Tianyu dared to say this directly. After all, those people were still reputable. I wasn't bullied, isn't this ostracizing a little too blatantly? Xiaojiao smiled. If a dog bites me, can I bite it back? Yi Tianyu, ha ha ha. Sister has character. Xiaoqi laughed. Who's your sister? Yi Tianyu reached out and made a hitting gesture. Okay, okay, okay. I won't call you that. Xiaoqi made a surrender gesture. He turned his head and said to Xiujiao. What a nice name. You're also pretty. Slap, Yi Tianyu really hit him this time. There was some distance between them, so it was just a casual slap. Wah wah. Everyone, be the judge. This guy hit me. Xiaoqi jumped and raised his voice so that everyone could hear him. Jean Sui laughed. She looked very pretty when she laughed and was very charming. You're the bully. Your sister is still young. Don't think that we didn't see it. Sister Sui. Xiaoqi made a shocked expression. Even you're starting to despise me now that you have a pretty sister? Yeah, I despise you. I've always despised you. Jean Sui took a sip of wine and agreed. Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed. Xiujiao also laughed. The atmosphere of these people made her feel more relaxed. She didn't have a good impression of those people from earlier. They chatted and laughed. This group of people were all good at chatting. There was no awkward silence at all. Everyone was talking. When others asked about Xiujiao, she would reply with a sentence or two. The rest of the time, she would hold her glass and listen. Come, come, come. This is the first time you've met Jiao. Cheers. Jean Sui raised her glass. Yes, yes. Jiao should join more in the future? We can go on a date too. Xiaoqi smiled and winked. Yi Tianyu rolled his eyes and didn't say anything this time. Thank you, Sister Jean Sui. Thank you, everyone. Xiujiao smiled gently. Quiet girls weren't too annoying. They clinked their glasses. Xiujiao was still drinking fruit juice. After welcoming Xiujiao, Jean Sui and the other older people talked about some business. Xiujiao sighed. Sister Jean Sui is really amazing. Her voice was very soft. Only Yi Tianyu heard it. Yi Tianyu frowned slightly and tilted his head. His head moved over and pressed against her ear. His voice was very soft. Don't underestimate this woman. Don't get too familiar with her. Nerd, your IQ has been sold by her. You still have to count the money for her. Huh? Xiujiao was stunned. Yi Tianyu lowered his voice even more. She has a biological brother, an illegitimate brother, and a younger sister. They are like fire and water. Her brother's reputation is ruined. His illegitimate son is in prison. In the end, only this mediocre second miss entered the company and became the successor. What do you think of her methods? Xiujiao was stunned. My dad said that she only cares about profits. As long as there are profits, not to mention her relatives and friends, she will even sell herself. Xiujiao's eyes widened slightly. There was such a person, she didn't think that she would have much of a friendship with Jean Sui. She also didn't know what kind of person she was. However, compared to Jean Sui, she naturally trusted Yi Tianyu. She didn't have any methods. In the future, she should study hard and stay away from these circles. Jean Sui and the others were still chatting. They didn't lower their voices, so Xiujiao could naturally hear them. By the way, Xiaoqi, how's the cooperation between your family and the Xia family? Jean Sui asked casually. Xiaoqi's mood was a little angry. Of course, this anger wasn't directed at Jean Sui. Sigh, it's long gone. The Xie family is gone. Now it's been bought by the Lin family. Lin, Xiujiao was stunned. Was it the Lin name she was thinking of? Maybe it was because she knew someone with the surname Lin. She was a little sensitive to this word. The Lin family didn't take over? Someone asked doubtfully. Lin Jihua has always been ruthless. He definitely won't take on this kind of project with residual problems. My dad looked for him several times, but he didn't see him. That's right. That's Lin Jihua. Now he's a big shot in Beijing. No one in our city can afford to offend him. Lin Jihua, Xiujiao was surprised, she couldn't help but ask, Lin Jihua? Several people looked over and were puzzled. What's wrong, Sister Xiujiao? Xiujiao quickly pulled a smile and shook her head. It's nothing. I just feel that this name is familiar. Ha ha ha, you also worship him, right? People like us have grown up listening to his legends. Xiaoqi laughed. He wasn't surprised at all. Jin Sui looked at Xiaojia doubtfully. She didn't know why, but she felt that this good girl's reaction to this name didn't seem to be worship. Xiaojia narrowed her eyes and smiled. Yes, he's too amazing. I've heard a lot of stories. After that, Xiaojia just smiled and didn't say anything else. Lin Jihua, it's really Lin Jihua. The amazing business genius they were talking about was the Lin Jihua she knew. Xiaojia's feelings were very complicated at this time. But she was more regretful. If this person was really a big boss, she usually asked him so many questions. She was afraid that she took up a lot of precious time. She still had some indescribable feelings in her heart, but he didn't lie to her. He just didn't say it. She just didn't know. When would this legendary big boss have the time to accompany her every night to say a few words? What's wrong with you? Yi Tianyu bumped into her. Xiaojia shook her head. She thought for a moment and asked him, if someone around you who you thought was very ordinary suddenly became very powerful, how would you get along with him? Yi Tianyu was also stunned for a moment. Then, he slapped his head. Isn't that just you and me? Huh? Xiaojia was stunned. Yi Tianyu turned his head and said with a look of surprise, back then, I thought that you were a bad student like me. I thought that there was finally someone who could take the bottom for me. But in the end, you rushed straight to the top. Do you know how I feel? His voice was full of anger, grief, and depression. Xiaojia, she reached out and pinched him. Then, she gritted her teeth and said, if my grades weren't good, how could I help you? Could your grades have improved? Could you have lived such a good life with your parents? Yi Tianyu's expression changed instantly. Yes. Xiaojia, alright, all the complicated feelings and worries just now were gone after being provoked by Yi Tianyu. Xiaojia's emotions disappeared. Distinguished guests, good evening. Welcome, Mr. Jin started to give his speech. Xiaojia and the rest all stood up and walked to the center. This kind of annual party was simple. Mr. Jin was not a troublesome person. He looked back on the past of City W's business circle and looked forward to the future. Then, he let everyone chat and dance freely. Xiaojia almost immediately saw Li Sidong and Tsinghua, who had started to dance in the crowd. Xiaojia, she did not go over to greet them. She moved aside and continued to sit on the sofa. Yi Tianyu said a few words to his parents and then followed them. On the stage, Jin Sui was playing the violin. Xiaojia looked around casually. Yi Tianyu did not disturb her. He imitated her and looked around the hall casually. She wanted to hide and be alone, but others would not let her go. After a while, more people came. Cheng Mingzi came over. Xing Lijin, Gu Shiyun, and the rest also came over. Xiaoqi and the rest came back. Even Jin Sui, who had just left the stage, came over. Alright, everyone was here. Let's play a game. What game? As soon as he heard the word game, Xiaoqi became excited. Tell me. I can't remember for the time being. Truth or dare? Xing Lijin suddenly said. Sure. I agree. What about you? Me too. I haven't played in a long time. Agreed. Then let's play dice? Okay. Please help me get the dice. Okay. Soon, the waiter brought all the dice up. Each person had a cup. Although Xiaojia did not know how to play, she would not spoil everyone's fun. The rules are very simple. Each person has 3 dice. We have a total of 13 people, so there are a total of 39 dice. When the time comes, the first person to call out how many dice you have. The second person can add points or add numbers. If the next person feels that the previous person has no problem, then continue to call out. How about it? Do you know how to play? They had all played this before. As soon as Xiaoqi mentioned it, they knew how to play. Xiaojia was a little confused. Yi Tianyu explained it to her again. In this way, the first round was over. For the first time, the person sitting next to Xiaoqi lost. Xiaoqi shouted, hurry up. Truth or dare? Truth. Generally speaking, everyone felt that truth was easier. He, do you think we will let you go if you choose truth? Xiaoqi laughed. Say it. Do you like Sister Jean Sui? The person's face turned red. The others shouted, don't lie. Say it. The person's face turned red. It took a while for him to speak. The voice was like a mosquito. Ha ha ha, sure enough. Xiaoqi laughed. Jean Sui always maintained a decent and helpless smile. No one could find any fault with it. They could only praise her for being calm. The second round began. Gu Shiyun lost this round. Perform. Xing Lijin said. The others cheered. Gu Shiyun blushed a little embarrassedly and whispered, then I'll play the piano. Coincidentally, the piano was on the stage near them. Gu Shiyun was a professional. She had passed the piano exam. She played very smoothly and sounded very good. The adults danced and exchanged pleasantries. They just looked at them helplessly and let them play. Shiyun. That's great. Xing Limin clapped her hands excitedly. The others also praised her. Okay, don't praise me. Gu Shiyun smiled embarrassedly. Let's continue playing. Then, the third round began. Xue Jiao really didn't know how to play. She was lucky enough to avoid the first 2 rounds. She lost this round. Little sister Xue, truth or dare? Xiaoqi smiled and winked, his face full of eagerness to give it a try. Why don't we all play dare? We're not familiar with some of them. It's hard to say if it's true or not. We don't know what to ask. Gu Shiyun's friend Xue Jia suddenly said. I agree. Let's all do dare. As long as it's not too much, Xing Lijin said with a smile. I definitely don't have any objections. What about Sister Jiao Jiao? Xiaoqi asked Xue Jiao. Xue Jiao immediately swallowed the words truth. Obviously, these people wanted to play dare again. Anything is fine. As soon as she said these words, someone opposite her said, we're not familiar with Xue Jiao. Why don't Xue Jiao also play the piano? Xue Jiao's eyes narrowed slightly. At this time, she still couldn't see that Gu Shiyun's group of people were targeting her. She was a fool. Jiao Jiao doesn't like the piano. Qing Mingzi frowned and explained. He looked sharply at Xing Lijin and the others. It's okay. Just play randomly. It's a dare. Xing Limin said with a smile. It seemed like she was just saying it casually. If you don't know how to play, then don't. Yi Tianyu was just about to say something angrily when Xue Jiao stopped him. Okay. She stood up and walked up. Her attitude was calm. No one could see anything. The others were stunned. She didn't know how to play? Was she really going to play randomly? Qing Mingzi looked at Xing Lijin coldly. Yi Tianyu was straightforward and sneered. These people dared to mess with a bookworm. Okay, Yi Tianyu would remember this. Gu Shiyun turned her head and looked at Xue Jiao. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly. She went up after her and played randomly. She was going to embarrass herself. Old Qing, what is Xue Jiao doing? Li Sidong was shocked. Qing Mingzi was also stunned. Xue Jiao doesn't know how to play the piano, does she? No. Li Sidong gritted his teeth. She doesn't know how to play, but now she's going up. What is she playing? It's okay, it's okay. Everyone knows that children are playing games. They don't care. Li Sitong's eyes were a little wet. She was really embarrassed by Xue Jiao in the past. This time, she brought her out. Was she going to? Xue Jiao didn't know what was going on below. At this time, Xue Jiao had already sat down on the stage. She stretched out her fingers and a pleasant sound came out. Qing Mingzi and the others were stunned. Li Sidong was also dumbfounded. Xue Jiao knew how to play the piano. She only played once, then withdrew her hand and left the stage. When she walked over to Gu Shiyun couldn't help but ask, didn't you say you didn't know how to play? Her voice was a little anxious and hostile. Everyone's eyes were a little strange. Hostility? Xue Jiao smiled slightly. I really don't know how to play the piano. This is my first time playing the piano. Nonsense. It's impossible for your first time to be like this. This was Jing Limin. She was anxious. Even the others began to suspect that this was not her first time playing the piano. This girl liked to lie. Xue Jiao sat down calmly and looked at Gu Shiyun. I really don't know how to play the piano. I'm playing mathematics. Everyone was stunned. Xue Jiao explained simply, the piano has an equal ratio series. 2 equal ratio series can solve a formula. The answer is a music that meets the aesthetic standards of most people. Normal people appreciate the value of 2 to 3. Pressing the keys according to the equal ratio series is what I just played. Xue Jiao winked playfully. It's not bad, right? After a while, Xiaoqi swallowed and gave a thumbs up. You're awesome. After this round, most people were in awe of Xue Han, but their attitude towards Gu Shiyun, who was questioning her, was very meaningful. Gu Shiyun, who was looked at by everyone, couldn't help but shout, "Sister," her voice stuttered, and Jing Lijin looked distressed. The others' eyes changed, especially Jin Sui, whose eyes flashed with disgust. They were all 1,000-year-old foxes. Why were they acting? Who didn't have an illegitimate child? Their family had a company. Who got along well with an illegitimate child? She even called her sister. She was the enemy's sister. Feeling the change in everyone's attitude, Gu Shiyun suddenly became low-key. Xue Jiao was probably really unlucky. She lost the next round. Xue Jiao, ha ha ha. Jiao Jiao sister. This time, we won't be merciful. Xue Jiao said helplessly, I'm unlucky. You guys can say it. Xiaoqi touched his chin. Come. Pick a boy on the spot. Take a photo and send it to your circle of friends. He continued to crazily express, you can choose me. Xue Jiao took out her mobile phone and prepared to take a photo with Qingmingzi. After all, they were also brother and sister. It was nothing to send a photo. Besides, she didn't have many friends. Just as she took out her mobile phone, Yi Tianyu's head leaned over. I'll help you. The principle of proximity. Xue Jiao, she had no choice but to turn on her camera and take a photo. Wait. You're making me look ugly. He took the phone and raised it. Smile. Then he took a photo happily. Xue Jiao, he handed the phone to Xue Jiao. Xue Jiao took it and clicked to send it to her circle of friends. Yi Tianyu showed the QR code again. Come, add me as a friend. Xue Jiao, after the two of them added each other as friends, Yi Tianyu took advantage of Xue Jiao's phone and clicked into her circle of friends. He opened, saved, a dragon. He. Next, Xue Jiao's luck was better. They played many rounds and she didn't lose a single time. They played until 9 o'clock. Xue Jiao was a little impatient. How long before we leave? Yi Tianyu turned his head. Leave? About 10 o'clock. He paused for a moment. Not fun? Why don't we walk around? Or are you hungry? Xue Jiao shook her head. It's okay. Let's wait for a while. Just as she said that, something big seemed to have happened in the hall. The dancing stopped. The group of young people who were playing immediately stopped and stood up. Jin Sui walked directly to Mr. Jin. Before she could get close, Mr. Jin had already hurried to the door. It wasn't just him. Many people in the center were walking over and whispering something. I thought I heard someone coming. Who's coming at this time? Mr. Jin is going over. The young people on their side also stood up and discussed in surprise. Who's coming? I feel that Mr. Jin's attitude is a little anxious. Is some big shot coming? Maybe it's something urgent? It's impossible for anyone to come at this time. Yeah, who would be so impolite to be so late? Let's see. Mr. Jin had already walked to the main door. The originally closed door was opened. Before he came in, Mr. Jin had already greeted him with a smile and a very respectful attitude. End of chapter 43. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.